This young man was bewildered after being suddenly dragged to a strange place, and on top of that, a notification appeared in front of Chu Mo. 10,000 saviors had all arrived, but except for an ordinary person like Chu Mo, the other 9,999 saviors were all cultivators. The current situation was a complete mess, with only 365 days left until the gods from another world would appear. A notification panel appeared before him. The check-in system has been activated. First day check-in. Reward: the power of a 1,000-year demonic beast. Second day check-in. Reward: the combat experience of a legendary martial god. Chumo was damn sure that if he just checked in for 30 days, he could destroy a planet with a single punch. Meanwhile, in the real world, people strolling down the street all heard a strange voice in their ears with the following message. Invasion from an otherworld detected. The secret realm is about to be activated. A total of 10,000 cultivators have been granted the status of savior and will fight the invading demonic beasts from the otherworld in the secret realm. The secret realm will be broadcast live globally, and it is bound to the fate of all humanity. If the savior's trial fails, after 365 days, the gods of the otherworld will descend, and human civilization will be destroyed. Everyone was very confused. Where is that sound coming from? Did you guys hear that? I heard it too. That's so weird. My phone automatically downloaded an app called Secret Realm Live, and the live stream channel's screen began to appear. Welcome to the Secret Realm Live channel. The Secret Realm is an intermediary zone that exists between the real world and the otherworld. The cultivators of ancient times built the Secret Realm as a defensive position for Earth to resist invasions from other worlds. If the saviors achieve victory in the Secret Realm, Earth's spiritual energy will be restored, ushering in an era of cultivation for all. Everyone will have the chance to obtain a long life and immense power. Hello everyone, I am the super popular YouTuber, your virtual host Lu Lixiang, and I'm very honored to be invited as the television host for the Secret Realm Live broadcast. I hope everyone will give me lots of support in the future. The two co-hosts beside me are from one of the 4 great cultivation sects, the 6th elder of the Tai Fire sect, Jixing. And next to him is the world's most famous and beautiful idol, Yi Chang. Lu Lixiang continued with her smooth hosting. Elder Ji, Miss Yi Chang, before the show officially begins, is there anything you'd like to share with the audience? Jixing said with a solemn expression. Facing the invasion from another world, the cultivation sects have made thorough preparations. Although the demonic beasts are ferocious, we cultivators are always ready to fight. Yi Chang, sitting beside him, added softly, Elder Ji's message is truly reassuring. Lu Lixiang continued her enthusiastic hosting. There's one more very important thing I want to remind everyone. The Secret Realm Live app is not just for watching, it also has a special feature, the gifting function. Every viewer with an account on this platform will receive a daily amount of lucky coins, which can be sent as gifts to their favorite saviors. These coins will help the saviors increase their strength within the secret realm. In the days to come, we will introduce the most promising saviors one by one during our live broadcast. Thank you both for your valuable advice to everyone. Our broadcast will always capture the heroic moments of our saviors during their battles in the secret realms. Now then, let's tune into the live stream of our first lucky savior. At that very moment, in Chen Fan's live stream, he was screaming his lungs out with tears streaming down his face. Help me, please spare me. The stream had just gone live, and the result left everyone stunned. What is happening? The 3 hosts were completely dumbfounded. A savior who got wiped out the moment he entered the secret realm. Is this really a cultivator? Or just a free meal delivered straight to the demonic beasts? Li Shang quickly tried to save the situation. Well then, let's try switching to another stream. This is Long Yu's live stream. Long Yu was running and screaming in a panic. Help me. I don't want to die yet. Li Shang was flustered, but still tried to keep things under control. Next stream, on to the next one. Yi Chang admitted with some embarrassment, I must apologize to our fans. It's my fault the contingency plan was ineffective. I promised this would be a thrilling live broadcast, yet it's turned into a horror scene. With everyone running for their lives, if I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. Yixing speculated anxiously. Something's not right. The first trial of the secret realm is supposed to have a standard difficulty level, right? Immediately, a system warning appeared. Deities from another world are increasing their invasion. The secret realm's difficulty has been increased. The difficulty has reached F rank, meaning demonic beasts with 500 years of cultivation could now appear. Li Xiang exclaimed in surprise, Hey look, it's another new announcement from the secret realm. Yixing became even more tense. I can't believe a 500-year-old demonic beast has appeared. Yi Chang asked Elder Guai, how strong is a 500-year-old demonic beast? Could you explain it to everyone? Elder Gi replied, the longer a demonic beast has lived, the more overwhelming its power becomes. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy on Earth, the combat power of even our strongest current cultivators is only equivalent to that of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. Furthermore, the cultivators participating in the secret realm are still young and relatively weak. The appearance of even a 300-year-old demonic beast would be enough to push them into a desperate battle, Li Xiang added to all our viewers. I'm sure everyone now understands Elder Gui's explanation, right? For the future of our planet, our saviors are fighting tirelessly against extremely dangerous demonic beasts. Please use the lucky coins in your possession to support them. Our saviors shouldn't be criticized or flamed, but rather be shown respect and gratitude. Let's continue to watch this thrilling broadcast. At this point, the screen switched to Chu Mo's stream, and for some odd reason his room was filled with nothing but instant noodles. The young man was munching away with great enjoyment, the atmosphere began to turn awkward, and people started losing interest and throwing shade. You all see that? And here I was, actually believing them. What did the host say? Fighting a desperate and arduous battle. This went from tragic to comedic real fast. Impressive, kid. Potato chips, Coca-Cola, instant noodles, you've got the whole setup. Are you here on a camping trip? Haha, he's really one of a kind. All the other streams show people fighting for their lives, trying to survive. And this guy is just having a meal. The three hosts were rendered speechless, not knowing what to say. Yi Chang, on the other hand, laughed in amusement. Ha ha ha. This instant noodle-eating cultivator must be quite powerful to be so unexpectedly calm. Elder Gi turned and said with a disdainful expression, a cultivator? No way. He doesn't have any spiritual energy at all. He's just a mortal. So why did the secret realm choose him as the savior? The viewers are both excited and really surprised. Did everyone hear what the host said? The savior named Chu Mo is just an ordinary person. The other cultivators are completely losing face, while an ordinary person gets to enjoy life. This is killing me. Ha ha. He's just lucky. If he ran into a demon beast, he'd be dead by now. Hey everyone, want to bet on how long he'll last? Wow, so many people are joining this stream. Does anyone want to send a gift to this Chu Mo guy? Who would even bother sending him a gift? Wasting lucky coins on an ordinary person is pointless. You might as well give them to a cultivator. I just want to see how he dies. Hey, look in the corner of the stream. It looks like a demon beast is targeting Chu Mo. Ha ha ha. Good luck, buddy who knows nothing about cultivation. He's definitely dead now. Yi Chang panicked. What kind of secret realm is this? To think it would summon an ordinary person as the savior. Elder Gui, is it possible to release Chu Mo from the secret realm? Gui Xing hesitated. Well, the secret realm was created by ancient cultivators. We don't have full control over it either. Besides, it's too late. Facing a 100-year-old demon beast, this mortal won't last more than 3 seconds. Chu Mo observed in silence. This demon beast actually has 6 eyes. It looks much stronger than the last one. Is this a super enhanced version? Although I gained the power of a 1,000-year-old demon beast by signing a contract with the system, I'm still a bit panicked, because monsters in novels or comics are usually thousands to tens of thousands of years old. Its speed is so slow that I can dodge it. Could this thing actually be really weak? The demon beast threw a punch at him, then got confused when it had no idea where the hell Chu Mo went. Meanwhile, Chu Mo calmly analyzed. I can't be careless. This demon beast is probably the type with slow speed but very high defense, so it's deliberately trying to trick me into attacking it proactively. If my own attack generates recoil damage, that would be enough to put me in danger. In that case, I'll have to confirm my hypothesis. He gripped the sword in his hand, the one left behind by the cultivator Wudong, and used it to attack the demon beast. Let's see, it's a hit. He waited for its reaction. The demon beast broke into a cold sweat and stood frozen, then became delighted when it felt absolutely no effect. Chu Mo continued his assessment. As expected, this demon beast is just as I predicted, luring me to attack and then generating recoil damage. Good thing I used the sword to attack. Otherwise, I would have been the one who got hurt. He stared blankly at the shattered sword. The crowd was delighted. Ha ha ha. How many times has Elder Gui been proven wrong now? He said the guy wouldn't last more than 3 seconds. But this Chu Mo guy is amazing. The demon beast can't even touch his clothes. I bet he's mastered the art of hide and seek. What's the use of being a fast dodger? Didn't you see his attack just now? Even his own sword broke. Did he come here to give the demon beast a massage? What are you talking about? Chu Mo is just an ordinary person. Performing like this is already very impressive. Li Xiang looked on with interest at the development. This is truly surprising. I never expected that this Chu Mo guy could dodge all of the demon beast's attacks. Yi Chang was just as agreeable. I was also completely shocked by Chu Mo's performance. Who knows, he might even be able to take down that demon beast. Elder Gui, what are your thoughts? He replied seriously. I must admit, I truly underestimated him. Judging by Chu Mo's fighting performance just now, he must be a martial artist from the mortal world, and a very skilled one at that. But only attacks infused with spiritual energy can harm a demonic beast, which means only cultivators can defeat them. Although he can rely on his martial arts experience to dodge the demonic beast's attacks, his own attacks won't harm it at all. Unfortunately for this mortal, it's a battle he can't possibly win, no matter how many attacks Chumo dodges, because if he gets hit just once, it's over for him. Meanwhile, Chumo suddenly realized how dangerous his situation was, as he had been so focused on dodging that he hadn't paid attention to his surroundings. Now, cornered by the demonic beast with no escape route, he decided to take a desperate gamble, feinting an attack to lightly push the beast away. He hoped to startle it and create an opportunity to escape the corner. He gave it a light push, and a blinding light flashed as he thought to himself, didn't I just push it lightly? This demonic beast is surprisingly weak. Below, the audience erupted into a heated discussion. What was that Elder Gu said earlier? That only cultivators could defeat demonic beasts. Chumo is so awesome. I want to have your babies. Chumo. In my opinion, a fake savior would have just run away while being chased by the beast. But a true savior just pushes it lightly and the demonic beast vanishes. A system notification appeared before Chumo's eyes. Respected savior Chu Mo, you have received over 5,000 lucky coins from the audience, which can increase your combat power by 50 points. He looked at his own hand as the Mystic Realm's announcement echoed. The audience can donate lucky coins. Is this a new feature? It says it increases my combat power, but it doesn't feel like anything's changed. The system prompted again, suggesting look up to increase the host's combat power. Current combat power is 10,000 plus 50. Meanwhile, at President Shu's company, a subordinate rushed in frantically to report, President Shu, something big has happened. It's Chu Mo. That brat Chu Mo is on a live stream again. President Shu calmly replied, why are you so surprised by such a trivial matter? What's with all the panic? Pull yourself together. The subordinate, still unsettled, continued to explain, no, President Shu, please listen to me. It's not a normal live stream. It's a Mystic Realm live stream. That brat Chu Mo was chosen as a savior again, and he even killed a demonic beast in the Mystic Realm. What if he comes to find us for revenge when he gets out? President Shu immediately interrupted him. All right, I already know about this. The subordinate asked hesitantly, President Shu, have you considered the possibility that Chu Mo might not agree to reconcile with us? President Shu replied with his sinister smile. You don't actually think I agreed to reconcile because I'm afraid of him, do you? He's just an ordinary martial artist who got lucky and killed a 100-year-old demonic beast. And so what if he's a cultivator? For the upper class of society, the existence of cultivators has never been a secret. At any moment, I can hire a few cultivators to corner and attack Chumo. If he doesn't want to reconcile, then I'll just have to send him to his grave. Back at the broadcast studio, Li Shang cheerfully announced that it has been over 1 hour since the Mystic Realm opened, and the situation is beginning to shift. The cultivators are constantly defeating powerful demonic beasts, so we hope our audience will continue to reward these heroic saviors with coins. Oh, and we also have to thank Elder Gi for his extremely professional commentary and analysis, which allows ordinary people like us to follow along. Understanding the details of the battle, Yi Chang said with a smile, but I think the esteemed elder is the most effective. Honestly, I'm a little tempted to invite the esteemed elder to participate in television game shows. Gui Xing replied seriously, spare me. I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. The situation isn't as optimistic as you all imagine. 15-year to 100-year-old demonic beasts appeared from the beginning, followed by 200-year-old ones, and now more. The difficulty of the Secret Realm will gradually increase over time. According to the Secret Realm's evaluation standards, a 100-year-old demonic beast has a combat power of 100, a 200-year-old one has a combat power of 300, a 300-year-old demonic beast has 500, a 400-year-old one has 1,000, and a 500-year-old one will have a combat power of 2,000. When the 500-year-old demonic beasts take the field, the cultivators will face their toughest challenge yet. Liu Lixiang replied with a different thought. On this matter, I have a different opinion from the esteemed elder. The saviors are fighting for their lives, so we should have faith in them. Just like before, who would have thought that Chu Mo could so easily kill a 100-year-old demonic beast? Speaking of which, why don't we continue watching Chu Mo's stream? Who knows, maybe he can create a new miracle. The screen showed Chu Mo, oblivious to the world, sleeping soundly, even snoring. Viewers commented humorously, I'm dying of laughter. Liu Lixiang failed too. Don't come to this stream anymore. You'll become unlucky. The only miracle he's creating is sleeping peacefully for half an hour in a dangerous secret realm. I even tipped him earlier, and he just went to sleep. You brain-dead savior, get up and earn your keep. Our fate is better off in a pig's hands. If you don't know how to be a savior, then don't be one. You might as well go find a job in a factory. Fine, so many saviors are working hard. If he's this unreliable, there's nothing worth supporting here. It's better to go watch Bai Mengjun's stream next door. I'm watching Bai Mengjun too. He just punched above his weight and took down two 200-year-old demonic beasts. Plus, it looks like he's challenging an even stronger demonic beast now. He's so handsome, I could die. Liu Lixiang also chimed in with her opinion. Well, Chumo isn't a cultivator to begin with, so we can't be too harsh on him. Dan Mo, please speak rationally. Gu Xing continued, I agree with Liu Lixiang's point of view. After all, he is just a mortal. Chu Mo's one-shot kill on the demonic beast earlier wasn't as effortless as he made it seem. It was an all-out attack that he could only use after buying time by continuously dodging the beast's attacks. Yi Chang added his commentary, Chu Mo's current state is indeed a bit disappointing. Since Dan Mo mentioned Bai Mengjun earlier, why don't we go check out his stream? Everyone was engrossed in watching. Mengjun is so handsome, go, Mengjun, go. I've already tipped you. The screen switched to the image of the tall and heroic Mengjun, appearing on the screen. The audience couldn't help but get excited, just left Chu Mo's stream. This guy looks like a reliable savior. He was facing off against a ferocious demonic beast, which charged aggressively to attack. Everyone started to worry, why is the screen filled with so much smoke? Who's going to be the winner in the end? The destructive power of the demonic beast was truly immense. The beam of light it emitted destroyed everything, creating smoke. The destructive power of the demonic beast was truly immense. The beam of light it emitted destroyed everything, creating smoke. But Meng Jun was completely unharmed. Brother Meng Jun will definitely be okay. Tip him, tip him. Everyone, hurry up and tip Brother Meng Jun. Gi Xing's expression changed as he warned, this is a 300-year-old demonic beast. He doesn't know his own limits, daring to challenge a 300-year-old demonic beast. Is this kid looking for death? Li Xiang asked Elder Gui curiously. Weren't there a few chosen ones who defeated a 300-year-old demonic beast before? He replied, it's not like before. The ones who previously slayed a 300-year-old demonic beast were all core disciples of the four great sects, top-tier geniuses. Not someone like Bai Mengjun. According to the information, he's just a rogue cultivator with no sect and ordinary talent. Logically speaking, it's already a miracle that he could defeat a 200-year-old demonic beast. Challenging a 300-year-old one is suicide. The screen showed a street corner turned to rubble, with Meng Jun standing firm in the smoke, saying confidently, is this all the power a 300-year-old demonic beast has? What a disappointment. When will I ever find an opponent that makes me fight with all my strength? Meng Jun stood extremely confident before the demonic beast, which was unworthy of being his opponent. The audience cheered excitedly. That's great. Brother Meng Jun is okay. Why did things go wrong again? Chu Mo isn't here this time. The demonic beast continued to aim for its target when someone suddenly shouted, hey, look everyone. Someone is walking out of the rubble over there. Well now, isn't that Chu Mo? Who just said Chu Mo wasn't here? Chu Mo slowly walked out. Elder Gi had an epiphany. I found the reason for my wrong call. Another person commented, amazing. I just came from Chu Mo's stream, only to see Chu Mo on this stream. What kind of fate is this? Chu Mo was dejected. I took a nap and woke up to find my house had completely collapsed. This mystic realm is truly dangerous. Hey brother, need any help? That demonic beast doesn't look easy to deal with. Meng Jun replied coldly, just stay put and don't wander around. I alone am enough to handle this demonic beast. Bai Meng Jun's sword aura immediately flared. A dense spiritual energy surrounded him. He quickly moved to end the fight with his ultimate sword technique, Morning Tide. He stabbed straight into the monster's mouth. Instantly, a burst of light energy exploded from within its mouth. The terrifying power made the audience exclaim, oh my god, that's insane. Did he just blow off the head of a 300-year-old demonic beast with a single strike? Wow. Brother Meng Jun is so handsome and powerful. He's truly worthy of being the man I admire. In just a moment, Bai Meng Jun had sliced off the giant monster's head. But the next second, Bai Meng Jun, watch your back. Meng Jun quickly turned around, but the monster was still alive. It seemed to be regenerating at an incredible speed. He stared at it with a cold, sharp gaze, sensing the spiritual energy on its body, which was much stronger than before. This is going to be troublesome. Meng Jun immediately leaped up and executed his ultimate sword technique, Mountain Splitter. A powerful sword strike slammed into the demonic beast, causing it to roar in pain. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, releasing terrifying energy. Chu Mo sat on the side, having pulled up a chair, eating potato chips and looking amused as he watched the two fight. So cool. This is way more intense than the movies. There was the ultimate sword technique, Ocean Cleaver, then the gang metal sword art, Moonfall. The techniques appeared one after another. Meanwhile, the monster was struck down and regenerated again and again. The audience outside discussed non-stop, worried for Bai Meng Jun. Did this demonic beast turn on a health hack? It's been seriously injured more than 10 times and is still alive. This is absurd. It looks like Bai Meng Jun is in for a tough time. No matter how he hits it, it won't die. If it were me, my spirit would have been broken long ago. At first, the audience was about to flame Bai Meng Jun for being too weak, fighting for so long while the demonic beast was still hopping around energetically. But after looking over at Chumo, I chose to remain silent It all relies on a peer to act as a foil to highlight Chu Mo's achievements. One bag of potato chips. What a spectacular battle. It's true that without comparison, there's no suffering. Liu Lixiang immediately asked Elder Gui, can this demonic beast really not be destroyed? This is a super regenerative type of demonic beast, and also the hardest type to deal with of them all. If you can't inflict a fatal wound instantly, there's no way to destroy it. Normally, it would take many cultivators of the same level working together to defeat this type of demonic beast, but Bai Mengjun is just a talented rogue cultivator. With ordinary aptitude, yet his combat power is in no way inferior to the core disciples of the four great sects. If this were the ancient era with abundant spiritual energy, his achievements would surely be unimaginable. It's a pity he's facing the risk of death here. Meanwhile, Bai Mengjun felt the spiritual energy in his body gradually depleting. His stamina was about to reach its limit. Am I really going to die here? I can't accept this. In this Dharma-ending age of depleted spiritual energy, I've still been chasing the footsteps of ancient myths. Giving up my family fortune, facing all sorts of hardships, I finally found a cultivation sect, only to be told one thing. Your aptitude is insufficient, you lack the fate, the path ahead is cut off. I had to forge my own path with the sword, fighting for destiny, seizing opportunities, and snatching precious elixirs, winning the position of a savior, arranging a hype squad in advance, and poaching viewers from other live streams to get rewards. I'm not ashamed or regretful about this. The path to immortality must be fought for. One step behind means a lifetime behind. Only by seizing opportunities can one stand at the peak. It was so hard to obtain this status, cultivation level, and swordsmanship. How could I just die here so easily? The ancient secret technique I happened to learn has a very high risk of death, but now is the time to risk it all. With that thought, Mengjun shot like a rocket towards the beast, which also released a massive wave of energy to shield itself and evade the attack. Chumo saw a violent burst of light as the two collided. Wow, what an exaggerated effect. Is this his true power? But it's strange. Why isn't there any movement? He's not hurt, is he? With that thought, Chumo decided to get up and walk closer to check. When he arrived, he asked very calmly, his breath still smelling of buttered popcorn. Hey bro, you okay? Bai Menjun's entire body was covered in injuries, but he still answered toughly, I'm fine, it's over. This demonic beast has finally been defeated by me. However, things weren't that simple. Despite Bai Menjun's strongest move just now, the beast was still completely unharmed, without a single scratch. He looked at the scene in disbelief. How is this demonic beast still not dead? In his moment of confusion, the beast gathered spiritual energy in its mouth, preparing to fire an energy ball as fast as a nuclear missile. Luckily, Chu Mo managed to use a shield to block the attack and counter, effortlessly restraining it, then turned to Bai Mengjun and said, Sorry, what did you say just now? I couldn't hear you. Mengjun also apologized for his earlier disdainful attitude and admitted, Right now, your cultivation and combat power are in no way inferior to mine. Only disciples from small sects in the 5th level novice mystic realm get to meet a big shot like you, so it's truly my good fortune to have met you. While the two were talking, the monster's head suddenly flew off, and it collapsed to the ground, but Mengjun was completely unaware. He was still saying that if they joined forces, they could definitely defeat this demonic beast. Sumo casually glanced over. But isn't this demonic beast already dead? Mengjun still hesitated. It's not that simple. This is a rare, rapidly regenerating demonic beast. It won't die that easily. Theoretically, it would take at least 4 cultivators of the same level to take on this beast, but if we form an alliance, we can definitely destroy it. The problem is, my body is already reaching its limit. The next attack has to be the decisive one. Otherwise, we'll become its prey. Sumo rested his chin on his hand. I see. Compared to you, I'm not careful enough. I accept your offer. The two quickly coordinated their attack on the beast. At that moment, Mengjun raised his sword. He coated it with a layer of spiritual energy and said to Sumo, We need about 5 seconds to prepare. Then Mengjun unleashed the myriad phenomena return to origin technique, patiently waiting for the beast's reaction. Hearing this, Sumo stood there bewildered, not understanding what he meant, so he asked, What are we preparing for? Are we striking a cool pose? This is so embarrassing. I'll just stand still. 5 seconds passed, then 20 seconds, then 1 minute. Time ticked by quietly, but the beast still showed no signs of reviving. Sumo couldn't help but turn and ask, The beast still hasn't shown any signs of reviving. Are we just going to keep waiting? Mengjun remained silent and still. Sumo continued, Hey, are you okay? You look like you're about to cough up blood. Mengjun replied softly, I'm fine. It's just that continuously maintaining this burst state has pushed me past my limit. My body's endurance, I'll be fine after a little rest. As he coughed up blood, Mengjun thought to himself, Did this guy really defeat the beast in one shot? He was clearly just sitting there snacking a moment ago, yet his combat power surpasses mine. Or was he already stronger than me before entering the mystic realm? I'm screwed. I should stop overthinking this. At this moment, the side effects of maintaining the myriad phenomena returned to origin for too long began to manifest. Jun's limbs began to tremble, and the veins on his hands bulged violently. Suddenly, he screamed, "I don't want to die yet." Blood poured from his eyes and mouth, and the spiritual energy in his body raged violently, as if it were about to burst from his skin. Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted, and Mo, who was standing nearby, quickly jumped away. He had no idea what was happening. They were just talking normally a moment ago, so why did he suddenly explode like that? This is terrible. Can't I catch a break? Or was it an attack from that demonic beast? Mo wondered in confusion. How terrifying. I didn't even notice the attack. It seems I really underestimated it. Now, while the beast is still lying on the ground playing dead, I need to get out of here quickly. The audience outside who witnessed the whole thing were completely stunned. They couldn't understand why Jun would blow himself up when the demonic beast hadn't even revived. The people who were cursing Mo before now piled on the criticism, while some of Jun's loyal fans who were defending him said, "My idol is gone, so why are you guys still trying to defend that guy?" The audience was now split, arguing fiercely. In another dimension, Yi Chang watched the battle with a surprised look, exclaiming, "The outcome of this battle is truly beyond imagination. The one Elder Gi called immortal, Mo, actually possesses respectable power, while the genius Jun self-destructed. Elder Gi, what are your thoughts on this?" Elder Gi coughed lightly and replied, "Jun's death is truly a pity. He used a technique that surpassed his own limits, leading to such a tragic end. As for Mo, his fighting style reminds me of a cultivator. From a long-lost school, the body-refining school, a discipline that mimics the ancient demonic beasts. Orthodox cultivation sects always pursue a state of harmony between heaven, earth, and man, using the spiritual energy within their bodies as a catalyst to bridge and activate the spiritual energy of the world, unleashing power far beyond their own. The body-refining school, on the other hand, imitates the cultivation methods of demonic beasts, refining spiritual energy in the body into pure physical strength, and they only use physical power in combat. Although their initial growth is very fast, the limits of the human body are finite. At their strongest, they can only reach the power of a demonic beast. I suspect Mo has learned techniques from the ancient body-refining school, which, combined with the points he received from the audience, allowed him to display such superior combat power. Upon hearing this news at the base, Director Shu was so shocked he nearly fell over. What, the body-refining school, destroying a 300-year-old demonic beast in the blink of an eye? How is Mo that strong? Just then, a subordinate spoke up to console him. "Director Shu, didn't you once say you could invite countless cultivators to attack Mo together? Besides, no one else has the power of the body-refining school, so there's no need to worry so much." But Director Shu scolded him mercilessly. "You're a complete idiot. Even a body refiner already has combat power equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. Have you forgotten what Elder Guai said? The spiritual energy on Earth is now depleted. The strongest cultivators only have about 1,000 years of combat power. Yet Mo was able to take down a 300-year-old beast in an instant. The ordinary cultivators I can hire are fundamentally no match for him." The assistant beside him, trying to soothe Director Su's anger and anxiety, gently advised, "Director Su, please calm down. Many have given up where only you have succeeded, and this time will be no exception." Hearing this, Director Shu sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. "You're right, this isn't a dead end yet. The amusement park is led by young Master Li Hanling of the Li Corporation conglomerate. If something happens, he won't be able to escape responsibility. No matter what, we have to force his hand and make him continue to help us. For now, the mission is to stall for time. I'm giving you the most important task. Go to the hospital and kidnap Mo's sister. She is a valuable hostage to threaten Mo." The assistant immediately accepted the order. "Yes, Director Shu. I will definitely not betray your trust." Director Shu glanced over. "One more thing, tell all the brothers to leave the company today. Let them have a break." These words made the subordinate break out in a cold sweat, asking doubtfully, "Director Shu, didn't you just say the company's defenses are too weak, and you wanted to call more people over?" Director Shu reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not going to surrender. I just don't want them to throw their lives away for nothing." From a common street thug, he climbed step by step to his current position, with every step treading on the blood of his own crimes. Perhaps only going to hell can repay it, which is why he's determined not to give up his life so easily. He firmly told his subordinate, "Before I go to hell, I want to see the view from a higher place." Meanwhile, terrified screams echoed throughout the city. "Yutong, run! Yutong, run!" A one-eyed monster with octopus tentacles and sharp teeth dashed forward, chasing its target. Yutong quickly fled into an alley, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. "They're dead. Everyone is dead. All my teammates are gone. Leveling up without any effort? Did I really think I could save the world? It was all a lie. I shouldn't have believed that propaganda in the first place. I shouldn't have thought of myself as a savior. Thinking of that, she gritted her teeth. Damn it, when will these nightmarish days ever end? The only way now is to keep running, stay alive until the Secret Realm mission is over. Just surviving is enough. In her hopeless despair, Chumo suddenly called out innocently from behind. Is that you, Tong? Hearing the voice, she turned around. Huh. Aren't you that ordinary person who appeared when the Secret Realm opened? Oh my god, you're still alive. Seeing Chumo, Yutong was a bit flustered and quickly explained. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jinx you. Please don't be mad. I was just so surprised. Surviving in this secret realm isn't easy at all. The young man humbly replied, I've only made it this far, thanks to good luck. Thank you for the sword you gave me, but unfortunately, it broke. By the way, where are your teammates? Yutong looked down sadly. They're all dead. Just because we dreamed of being saviors of the world, we are cultivators from a small sect. We can't hope for much. No matter how hard we try, we can't compare to the core disciples of large sects. Facing powerful demonic beasts, we're not even worth the clothes on their backs. We're just simple cannon fodder. Chumo nodded. That's right. The demonic beasts are too terrifying. A cultivator died right in front of me recently. I was standing right there and didn't even know when the demonic beast attacked if it weren't for his sacrifice. The one who died might have been me. Yutong suggested, in that case, you should come with me. We can find a place to hide together. We'll wait for the masters to beat the final boss and then return to the real world. If we run into danger, I'll do my best to protect you. You can rest assured. The audience outside watching this scene couldn't help but be amazed. Someone exclaimed, What did that girl just say? She's going to protect God Mo? Get a grip, little girl. The master is right in front of you. He's no pushover. And God Mo is so dense, he actually doesn't know that Meng Jun died by self-destructing. However, another person disagreed and retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? God Mo is clearly a very cautious person. Give Meng Jun some face, you guys should stop bringing it up. Not long after, Chu Mo accepted Yutong's invitation. She led him away, reminding him as they walked, Remember to stay close to me. Based on my experience, this place should be safe. However, Chu Mo wasn't entirely convinced, as he seemed to hear a strange noise nearby. Yutong turned back and asked, A sound? Before she could finish, as she turned her head, the monster from before loomed right in front of her. The city in the secret realm suddenly became strangely quiet. Then the terrified screams of both of them echoed, along with the sound of footsteps as fast as the wind. Chumo urged, Don't look back, run into that building. But Yutong warned him seriously. If we go into that building, we'll be trapped. I've encountered this demonic beast before, and I managed to escape successfully. In short, just trust me. Chumo retorted, I don't trust you. You just said this place was safe, and in the blink of an eye, we ran into a demonic beast. I really can't trust you. Unable to stand his cold attitude, Yutong suddenly picked Chumo up, leaving him a bit embarrassed and startled. Hey, what are you doing? Yutong replied, There's no time to explain, just trust me. With that, she carried him and rushed into the building ahead to hide. Some time passed, and the monster didn't follow. Only then did Chumo believe Yutong was right. You're right, that demonic beast didn't follow us at all. I can't believe we actually shook it off. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you earlier. Yutong explained while panting, That demonic beast has very keen eyesight, but it has no sense of hearing, and its sense of touch is just average. Entering a complex structure like a building actually makes it easier to hide from it. We're temporarily safe, but we can't let our guard down yet. Let's go to a higher floor, wait for another 10 minutes, and then leave. Chumo nodded in agreement. When we entered this building, I saw a directory. The stairs should be on the left. Yutong countered. No, we're not taking the stairs, we're taking the elevator. At the mention of the elevator, Chu Mo immediately broke out in a cold sweat, almost speechless. The young man had a phobia of elevators. The very name was enough to scare him half to death. Yutong casually flipped her hair and said with a smile, Don't you know? This secret realm imitates a city from the real world, including the power grid, so the elevators work normally. Chu Mo remained doubtful. That's not it. I mean, isn't it more convenient to take the stairs than the elevator? She replied, That's true. From a safety perspective, the stairs would be more suitable. But you haven't considered that I've been running ever since we entered this secret realm, and I just carried you for so long. Do you have any idea how heavy you are? I'm dead tired. I can't move another inch. As she spoke, Yutong even clutched her chest in exhaustion. Chumo was taken aback. Huh? So cultivators have such poor stamina? Yutong looked helpless. Do you think cultivators normally go to the gym as part of their training? What's wrong with taking the elevator? It's good to use modern conveniences once in a while. The demonic beast from before isn't smart enough to use an elevator to come up, right? After that, the two decided to take the elevator upstairs. The elevator silently arrived where they were waiting, but surprisingly, when the doors opened, a horrific scene appeared before their eyes. Many people had been killed by a monster. their bloody bodies lying scattered everywhere. Chumo blurted out, "It seems a demonic beast has learned how to use the elevator. Yutong, can you tell if the wounds on their bodies were caused by the demonic beast that was tracking us earlier?" Yutong was at a loss for words. It wasn't the same one. "From the wounds, I can tell this was caused by a different demonic beast. This building is the territory of another one. No, maybe things are even worse than we imagined. Perhaps it was just a decoy, intentionally herding us into this building. Its real purpose was to cooperate with the demonic beast inside this building to kill us. Now is our chance to escape. There isn't much room left. If we let them keep cornering us like this, we're dead for sure. We need to at least find a spacious yet secluded place. Then after we shake off the beast, we can escape this building." Sumo agreed. "I get what you mean. I saw a place like that on the map. A very large office on the floor above. Follow me. It's close." The two of them rushed into a large office, but it wasn't long before the monster caught up, moving slowly, step by step. It searched every nook and cranny that Wutong and Sumo had passed. Terrified, Wutong covered her mouth tightly, trying not to make a sound. Then she whispered to Sumo, "Are we really safe hiding here? It can't hear us talking. No matter how good its eyesight is, it shouldn't be able to see a spot this hidden, so we should be fine, right?" Outside, the peanut gallery wasn't the least bit worried about Wutong and Sumo. Instead, they were loudly cheering for the beast. "Hurry and run, beast. If you don't, God Mo will finish you off." As for God Mo, he appeared frightened on the outside, but inwardly, he was calmer than anyone. At this moment, a viewer spammed the comments, "Sumo, stop playing innocent. It's time to take care of that beast and liven things up." After several fruitless searches, the monster unleashed its special ability. Large eyes sprouted from its tentacles, which then stretched out to probe every single corner. Seeing this, Wutong quietly warned Sumo, "Be careful, don't let the eyes on its tentacles spot us." Such flexible tentacles, the beast's body was truly a marvel. If they were discovered, she would try to hold the beast back so he could escape. But Sumo refused. "I can help too. I've taken on a weak beast before, so if it comes to a fight, I won't be a burden to you." Wutong, who hadn't thought much of him from the start, advised him not to push himself. Protecting mortals is the duty of a cultivator. Besides, holding this beast off while you escape is a simple matter for me. In short, just trust me. Sumo retorted, "You're the one who's overextending yourself. Wait, I think I hear another sound very close by. Crap, could it be another beast?" Wutong also strained her ears to listen. "But your hearing is really something else. I can't hear anything at all. If you teamed up with that sharp-eyed beast, you two could debut as thousand-mile eyes and favorable wind ears." Hearing this, Sumo turned serious. "Is this really the time for jokes? Its footsteps are very light. I can barely hear them. It must be extremely close." Wutong replied, "So I guess all we can do now is leave it to fate and make fun of each other." Despite the tense situation, the two of them didn't stop their bickering. Finally, Sumo conceded, saying, "You've got a point." At that moment, a large-headed monster appeared, hanging upside down from above. Instantly, Wutong felt a powerful demonic energy and spiritual power radiating from it. The immense pressure made her freeze for a few seconds, knowing for sure this was a beast nearly 300 years old. Its footsteps slowly drew closer to them. Wutong could only pray for luck, silently hoping to survive this ordeal. How can we possibly get past such a high-level monster? Suddenly, the monster stopped, and the two beasts came face to face. While things were extremely tense inside the secret realm, the audience outside was absolutely thrilled. "Ha ha ha, this atmosphere is just like a horror movie." Seriously though, the great god hiding under the table is about to be discovered. This is the real horror movie for those monsters. Seeing Mai Chen seriously hiding under the table, I'm laughing my head off. A great master having to hide from monsters like this? Hey look, they're noticing the space under the table. How many moves do you all think it'll take for Mai Chen to take them down? This is what I wanted to see the most. A chance to see Mai Chen's cool side. The audience outside is discussing it non-stop, eagerly awaiting the next development. Just then, the large-eyed monster's tentacles slowly moved, reaching under the table. It chirped happily, "Abba." That's the language monsters often use to talk to their companions, meaning it's found something. The monster with the upside-down head raised its foot, patting its head, which startled it into saying, "Abba, Abba, hey boss. Do you have to do that? You always suddenly put your hand on my head. You could scare someone to death." The other monster immediately retorted, "Abba Baba, you think I like doing this. If it weren't for the fact you have no hearing, I would never use this method to talk to you." "Abba Baba, that kid is the real monster. He took out all the decayed teeth in one hit. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything and leave on our own," the boss monster said. Confused, "Abba, really? Then why are they hiding?" "How would I know? I'm only doing this out of our friendship to give you a little warning. If you want to die, go ahead and serve yourself up." The big-eyed monster listened to its boss, its face turning pale with fear. "Abba, Abba, boss, I was wrong. Wait for me. I want to get out of here too. Yu Dong noticed the space had gone quiet again, looked up at Chu Mai. Those monsters are really gone. That's right, their noises are also getting more distant. They must have run off somewhere else, Chu Mai replied. Yu Dong let out a sigh of relief, flashing a bright smile. That's great, we're so lucky. I thought we wouldn't be able to hide this time. The people watching through the screen started buzzing with discussion again. They originally thought with those two monsters showing up, they'd finally get to see Chu Mai in action, but they suddenly ran away, and in the end, nothing happened at all. I've never seen such strange monsters before. It was a 2-on-2, and they didn't even dare to fight? Seriously, I'm about to die laughing. This is the first time I've seen monsters actively run away. Their will to survive has increased. There must be a very suspicious reason behind it. Just then, an announcement echoed through this secret realm. The final high-level monster of the first mission is about to appear. The difficulty level is a 500-year-old beast. The location for the 5th secret realm mission is Songyun Road. Chu Mai sighed, his voice low. It's another announcement from the secret realm. I can't believe we have to fight the final monster so soon. Yu Dong shrugged lightly, saying in a casual tone, it has nothing to do with me anyway. The difficulty of this secret realm is terrifyingly high. The final monster is even a 500-year-old beast. It's best for us to find a safe place to hide and wait for the masters to complete the mission, then we can just leave the secret realm. No need to worry so much. At the same time, they just so happen to be on Songyun Road. A dazzling beam of light suddenly shone down from the sky, causing Chu Mai to stand there stunned, staring intently in that direction. While Yu Dong panicked, her voice urgent, what are you standing there stunned for? Let's run. Yu Dong ran panting, saying between breaths, it should be safe here, right? I could tell just by watching from a distance that the final boss is super strong. Chu Mai nodded in agreement. That's right, even normal beasts are powerful. But the final boss is only a 500-year-old beast. That's really suspicious. The secret realm wouldn't give us false information, would it? Yu Dong looked thoughtful, based on the secret realm's previous behavior. That's actually possible. Besides, as long as we run far enough away, we won't have to worry about any of this. Suddenly, a young man ran up from behind, shouting, please wait, you two. He then introduced himself. I am Yan Xingjian, a disciple of the Taishuan sect. Please, join us from the Taishuan sect to defeat the final boss. Wu Tong bluntly refused. Sorry, but you should ask someone else. We're too weak. Just escaping is exhausting enough for us. The young man explained firmly. Avoiding the fight won't help you two clear this stage easily. The saviors in the other secret realms are all cultivators from the 4 great sects. Perhaps some cultivators there can kill a 500-year-old demonic beast, but this is only the 5th secret realm, which is full of small fry. All the cultivators here are very weak. If we all run, we'll just end up getting killed by the final boss anyway, Yan Xingjian said, his eyes filled with determination. There's only one way to survive. He slightly raised his hand, pointing behind him, his voice firm. My Taishuan sect has a magical artifact that can kill the 500-year-old demonic beast, the Yulei Ping. It just takes time to activate it. Before the Yulei Ping can be activated, we absolutely have to find a way to hold off the demonic beast, which is why we need more people. Although we've gathered many cultivators, it's still not enough. The more people we have, the higher our chances of success. For the sake of our final victory, please join us. A man watching from afar called out to Yan Xingjian. You're back? That was much faster than I expected. Xingjian turned and ran over, quickly reporting to the young master. The recruitment is basically complete. Aside from the disciples of our Taishuan sect, we've found a total of 164 cultivators. The young master asked in surprise, is that all? There were 2,500 people who entered the 5th secret realm. Xingjian replied regretfully. No one expected the difficulty of this secret realm to spike so fast. The death toll is much higher than anticipated, young master. With our current numbers, we should have enough time to hold off the demonic beast while you activate the Yulei Ping, right? The young master toyed with the purple bottle in his hand. His eyes were pensive. Yes, it's enough. In his mind, memories of the purple bottle began to surface. The Yulei Ping, one of the Taishuan sect's most precious treasures. And what's more, it can only be used a single time. A man's anguished voice echoed, I'm entrusting the Yulei Ping to you, not because I wanted to see you in your current, weak state. The young master refused vehemently. Father, I'm sorry, I can't do it. His father explained gently, is it really that difficult? Just gather all the cultivators in the 5th secret realm, using the excuse that you need time to prepare the Yulei Ping's activation. Let them wear down the demonic beast and deal damage to the final boss. Wait until the demonic beast has taken enough damage, then you can use the Yulei Ping to finish it off. The young master was conflicted, but that will cause a lot of casualties. Besides, can't the Yulei Ping be used instantly? It doesn't require any preparation time at all. His father reminded him sternly, have you forgotten? The The way to become stronger in the secret realm isn't just about receiving gifts from the audience, you also have to defeat the final boss. You'll also get more lucky opportunities in the secret realm. You must obtain that prize. The young master was resolute. I can still kill the final boss without resorting to such treacherous methods. I didn't need to raise my hand for that reward anyway. Father, don't you believe in my strength? His father pondered for a moment and then said, have you forgotten our dream? For the Tai Chuan sect to become a cultivation sect that stands alongside the four great sects. He placed his right hand on the young sect master's shoulder, his eyes filled with expectation. If I had said this in the past, others would have just treated it as a joke. I have worked hard for 35 years to make the Tai Chuan sect the strongest cultivation sect aside from the four great sects. This was the highest goal we could achieve. Do you still remember being humiliated by an ordinary disciple of the four great sects? In the eyes of cultivators, there are only two types of cultivation sects in the world, the four great sects and the rest of the trash. This is the reality. No one considers us on the same level as the four great sects, but now the secret realm has appeared. This is a huge opportunity for cultivators, so we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. To be on par with the four great sects, we not only need enough strength, but we also need to win the hearts of the people. He picked up the purple potion, his voice full of authority. You must make the cultivators in the fifth secret realm feel fear and despair. Then, as a hero, deal with the demonic beasts, making the cultivators of the fifth secret realm kneel at your feet. Only in this way can we gain the power to confront the four great sects in the future. Then, we will surpass them and become the #1 sect in the world. The young sect master frowned and said resolutely, I know what to do now. Returning to the present, he muttered to himself, I'm sorry, for the Tai Chuan sect. For my father, your sacrifices are necessary. After some preparation, the group set off. A few people among them couldn't help but start discussing. Can the thunder-taming vase really destroy the final boss? Isn't stalling for time just an excuse to use us as cannon fodder? Another person spoke up to reassure the wavering crowd. The young master of the Tai Chuan sect is Luo Tianchang. I've heard his character is top-notch, so he probably wouldn't lie. Besides trusting him or waiting to die in the secret realm, what other choice do we have? The young man with the side-swept hair thought for a moment and then nodded. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. You're right, I've thought it over. Instead of sitting here waiting to die, it's better to take a gamble. If we're lucky enough to kill the final boss, we can get the Great Destiny Coin reward and become powerful experts. But someone disagreed, letting out a cold laugh. Just surviving would be good enough, and you still want the reward? Among the more than 200 people here, only one person can get the Destiny Coin reward for killing the boss. Do you really think you're the chosen protagonist? Amidst the arguments, Chu Mo's voice rang out. Stop trying to persuade me. I'm not going to run away by myself. Yu Tong turned to look, frowning in annoyance. Hey, you're not actually planning to fight the final boss with us, are you? It's extremely dangerous. What can an ordinary person like you possibly do? Chu Mo was unfazed, replying calmly, I've received a Destiny Coin reward, so I have some combat ability. Everyone here is preparing to risk their lives fighting the demonic beast. I can't just stand by and watch. She was stunned, her eyes widening. You actually used a Destiny Coin to increase your combat power? No wonder you were qualified to enter the secret realm. He slowly explained further. Not long after I entered the secret realm, I was lucky enough to get a Destiny Coin reward, which increased my combat power one time, but then I got another reward, and my combat power didn't increase again. Yu Tong pointed at the gold coin. Isn't that completely normal? If combat power could be infinitely increased, then you could just give all the fate coins to one savior and create an invincible god of war. The essence of a fate coin is highly pure spiritual energy, which can be absorbed into a cultivator's body. We have our limits. Once our spiritual energy is full, we can't absorb any more fate coins only during combat. Or by cultivating to break through our limits, can we increase our spiritual energy capacity? Normally, only cultivators can use fate coins. So you're already a huge anomaly, she said, touching her chin. She squinted at Chu Mo as if she had discovered something interesting. What's even stranger is that you can use fate coins, yet your body shows no trace of a spiritual energy signature. You aren't some max-level master hiding his identity to return as a newbie and slay low-level monsters, are you? Suddenly, Chu Mo's expression turned serious, his gaze becoming sharp. I'll be direct then, no more pretending. It's time to show my true power. Yu Tong burst out laughing, her voice teasing, isn't this the classic line from that story about how I became a superhero by working out alone in a secret realm? Oh, like the hero is overpowered but overly cautious? I didn't realize you were into manga too? Chu Mo chuckled, not hiding his interest. I'm surprised too. I didn't think cultivators like you read novels and manga, she replied with a witty laugh. Of course we do. Did you think all modern cultivators are primitive hermits living in the mountains? There's no delivery service or food delivery and no Wi-Fi, basically. No one could stand living like that. Since the spiritual energy on Earth is depleted, it's incredibly difficult to make any progress, no matter how hard you train. In this environment, only a handful of cultivators with exceptional talent are still trying to cultivate. Bravely and diligently, the vast majority of cultivators have actively integrated into modern society, and there are even quite a few cultivators who covet power and money elsewhere, far from the bustling crowd. A few men were discussing in the shadows. One of them spoke up. "Director Shu, we've received your show of good faith. You are truly very generous." The other party replied calmly, "That's just the deposit. There will be an additional bonus after the job is done." The three men looked at each other and simultaneously placed a hand over their hearts, looking serious. "We get paid to do a job. Of course, we'll give it our all. It's just sending the three of us to deal with one kid. But you're really giving him a lot of credit," Director Shu said with a hidden meaning. "I've already sent you Sumo's file. In the secret realm, he obliterated a 300-year-old demonic beast with a single punch. His power is nothing to scoff at." Another man chimed in, speaking with confidence as if he had it all figured out. "Don't worry, Director Shu, we've never failed. It's true that Sumo killing the monster in the secret realm has made him famous, but based on his performance in the livestream, he's just a physical fighter who relies on brute strength. He lacks any advanced martial arts skills, and he has no experience fighting demonic beasts or other cultivators." He smirked like a cunning fox. "The spiritual energy on Earth is depleted. In the secret realm, cultivators can boost their combat power with fake coins, but they can't bring that power back to Earth. Therefore, we could take care of the current Sumo with no effort at all." Director Shu burst into a delighted laugh. "So that's how it is. It seems I was overthinking it. Look, everyone, the difficulty of the secret realm has increased again, and the final boss is a 500-year-old demonic beast." Chu Mo and his teammates seemed to be preparing for an all-out attack on the final boss. Someone in the group sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. "Maybe before we even get a chance to act, Chu Mo will have already been eaten alive by the demonic beast. Wouldn't that mean we came all this way for nothing?" Mr. Tu calmly replied, "If Chu Mo dies in the secret realm, I will still pay the three of you as usual." The man immediately broke into a satisfied smile. "So generous. With Mr. Tu's promise, I can rest assured." Just then, a green light suddenly flashed from the ground, causing him to cry out in alarm. "Boss, there's something happening outside the door." The others immediately tensed up, their expressions turning serious. "What's with this terrifying spiritual energy?" Mr. Tu smirked, a wicked glint in his eyes. "Have they arrived? I didn't expect them to be this fast. The three masters need not worry. That's my honored guest. To deal with Chu Mo, I've specially invited an expert." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the person who had just entered the room, a senior advisor from the Lee Financial Group. "I heard he's a bounty hunter, known as an assassin of cultivators, now returning to the fight against demonic beasts. The rules of the secret realm were broken by an otherworldly godlord 8055, whose power far exceeds that of a 500-year-old demonic beast." On the rooftop of a skyscraper, the young master stood solemnly and asked, "Is everything arranged?" Tin Kim replied respectfully, "Yes, young master, the cultivators have dispersed according to the plan, positioned around the final boss area. Once the demonic beast escapes the beam of light, they will take turns in groups to lure it, keeping the beast within the firing range of the Thunder Control Urn. Before the preparation time for the Thunder Control Urn is up, they will do their best to hold back the demonic beast for you, young master." The young master nodded, his gaze firm. "I understand. I will use the Thunder Control Urn quickly to minimize unnecessary casualties." Elsewhere, Chu Mo was extremely curious. "So not everyone is ganging up on the final boss together?" Wudong leaned back wearily. "Do you think this is a group instance from a game? Honestly, if we had to fight it head-on, our entire force would be wiped out in less than 2 minutes. So we're split into 50 small groups, hit and run, taking turns to draw the demonic beast's attention, which can buy us time to use the Thunder Control Urn." Chu Mo replied, his voice worried, "But that means the group targeted by the demonic beast as bait will be in great danger." She quietly shook her head, a helpless look in her eyes. "There's no other way. This is the Tai Haiyan sect's plan. Sacrifice the few to save the many. If you're unlucky enough to be killed by the beast, you can only blame your own bad luck. But when it comes to running away, I'm pretty confident. I'm not going to die before I see the ending of To Pay Off My Debt. I defeated the Demon King in the Novice Village. That super hot national comic has been published for over 100 years. Chu Mo smiled and nodded in agreement. "I'm also a loyal reader of that series. During the last incredibly difficult situation I faced, I happened to reread it, and it was what gave me the strength and will to live." Wudong cheerfully had an idea. "Is that so? After we get out of the secret realm, I'll introduce you to that comic artist." Chu Mo asked again in surprise. "Wait, are you serious?" Tien Thuk Nan has never participated in any public events. He's known as the mysterious artist. I've always wanted to get his autograph. Wudong gently explained. The The cannibal farmer is also a cultivator in our circle, but his only purpose for cultivating is to have better health and draw better comics. Sumo spoke up, his voice full of excitement. Cultivating just to publish comics, he's a true role model in the industry. I hope you'll let me meet him just once. She let out a gentle laugh. You once said your sister is still waiting for you, and now you have another reason to keep on living. We have to try our best to survive. Hearing that, Sumo was stunned, and a warm smile slowly spread across his lips. As if silently agreeing with her words, he said, Yeah, we can definitely leave this secret realm safely. Just then, a dazzling purple light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a loud noise echoed from all directions, reverberating right at the beast's feet. The beast spoke in a deep, hoarse, and confident voice. This place is the secret realm. To come here, I specially requested the Lord God to lower my combat power to the level of a 500-year-old demonic beast. It licked its lips greedily, its wicked face showing clear excitement. The flesh and blood of cultivators, it's hunting time. It immediately got into a ready stance and launched its first attack. The group on the other side also immediately got into formation, shouting, Get ready! That demonic beast has noticed us, one person thought to himself, just as planned. Their eyes were glued to the beast's every move, when a sudden horizontal slash sent them all flying, leaving everyone in complete shock. Damn it, what kind of speed is this? A fierce wind kicked up a cloud of dust, completely obscuring their vision. The beast had already grabbed an unlucky cultivator by the head, its voice ringing out provocatively. Come on, scream a little louder. If you can help me lure out the rest of the cultivators here, I'll grant you a slightly more comfortable death. Despite being captured, the man remained defiant, his voice dripping with sarcasm. A wild beast with an underdeveloped brain that can speak human language, now that's a true miracle of nature. After saying that, he burst into maniacal laughter. Fury erupted in the beast's eyes, and it crushed the man's head in a fit of rage. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. I love spirited little brats, especially the moment I crush them to death. Its face twisted into a crazed expression. All right, where's the next hunting target? Then it sniffed the air and growled. The nearest scent is to the right. At that moment, Yutong was still wandering aimlessly around the city, and the beast suddenly frowned in confusion. I can smell the scent of spiritual energy, and even though you've all split up to hide, there are at least 2 people in every spot. But you're all alone here, and I'm very curious why. Before long, it was standing menacingly in front of her. Yutong sneered, her voice full of defiance. Are you serious? You can't even figure this out? To deal with a scrub like you, I alone am more than enough. The beast roared with excitement. Oh, an interesting woman. Let me see what you're made of. Yutong retorted powerfully, her voice firm, as you wish. With that, she unleashed an incredibly powerful move, as if to wipe everything away. A brilliant light erupted, flooding every corner of the street, but the beast stood firm, completely unscathed, a contemptuous sneer on its face. How pathetic. Is this all you've got? You modern cultivators are so weak, it's laughable. Just then, Sumo suddenly rushed out to block the beast, clenching his fist and gathering energy as he took his stance. He slammed a fist into the ground, creating a wave of brilliant golden energy that shot towards the beast, forcing it to retreat cautiously. The beast widened its eyes, thinking to itself, I actually dodged that unconsciously. It leaped up in excitement, roaring maniacally, Interesting, so interesting. To think there's such a powerful expert among the cultivators. Come on, let's have a real satisfying fight. But when it looked around and saw no one, it exclaimed in frustration. Where did he go? Did he run away? In a certain office, the staff members were observing the battle. Liu Lixiang asked in surprise, The final boss of the 5th secret realm is a mutant. What's a mutant? According to the data provided by the program team, the more powerful a demonic beast is, the more human-like its appearance becomes. And the final boss that appeared in the 5th secret realm has already begun to transform into a human form. Yi Chang began to explain, under normal circumstances, only a demonic beast over 800 years old would exhibit this trait. Liu Lixiang's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Isn't this against the rules? It was clearly stated that the final boss would be a 500-year-old demonic beast, but now an 800-year-old one has appeared, and moreover, it's in the 5th secret realm, the one with the weakest average strength. At this moment, Jixing, who had been silent until now, spoke slowly. The secret realm's announcement wouldn't be wrong. It's just that, although they are both 500-year-old demonic beasts, the difficulty of the final boss in the 5th secret realm far exceeds that of the other secret realms. Yi Chang turned to Jixing with a doubtful expression. But such a powerful demonic beast managed to dodge Sumo's attack? On this point, esteemed elder, what is your assessment? Jixing quickly wiped his sweat, avoiding the question. Regarding this point, I'll reserve my opinion for now. Let's switch the camera to the 1st secret realm for now. At that moment, the final boss of the 1st secret realm was entering a crucial moment. In another scene, Yutong secretly looked around, trying to find signs of danger. She panted, thinking to herself, in front of the final boss. Pretending is way too thrilling. I almost had a heart attack. According to the plan, I would attack first to distract the demonic beast, while Sumo would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, using a safe method to provoke it. Thinking of this, she fumed inwardly. That jerk Sumo, he's clearly stronger than me, yet he pretended to be scared in front of me. I wasted all that time worrying about him, and in the end, even the final boss was scared off by his surprise attack. Suddenly, she paused, realizing something was wrong. Wait a minute, the final boss isn't chasing us? Could it be that it was so terrified it lost track of us? What if it runs out of the range? But the Yulei Ping's attack, then we're in trouble. Before she could finish her thought, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind her. What a pity. I'm right behind you. My original target was your teammate. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep up with his spiritual energy. Then, it suddenly occurred to me, what if I just take care of you? Maybe that would lure him here? Yutong immediately fell into a state of panic. Her mind was clear, but her body was completely unable to move. What's happening? I can't move at all. My body feels like it's frozen. She shuddered in despair. I'm dead. I'm going to die. A cloud of black smoke erupted, and the monster swung its arm to deliver the finishing blow. As fast as lightning, Sumo reached out and blocked the attack with his bare hand. The moment its attack was stopped, the monster roared with even more excitement. Impressive. Human expert, you've finally shown yourself. Let's continue our fight from before. At the same time, Sumo's livestream exploded. Viewers flooded the comments. Fight, fight. God Mo is finally making his move. One viewer frowned and said, can you all be a little quieter? I don't think the situation is very optimistic. Another person worriedly added, didn't the esteemed elders say before that this final boss's strength surpasses a 500-year-old beast? A third person chimed in, didn't God Mo run away before? I don't think God Mo himself is confident. Another person continued, I'm dying of laughter. Don't you know that God Mo's strength and his caution are directly proportional? A comment cut in, I want to see the Yulei Ping, hurry it up a little. Just then, a massive explosion echoed through the city, creating a violent tremor. The nearby cultivators couldn't hide their astonishment, am I mistaken? The relentless sounds of battle rang out continuously. While everyone was still in shock, a stern-looking man spoke up. This is our chance. The person next to him asked with wide eyes, a chance? Are you crazy? You're not thinking of kill-stealing the final boss, are you? He just smiled and replied, what's there to be afraid of? Let's turn a small gamble into a huge payday. Don't you want the boss kill reward? The two of us will strike together, and if we get the reward, we'll split it evenly. The other person hesitated for a moment, then nodded, all right then. Although the risk is huge, I don't want to miss this opportunity either. We split the reward evenly. You better not go back on your word. The bald guy smirked. We've teamed up so many times, you still don't trust me? Besides, there's some unknown powerhouse up there holding the beast back. There's nothing to be afraid of. On Sumo's side, the monster suddenly raised its claws, sneering. Isn't this much better? It lunged for his chest, but luckily he dodged in time. Sumo was momentarily surprised, his eyes wide with astonishment. The monster glanced over, taunting, where are you looking? Then it threw a straight punch into his gut, sending the main character flying over 10 meters, slamming hard into the concrete wall of a building. The beast laughed maniacally. To think you can still fight. My senses were right after all. There's an immense power hidden inside you, but you don't know how to use it. What a waste. The livestream chat boiled over again. Who was all that trash talk from earlier? All I hear is God Mo this, God Mo that, but in the end, he's just a punching bag. Unreliable when it really counts. If you're so good at talking, why don't you go fight the beast yourself? One person retorted sarcastically. Do you have to be a chef yourself to judge whether a restaurant's food is good? Another person added, I'm not a savior, so why should I go fight the beast? Someone else ended the argument, stop bickering about this, it's pointless. Seriously, all the viewers with money are supporting God Mo with donations. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the monster continuously unleashed powerful blows on the main character. It growled with glee, no matter how much you resist, if you keep accumulating injuries like this, your body will break down soon enough. Sumo didn't bother to reply, only gritting his teeth and enduring the attacks, his eyes filled with determination. The monster slowly continued as if savoring the moment, let me end your suffering. It leaped into the air, its right hand cocked back in an attack stance as strange glowing patterns appeared around its arm. Just then, Yutong suddenly flew over. She whipped out her rope, lashing it hard against the monster, and executed the light condensation technique. The rope wrapped tightly around the monster's body, confusing it. In a flash, it roared in frustration, what kind of move is this? I can't move anymore, I'm done for. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Mo quickly gathered his power, raised his fist, and shot forward, landing a straight punch right in the monster's face, catching it completely off guard. A brilliant light erupted at the point of impact, Wudong coughed a few times and mumbled, "What kind of trashy magical artifact is this? It drained all my body's spiritual energy just to hold that beast for less than a second. On top of that, it even injured me. It hurts, like hell. Is my right hand broken? This is as far as I can go. Chu Mo, you better not die." Chu Mo still stood tall on the monster's body, maintaining his earlier attack pose. He thought to himself, "Although I managed to land a hit on the beast, it's clear the attack didn't do much damage. Worse, even though I'm not seriously injured, I'm starting to feel numb. That hidden power the monster mentioned, how on earth do I use it?" At that very moment, he sensed someone approaching. A group of cultivators rushed in from out of nowhere. Their eyes lit up seeing the monster lying motionless. One of them cheered, "This is great. We came at the perfect time. The boss is seriously injured and on the ground. Let's go, everyone." The underling heard the bald guy's words and acknowledged the order. "Yes, big brother." Seeing this, the main character unexpectedly warned them, "Hey, don't come over here yet. This beast is still very dangerous." The bald guy flashed a twisted smile. He said slyly, "You think I believe that? You worked so hard to take down the boss, and now someone's about to steal the reward. You must be feeling pretty bitter, right? It's useless. The reward is ours." With that, he laughed maniacally. Suddenly, something shocking happened. His underling actually took his sword and stabbed it straight into the bald guy's chest, speaking softly but coldly, "No, the reward is mine." The bald guy, with a sword through his chest, turned his head in shock and said, "You bastard. Didn't you guys say we'd split the reward evenly?" The underling gave a cunning smile, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What right do you have to criticize me? Even if I hadn't done anything, with your personality, you would have definitely screwed me over to take the reward for yourself. I just made the first move. What's wrong with that? Haha, who would have thought the one to finish off the final boss would be me?" The beast, which seemed to be defeated, suddenly sprang up, its eyes filled with rage as it roared, "You? Who did you say you wanted to kill? You disgusting little bug, don't interrupt my fight." It raised its two long arms over his head, causing him to think in terror. What kind of joke is this? Wasn't this beast on the verge of death? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. On the roof of a nearby building, Enjo Tinkium looked down, let out a breath, and spoke to the young sect master, La Thien Than. "I never expected the final boss to be a humanoid beast." Thien Than stood beside him, observing thoughtfully, and nodded slightly. "This can't be the difficulty level of a 500-year-old beast, right?" Tin Kiem immediately reported, "Young master, the Imperial Thunder Vase is a precious magic treasure of our Tai Huin sect. It's more than enough to destroy a 700-year-old beast. There's no need to worry." Thien Than said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. "I'm not worried about whether the Imperial Thunder Vase can destroy the beast or not. What concerns me is the young man fighting that beast." Chu Mo now stood in the middle of the battlefield, his aura blazing like the Sunday. La Thien Than remarked with great interest, "Besides the four great sects, I can't believe a genius like this still exists. No, not even the core disciples of the four great sects can compare to him. Such talent is truly enviable." Wu Xingjian also nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the combat power that demonic beast is displaying, ordinary cultivators can't even interfere in their battle. But given the current situation, no matter how strong that man is, he won't last long against a demonic beast that's beyond his league. Xingjin continued urgently, "Young master, how much longer until the thunder-taming jar is ready? If we can coordinate an attack with him, then we can definitely take care of that demonic beast." The young sect master took out the thunder-taming vase and replied decisively, "You don't need to tell me. I'm already doing everything I can to speed up the jar's activation. Letting a genius like him die horribly at the hands of a beast would be a loss for all of us cultivators. No, for the entire world. No matter how difficult it is, I must do my utmost to save him from that beast." After dealing with the fools who tried to steal the kill, the demonic beast turned around, its ice-cold gaze landing on Yu Tong, and said, "The little bugs interrupting my fight are gone. Now it's just you left." Seeing this, Chumak roared in fury, "You mutt, your opponent is me. Don't get it twisted." The wolf beast turned its head, its voice filled with disgust. "I've always hated using magic to supplement a fight. The strong only need pure brute force to solve everything. However, human, today I'm willing to make an exception for you." It began to cast the shadow prison, and immediately, dark streaks appeared around Chumak, blurring his vision. He thought in shock, "What is this? This must be the beast's innate magic. It can only be maintained for a moment. With Chumak's strength, it would take about 20 seconds to escape the dark cage, but that much time is enough for the demonic beast to kill his companion 10 times over." The beast raised its hand, preparing to grab Yu Tong's head, and smiled arrogantly. "You want to save your companion, then try to break free from your cage? Otherwise, you'll only see a shattered corpse trapped inside this dark prison." Chumak roared in anger, slamming his fist against the wall. "Is this kind of dirty trick all you know?" The beast outside laughed contemptuously. "I'm just kidding. Haha. I'm not going to wait for you. I'll crush her right now. His rage exploding, Chumac shattered the cage, shouting, "Is that so? You've already lost your chance." The beast's eyes widened in shock, thinking to itself, how is this possible? He actually got out? Facing its stunned gaze, Chumac gave a faint smile and said, "Perhaps I should thank you. Thanks to your prison, it seems I figured out how to use my power." Hearing this, the beast narrowed its eyes angrily, its voice full of sarcasm. "Interesting. You truly surprise me. As a reward, I'll return your companion to you." With that, it released its grip, letting Yu Tong fall. Chumac rushed towards her, calling out loudly, "Miss Yu Tong, wake up. Can you hear me?" The beast watched coldly, smirking. "Don't worry, she's still alive, just temporarily unconscious. That way you won't be able to just run away." Chumac held Yu Tong, looking up to glare at his opponent, his voice as cold as a blade. "Run away? Before I take you down, I'm not leaving this place." His opponent laughed, still defiant. "Don't get cocky. It was just a fluke, breaking my weakest spell. Try this on for size." A torrent of dark shadows surged from it. But for Chu Mo, it was nothing more than an itch. He shattered the stream of darkness with a simple wave of his hand and sneered contemptuously. "What, is this your second weakest spell? Don't you have anything a bit stronger?" At this point, the wolf beast could no longer maintain its composure. It growled in anger. "This level of power was truly underestimating you. Powerful human, I will no longer insult you by using such weak and clumsy magic. I will devour your flesh and blood and keep your skull for my collection." However, while it was still channeling its spiritual power, Chumo had already vanished from his spot in the blink of an eye. He appeared right behind it, looking incredibly annoyed. "Enough! You talk too much." Attacked by surprise, the beast screamed inwardly in shock. This brat closed the distance in an instant. He's just a puny human. Just then, a beam of light shot from Chumo's palm, piercing straight through the opponent. A painful roar echoed, followed by the beast's hoarse and resentful voice. "You said you wouldn't use magic to fight me anymore? Then what is this? What do you call this teleportation trick?" Just when it seemed to be over, from the remnants of darkness, the beast began to reappear, its body trembling as its weak voice called out, "Human, no, are you truly human? To have tempered your physical body to this level, you're more of a beast than I am. It's true, you did kill me once, but you will regret it." Its eyes turned crazed, and every word dripped with killing intent. "In order to enter this secret realm, my power was suppressed. Unfortunately for you, dying this one time has lifted the limits on my power. Start praying. How many seconds you can survive under the rules of this secret realm before I annihilate you, when I attack you with my full power." Elsewhere, atop a tower, Wu Xingjian watched the battlefield and asked, "Did you see that? It's unbelievable. That cultivator is actually gaining the upper hand against the beast." Luo Tiansheng nodded slightly. What a coincidence." Xingjian frowned, confused. "Young master, what do you mean by that?" Tiansheng slowly replied, "The Imperial Thunder Flask is ready. It's time to finish the mission in this secret realm." Xingjian exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful, young master. Then let's go help him now." "Hold on that beast." In the middle of the city, a powerful beam of light is appearing. Wu Xingjin looked down and exclaimed in horror, "Heavens, that beast has become even stronger. Its spiritual energy is terrifying. An 800-year-old beast? No, 900 years, maybe even stronger. This is the first time a beast of this caliber has appeared in the secret realm's mission. Does it want all of us to perish?" Luo Tiansheng stood frozen in place, silent for several seconds. Xingjian hastily turned and urged, "Young master, are we still going to help?" Tiansheng slowly lowered his eyes, sighing pensively. "I realize I was mistaken about one thing. The preparation for the Imperial Thunder Flask actually isn't finished yet. I miscalculated." In Luo Tiansheng's livestream chat, viewers started commenting lively. "The moment the beast got stronger, you instantly chickened out. You sure changed your tune fast. I knew it. In the end, we still have to rely on God Mo. So you were just planning to kill Steel? Great game sense, but stay out of it next time. Let Chu Mo have the stage." Meanwhile, back in the secret realm, the beast, having regained its massive and imposing form, cackled with glee. "At last, I have returned to my original form." Chu Mo replied coldly, "How pretentious. You've despised humans from the very beginning, yet you ended up in a human form. I think you were cuter when you were just a puppy." Hitting a sore spot, the demonic beast roared angrily, "Shut up. I'm completely different from your species. You are just food. Only we demonic beasts represent the pinnacle of biological evolution." In the livestream room, Gi Xing and Yi Chang were still discussing. The first to the fourth bosses in the secret realm have been defeated. The strategies were all perfectly executed. It's truly thrilling. I'm getting goosebumps all over, and the audience must feel just as moved as I do. Thank you to the cultivators who risked their lives to fight. Elder Gi, sitting beside them, chimed in with a reluctant tone. The power of the gods from another world. is truly not to be underestimated. It even directly affected the secret realm, forcing an increase in the mission's difficulty. Looking at the current results, I am both surprised and delighted. I can only say that I greatly underestimated the secret realm created by our predecessors, and also misjudged the efforts of the younger generation. The cultivator Lu Li Shang quickly steered the conversation. If the first to the fourth secret realms have all been cleared smoothly, then let's all turn our attention to the fifth secret realm, where a tall, dark, and menacing demonic beast resides, is keeping everyone on the edge of their seats. Li Shang looked at the screen and shouted in shock, What is this? The final boss just entered its second phase. Elder Guai thoughtfully observed, the final boss in human form. Only a demonic beast that has lived for over 1,000 years can evolve into such a form, Yi Chang said with a worried tone. A 1,000-year-old demonic beast? This has far exceeded the allowed limit. Elder Gui's expression turned grim as he explained, the combat power of a 500-year-old demonic beast is around 2,000, but a 1,000-year-old one has already reached the 10,000 mark. That's the level of the top cultivators on Earth, which, based on his abilities, also means that the kid Chu Mo, who is fighting that demonic beast, is effectively the strongest person on Earth. Inside the secret realm, the battle between Chu Mo and the demonic beast was intense. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, and after a final, dramatic clash of 7,749 seconds, Chu Mo finally showed his badass side, delivering a finishing blow that made his opponent bite the dust. He said arrogantly, Puppy, this is the full power of humanity. Frankly, I'm a little disappointed. The demonic beast, though beaten, refused to yield, getting up with a dark expression to say, Do you think you've won? He gave a sinister laugh, his face beginning to transform. He schemed inwardly, in your dreams, to avoid being detected by the secret realm's cameras. I only used 30% of my power. Chu Mo remained calm and replied sarcastically, Well, that's a relief, because I only used 2/10 of my strength. The demonic beast became even more smug. My mistake. I only used 1/10 of my power before. Chu Mo immediately shot back bluntly, Is that so? Your math must be terrible. As soon as he finished speaking, they clashed again in a fiery battle, and comments began flooding the live stream. I thought the sorcery in the first secret realm was the best until I saw Chu Mo. Now this is how a real man fights. Chu Mo's live stream is packed. Everyone is pouring in to watch. This is awesome. All my money is going to Chu Mo. Let's go, bros. Since Chu Mo is this strong, why doesn't he reward the other cultivators to boost their combat power? The guy who just posted that was immediately flamed by the community, and he grimaced, wondering to himself, That's weird. I only wrote one comment. Why am I getting flamed so much? His subordinate approached and sighed. Big bro, are you still watching Chu Mo's livestream? It's useless to tell those people to stop rewarding him now. The big bro sneered. What do you know? Chu Mo's current strength might still be a bit weak. That makes it easier for him to be eliminated by the demonic beasts. Isn't it great to earn money while doing nothing? Oh right, where's third bro? Why is he taking so long in the restroom? Second bro shrugged. He texted earlier saying he suddenly remembered he hadn't fed his cat, so he went home for a bit. Hearing that flimsy excuse, the big bro immediately understood, jumping up and cursing. That bastard chickened out so quickly. Isn't Chu Mo's strength in the secret realm all thanks to the audience's rewards? Once he leaves the secret realm, he'll lose his power and be nothing to fear. As he said this, he suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he muttered, Nothing to fear? The more he thought about it, the more something dawned on him, and his expression immediately darkened. He hurriedly left. Arriving in front of Director Shu, he forced a smile. Director Shu, my apologies. I just remembered I forgot to clean my cat's litter box. I'll go home for a moment and be right back. At the same time, the Secret Realms system broadcasted an announcement that shocked everyone. The final boss's combat power has been detected to exceed the upper limit of an F-rank mission, reaching the intensity of a 1,000-year-old super beast. In 1 minute, the elimination process will be automatically activated. Hearing this, the demonic beast frowned, its voice full of regret. I've been discovered so quickly. Originally, I wanted to settle the score with you before being eliminated. My apologies, strong one of the human race. Chumo, who was still preparing his move, sneered. What are you talking about? Isn't there still 1 minute left? Don't worry, I'll finish you off before then. I won't let you have any regrets. The demonic beast bared its teeth in a grin, its eyes shining with excitement. Have you also begun to understand the joy of battle, human? Before time runs out, let's have some fun. The two of them immediately lunged at each other to continue the fight, their auras even more intense than before. In Director Su's office, he stared at the person opposite him, his voice heavy. The 3 cultivators I hired have all deserted the battle. Are you really confident in dealing with Chu Mo? Advisor Joe didn't answer right away, only tilting his head slightly. You ask again? What? Are you scared now? Then he continued calmly. Modern cultivators mostly lack combat experience. They only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. It's not surprising that those three useless bums ran away. I wasn't counting on them anyway. Director Shu, still not entirely reassured, analyzed in a low voice, but the strength Chu Mo has shown in the secret realm has far exceeded expectations. To ensure we achieve our goal, why don't you contact Mr. Lee and ask him to send more people? Or contact the higher-ups in the corporation? Advisor Joe laughed. His gaze as cold as a blade. Do you want me to look incompetent in front of my boss? Or do you want to blow up the deficit issue of the amusement park project and make Mr. Lee Hanling lose face in front of his family? Don't worry. After subtracting the rewards, his combat power and mine are on the same level, but in a life-or-death battle, victory isn't decided by strength or abilities alone. Although he has extraordinary potential, he lacks real combat experience, and that very point will be the cause of his downfall. Inside the secret realm, the countdown echoed. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Chu Mo and the 1,000-year-old beast were still locked in a fierce struggle. Countdown 5 seconds, 3 seconds, and at the critical moment, he unleashed a fatal punch. An announcement rang out. The final boss of the fifth hidden realm was eliminated by the savior Chu Mo because the boss's combat power exceeded the mission's difficulty limit. The savior's reward is 2 million fate points. Outside, the comments in the live-stream chat exploded. The demonic beast was clearly buffed for a newbie mission, so why does it feel like God Mo is the one who's hacking? God Mo is the first person to receive so many rewards, so it's reasonable, and now he gets another 2 million. He'll probably sweep through all the future missions. Another viewer quietly pointed out something unusual. A moment of silence for the demonic beast, but doesn't anyone notice the expression on Chu Mo's face is a bit serious? He clearly won, but he still looks so tense. Someone immediately replied, "Are you a new fan? God Mo has always been like this. The smoother things go, the more cautious he becomes. That's precisely why he's so strong." On the exclusive control panel, only Chu Mo could see the final notification appear. The mission reward of 4 million fate points has been transferred to the savior's account after unlocking all the new functions of the fate coin. Chu Mo discovered that besides enhancing his combat power, he could also use it to exchange for elixirs, equipment, and supplies at the general store in the hidden realm. He stared intently at the notification panel, frowning unconsciously. Where did the other 16 million fate points go? Channel fees? Marketing expenses? No way. Have cultivators caught up with the times to this extent? Thinking about his combat power reaching its limit, he suddenly realized that ability would probably be useful in the hidden realm's general store too. Just then, Yutong woke up from her stupor and staggered over in a panic. "You really scared me to death. Did you really eliminate that wolf-headed boss?" Chu Mo didn't answer, just gently asked back, "Why are you up? Lie back down. If you move around carelessly with your injury, you'll really break a bone. You need to go to the hospital for treatment when we get back." Yutong touched her right shoulder and replied, "After the mission ends, the hidden realm automatically heals the savior's injuries. Inside the hidden realm, my injuries have already fully recovered." Chu Mo maintained a calm expression, just nodding slightly. "So that's how it is? It seems the hidden realm can be helpful sometimes." Hearing this, Yutong looked at him with some suspicion. "Don't tell me your injuries haven't healed yet." He replied curtly as if it were nothing important. "No, I wasn't injured." Yutong exclaimed in astonishment. Not injured, and you took down the boss by yourself? Is this the world of a master? Are you really not a direct disciple of some hidden sect or a cultivation genius born 1,000 years ago?" Chu Mo frowned and immediately refuted it. "Don't come up with such strange theories. I'm really just an ordinary person." At that moment, the sky above began to change color, and the scenery started to distort. Chu Mo looked up and couldn't help but ask, "What is this? Is the hidden realm collapsing?" Yutong calmly explained, "The hidden realm's mission is complete, so of course, we're returning to our original world. The first thing I'm doing when I get back is taking a hot bath and getting a good night's sleep." Chu Mo sighed softly. "Is that so? We're finally going back. So much has happened, even though it's only been half a day, it feels like a month. It's really great to be able to return to reality safely." Hearing this, Yutong glared at him reproachfully. "Shut up, you big shot. You came to the hidden realm for a stroll. Don't act like it was nothing and lump yourself in with us noobs." Chu Mo looked at her pouting expression, chuckled, and asked, "Why do you look so unhappy? Are you perhaps looking at your fate coin balance?" Just then, a new system notification sounded. The system check detected that the host has completed the novice mission in the secret realm. For your outstanding performance, you are specially awarded the passive skill Spiritual Energy Solidification. The host domain will not be affected by the spiritual energy environment. Even on Earth, where spiritual energy is scarce, the host can still exert their full combat power. A pet is scheduled to arrive in 2 days. Please prepare to receive it. After leaving the secret realm, the scene of reality gradually appeared. Skyscrapers stood side by side, the streets were wide and filled with vehicles, and the bustling sound of people filled the air. "Hey everyone, look, it's God Mo. God Mo, can I have your autograph?" A crowd of people rushed over, holding their phones and surrounding Chu Mo. "God Mo, can we take a picture together? I want to film a top clip." Suddenly surrounded, Chu Mo was momentarily flustered. But he still stood there patiently, signing autographs and taking pictures with each fan one by one. Seeing how dedicated he was, the fans cheered with delight. "I didn't expect God Mo to be so patient. I love him to death. Goodbye, God Mo. I'm so happy. I got a picture with God Mo. I'm going to post this on Phobo right now." When everyone had left, Chu Mo let out a sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and muttered, "They're finally gone." What on earth was all that about? While he was still confused, a voice spoke up. "Everything that happened in the secret realm was live-streamed globally. I don't know about the other saviors, but I can be sure your fame has already surpassed all A-list celebrities. It might not be long before brands start seeking you out for endorsement deals." Yu Tong, standing beside him, quickly filled him in on the new situation. As soon as she finished speaking, Chumo turned to look at her in surprise. "Is it that exaggerated? If that's true, then that's great. That way I'll no longer have to worry about money." Hearing him say he needed money, Yu Tong immediately asked, "Do you need that much money?" He replied, "Yes, to pay for my sister's medical treatment. I've already taken on a lot of debt, and those hospitals couldn't completely cure my sister. If I really had the money, maybe I could find a better hospital." Seeing him say this, she quickly said, "You should have said so sooner. I can contact skilled doctors and a few cultivators famous for their medical arts. Consider the money handled. You don't need to worry about treatment or medicine costs." Hearing her offer to help, Chumo extended his hand to shake hers. "Then I'll have to trouble you. It would be great if we can find a suitable hospital. I'll pay you back for the treatment and medicine costs later." She shook his hand back. "Don't be so formal. You saved my life. This little bit of treatment cost is nothing compared to that. Let's find a place to eat first. I've been starving for half a day. Then we can go check on your sister. Okay?" He nodded. "Then I'll call a car." Yu Tong took out her phone, intending to order a ride. But before she could even touch the screen, a white car pulled up right in front of them. She wondered, "I haven't even booked it yet. How did the car get here?" Technology these days is really fast. Chumo looked at the car and frowned. "Hey, more trouble." "Trouble?" she asked in surprise. A man in a black suit stepped out of the car, placed a hand on his chest in a salute, and said, "Apologies for disturbing you too. Mr. Chu, Boss Shu invites you to the company for a visit. He wishes to resolve some small misunderstandings from before." Hearing this, Chu Mo said bluntly, "Misunderstandings? You've got a way with words. How can he say that with a straight face and call? Forcing me to confess and take my own life was just a small misunderstanding. Even if you hadn't come looking for me, I would have sought you out to clear things up. But I have other things to handle today." Seeing he didn't agree, the man's face darkened and he continued, "Mr. Chu, I'm just relaying a message from Director Shu. The next words might not be pleasant, so I hope you won't be offended. Go on. What did he ask you to tell me?" "Well, Director Shu has already invited your sister over. If you don't come," before he could finish, Chumo took a step forward, his voice menacing. "I've underestimated your limits, and you've gravely underestimated my patience." A dangerous aura emanated from his entire body. The man backed away in fear. "This is an order from Director Shu. I'm old and still have a mortgage to pay. I have no other choice." Chumo regained his composure, coughed lightly, and placed a hand on his forehead. "My apologies. It seems I lost control for a moment. Lead the way. Fulfill your mission." After saying that, Chumo and Yudong got into the white car, and it started to move. When they arrived, the man in the black suit pointed in a direction and said, "Director Shu is waiting for you upstairs. I won't be going with you. Please, go ahead." Then he turned to Yudong and said, "I hope you won't tell Director Shu that I brought you along." Yudong crossed her arms and replied, "If you want to survive, you have to know when to keep your mouth shut. Don't worry, I won't say anything." He bowed to thank her. "I'm over 30 years old. It's hard to find a job out there these days." She waved her hand. "All right, you should leave quickly. This place might not be safe in a little while." "I'll go first." Chu Mo looked straight ahead. "I can handle this. You wait for me downstairs." She immediately replied, "What are you talking about? I'm not that heartless. That shady boss saw how you performed in the secret realm, yet he still dares to threaten you. He must have an ace up his sleeve. Even though your strength in the secret realm was boosted by the shared destiny, you can't bring that power back to reality. You could still be in danger." Chumo was about to say, "Actually, but she shook her phone and winked, looking pleased. "I contacted a few other cultivators just now. I told them to come along. That way, we'll be fine." In another room, Advisor Joe spoke up. "Your emotions are starting to become chaotic," Director Shu said, annoyed. "What? On the brink of life and death, am I not even allowed to panic?" Advisor Joe slowly said, "In Sun Tzu's Art of War, it is said that victorious warriors win first and then go to war. This means the outcome of a battle is decided before the fighting even begins. Director Shu replied with an indifferent expression. You think you've already secured victory? I truly envy your optimism. In any case, a battle between people like you is something an ordinary person like me can't interfere in. Why should you care about my feelings? Advisor Joe said, That's not true. You have contributed a great deal to my battle. Director Shu asked back, Contributed? Advisor Joe explained, Cultivators may seem powerful, but they also have weaknesses. The effectiveness of their spirit energy usage depends on their mental state. If it's unstable, they can't exert their full strength in battle. A mind without distracting thoughts, unaffected by the outside world. Cultivators like that are the most troublesome type. Fortunately, very few cultivators can achieve such a state of mind. You mentioned before that Chumo cares deeply for his sister. By kidnapping her and moving her to a hidden location, you've done enough to disrupt Chumo's state of mind. Even if he is a somewhat unusual body cultivator, his strength will be significantly reduced. As he said this, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It would be even better if you kept the workers here and had them work as usual, thinking about the safety of their colleagues. Fighting day and night together in battle, even Chu Mo will have his hands tied. CEO Shu anxiously asked, Do we really need to go this far? That's hundreds of lives. Don't you have even a shred of compassion? If there are massive casualties, my company won't be able to stay in business. Advisor Joe calmly replied, This is my habit. When facing a powerful enemy, the first thing to do is use every means possible to eliminate them. If you're going to reject my advice, then at least I hope you can project an air of confidence, especially in front of Chu Mo. I don't want him to suddenly get a morale boost from your panic. High fighting spirit. CEO Shu put on a nonchalant expression, trying to control his emotions, and said, Just project an aura of calm, that's all. I hope these little details you're so focused on actually work. Mr. Obsessive Compulsive. Down in the lobby, Wu-Tong and Chu Mo walked inside. She asked, Is there no one in this building? It looks like that CEO Shu is ready for a fight. Are you sure you won't wait a little longer? My friends are almost here. He replied, Yeah, I've made up my mind. I don't know if my sister is dead or alive. I can't just wait here peacefully. Hearing that, Wu-Tong said, All right, I'll go with you then. Chu Mo refused. No, you'll be more helpful to me if you stay here. If there's an emergency, you and your friends can provide backup for me from the outside. Wu-Tong replied, Then be careful. Try to buy as much time as you can. My friends will back you up as soon as they arrive. Yeah, I understand. The door opened, and Chu Mo stepped inside. Advisor Zhou and CEO Shu were waiting for him in the room. CEO Shu spoke first. Chu Mo, we meet again. Did you have fun in the secret realm? Chu Mo said coldly, Cut the pleasantries. Where is my sister? CEO Shu smirked slightly. Calm down. I invited your sister here as a guest to show my goodwill. As long as you can forget the misunderstanding between us, I won't hold you responsible for the deficit in the amusement park project, and I'll even pay you a hefty compensation. Chu Mo replied, Hand over my sister first, then we'll talk about other things. CEO Shu said, I can't do that. You have to give me some reassurance, or become one of us. Until then, your sister remains an important hostage. Chu Mo said, And what if I don't agree? He continued, In that case, I can only ask Advisor Zhou from the Lee group to persuade you. Chu Mo questioned Advisor Zhou. Then he stared at the man before him with eyes full of killing intent. Advisor Zhou thought, What's with this kid? I can't move. The moment I even think about attacking him, I can't even lift a finger. My sixth sense, honed through countless crises, is screaming a warning at me. Intelligence can't bridge this gap in combat power. I'll die. If I fight him, I will definitely die. Chu Mo's eyes glowed with a terrifying red light as he growled, Advisor Zhou, are you in league with the people who kidnapped my sister? He frantically waved his hands. Mr. Chu, it's a misunderstanding. I'm a senior advisor for the Lee group. You can just call me Little Joe. I came here this time because I heard you were being treated unfairly, so I'm here to see that justice is served for you. CEO Shu was stunned. Huh? Advisor Joe said confidently, a partner of the Lee group. For scum like Boss Shu to have appeared is our negligence. Young Master Su, your sister will be returned safely immediately. As an apology, we will do our best to fulfill any request you have. Su Mok asked, Oh really? What if I say I want to hold Boss Shu accountable? Advisor Zhou replied, Of course, that's not a problem. Even if young Master Su didn't mention it, we would still give you an explanation. But in his mind, he thought, My secret treasure can greatly enhance my danger sense, so my intuition can't be wrong. It's unbelievable. Could it be that Su Mok already had world-class combat power before entering the secret realm? Or perhaps Su Mok has mastered some method to use fate synchronization in reality. If I could get his secret, I'm no match for him alone. The only way now is to stall for time and wait for reinforcements from the Lee Corporation. Boss Shu shouted, Advisor Zhu, what is the meaning of this? Why would the Lee Corporation be afraid of a brat like Su Mok? Advisor Zhou calmly replied, Boss Shu, our Lee Corporation values fairness and justice. You did wrong, and if young Master Sumak wants to kill you to vent his anger, we will let him. Boss Shu's face darkened. It seems the Lee Corporation wants to make me a scapegoat. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down with me? Advisor Zhou's expression turned icy. Drag us down with you? Are you threatening me? You're just a gangster who clawed his way up from the bottom of society. Do you really think you have a say in anything? Boss Shu replied, you're not wrong. No matter how hard I try, my little bit of power and capital is nothing compared to the Lee Corporation. I don't have superhuman powers like you guys, so what? Even a sewer rat will struggle desperately when facing death. Sumak, do you know what's underneath this amusement park? Shut up. Say another word and I'll kill you. Advisor Zhou shouted, his hand quickly drawing a knife to threaten him, but suddenly Sumak spoke from behind. Let him talk. Boss Shu, please continue. Boss Shu began to explain, underneath the amusement park is a hidden base secretly built by the corporation. The amusement park is just a cover to deceive everyone. As far as I know, there isn't just one hidden base like this. Certain corporations learned long ago that the demonic beasts were about to invade and even made contact with them. The amusement park project went into deficit because of that famously useless young master, Li Hanling of the Lee Corporation, who came to me for a partnership just to make some pocket money on the side. Fairness and justice of the Lee Corporation? Don't make me laugh. The fallen corporations are the greatest enemies of you cultivators. I don't care. Sumak's short reply surprised Boss Shu. Ha, he continued. The Lee Corporation, the underground base, none of that has anything to do with me. I only want to hold you alone accountable. Advisor Zhou said, Boss Shu, you secretly investigated quite a few things. The hidden base does indeed exist, but if you want to slander the corporation for colluding with demonic beasts, you'll need more concrete evidence. Besides, framing young Master Sumak, kidnapping his sister. These were all your ideas. You're the one who dug your own grave. Boss Shu took something out from his coat. Fine. It seems there's no room for negotiation, if I have to go to hell. I'm not going down alone. It's time for the game to begin. Advisor Zhou, you recognize what's in my hand, don't you? Advisor Zhou said, the spirit suppression cube from Ruin Site 6X can weaken the power of cultivators and hunters like us. It's a single-use item, but it's extremely valuable. I never expected you to have one. To be able to pull a stunt like this right under my nose, I really underestimated you. Director Shu stared intently at the object in his hand. Because from the very beginning, you never thought anything of an ordinary person like me. Didn't you kill a cultivator before you even gained your powers? And now you're looking down on ordinary people again? Advisor Zhou said indifferently, this little trick is meaningless. Even if it reduces my combat strength, what can an ordinary person like you possibly do? Director Shu slumped to the floor. I've planted explosives in this building and in the entire amusement park. All I have to do is press this remote. Before he could finish, he was struck by a knife. Advisor Zhou turned to Chu Mo and said, Mr. Chu Mo, I apologize. To prevent the explosion from causing casualties at the amusement park, this was the only way I could stop him. Director Shu chuckled sinisterly. What you're really worried about is the hidden base beneath the amusement park, isn't it? Advisor Zhou said. Does that matter? You can't use the remote anymore. The man suddenly screamed, Fool. The remote is my heart. Damn it. There's no time to escape. By the time Advisor Zhou realized, it was already too late. The sound of the bomb echoed everywhere, and in an instant, the high-rise building was blown to bits. A strange thought crossed Advisor Zhou's mind. Am I not injured? How is that possible? With my spiritual energy suppressed, I should have been severely wounded. He slowly opened his eyes. There was no way he could have escaped safely. Currently, Advisor Zhou was being carried on Chu Mo's shoulder. He thought to himself, it's Chu Mo. Was I saved by Chu Mo? How is that possible? Restricted by the spirit suppression cube, he was still able to carry me away before the explosion happened. His strength can no longer be a fluke, but this is also the perfect opportunity. Right now, Chu Mo has his guard completely down. His spiritual energy is suppressed. He's in his weakest state. If I can strike him hard now, I'll be able to monopolize his powerful secrets. Chu Mo turned his head to look back at the building. What kind of explosive was that? The entire building was blown up? That's vicious. Advisor Zhou, did he get scared and pass out? His mental fortitude is pretty weak. Chu Mo placed Advisor Zhou on the ground. That's right. Where's Yu Tong? I hope she's okay. Advisor Zhou cracked his eyes open, a plan already forming in his mind. Everything was going smoother than expected. Chu Mo's attention was now focused on finding someone. This was the best time for a sneak attack. But this damn feeling of fear. I can't even move a single finger. I won't wait for reinforcements from the Lee Corporation. Only I can possess Chu Mo's great secret. Overcome the fear, break the limits, face an opponent stronger than myself. Even when it seems impossible to win, you must fight to the death. This is what I've experienced every day for the past 15 years as a bounty hunter. Please, body, move for me. Just this once, even if it's only for today. I want to be a hunter again, a bounty hunter like before, not Advisor Zhou of the Lee Corporation. I don't want to be the corporation's lapdog anymore. The thing in his hand was the high-grade secret treasure, dancing fire serpent venom. Its poison is potent, its attack method is stealthy. It can easily destroy the nervous system of supernatural beings, and at the same time, it can enhance the sixth sense of its wielder. Hundreds of cultivators had lost their lives to this secret treasure, a high-grade item obtained from deep within the ruins of the 6X locations. It held the title of Cultivator Killer. Today, living up to its master's expectations, a massive amount of poison was released from the high-grade secret treasure. That poison flew straight towards Chu Mo, but was reflected back, thus entering Gu Wenzhou's body. He thought in astonishment, how could this be? Chu Mo should have been weakened by the spiritual energy suppression cube. The secret treasure's attack couldn't even break through his defense, and on top of that, the secret treasure's attack was reflected back onto me. Is the gap between him and me really that wide? How ridiculous. Am I about to be killed by my own hand? Only then did Chu Mo turn around, rubbing his shoulder and saying, "Huh, what happened? My shoulder blade suddenly felt a bit stiff just now. Could it be from all the overtime I've been working lately? Looks like I'll have to find some time to get a massage." Gu Wenzhou was losing consciousness, but there was still hope. I don't want to die here. Chu Mo is a cultivator. On him, there must be spiritual medicine for healing, he said in a trembling voice. Chu Mo, Mr. Chu Mo. Chu Mo looked bewildered. Gu Wenzhou, why are you vomiting blood? That's strange. I clearly got you out of the explosion. I already saved you. You're seriously injured. Do you need me to call an ambulance for you? Gu Wenzhou placed a hand on his chest and replied, An ambulance won't make it in time. Spiritual medicine, Mr. Chu Mo. Please give me some healing spiritual medicine. Please save me. I will definitely repay you. Chu Mo asked, puzzled, spiritual medicine. What's that? This is the first time I've heard of it. Gu Wenzhou shouted angrily. Are you messing with me? How can a cultivator not know what spiritual medicine is? Chu Mo's expression became extremely terrifying. So that's how it is, I get it now. Gu Wenzhou's mind was in chaos. I'm dead. Chu Mo was just probing me, suspecting that I might have been the one who attacked him earlier. And I ended up bringing up spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicine is mainly used to treat supernatural wounds. I completely underestimated him. I originally thought he was just a reckless fool. I never expected his true nature to be so dark and vicious. However, I will decide my own death. The last of the fire dance, serpent poison, will be reserved for my heart. Chu Mo approached Gu Wenzhou. Wait a moment. The teammate who came here with me is a cultivator. She probably has some spiritual medicine on her. Let me go find her. Gu Wenzhou, why are you vomiting even more blood now? Huh, did he pass out again? Chu Mo spoke at length without getting any reaction. It turned out Gu Wenzhou's soul had already departed. Gu Wenzhou died from his own stupidity. Elsewhere, a red-haired girl asked, he was caught in the explosion in that building? Yu Tong, standing beside her, said, yes, it's my fault. If only I had gone up there with him. A man in a brown coat comforted Yu Tong. Don't worry, let's keep searching and see. That's Chu Mo, ranked #1 in the secret realm. He's definitely fine. The young man in the baseball cap said with a scornful tone. The oh-so-famous Chu Mo is only this capable after returning to the real world. The use of explosives proves the enemy was just an ordinary person. If it were me, I could have easily subdued the opponent and prevented the explosion. The red-haired girl cut him off. Shut up. If you don't know how to talk, then keep your mouth shut. Does bragging at a time like this make you look tough? The guy in the brown coat raised his hand and pointed ahead. Everyone, quiet down. I think I see Chu Mo. To the east, he's running towards us. And it looks like he's carrying someone too. Chu Mo walked towards them step by step, with Gu Wenzhou slung over his shoulder as someone shouted out, I must be seeing things. The person he's carrying is the legendary cultivator assassin, and in such a short time too. He managed to take down the cultivator assassin. It's unbelievable, and he doesn't even have a scratch on him. Advisor Zhou was laid on the ground. Chu Mo looked around and said, so that's how it is. You're all Yu Tong's friends. Thank you all so much for taking the time to come and help. The red-haired girl replied, you're too kind, Mr. Chu. You're the hero who saved the world. If you're in any trouble, we would never just stand by and do nothing. The young man in the hat also spoke up. Besides, it's not like we were able to help you with anything anyway. Chu Mo said, don't say that. I'm already very grateful that you all came. I'm sure Yu Tong has already told you. Boss Shu and I had a little disagreement, and he kidnapped my sister. The ringleader, Boss Shu, is now dead, but my sister's whereabouts are still unknown. This advisor Zhou was also there at the time. After a friendly exchange, he chose to help me uphold justice and protect righteousness. Unfortunately, he's now severely injured. Advisor Zhou might know where my sister is. However, he needs a spirit medicine to be healed. At this moment, Chu Mo's image in the eyes of Jiang Yu Tong's teammates, combined with the meaning of his previous words, conjured an image of Chu Mo with his hands in his pockets and a terrifying expression on his face. The ringleader has been dealt with by me. The cultivator assassin, after a very friendly exchange with my fists, was taken by surprise. But I need to get all the information he knows out of him, so hand over the spirit medicine to save him. The young man in the hat walked over to Advisor Joe. Mr. Chu, leave it to me. I'm good at healing. Different injuries require different spirit medicines to treat. Chumo replied, then I'll leave it to you. If Advisor Joe dies just like this, it'll be a real pain. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief. He called out, Mr. Chu, I think he's already dead. Chumo's expression darkened slightly. Is that so? Then there's no other way. To find my sister, I guess I'll have to do something a little drastic. The young man in the hat trembled as he thought, I must be crazy, trying to curry favor with such a ruthless powerhouse. I tried to show off, and I just messed things up. He's not going to kill me to vent his anger, is he? Seeing this, the red-haired girl quickly spoke up. Mr. Chu, I know a lot of people in this city. I might be able to help you find your sister. That's right, Mr. Chu. Please don't get worked up. We'll help too. The man in brown added, a small matter like this doesn't even require you to act. Don't worry, we'll definitely help you find your sister. A high-rise building appeared. Inside a hallway, a security guard spoke while gesturing towards a room. Mr. Chu, your sister has been found safely. She's right here. Boss Chu's subordinates have also been brought under control by us. One of them was being escorted away by 2 people. The security guard continued, if there's anything else you need help with, please contact our Dongyun group immediately. Mr. Chu, we'll be taking our leave now. A man who had witnessed the whole thing exclaimed, Tesk. As expected, the Dongyun group beat us to it. Almost the entire Donghai city was mobilized to search for Chumo's sister. Their power is terrifying, truly worthy of the Dongyun group. But the more terrifying one is Chu Mo. You know just how powerful the Dongyun group is. Even the 4 major cultivation sects and the bounty hunter organization hold them in extremely high regard. But for such a massive corporation to lower themselves to befriend Chu Mo, it's because he's the #1 savior from the secret realm. The woman beside him continued, even if you don't consider his strength, the savior's influence among the people is also very important to the large corporations. Ordinary companies like us don't even stand a chance of currying favor with Chu Mo. With cultivators, secret realms, and otherworldly invasions, who knows what the world will become. As the elevator doors closed, Chu Mo said, Yu Tong, your friends are just like you, so enthusiastic and friendly. Thanks to them, I was able to find my sister so quickly. I wanted to invite them for a meal, but I didn't expect them to leave in such a hurry. Yu Tong was a bit bewildered. Enthusiastic and friendly? Inviting them for a meal? They were probably worried you saw how clean and hygienic they were, and were planning to eat them. Chu Mo replied, clean and hygienic. Yu Tong looked towards Chumo's sister. Never mind, you should check on your sister first. I just feel something is a bit off. Chu Mo approached his sister. You felt it too? I thought it was just my imagination. Why does my sister have the aura of a demonic beast? Although it's very faint, there's no mistaking it. His sister sat quietly in her wheelchair, her eyes closed. Chu Mo continued, it's just like the demonic beast we encountered in the secret realm, a strange and chaotic aura. My sister suddenly fell into a coma a few months ago. It seems this isn't a normal illness. So the invasion of otherworldly demonic beasts didn't just start today? In a large villa, Chu Mo pushed his sister's wheelchair and said, my sister and I are causing you a lot of trouble. Can we really stay here? Yu Tong replied, it's no problem at all. You can stay for as long as you like. The corporation might be colluding with the other world, and demonic beasts have already infiltrated Earth. There could be a conspiracy behind your sister's coma. Don't panic. It's not a huge deal. If the large corporations are truly in league with demonic beasts, the 4 great sects won't just stand by and watch. Chu Mo walked over to her and said, but the secret realms of the 4 great sects might have their own dark secrets. After I defeated the final boss, the secret realm announced a reward of 2 million fate coins for me, but I only received 400,000. The fate coin leaderboard doesn't display specific amounts, it only shows the rankings. It's not just me. The fate coins of the other saviors might have been skimmed off the top 2. In the worst-case scenario, even the cultivators from the 4 great sects have allied with the demonic beasts. Yu Tong rubbed her chin, putting the pieces together. Calm down. If all 4 great sects had betrayed Earth, the secret realms would have already collapsed. The loss of fate coins could be because the secret realm is deteriorating, which created a bug. The worst-case scenario is that a small faction of cultivators has sided with the demonic beasts. She finally realized, thinking about it that way, the problem is indeed very serious. Chu Mo turned to leave. I understand. I'll find another safe place. Yu Tong quickly clarified, that's not what I meant. She continued. Although your sister has a strong constitution, a normal person would have surely died after being eroded by a demonic beast's aura for so long. But for her to recover, she needs to be treated with spiritual energy techniques to stabilize her condition. It's more convenient for you two to stay with me. If other cultivators find out your sister has a demonic beast aura on her while you're out there, it could bring you a lot of trouble. Chu Mo operated his screen and said, then take these fake coins as rent. Yutong smiled helplessly and waved her hand. All right, you win. If I don't accept this rent, I'm afraid you won't feel at ease staying here. Then just transfer 200,000 or 300,000, that should be enough. Your account has received a transfer from Savior Chumo, 600,000 fake coins. She was astonished and could only utter one phrase, 600,000. Chumo explained, the fake coins can no longer increase my combat power. The magical equipment in the Secret Realms shopping center can be exchanged for fake coins, but I can't use them. Instead of letting these fake coins collect dust in my hands, it's better to give them to someone who can use them. Wutong said in shock, do you have any idea how valuable these fake coins are? Even if you can't use them, you could find another savior to exchange them for cash. Chumo calmly replied, I needed money before for my sister. Now that you've treated my sister, what do I need so much money for? Just consider this my investment in you. If you become stronger in the future, you can protect me too. Wutong chuckled, of course, I definitely will. She thought, I heard the highest combat power limit for a body cultivating cultivator is equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. But stronger demonic beasts will appear in the future, and there are also the corporation's dark dealings and the secret realms. Although he doesn't show it, Chu Mo must be under immense pressure. I have to try harder. Chu Mo replied, definitely. He thought to himself, I can't put all my hope in the login system. This time, after completing the secret realms mission, the login system rewarded me with a pet. It won't arrive until tomorrow. Who knows, maybe the next login reward will be a steak. In a luxurious restaurant, a customer was shouting, hey, where's my beef Wellington? Isn't it done yet? Does your restaurant not want to stay in business? The waiter bowed to the customer holding a wine glass. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, please wait another 2 minutes. Just 2 more minutes, it'll be right out. After the commotion, some whispers arose. Hey, isn't that the profligate son of the Lee group, Lee Hanling? He still dares to come to a restaurant to eat at a time like this? Lee Hanling, what kind of mess has he gotten into now? A man said, you don't know yet? He provoked the top-ranked savior in the secret realm, Chumo. As a result, his amusement park was blown up, and his subordinate, who had just earned the title of bounty hunter and cultivator killer, was also killed by Chumo. What's even more outrageous is that beneath the amusement park, the Lee group and the Chen group's jointly constructed shelter was exposed. Half an hour ago, public opinion exploded online. All sorts of conspiracy theories appeared, saying the corporations only wanted to save themselves, or that they had taken refuge with demonic beasts. The other person asked, is that so? Strange, why can't I find any related news? He replied, of course the rumors were debunked, the keywords were banned, and the hot searches were taken down. It was to prevent people with ulterior motives from stirring up conflict. After all, this is related to the Lee group's reputation. Before he could finish, he was cut off. Hey, stop talking. Lee Shu is here. A man in black leather shoes walked in. Lee Hanling turned around and said nonchalantly, brother, what are you doing here? Long time no see, I really missed. Before he could finish his greeting, Lee Shu gave a signal to take him away. 2 bodyguards immediately moved forward and pinned Lee Hanling's arms behind his back. Yes, boss. He shouted, wait, my beef Wellington hasn't even arrived yet. Lee Hanling was thrown to the ground, and he leaned against some nearby trash bags. Coughing violently, Lee too stood nearby with his arms crossed and said, you can't fix someone so worthless. I'm teaching you a lesson, so you'll remember it for a long time. Do you know what you did wrong this time? Lee Hanling asked while coughing. I shouldn't have messed with Chumo, which led to the shelter being exposed. Lee Tu's face darkened as he replied, wrong, your mistake was not killing Chumo. You and your subordinate are just like that self-proclaimed bounty hunter and cultivator assassin. All of you are trash. However, insulting you is the same as insulting the Lee Corporation. Anyone who insults the Lee Corporation must die, so Chumo must die. Lee Tu looked down at Lee Hanling, who was coughing on the ground, and said mockingly, does it hurt? It's supposed to hurt. I have important things to do, yet I have to clean up the mess for a good-for-nothing like you. I'm suffering more than you are. Besides, beating you up was my father's idea. It's not a personal grudge, so don't blame me. Just lie here and reflect on your mistakes. The space outside the restaurant suddenly became strangely quiet, and Lee Hanling glanced over. What, you just finished and now you want another round? There's a guy standing over there with his arms crossed. You said your brother is Lee too. He's been gone for 10 minutes. Lee Hanling asked Xia Zhou, how long have you been watching? He replied, ever since you were dragged into the alley. You got beaten up pretty badly. Are you mad? Don't tell me you wanted me to save you. Lee Hanling said, how could I? You're an important chess piece. I couldn't bear to have you exposed right now. The one who was supposed to show off in the mystic realm today was supposed to be you, not Chu Mo. You were willing to give up your status as a savior for my sake, so how could I be mad at you? Xiaozhou interrupted. Stop saying such disgusting things. I gave up my status as a savior to investigate the conspiracy between the corporations and the cultivators. To be honest, I still don't completely trust you. Li Hanling leaned back. But, do you have any other choice? A powerless person like you can't do anything except cause carnage. Your investigation is meaningless. Xiaozhou questioned, sacrificing your comrades as the price for intelligence. Are you proud of that? How did you feel watching the comrades who trusted you die in agony? When Cao Ming died, what were you doing? Cao Ming was your friend too, wasn't he? Li Hanling replied, Shibai, Jiang An, Xu Yizhen. I remember every single one of them. Old Cao was almost 70. Instead of staying home to play with his grandchildren, he came here to gamble with his life. With us at the Beisong base, to cover for us, he volunteered to be the bait. That day was his grandchild's birthday. He said, as long as I'm alive, it won't be the younger kid's turn to be sacrificed. Jiang An was 16 years old. Even though he was a cultivator, he was still in school and had a girl he liked. To investigate the abnormalities of the creatures, he snuck into the Chen Corporation's shelter and never came out. They have people from the 4 great sects, or disciples from minor sects, or rogue cultivators, and also many ordinary people with no special abilities. Faced with the corporations and cultivators colluding with those demonic beasts, we are truly too weak. If it weren't for a lack of manpower, I wouldn't have resorted to recruiting a cultivator assassin, a bounty hunter who only cares about profit like him. Xiaozhou said, and he ended up dead too. I remember you hired him less than a month ago, right? Li Hanling slowly stood up. That's right, he was a madman. I originally sent him over to reconcile with Chu Mo, who knew they would end up in a conflict. Sumo being this strong in the real world was also unexpected. The shelter beneath the amusement park, I originally had other plans, but now they're all useless. So I had no choice but to find you. 2 defeated dogs working together is better than fighting alone, and I'm putting my own life on the line as well. Xiaozhou crossed his arms. Li Hanling shrugged. Who knows? Maybe the next one to die will be you, he laughed. I won't apologize for my friend's sacrifices, nor will I regret anything I've done. If necessary, I'll offer up my own life too. Xiaozhou replied, for now, I'll cooperate with you, but I'll be watching you if one day you waver, or if I discover you're a traitor to humanity who intentionally got those people killed. Li Hanling pointed at Xiaozhou, then you can deal with me personally, I won't have any complaints. All right, it's time to start our first mission. This is also why I contacted you in such a hurry. The commander of the otherworldly beast vanguard is visiting Earth tomorrow. Xiaozhou asked in shock, how is that possible? With the secret realms acting as a protective barrier, I can't believe the beast could have already invaded Earth. Li Hanling replied, according to the intel I received, a certain corporation possesses a boundary-crossing stone that can connect to the other world, and it can transport a small number of beasts to Earth. The beast commander is about to appear, and at the very least, they can maintain a strength equivalent to a 2,000-year-old beast on Earth. We have to confirm the target before those beasts appear. If we can't thwart their plot in time, our world will be in danger. Xiaozhou interrupted, but where will the beasts appear? We don't know. Li Hanling said decisively, in Donghai City. Tomorrow, the person who will welcome the beast commander is my brother, Li Shu. He's probably planning to borrow the beast's power to eliminate Sumo, and we will follow him to give him a surprise. At Yutong's house, Sumo was sleeping soundly when a system notification suddenly appeared. Login reminder, the pet will arrive in 8 hours, please wait patiently. Host. A pet appears. Inside a magnificent palace, a beast roared angrily. On what grounds did the Divine Lord choose heir to be the Vanguard commander? On what grounds? The beast next to him said, what? Are you questioning the Divine Lord's decision? General ire may come from a lowly beast race, a weak one, but her strength and battle records are undeniable. Hearing this, the beast became even more furious. Don't be ridiculous. A weak bone weasel beast like that is only fit to be a pet wagging its tail to please its master. She only got lucky by sucking up to her superiors, to climb to her current position. The glory of the battlefield should belong to powerful beast races like us. The other one laughed and replied, you're quite bitter, aren't you? The aid your father arranged for you had already snuck onto Earth ahead of time and did all the groundwork for you, but in the end, Lady Heir snatched the opportunity to claim the merit. The beast lunged forward and violently grabbed the other's collar. You bastard. If you don't know how to talk, then shut up. If you say another word, I'll beat you to death. The other one just laughed even harder. Sorry, you know I've always been one to speak the truth. In the main hall of the palace, Anne's called out, Lady Heir, the boundary-crossing stone is about to activate. You can go to Earth now, Lady Heir. Even at a time like this, you're still practicing your combat skills. Heir said seriously, Anze, for ordinary beast races like us, who are born weak, we can't afford to waste a single moment. Otherwise, we'll just be bullied by high-level beasts. Ainge stammered, I'm sorry, Lord Lord you've worked so hard to protect us. I shouldn't have said those things. Lord continued, Ainge, on this mission to Earth, the ones I'm most worried about are actually you all. If I'm not here, you might face unfair treatment again. What I've done is still not enough. If only I could be a little stronger. A moved Ainge replied, That's not true. Lord you've already done more than enough. You improved the cultivators' techniques, allowing weak demon beasts like us to become stronger, and you even snuck into Earth ahead of us to carry out a dangerous secret mission for our sake. Lord this was never a responsibility you should have had to bear. Lord moved a little closer and smiled softly. I have to go. Only by completing the God Lord's mission can we prove the worth of weak races like ours. The time has come. I must depart now. Ainge reminded her, You must be careful. At most, a demon beast that sneaks onto Earth can only maintain the power of a 1,000-year-old beast. Those high-level demon beasts already dislike you. If you get surrounded, they will definitely stand by and do nothing. Lord walked towards the teleportation stone and left a final remark. Don't pay any mind to that scum. The God Lord chose me as the commander because even alone, I can complete the mission. Ainge, before I return, take good care of yourself. With that, she vanished. Ainge thought to herself, Lord you must return safely. Inside the spatial rift, Lord made an assessment. My power is dissipating. Am I about to arrive on Earth? I really didn't expect to be able to maintain the power of a nearly 3,000-year-old demon beast. On Earth, I am now the strongest being. It seems this mission will be smoother than I thought. A beam of light shot up into the sky from Chu Mo's house, and a notification arrived for the login system. Reminder, your pet has arrived. Detecting that your pet possesses a certain level of danger, a neutralization process has been performed on your pet. Chu Mo rubbed his eyes. This is insane. Who schedules an express delivery this early in the morning? I wonder where the system left the pet. It doesn't expect me to go downstairs to get it, does it? A small light appeared before Chu Mo, and Lord materialized. She said in surprise, What is going on? This isn't where I was supposed to land, is it? Lord looked at herself in shock. Wait, there's something more important. My body has shrunk. Where is my demonic power? Where did all my 3,000 years of demonic power go? Is it gone? Not a single drop is left. Chu Mo spoke up. Don't be scared. I'm not a bad person. Whose kid are you? How did you appear here? He thought to himself, No way. The pet the system gave me can't be this little girl, can it? Human trafficking is super illegal. Lord glared at him and said, Shut up. I'm annoyed right now. Don't talk to me. She thought, This is troublesome. I thought this was the home of a normal human. I didn't expect to smell a cultivator here. She scanned the room. But now that I've lost my demonic power, it would be a huge problem if a cultivator discovers my identity. Pretending to be a normal human child won't work. My sudden appearance here is too suspicious. There's only one way. If this weak little human is living with a cultivator, they must have a close relationship. As long as I take this small human hostage, I can leave safely. The combat skills I've honed over time won't betray me. Even though my body is that of a child, and I've lost all my power, my combat abilities are unmatched by ordinary people. Annie threw a punch towards Chu Mo. Sorry, but you're going to be my hostage. As she got very close, Chu Mo simply dodged to the side and grabbed her. Chu Mo said, Little sister, you'll get hurt if you keep thrashing about like that. She struggled, thinking, I'm screwed. This kid is no weak human. The door was closed, but perhaps the commotion just now was too loud. So Yutong opened the door to check. Chu Mo, what's wrong? I heard a loud noise from your room. Seeing the scene before her, she asked suspiciously, What is going on? Why are you holding a little girl? In Yutong's house, under the warm lights, a little girl with an innocent face and naive eyes appeared, saying, I really don't know anything. I just woke up and found myself here. The little girl turned, pointed at Chu Mo, and shouted, And what's more, this big brother wanted to do weird things to me. Suddenly, a system notification popped up with the pet's introduction information. Pet name, Aini. Pet type, bone weasel. Race, weakest demon beast from another world. Fur length, short. Food, will eat pretty much anything, very easy to raise. Can switch between bone weasel and human form at the host's will. After receiving the notification, Chu Mo spoke with an indifferent expression. I have no interest in doing weird things to her. Then he glanced over and said, Yutong, this child is a demon beast. Yutong turned her head in surprise and asked, A demon beast? This cute kid is a demon beast, but she doesn't have a trace of demonic power on her. Besides, she looks really weak. Hearing those words, Aini furiously thought to herself, To think a cultivator like him would call me weak? What an insult. But for now, I can only play dumb. At this moment, Aini put on a harmless, innocent act and spoke up. Big brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. A demon beast? What's a demon beast? Can you eat it? Just then, he remembered something. The pet can switch between its bone weasel and human forms, at the host's will. Sumo, with a cold gaze, commanded, "Transform." At that moment, Aini had a clueless look on her face, not understanding anything. Suddenly, two ears sprouted on her head. She frantically touched her head as she shouted, "What's happening? My body isn't under my control. What did you do to my body?" Suddenly, with a cry, Aini reverted to her bone weasel form right in front of Sumo. Seeing its demon beast form, Yutong's eyes widened in amazement. "I can't believe it's really a demon beast. It's so fluffy and adorable." Sumo looked at her and replied, "Although it seems I can control this demon beast, you shouldn't let your guard down." Yutong picked up the squealing, protesting demon beast in her arms and said with delight, "So, can I keep it?" Sumo looked at her, resting his chin on his hand in thought, and said, "It has a human form. It could be a demon beast that's over 1,000 years old, which would be very dangerous." Hearing him say that, Yutong replied, "You're right, that does sound very dangerous. How about we just eliminate it? We could have bone weasel for dinner." Hearing this, Sumo added, "That's a bit cruel. I'll go find a cookbook." Hearing the two of them, the bone weasel was stunned and broke into a cold sweat. It thought to itself, "So these two humans are trying to threaten me. Fine, I'll play along with you." It transformed back into human form, and Aini, with tears welling in her eyes, put on a pitiful expression. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied. I'm just a weak little bone weasel, and because I can transform into a human, I was chosen for the vanguard to become cannon fodder. Although I don't want to fight, I have no way to resist those powerful beasts. If you can spare me, I'll do anything you ask." Hearing this, Chumo looked at Air and said, "As it happens, I have something I need your help with. As for dealing with you, I'll think about it after that." In a corner of the house's hallway, they headed towards a room with a gloomy atmosphere. In a room, Chumo led Air to a woman lying unconscious on a sickbed. He spoke up. "She's been in a coma for several months. Can you save her?" Ar's eyes widened in surprise and said, "Save a person? But the body structures of humans and beasts are not the same, and besides, I'm not skilled in medicine." Chumo's face darkened, his sharp gaze fixed on Air as he said, "Don't play dumb. You must be very familiar with the beast aura on her, right? That's the reason she fell into a coma. You're a beast. You must know how to save her." Hearing Chumo say this, Air frowned and replied, "I'm sorry. I really don't know what to do. We beasts don't use such roundabout methods to kill people. This method could be." She stared at him with a determined gaze, trying to explain. Just then, Air suddenly remembered something. She propped up her chin in thought and said, "That's right. I remember now. I've heard that before the secret realm appeared, there was contact between a human corporation and us. They were researching how to fuse human and beast cells. In the shadows, it's possible your sister's current condition is related to their experiments. If we can find them, we might find a way to save your sister." Chumo looked at Air and said, "Which corporation?" Receiving such a question, she froze and replied, "How would a cannon fodder like me know something so important? But there might be a way to find them, though it's very dangerous." Chumo was lost in thought, his expression complex, and said, "Tell me. I will absolutely not spare the person who did this to my sister. If you can help me, I will protect you." Hearing him say that, she immediately replied, "According to the arrangements, there should have been someone from the corporation on Earth to welcome me. As long as we can contact them, you'll be able to follow the trail to find the culprit who harmed your sister. But that means fighting that terrifying culprit." After hearing Air's serious explanation, Chumo said, "Contact them as soon as possible." She quickly replied, "I understand." Air had a very profound expression, thinking to herself, "I still have an important mission to complete. I don't have time to waste here anymore. Using the corporation's power to eliminate these two ordinary cultivators is the best choice." In a very modern room, a voice spoke. It's been 2 hours past the scheduled time. Then, a magically glowing green stone was seen. More voices were heard. The research department's boundary crossing stone is still working normally. So why is this happening? Could the transport have failed? Then a reply came, "Wait, the transport device is lighting up." At this moment, two tall men in black suits appeared, talking to each other. One said, "It's a message from the Beast Commander, Aer." The other heard this and replied, "We finally have news. What's the situation now?" Jia Duo then explained, "The Beast Commander has arrived in Donghai City, but the arrival point was off, so the transport system has designated a new meeting point." Li Shu tilted his head and said, "A new meeting point. Jia Duo, take some men and welcome our guests from the other world." Hearing this, he replied, "This kind of mission isn't quite suitable for someone of my status, is it? Besides, hosting Lord Aer is a rare opportunity that you worked so hard to get." Hearing this, Li Shou fell silent, then said with a glance, "It's true that to get the chance to host the Beast Commander, I paid a great price, but compared to the crossover incident, this is nothing." I have to investigate the cause of the transport error and report it to the Alliance Corporation. You are the aide I trust the most. I feel completely at ease in trusting the task of hosting Lord AI to you. Beneath the bridge, the water flowed peacefully. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet. Duo sternly reminded them, listen up, one last time. The beasts that appear on Earth are all extremely dangerous monsters, devoid of humanity. Even though they may look human, you must absolutely not treat them like normal people. Viciousness and cruelty are their true nature. Previously, a beast appeared who, just because its raw meat dinner wasn't bloody enough, slaughtered hundreds of people without hesitation. If you want to stay alive, you must always maintain a respectful attitude. Hearing Duo's words, the men beside him replied in unison, don't worry, Captain Jia, we understand. One man in the group spoke up, who would dare offend a beast? I'd still like to live a few more years. What a damn shame. To think we now have to work for these monsters, these brutal creatures. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Brutal monsters? What are you talking about? AR was slowly approaching from a distance. Seeing her approach, Duo shot an angry glare at his men and yelled, hey, didn't I tell you to clear the area? Who is this little girl? How do you do your jobs, you bunch of useless trash? He glanced at AR and said, little girl, it's dangerous to be out walking around this late. You should go home now. AR spoke with cold indifference. Huh, you're from the Lee Corporation, aren't you? Why aren't you welcoming me to Earth? Do you want me to go back? Duo asked in shock. You are Lord Ir? Hearing him say that, the men reacted. I'm so sorry. We didn't recognize your identity. They hurriedly bowed their heads. Seeing them like this, she was a little startled and said, there's no need to be so tense. I can sense a strange power in you, different from cultivators. You are the bounty hunters. Are there other bounty hunters? Bring more of them. Hearing Ir say this, Duo immediately replied, ah, yes, we are bounty hunters, but we are high-ranking ones. We all have our own important missions. For now, only the few of us could make it here. On the surface, he was calm, but inside, he was panicking. He thought, oh crap, this beast doesn't like to eat people, does she? She even wants more types of bounty hunters. Ir rested a hand on her hip and replied, oh well, the current number should be enough. She calculated inwardly, killing those two ordinary cultivators, Chumo and Jiang Yutang, shouldn't be a problem. Seeing Ir's thoughtful expression, Duo broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, the number is enough? She's not planning on making us her pre-meal snack, is she? That's right, now we have a reason for her not to kill us. He spoke up, Lady Ir. Actually, we came to Donghai City on an important mission. He looked at Ir and said, there is a cultivator who has acquired combat power equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast in the mystic realm, and if we let him continue to grow, he could very well complete all the missions in the mystic realm, ruining our plan to merge the two worlds. He is also very powerful in reality, and to be frank, it's very difficult for us alone to kill him, but we can lead the way for you, and if you make a move, you can definitely handle him with ease. At that moment, AR said, indeed, letting a cultivator genius like this survive would be a problem for our world-merging plan. Don't worry, I will deal with him personally later. AIR silently thought to herself, my limited power is probably related to that cultivator, Chu Mo. Once these bounty hunters get rid of Chu Mo, and I regain my strength, the cultivators on Earth will be basically nothing. Duo bowed respectfully and said, Lady Ir, on behalf of the Lee Group, thank you for your assistance. Hearing this, she replied, there's no need to thank me. I am only doing this to complete the Divine Lord's mission. Tell me everything about that cultivator. A man came forward and handed a tablet to Duo, who took it and said, his name is Chumo, and this tablet has his personal information. Ir said, Chumo. Air's eyes widened as she pointed and asked, what does this Chumo you're talking about look like? From a distance, Chumo gradually approached. Duo saw him and said in surprise, what a coincidence. I never thought Chumo would come right to us. Air quickly dashed forward. Duo cried out in surprise, Lady Air. As expected of the demonic beast commander, facing such a strong cultivator, she's not scared at all and is charging in by herself. Air ran in front of Chumo and said proudly, Master, those people are all the corporation's lapdogs, and I've already lured them here. A system notification appeared. Login system reminder, AR's favorability towards the host +5. Pet, favorability function unlocked, rewards obtained. Reward 1, shared injury. When the host is attacked, normal injuries will be transferred to your pet. Reward 2, pet bond. The host can sense the pet's attitude and mood changes, which helps the host increase the pet's favorability. Continue increasing the pet's favorability to unlock more functions. After hearing the notification, Chumo thought in surprise, why did her favorability suddenly increase? And I even got 2 rewards. A 5-point increase in favorability is a lot. The system continued to announce, pet status, AR, race, Bone Weasel, favorability, 5. If you were hit and killed by a truck, she would happily dance on your grave. Air spoke up, Master, I have already confirmed that these hunters are all just small fry. Master can certainly deal with them easily. I'll always believe in you, Master. Outwardly, she looked cheerful and gave a thumbs up, but inwardly she thought, this is so annoying, why is he so powerful? Looks like I won't be able to eliminate Chumo this time, but I can't give up. Next time for sure. Suddenly, as if he heard something, Chumo thought to himself, is this Air's inner voice? This is the binding ability, and the shared accumulation ability is also very practical. If I increase Air's favorability, I might get better rewards. Then he turned to look at her and spoke. Seeing as you're so useful, I won't kill you for now. Hearing this, Air was startled and waved her hands, saying, Ferrets are so cute, why would you want to kill one? Suddenly, Jiaduo's subordinates exclaimed in panic. Did I hear that right? That Vinvo demonic beast just called Chumo Master. Isn't Chumo a cultivator? Why is he involved with a demonic beast? They continued to speak. A demonic beast that powerful is as submissive as a dog in front of him. Could his true identity be a big shot from another world? Jiaduo's subordinate, his face pale, said tremblingly, We're doomed, and we even boldly declared we wanted to kill him. We must be insane. After offending a big shot from another world, can we even make it back alive? Looking at the situation before him, Jiaduo frowned and broke out in a cold sweat, saying, Lord Chumo, we are terribly sorry. We didn't know your identity before. Wanting to kill you was for the plan to merge the two worlds. It was all a misunderstanding. Lady Air, what exactly is Lord Chumo's identity? Air aggressively strode in front of Jiaduo and shouted, Shut up. You lowly hunters are not worthy of knowing my master's identity. What's more hateful is that you had the audacity to incite me to cooperate with you in assassinating my master. That is an unforgivable crime. Kneel and beg for my master's forgiveness. Hearing her words, Jiaduo and his men quickly knelt before Chumo. Right now, Jiaduo thought to himself that resisting would be suicide. Escape? Trying to escape from these two monsters would be a joke. Right now, the only thing we can do is wait for the judgment of this human-shaped monster. Jiaduo prostrated himself, lowering his head with a grim expression as he mulled over their prior analysis. Chumo's attitude towards strangers was quite gentle. As long as they showed a submissive attitude, he might spare their lives. Air cheerfully spoke up, showing off, My noble master, the apology from these hunters seems very sincere. Should we perhaps lighten their punishment? Hearing this, Chumo glanced at the group and replied, Indeed, I actually thought they would fight me. Since they've apologized, let's forgive them. Hearing him say that, Jiaduo spoke up, Lord Chumo, thank you for your magnanimity. He looked up, rejoicing inwardly, This is great, our gamble paid off, we survived. Air then said, You all are really lucky to have met such a benevolent master. Air, however, was worried and thought to herself, These hunters know about my identity as a commander. To keep it a secret, they must die. Then, with a very mysterious expression, she looked at Jiaduo and said, According to our principles, offending a superior means you must endure the torture of golden needles and iron salt for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally be burned to death by a great fire. Since my master has forgiven you, you can choose a slightly gentler way to die. Do you want to take your own lives or be eaten alive? Hearing this, Jiaduo broke out in a sweat, thinking that compared to being eaten, taking his own life seemed slightly better. What the hell? Don't they both end in death? What kind of choice is that? Chumo picked Air up and asked, Air, when did I give you that order? He looked towards the hunters and said, You don't need to be so tense. I'm just an ordinary person, not a demonic beast, and I certainly don't eat people. You are all just doing your jobs. I can understand. Just answer a few of my questions, and I'll let you all leave here safely. First question, who sent you to kill me? Jiaduo thought to himself, Is it that simple? I just need to make up a name to get through this, and I won't have to betray young Master Li Shu. His eyes grew hesitant as he thought, No, this is a trap. The Beast Commander Air knows we belong to the Li group. She definitely wouldn't hide that from Chu Mo, and even Chu Mo might already know we're young Master Li Shu's subordinates. He's deliberately testing us so he can kill us with a legitimate reason. And if we name young Master Li Shu, we'll be disloyal and die. In Jiaduo's eyes, Chu Mo became incredibly terrifying. His fear grew as he thought, if we don't name young Master Li Shu, we'll be lying to him and still die. To make us lower our guard, he even pretended to be an ordinary person. As expected of a major figure from another world, both his combat power and his cunning are top tier. A terrifying person like Chu Mo is beyond our imagination. Chu Mo spoke impatiently. My patience has its limits. Don't you want to answer my question? Hearing this, Jiaduo replied fearfully. Wait a moment, I'll talk. He hoped for the best, thinking, I can only bet on my luck. Jiaduo began to speak. Our bosses. Halfway through his sentence, he started coughing violently. Suddenly, Jia Duo spat out a mouthful of blood. The coughing grew more intense. The group of hunters coughed violently, spat blood, and then collapsed. This was all witnessed by someone through a screen on a monitor. In a large, luxurious room, a voice suddenly spoke up. What in the world is going on? Chumo is the master of the Beast Commander. On the outside, he's a savior. Could Chumo really be a major figure from another world? In the room, Li Shou watched the events unfold on the screen and said in a panic, "If he's a beast, then everything makes perfect sense. Why was it that before, he had no records from any cultivation sect, yet possessed such immense power? By deceiving the secret realm, he became the top-ranked person? Could the beasts have another conspiracy?" He grew tense, gripping the remote control as Li Shu continued. Or worse, Chumo is a cultivator, and his strength just far exceeds our expectations. Not only did he interfere with the world-crossing stone's signal, but he even made the Beast Commander rebel. No matter what his identity is, by offending Chumo, our Li group is in danger of being wiped out. Li Shu broke out in a cold sweat and said fearfully, "Luckily, I was able to detonate the hidden poison in time inside those hunters to buy some time. That bastardly Hanling, he never does anything serious, and now he's provoked a monster like this." Just then, Li Hanling spoke with a smile. "Big brother, did you just call my name? I'm so touched. I didn't think you missed me this much." He walked towards Li Shu, startling him into shouting, "Li Hanling, where are my guards at the door? How did you get in here?" Li Hanling smiled at Li Shu and said, "What, feeling insecure without anyone to protect you? You assign the dirty, dangerous work to your subordinates while you hide in a safe place watching the monitor. You even need your guards to beat me up for you. Truly worthy of being the brilliant heir of the Li group." Li Shu glared at Li Hanling in annoyance and said, "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? I see you don't understand anything, my foolish little brother. If I weren't handling the family's affairs, do you think you could live so carefreely as a useless young master?" Hearing this, Li Hanling scowled, gritted his teeth, and said, "Is that so, my wonderful big brother? How do you plan on dealing with the beast leader? If you mess this up, the Li Corporation will be destroyed by your hands. It's a heavy responsibility indeed." Li Tu said in surprise, You know about the beast leader? Your security clearance isn't high enough to know about this building. How did you find me? Where are my guards? What on earth does a useless person like you want?" Li Tu fumbled around searching for something, feeling it was very strange, and thought to himself, "Weird. Li Hanling smiled and spoke. "Are you looking for this? I saw this dangerous object on the table, so I put it away." He pulled out a gun, twirling it in his hand, and said, "Surely you weren't planning to use a gun on your own brother, were you? That would be quite heartbreaking." Li Hanling pointed the gun at Li Tu and said, "I know how many beasts have snuck onto Earth, and also what the purpose of those beasts is." He finally understood, replying in shock, "It was you? You've been secretly sabotaging the plan to merge the two worlds all along. Everyone thought you were a useless, good-for-nothing. But why would you do this? Do you want to betray your own family? Betray your own class?" Li Tu's face darkened as he said, "Li Hanling, are you insane? Do you even know what you're doing? Stop this foolishness and put the gun down." Hearing that, Li Hanling said, "Don't test my patience. No matter how much you stall for time, your guards won't be able to get in here to save you. Answer me, what is the purpose of the beasts sneaking onto Earth? Or die? You choose." Hearing his threats, Li Tu spoke in fear. "Wait, I'm not the mastermind. I don't know the details about the beasts either. I'm just a pawn in the corporate alliance. I did all this just so our Li Corporation could secure greater benefits. But I can tell you the location of the world-crossing stone." Li Hanling smiled and said, "Is that so? In other words, you've outlived your usefulness. As for the location of the world-crossing stone, I already found it by following you today. I only came here to talk to you after I had already secured the world-crossing stone," Li Tu said, filled with fear. "Wait, Li Hanling, we're family. We may have different mothers, but I'm still your biological older brother." Li Hanling scoffed in reply. "Family? So what? My comrades, who sacrificed their lives to stop your wicked plan, they had families too. But their silent sacrifices received not even an ounce of respect or mourning." He continued with a resentful tone, "But you're different. Your death will be the trigger for an all-out war between the corporation and Chu Mo. Isn't that nice? Those old fools, blinded by greed, are about to be buried along with you." A gunshot rang out, and Li Tu slowly collapsed. After firing the shot, Li Hanling made a call and said, "Xia Zhou, I've handled things over here. Li Tu is dead. The plan has changed. Do not make contact with Chumo, just leave directly." On the other end of the line, Xia Zhou heard this and asked, "You killed Li Tu? Didn't we say it would be more useful to keep him alive? What do you mean the plan's changed?" Li Hanling chuckled and said, "No, Li Tu's death is what's most advantageous. Chumo's strength is far beyond what we imagined. He's called Master by the Beast Leader. Whether he is a major figure from another world or a cultivator, his power is immense. Contacting him now would be extremely dangerous. Li Tu came to Donghai City not only to welcome the beast leader, but also to assassinate Chu Mo. Now the world crossing stone is gone, and Li Tu is dead as well. All the hatred will be focused on Chu Mo. Regardless of Chu Mo's identity, instigating a conflict between the corporation and Chu Mo is the most beneficial choice for us. Xia Zhou said coldly, "What a despicable method. I have to go confirm if Chu Mo subdued the beast monarch to protect our world. If he is truly a major figure from the other world, I will kill Chu Mo and the beast monarch right here." Hearing this, Li Hanling shouted in shock, "Are you serious? Do you think you can fight Chu Mo and the beast? Hello? 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 Damn it, don't hang up." At the foot of the bridge, where Chu Mo and were, Ai spoke up, "Master, these hunters are all dead. Should I search them to see if they have anything useful?" Chu Mo glanced over and replied, "Don't bother, someone is coming." Suddenly, a voice was heard. "Chu Mo, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Xia Zhou. It's truly hard to imagine someone as strong as you among the young cultivators." Xia Zhou walked closer to Chu Mo and continued, "At such a close distance, I can feel that. Your combat power in reality is no different from the secret realm." Hearing this, Chu Mo replied, "You're not weak either, but you don't seem that strong either." Chu Mo was very calm, tilting his head to look at Xia Zhou and said, "The strange thing is the sense of threat you give me is even more intense than in the secret realm. Are you from the corporation, here to kill me?" Hearing Chu Mo's words, he replied, "No, on the contrary, I am a cultivator. The corporation and the beasts are my enemies. If you are my enemy, I will kill you. The little girl next to you is the beast monarch from the other world. Why does she call you master?" "Chu Mo, who are you really? Why are you with a beast?" Chu Mo heard this and spoke. "You mean Ayer? She fell into my room today, so she became my pet. As for me, I'm just an ordinary person. If you want to kill me, I will act in self-defense." Xia Zhou was surprised and asked, "The beast monarch sneaked onto Earth, randomly fell into your room, and became your pet? Do you think I'd believe such a ridiculous story?" Then he thought to himself, "I can't sense any power from the beast, and Chu Mo is only at a level equivalent to a 1,000-year-old beast. Maybe they just arrived on Earth and are still weak. This is the best chance to eliminate them." Chu Mo turned and questioned Xia Zhou, "Aren't you suspicious? While I was interrogating them, these hunters suddenly died, and then you appeared. It's hard for me not to suspect you're the one behind it. If you don't believe me, then I have nothing more to say. If you want to fight, I'll oblige. Otherwise, I'm going home." At this moment, Xia Zhou replied softly, "My apologies. What you said is indeed very reasonable. I was a bit agitated earlier. This matter concerns the survival of the world. Let's temporarily set aside our suspicions and have a frank discussion. The beast sneaking onto Earth and joining forces with the corporation is a huge threat. Since you've tamed the beast monarch, you must know their purpose for sneaking onto Earth, right?" Chu Mo replied, I see." He turned his head, glanced at Ayer, and asked, "What is your purpose for coming to Earth?" The sudden question left her speechless. At that moment, Ayer's eyes widened as she suddenly said, "Master, I don't know about that either." Xia Zhou lost his patience and said, "Are you kidding me? Chu Mo, hand this beast over to me, I'll make it tell the truth." Chu Mo stepped forward to answer him. "What it says is true, although it sounds a bit strange. I have a way to confirm if a pet can lie or not." Chu replied with a cold expression, "You want to cover for this demonic beast? Demonic beasts are the enemies of us humans. Do you really believe the demonic beast commander doesn't know what its subordinates have done?" Upon hearing such words, Ayer angrily shouted, "Stop looking down on others. I'm still a demonic beast commander. If I say I don't know, then I don't know. I came to Earth because I needed a powerful demonic beast to act as a representative to negotiate with the corporation. As for the missions of other demonic beasts, I couldn't care less about those low-level minions. But the actual situation was that Ayer came from a low-level race and was overthrown by high-level demonic beasts, so her information was blocked. Ayer's pride wouldn't allow her to show weakness in front of a cultivator. After hearing Ayer speak, Sumo said firmly, "I believe what it says." Therefore, Chu quickly replied, "Then we have nothing left to discuss." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards Sumo at an incredible speed. He charged forward, throwing a punch straight at Sumo. Caught by surprise, Sumo pulled Ayer back and exclaimed, "Hey, a sneak attack? You have no martial ethics. How can you call yourself a cultivator acting like that?" Chu's face grew serious as he replied in a deep voice, "My only target is that demonic beast. When dealing with demonic beasts, there's no need for honor. If it truly knows nothing, then just kill it. Letting a demonic beast live will only become a future threat." Sumo heard those words and said, "I refuse. I once promised Ayer that if it helped me, I would protect it. Even though it's a demonic beast, I will keep my promise." Air was extremely surprised to hear such sincere words, exclaiming, "Sumo, master. To think such a kind-hearted human exists." At that moment, the system's voice rang out, registration system reminder, Air's favorability towards the host has increased by 5. Pet status window. Air, bone weasel race. Favorability level 10. If you get hit by a truck and die, it will happily dance on your grave and then place a small bun in front of your tombstone. Hearing the system's announcement, Sumo turned to look at Air, who was cheerfully waving and shouting, "Master is the best." He thought to himself, the favorability increased, and you still want to dance on my grave? Maybe I should just kill it. Seeing Sumo's attitude, Hachu unleashed a powerful aura and said, "If you've chosen to protect the demonic beast, then I won't hold back." Hachu clenched his fists, which were emitting 2 great powers that he intended to combine. Then, he rushed forward to attack Sumo, but Sumo quickly used his power to create a shield to block it. After blocking Hachu's attack, Sumo praised inwardly, "What an interesting move, 2 different elemental powers combined so skillfully. You're quite formidable." Seeing that Sumo was unharmed, Hachu confirmed his suspicion and said, as expected, "Normal techniques can't even injure you. Try this then. 5 elements reversal, metal forged in fire." As he said that, he channeled his power. He thought to himself, 5 elements reversal is classified as a forbidden secret art. Each attack will cause the attacker's internal power to go out of control, eventually leading them to explode and die. At this moment, strange patterns appeared on Hachu's face as he thought, facing internal destruction within your body, no matter how much stronger your power is, was completely useless. Xiaozhou's body radiated a terrifying heat as he spoke. "Chumo, the real fight starts now." Hearing that, Chumo feigned surprise with an "Oh." As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed toward each other, creating a terrifying spectacle of colliding power. From the sidelines, AI was incredibly surprised, shouting with glee, "They're fighting! They're fighting!" Finally, a cultivator has appeared who can be a worthy opponent for Chumo. "I'll just wait for them to injure each other. No, wait. It's best if they take each other out. Then I can escape without a worry." Just then, a system notification sounded. System reminder, detecting that the host has received an attack of unknown power, activating the injury transfer function. After the notification, AR suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking to herself, "What's going on?" AR's face darkened in confusion, and she wondered anxiously, "Those 2 humans are clearly the ones fighting, so why am I the one spitting up blood?" Chumo stepped out from the smoke, taunting, "You should just give up now. Is this the extent of your attacks? Are you trying to tickle me?" Hearing this, Xiaozhou became enraged and charged forward, shouting, "Shut your mouth." He lunged, throwing a punch at Chumo, but it was blocked, and a flash of red light erupted, causing a massive tremor. Chumo's expression turned serious, his eyes glowing a cold gold as he said, "No matter how many times you try, I still find it fascinating. I clearly block your attack, yet I still get hit in the end. What kind of fist technique is this? Very interesting." Xiaozhou's fist, enveloped in a red light, shot forward, looking immensely powerful. This time, Xiaozhou's fist connected with Chumo's body, and he thought to himself, "Chumo didn't dodge this time." Xiaozhou looked up in shock, thinking with confusion, he intentionally took my attack. Chumo was unfazed after taking the full punch. He quickly got into a stance and said, "Now it's my turn." With that, Chumo swung his fist towards Xiaozhou, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Instantly, Xiaozhou was sent flying 10 meters, the impact so powerful that walls crumbled and dust filled the air. Xiaozhou coughed violently as he emerged, thinking to himself, "Good thing my 5 elements reversal state has boosted my defense. Otherwise, that one punch would have killed me, but it wasn't a wasted blow." Xiaozhou thought as he struggled to his feet, "I've hit Chumo 8 times, which should be enough to make the power inside his body spiral out of control. This is my victory." Seeing that he was still standing, Chumo said in surprise, "You're still alive? I really underestimated you. Your overall strength is nothing to write home about, but that fist technique of yours is quite impressive." Xiaozhou was stunned, thinking in disbelief, "How can—" Then he yelled in frustration, "You're still not dead. Don't tell me I haven't hit you enough times." Meanwhile, AR was on her knees in terror, crying out, "Wait, you 2 scoundrels, stop fighting." As she spoke, she spat up more blood and coughed violently. "If you keep this up, I'm going to die for real." Xiaozhou calmly analyzed the situation, thinking to himself, what in the world is going on? Can Chumo actually transfer his injuries to his pet? What a despicable tactic, and while his fighting style is unique, and his offense and defense are also freakishly powerful, if he hits me a few more times, I'll definitely lose my life, trading blows like this. Even if I manage to kill that beast pet, I'll never be able to kill Chumo. Then, he got into a stance and thought, it looks like it's finally time to use that technique. With that thought, he suddenly bolted, trying to escape, something Chu Mo hadn't anticipated. He thought helplessly, from his attitude just now, I thought he was going all out, but it turns out he ran away. He rolled his shoulders and accepted the reality, thinking to himself, forget it. There's no need to fight that freak to the death. If we keep fighting, we'll really die. It's still useful to me right now, and besides, if we keep fighting, I might even be in danger myself. Sumo spoke. My whole body is aching now. I feel a strain in my lower back. Even the small dog in the secret realm didn't injure me this badly. In a residential area in the city, Li Hanling was supporting Xia Zhou and started to scold him. Are you crazy? Insisting on dueling Sumo. If you died, what would I do? Where would I find another useful opponent like you? Hearing such words, Xia Zhou said grimly, I was overconfident. Sumo's strength is much more terrifying than I imagined. Even setting aside his ability to transfer wounds to his beast pet, his physical durability far surpasses that of a 1,000-year-old beast. Normally, one's internal organs are incredibly fragile and hard to strengthen, yet he was able to resist the effects of the reverse 5 elements. Li Hanling laughed and comforted him. Don't be so dejected, let's just say. I'm already surprised you managed to survive against Sumo. It takes a monster to deal with a monster. After all, you don't need to worry about Sumo anymore. Hearing this, Xia Zhou asked in surprise, did your plan succeed? Li Hanling smiled, holding a phone, and replied, I just received a message from the family. Big brother Li Shu's guardian has been found. The Li Corporation will stop at nothing to deal with the #1 suspect in the murder of their heir, Sumo. In a large villa complex, Chairman Li and 2 bodyguards went to meet a man who at that moment spoke anxiously. Chairman Li, I'm just a minor figure. Please don't make things difficult for me. This is the residence of the great beast masters. Even with your status, you shouldn't come unannounced. Please, go back. Chairman Li growled sternly, get out of the way. Until I meet Lord Jia Lai, I refuse to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep voice echoed, come in. The door opened, releasing strange purple-black smoke. Chairman Li and his 2 bodyguards walked in, and one of his henchmen turned back and said contemptuously, he's just a gatekeeper. What's with the act, daring to stand in our way? As soon as the man finished speaking, a cloud of purple-black smoke shot at his head. In an instant, a figure appeared, unleashing a magical attack on Chairman Li's 2 bodyguards. Seeing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and quietly asked, Lord Jia Lai, what is the meaning of this? If you invited us in, why? Would you kill my men? Jia Lai questioned him with a deep, arrogant gaze. Invite? I don't remember inviting your underlings. I was simply killing trespassers on my territory. All right, now it's your turn. Old man, I'll give you one more chance. If you can make me laugh, I'll let you continue to live. Realizing he was being surrounded by Jia Li's giant hands, he quickly began to explain, my son, Li Shu, went to Donghai City to welcome the Beast Commander, but the transport of the Beast Commander failed. His whereabouts are unknown, and my son was brutally murdered. The World Crossing Stone, which belongs to the Corporate Alliance, was also stolen by the killer. Lord Jia Lai, I beg for your help in avenging my son. Jia Lai laughed gleefully and said, the Beast Commander is missing. Who would have thought you'd see a day like this? You got what you deserved, the old man said. I know who the culprit is. I can help you get revenge, but first, the Boundary Crossing Stone, belonging to the corporation, must be mine. Chairman Li fell silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak about the so-called savior Sumo, continuing, Sumo killed our corporation's senior advisor and also exposed our underground hideout. My son, Li Shu, went to Donghai City for the very purpose of eliminating Sumo. Although all the video footage has been deleted and there is no concrete evidence, I can confirm that the Boundary Crossing Stone was stolen, the beast leader went missing, and Sumo is the prime suspect. Hearing that name, Jia Li looked resigned and refused, saying, Sumo? Then forget it. I'm not interested in a deal with no profit. You can go back now, old man. Seeing Jia Li's attitude, Chairman Li said hastily, wait, Lord Jia Li. Sumo is just a body-refining cultivator. His highest combat power can only reach the 1,000-year level, and his potential is exhausted. Moreover, he sometimes puts on a foolishly kind facade. Lord Jia Li, killing him would be as easy as turning over your hand for you. Jia Li heard this and immediately objected. He said, foolish, kind, you almost made me laugh. Those are adjectives that should never be used to describe Sumo. As the most prominent Nether Emperor in the Secret Realm, after the first Secret Realm event ended, we conducted a full investigation on all data related to Sumo. Beneath his facade of kindness is a cold, ruthless, and disciplined nature. From the day Sumo was born until now, he has never shown any abnormalities in his behavior or body, with absolutely no signs of being a cultivator. Do you know what this means? He pictured a young Sumo and said, if Sumo was a cultivator from the start, it means he has always been hiding his powerful abilities. To live in this information age, he has never allowed anyone to discover anything unusual about him. He didn't even reveal his identity when his own sister was gravely ill. If Sumo only learned to cultivate after entering the secret realm, then that's even more terrifying. As he spoke, he imagined the adult Sumo, and Jali continued his analysis. This means that in a single short day, he went from an ordinary mortal to the strongest cultivator on Earth. Body-refining cultivators do indeed have limited potential, but this basic knowledge absolutely does not apply to a monster like Sumo. After understanding the rules of the secret realm, he used every method possible to gain more public attention and views. Then Jali listed a series of Sumo's activities, sleeping, as an image of him napping on a chair is shown, followed by playing hide-and-seek with beast monsters. Jali recalled the time Sumo and Yutong hid from a beast monster, and he also mentioned when Sumo sat eating with a foolish look, even live-streaming as he ate. He described images of Sumo in battle, continuing, he used all sorts of foolish acts to attract attention, creating a sharp contrast with his performance of quickly taking down beast monsters, thereby earning rewards and a large amount of fate coins to increase his combat power. Jali thought of the cultivators who were killed and said in a low voice, "Do you really think he's kind and foolish?" To increase the entertainment value of his show and get more fate coins, Sumo completely disregarded the lives and deaths of other cultivators. Then, thinking of the beast monsters slaughtering people, he said, "He's clearly very powerful, but he only saves people selectively. He is patient, cautious, keeps his trump cards hidden, and plays with the audience's psychology." In a certain sense, Sumo is even more like a beast monster than we are. Sumo is truly too dangerous, and starting a war with him now would be a great loss for us. Chairman Li, however, resolutely tried to persuade Jali. "My lord, if Chumo is that dangerous, we shouldn't let him live. He will become the biggest threat to the world fusion plan of the two worlds." Seeing his attitude, Garrett laughed and clapped mockingly, replying, "All right. Since you're so worried about the plan to merge the two worlds, how about I leave Chumo for you to kill? After all, your corporation spares no expense. Surely you can eliminate a mere cultivator with 1,000 years of combat power." Hearing this, Chairman Li was left speechless, stammering this. Seeing his reaction, Garrett spoke with a scornful tone. "What? Cat got your tongue? Facing your son's killer, the only thing you can think about is personal gain, you pathetic old man. We will definitely kill Chumo. It's just that there are more important plans right now, but you can start making some preparations for when we do kill Chumo, so things will be a little easier then." Hearing him say that, the chairman knew he couldn't argue and bowed his head. "Lord Garrett, please give me your instructions." In the lavish, sparkling room, Garrett turned his head and said with a laugh, "The old man from the Lee Corporation is gone. You can come out now. You still haven't changed that habit of eavesdropping." Nai appeared like a ghost and said, "Just because my talent is stealth, why do you all assume I'm some kind of peeping Tom? I'm here to report on my work. The trap in the second secret realm has been set." Hearing this, Garrett laughed and replied, "Well done, Nai. This way, we won't have to share the credit with Ayer. Speaking of which, we should also thank Chu Mo. If it weren't for him, a lowlife like Ayer would have been eliminated by Chu Mo, right?" Nai said, "I hope so too, but when Ayer came to Earth, she could at least maintain 1,000 years of combat power, so she could probably still escape." Back at Yutong's house. Just then, Chu Mo returned, carrying Ayer who had reverted to her original form, looking utterly dejected. He said, "Yutong, this bone weasel seems depressed. Should we just roast it?" Inside Yutong's house, the lights were on in every room. Yutong looked at Chumo and said sadly, "The corporation's hunters and that strange cultivator. It all sounds very dangerous. I wish I was a little stronger. That way I could help you, instead of being a burden." Hearing this, he comforted her, "Don't say that. If you weren't here protecting my sister, I wouldn't be able to go out with peace of mind." Yutong turned her head, pointed forward and said, "Speaking of which, I just set up a concealment array around the house. Only authorized people can enter and exit freely. The people from the corporation will never find this place, so we can rest easy even when we enter the secret realm." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chu Mo went to open it, and a delivery man appeared, saying, "Mr. Chu, here's the food you ordered." Chu Mo said thanks. Yutong saw the delivery man and suddenly shouted, "Wait, how did you find this place? Are you stalking me?" The delivery man laughed proudly and said, "This place is indeed hard to find, but luckily our company recently switched to a new system, a new positioning system. Even if you were living in a tree, I could deliver right to your door. Long live high-tech." Yutong could only force a smile, thinking, "Damn, high-tech. It seems the array needs some improvements." Air appeared in her human form, looking incredibly majestic as the narration introduced her. In the beast world, where class is clearly defined, the bone weasel R came from humble beginnings. Through her own relentless efforts, she gained power, status, and influence. She dominated the battlefield, a war goddess. To be undefeated in 100 battles is the aspiration of low-level demon beasts, a revered idol symbolizing majestic beauty. The scene shifts to a room, continuing with Aer's current situation, having lost all her demonic power and becoming a cultivator's pet, a meat shield to share damage. Right now, Aer is sprawled on a chair, dejectedly saying she doesn't want to do it anymore. I really want to go home, she thought, ruffling her hair in frustration. Wait, no. What am I even thinking? Even if the high-level demon beasts on Earth are all my enemies, and even if the corporation is full of useless trash, they only care about immediate benefits, but I must find a way to survive and complete the Divine Lord's mission. If I give up, my comrades will once again become food and toys for the high-level demon beasts. While Aer was deep in thought, the door slowly opened, and Chu Mo walked in holding a bag of food and spoke. Ai, are your injuries any better? I brought some food for you. Seeing him approach, she screamed, Demon, stay away. What evil scheme are you planning now? Chu Mo noticed Aer flinching away and said, Are you still angry? I'm sorry for hurting you. I really didn't mean to. Besides, you also hid your identity as a demon beast commander, right? Let's just call it even. You've been here for a while. You must be hungry. I really just brought you some food. Hearing Chu Mo say this, she grew even angrier and shouted, I'm not some little wild animal. Don't look down on me, you wretched human. Do you think you can win me over with food? A spread of incredibly delicious-looking food was laid out before her. Aer's attitude immediately changed, becoming extremely interested in the food and swallowing her saliva repeatedly. A moment later, half the food was gone. Aer happily gnawed on a chicken leg and exclaimed, So delicious! Seeing Aer eating so joyfully, he said, It seems you really like fried chicken. Suddenly, Aer froze, feeling that something wasn't right. She immediately thought, Wait a minute, what just happened? I seem to have lost consciousness, and by the time I came to my senses, half the food on the table was gone. Don't tell me I'm the one who ate all this fried chicken. As a demon beast commander, I was defeated by my own biological instincts. Her face darkened in disbelief. Unwilling to accept this reality, she said, Impossible. You must have added something strange to the food. Chu Mo glanced at her, reached out his hand, and spoke. I wouldn't stoop to doing something like that. If you don't believe me, I'll just take the remaining fried chicken. Before he could touch the plate of chicken legs, Aer quickly slammed her hand down on the table to stop him. Aer was bewildered. Looking at the glowing food before her, she thought to herself, how strange. It's clearly the meat of a weak animal with no demonic power whatsoever. How can it give off such a tempting aroma? The crispy skin of the fried chicken envelops the tender flavor of the meat, and there's also that strangely colored seasoning. It's completely irresistible. That was my memory from a moment ago. This is truly the food of a demon. Seeing her fall into a thoughtful silence, Chu Mo asked Aer, Didn't you say you didn't want to eat? Why won't you let me take the fried chicken away? Embarrassed and angry, Aer shouted, Shut up. I won't be seduced by food. I just want to prove that even if you poisoned it, it would have no effect on me. Watch. No matter how much I eat, I won't be poisoned. Then, she continued to devour the chicken, and Chu Mo thought to himself, All right, as long as you're happy. Just then, the system announced a registration reminder. Aer's favorability towards the host has increased by 1. The system registration reminder popped up. Aer's favorability towards the host increased by 1. Looking at the notification panel, he thought it seemed the information about Aer displayed on the system was not wrong at all. She would eat anything. She was incredibly easy to raise. Just giving her a little fried chicken and pizza was enough to increase her favorability. The deaths of the hunters meant a complete falling out with the Lee Corporation. Their next move would probably be the real danger for him and his sister. He had to quickly increase Aer's favorability to successfully unlock new abilities. Suddenly breaking the silence, Yutong entered and said, Sumo is done for. The Lee Corporation has made a move against you. Hearing this, slightly surprised, Sumo asked, That fast? What happened? Yutong quickly pointed to her phone and spoke. They've made you a trending topic. Sumo just replied calmly, Is that all? On a beautiful sunny morning, with bright lights shining all over the building, the bustling sounds of passers-by could be heard discussing things. The introductory cultivation class in the magical secret realm is holding a recruitment presentation today. Want to go with me to find a master? One person pointed at their phone and said, Have you seen the live stream? This course sounds untrustworthy just from hearing about it. It's just a scam to make easy money. Cultivators, demonic beasts, those things are too far-fetched for us. I just want a peaceful and stable life. The other person heard this and replied, I really hope the savior Sumo can quickly end the danger from the otherworld's invasion. Hearing that name, the other person suddenly turned and spoke. Sumo, that kid is completely untrustworthy. This morning, his background was dug up. Humanity's hope has collapsed. Didn't you see? It's even a trending topic. Hearing such words, the person next to him said doubtfully, That's impossible. They continued to discuss among themselves. The other person held out their phone, on which the trending topics were all about Sumo. Then there was a picture of two people standing opposite each other. As he said, If you don't believe it, check the trending topics yourself. The video data and incriminating materials have all blown up just yesterday. Before the secret realm opened, Sumo and his colleague, Xiao Meng, went up to their company's rooftop together. At this moment, an image of a girl falling from a high floor appeared as they continued. A few minutes later, Xiao Meng fell from the building and died. Although the rooftop has no cameras, it can basically be confirmed that Sumo murdered her. Other employees of the company have made explosive allegations saying that Sumo embezzled public funds, leading to a huge deficit in the amusement park project. Therefore, he pushed his innocent subordinate Xiao Meng off the building, creating the false impression that she took her own life out of guilt. His friend still said doubtfully, "To say Sumo is a murderer based on just this one video, isn't that a bit of a stretch?" Seeing that attitude, the person next to him grimaced and replied, "Don't be so quick, there's another video." Now, it was an image of Sumo meeting a man. He said, after the secret realm ended, Sumo returned to the company again, using his status as the savior to threaten the company's boss Shu, and extort him. Next was an image of the building exploding in a fierce fire as he continued to speak. After being rejected, Sumo killed Boss Shu, and at the same time, blew up the company, destroying the evidence related to the embezzlement and murder. These short video clips are all from the famous account holder, the Furious Instigator, whose purpose is to expose Sumo's true face. Seeing that evidence, his black-haired friend asked in confusion, "The Furious Instigator? A beacon of positive energy, always speaking up for the underprivileged, and yet this happens." He said, "But isn't Chumo a cultivator, so how could he be that greedy?" His friend next to him thought for a moment and replied, "Who knows? Maybe Chumo has a twisted mentality." Others who knew the situation said that a while ago, Chumo's sister was seriously ill, and it was Boss Shu who helped pay for her medical expenses. As a result, Chumo was even greedy with the medical fees. Now, his sister's condition is still critical, and thinking of the image of Chumo's sister lying in a coma, he said, "This is hilarious. He's called a savior, but in the end, he doesn't even care about his own sister's life or death. He even murdered Boss Shu, who was kind enough to help. Do you still think Chumo is the hope for saving the world now?" After hearing such words, the black-haired friend said indignantly, "I can't believe Chumo is this kind of person. I was so wrong about him. I even tipped him before." Meanwhile, in an office at some company, two young women were talking to each other. So disgusting. Chumo was a cultivator even before entering the mystic realm, and he pretended to be an ordinary person just to show off, taking advantage of people's kindness to trick them out of more reward money. The girl next to her agreed, Yeah. Many analysis videos say Chumo intentionally got many cultivators killed just to make the show more dramatic. The cultivators in the fifth mystic realm were so pitiful, they were all played horribly by Chumo. He scammed so much reward money, so how many fake coins could the other cultivators get? At that moment, someone being interviewed appeared on screen. He said, "This is a live interview about our views on the savior Chumo. As for that piece of scum, I have nothing to say." In a chat group, many people were discussing, "Chumo wins the Best Actor of the Year award. Chumo is such a psycho, pretending to be a miserable commoner, begging for his life. It's so cringy to watch. He's just putting on an act, you can tell he's just showing off at a glance. I just messaged Chumo's social media account, telling him to go die. A bit scared, he won't hack me through the Wi-Fi over there, will he? Laugh my ass off, let's see who will tip him anymore. Just wait and die, Chumo, you trash." In a luxurious office, a middle-aged man brought a folder to President Lee and said, "Old master, it has all been made public. Right now, the internet is flooded with negative news about Chumo. His reputation is completely ruined." He continued his report seriously. "However, old master, is this enough? He's the one who murdered young master Li Shu. The demonic beasts that crossed over to Earth have also refused to assassinate Chumo. Just smearing his name online won't be enough to avenge young master Li Shu." President Lee glanced over and replied with satisfaction, "Getting this far is enough. Although the demonic beasts have outwardly refused my request, they are still secretly gathering 10 units of spirit chi to control the army, thinking they could hide it from the eyes and ears of our group, but if I'm not mistaken, they will soon make a big move. They're hiding this information only because they don't trust the Alliance group. Spreading this negative information about Chumo was actually their request as well." He clenched his fist and continued, "When one spirit is broken, a cultivator's strength will also weaken, which means they have already finished preparing their plan to kill Chumo." At that moment, in a certain house, Yutong struggled and shouted angrily, "This is infuriating. Do these netizens have no brains? They just blindly follow the crowd. You went through life and death, through so much hardship to save the world, and yet you're being cursed at. Is there any justice in that?" Chumo said calmly. "Saving the world was never important. I just want to save my sister. I've never even considered a grand goal like saving the world." Seeing his indifferent attitude, Wu Tong spoke up, annoyed. "Aren't you angry at all? Those people clearly don't know anything. Yet they can speak so venomously in front of strangers without any hesitation. Chumo immediately replied, I don't mind at all. At that moment, Chumo gave a faint smile, crushing the phone in his hand as he said, Besides, seeing you trust me so much, and getting angry on my behalf because I misunderstood, already makes me very happy. Why should I care about what strangers think of me? Hearing him fall silent, Wu Tong said helplessly, It would be more convincing if you hadn't crushed your phone. You're furious, aren't you? Chumo glanced over thoughtfully and said, The rumors about me this time were probably manipulated by the Union Corporation from behind the scenes. My rage towards them has already reached its peak. It can't get any higher. For treating my sister as a test subject, the Union Corporation will pay the price. I've thought it over, and I'll start with the biggest problem, the Lee Corporation. Just then, a mystical blue light emanated from the middle of the room, and the system displayed an urgent notification. The second secret realm will open in 10 minutes. Saviors, please prepare yourselves. This surprised Chu Mo, who said, What the hell? What kind of treacherous secret realm is this? Didn't we just enter one yesterday? Shouldn't they let the saviors rest for a few more days? Wu Tong also exclaimed in surprise, It's only been 1 day since the first secret realm. I thought much more time had passed. Thinking back, a lot really did happen yesterday. Entering rescuing your sister from the boss, the demonic beast AI are suddenly descending to Earth, and even fighting the Hunter Corporation. It was a really long day. Since it was a secret realm mission, there was no other choice. Chumo stood before the gradually opening secret realm as a strong wind picked up and said, Consider them lucky. I'll let the Lee Corporation live for 1 more day. Wu Tong spoke up, Everything's ready. She stood with her arms crossed, glanced at Chumo, and said, I've upgraded the new concealment formation. I just ordered some takeout, and the delivery person couldn't find this place. Hearing that, he replied with satisfaction, Good. I've also made arrangements for AI. Let's get going. AR reverted to its bone weasel form, locked in an iron cage, wailing miserably. A brilliant flash of light appeared, and suddenly, voices could be heard. Why do we have to live stream the secret realm today too? Isn't this different from what was said before? Suddenly, changing the plan has messed up my schedule. I was supposed to have an important brand ambassador event today. You guys have to pay me extra for this. A sigh was heard in response, What are you talking about? The live stream has already started. At this moment, Yi Chang appeared, smiling as she said, Welcome to the Secret Realm livestream channel. Liu Li Shang, don't be angry. An ambassador event isn't as important as the Secret Realm livestream, is it? Li Xiang spoke up. Sister Yi Chang, I don't understand what you're saying at all. I'm a YouTuber, you know. I can livestream and do the brand ambassador event at the same time. Hearing this, Yi Chang said cheerfully, Really, Liu Li Shang, that's amazing. Just then, Ji Xing cleared his throat and said, Ahem, let's first watch the cultivators entering the second secret realm. The screen showed Enjo Kanga cooking, and the comment section immediately went wild. Wow, am I seeing this right? This cultivator is making hot pot in a secret realm. That's insane. He's putting demonic beast meat in the pot. Isn't he afraid it's poisonous? This streamer is really reckless. The donations and likes are already piling up. Eating demonic beast hot pot is nothing. Go check out Lahao Vu's live stream next door. Now that's what you call an extreme eating stream. The scene cuts to Lahao Vu's live stream, his hand resting on a giant egg. He says, This is a 50-kilogram demonic beast egg I just dug up. I'm not kidding, everyone. Today, I'm going to eat it raw. The comments exploded. What the heck is that? Is there such a thing as a chicken egg that big? This is a giant demonic beast egg the streamer just found by the sea, while catching seafood in the secret realm. The streamer said he wants to eat this egg raw. Eating it raw is truly hardcore. Seeing these images, Lai Tuong said helplessly, I don't understand this. Aren't these supposed to be secret realm live streams? Have they all turned into food channels? Dick Shuang wasn't surprised and spoke calmly, explaining, What's not to understand? They're all hopping on Suo Mok's trend, imitating his eating streams in the secret realm to get more attention and rewards. After saying that, she asked Elder Guai, Are all cultivators this trendy nowadays? Hearing this, Gixing laughed and replied, These people are all rogue cultivators from the 5th secret realm. Their strength is weak, so they can only gain fake coins and increase their combat power through these eating streams. Although this behavior isn't commendable, they are still fighting to protect humanity. Of course, I believe that the cultivators of the 4 great sects would never stoop to doing things like this for views. Let's take a look at the first secret realm. Arriving at the first secret realm's livestream area, Kim Min Kiat appeared, preparing to eat. He spoke up, as you can all see, that this is the most common demonic beast in the secret realm, a big-eyed poop-like creature with strange tentacles. I heard it has excellent health benefits. Today, I will experience it for myself. Seeing this, Gui Xing frowned and exclaimed, Hontai. The scene cuts to Thak Shan Than's live stream. He smiled cheerfully and said, Everyone, guess what I just found? Suo Mok. It's you, Suomak. I bet everyone is very curious about how this morning's hot search topic affected Suomak. I'm going to interview him now, so stay with me. He turned towards the walking Suomak and Wudong, shouting, Suomak, can I have a moment of your time? Hearing the call, Suomak stopped and asked, Are you looking for me for something? At that moment, Thakshan Thon very casually asked Suomak, I'm a media correspondent. Regarding the rumors this morning that you murdered your colleague and your boss, I was wondering if you'd be willing to be interviewed by me? Suomak replied coldly. Those rumors were spread by the Lee Corporation because I discovered their conspiracy. It's probably not just the Lee Corporation, but other corporations are involved as well, collaborating with demonic beasts from another world. Some demonic beasts have already secretly infiltrated Earth with the help of these corporations. Their purpose is unclear. I hope everyone raises their guard. After hearing Suomak's words, the man looked skeptical and asked with a laugh, demonic beasts infiltrating Earth? That's quite an astonishing claim. Regarding the deaths of Ha Tiu Man and CEO 2, there's video footage of you. How do you explain that? Suomak immediately replied, the surveillance video only shows a short clip. In reality, CEO 2 wanted me to take the fall for the project's deficit, so he ordered Ha Tiu Man to kill me. Hearing his explanation, a surprised Thakshan Thon said, That's outrageous. They're just two ordinary people who don't know their own limits, wanting to kill a cultivator. As for you, before entering the secret realm, I was also just an ordinary person. This made Shi Zhencheng ask in confusion, could it be that in just one day of cultivating, you've become this strong? It truly puts cultivators like us to shame. Seeing the conversation between Chu Mo and Shi Zhencheng, the viewers quickly commented, What nonsense! He's even making up stories about demonic beasts sneaking onto Earth to clear his name. He'll say anything. No way! People don't actually believe this, do they? He became the strongest cultivator after just one day in the secret realm. If it's really as Chumo says, that demonic beasts have already snuck onto Earth, then that would pose a huge threat to our world. In a room in the real world, Yi Chang spoke up. If it's true, as Chumo said, that demonic beasts have already snuck onto Earth, it would pose a huge threat to our world. Elder Gi, what do you think? Hearing this, Gi Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, I will notify the other sects to investigate the Lee Corporation, but there's no need to worry too much. If demonic beasts had really infiltrated Earth, there's no way our four great sects would be completely unaware. Yi Chang looked at Dan Zhao in silence and said, Hearing you say that, I'm actually starting to get worried. Looking around the city in the secret realm, Yu Tong spoke up. You have such a good temper. That cultivator who just interviewed you was only trying to use you for clout. He didn't believe a word you said. If it were me, I would have taught him a lesson a long time ago. Chumo calmly agreed. I know. I wasn't saying those words for him anyway. In reality, anything I say online, it gets deleted and silenced by the corporation. It's only through the Secret Realms live stream that they have a hard time restricting me. I just want to do my best, to let one more person see, to let the live stream viewers know the truth, so they can be prepared and have a better chance of survival. Suddenly, an earthquake shook them, and they exclaimed, That's strange. The Secret Realm is shaking. What's happening? A voice rang out. The Secret Realm announces, Due to the interference of a god from another world, the 5 secret realms will merge into one secret realm. At this moment, Chumo's system also appeared, login system. Second secret realm initiated. Due to the sudden event, login rewards are doubled. Day 2 login. Reward is the battle experience of the legendary martial god. The reward has been distributed. Host please check and claim. Yutong said, The shaking has stopped. The secret realm merger is complete. It doesn't seem that different from before. Chumo warned, Be careful, there's a strange beast over there. It might have come from another secret realm. A pink monster stepped out, crying Bomi. Yutong exclaimed, Wow, it's so cute. What does Bomi mean? Are you talking to me? The Bomi friendly approached Chumo and Yutong. It walked while crying Bomi, 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 Bomi. Then its demeanor changed instantly, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth. Chumo swung his hand, sending the Bomi flying with one move, and thought. My body moved automatically before I could even think. This must be the battle experience of the legendary martial god from the login reward. He looked at his palm and thought to himself, When I attacked, I could feel the power inside me, resonating, surging, and rampaging. Out of nowhere, 3 more super buff Bomas with 6-packs appeared. They roared in unison, Bomi, Bomi. Yutong said, Be careful, a lot more Bomas are coming, and they're the supersized version. She looked at Sumo and asked, Are you okay? You don't seem right. Sumo, unleashing his power, said, Is that so? He replied, But I've never felt this good. Sumo wondered to himself. Joy, excitement, ecstasy, none of these were enough to describe his mood. The image of the monster Bomikia flashed through his mind. That's right, I get it now. Sumo realized this with immense joy. a joy drowned in power. A beam of dark energy was unleashed. The Bomakia monster was sliced in two, the energy beam shooting straight into the sky. Sumo charged straight towards the Bomakia swarm and thought to himself, and there's also rage. He gritted his teeth. Sumo clenched his fist and thought, a rage so great it wants to destroy this disgusting world. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, illuminating the entire area. The system appeared. The system prompted. System has detected a backlash from the martial god's will, initiating reboot. During the reboot, the legendary martial god's combat experience, current progress is 5%. The host should try to avoid combat before the reboot is complete. Otherwise, the berserk power will cause injuries to the host's body, and there is a certain probability of losing one's sanity. Yutong worriedly called out to Sumo. Sumo touched his forehead and asked, "Is it over?" Yutong replied, "The Bomakias are all dead." Sumo, you were a bit scary just now. Sumo touched his forehead and replied, "Sorry, I got a little too excited." He thought to himself, couldn't the system have warned me a little sooner? If I hadn't snapped out of it in time, perhaps Yutong would be dead. Strange, the system said the berserk power would harm my body, but I only have sore muscles. The system prompted, detected host suffering from martial god experience backlash, activating injury transfer function. AI was injured, coughing up blood, and sent a dying telepathic message. Sumo, you tricked me again. I'm really about to get mad. You just wait for me. Hearing this, Sumo thought, did I almost beat to death too? It seems that before the reboot progress is complete, I must try to avoid combat. The scene shifts to another location. Yi Chang asked Elder Jixing what was with Sumo's strange state just now. Jixing replied, perhaps due to the influence of public opinion, Sumo's spirit was shaken, so his power also began to go out of control, and he lost his reason in battle. In this state, not only will he accidentally harm others, but his own body and mind will also continuously collapse. He frowned and continued. Once, I witnessed a cultivator whom I greatly respected fight to the death in an out-of-control state. The truth about Sumo killing people still needs to be confirmed, but for him to be fighting as humanity's savior while others hide safely and insult him, this isn't right. The scene shifts to a street where two other cultivators are panting and talking to each other. We should be safe now that we've run this far, right? What's with that kid Sumo going crazy, blowing up an entire street just to fight one monster? If we hadn't run fast, we might have died. The other person added, what else could it be? It's because he has a glass heart. It's shattered. So much for the strongest savior, he can't even take a few insults. His mentality is so weak. The black-haired cultivator raised an eyebrow and said, strongest? Didn't he get his strength by scamming for coins? With that many coins, even a pig could become the strongest. He doesn't even think about it. He used that method to steal the shoe coins that other saviors should have gotten, which will get so many people killed. The other young cultivator nodded and said, that's also true. What's he going to do with so many shoe coins? Body cultivators have their limits, so it's a complete waste on him. After 2 more secret realms, with more shoe coins, who knows, our strength might even surpass Chu Mo's. Suddenly, a sharp, cold voice spoke from behind the young man. Chu Mo, are you talking about Chu Mo? Did I hear that right? A chill ran down the young man's spine in fear. He thought, this terrifying aura, could it be him? He turned around to look and saw it was Udala. He sighed to think he was scared, stiff by this thing. It looks cute, but its voice is so strange. Let's get rid of it. The black-haired cultivator stopped him. Don't be rash. That's the core disciple of the Donghua Tianmen sect, the pet of the genius girl Yue Tianyan. We can't touch it. Udala asked, what are you two mumbling about? Tell me where that scumbag Chu Mo is. My master is furious. So mad she's about to explode. Chu Mo, a mere wild cultivator from the 5th secret realm, is worthy of being the strongest savior. Meanwhile, the assistant reported, Sir, your strategy was a massive success. He looked at the report and said, Chu Mo's spirit has collapsed, and his power is starting to go out of control. By the time he leaves the secret realm, he'll be a cripple, unless someone helps him. President Li laughed smugly. Hey, no one will help him. He continued, if Chu Mo were still that high and mighty powerhouse, people would respect him, but if he falls, he'll be ridiculed. They will only feel contempt, jealousy, and resentment, unwilling to be his stepping stone. If someone actually wanted to help Chu Mo, you know what to do. The assistant replied, yes, sir. The online army I hired is ready at a moment's notice. Anyone who wants to help Chu Mo will be slandered and cursed on the live stream. President Li said, helping Chu Mo will only tarnish their own reputation. They won't get any shoe coin rewards, and they even risk being killed by him when he loses control. Even that cultivator named Yutong, whose life Chu Mo saved, will eventually leave him. This is human nature. Mocking comments appeared online. To think there's a cultivator teaming up with that scumbag Chu Mo. Looks like they're 2 of a kind. Ha, everyone, stop trusting her. Who knows when Chumo might get her killed? It's all a waste. In Yutong's livestream room, the crowd was commenting furiously. Oh my god! I just watched the livestream replay. This streamer was the cause of her team's wipe in the first secret realm. All her teammates died, and she was the only one who survived. What could it be other than her getting carried? I suggest we lock this girl and Chumo up together. Don't let them harm anyone else. Big sis Yutong, get away from Chumo now. When he lost control just now, he almost hurt you. Yutong read the comments and sighed. Chumo asked, "What's wrong?" Yutong turned away and replied, "I was just thinking, you caused such a huge commotion earlier, it might attract other demonic beasts here. We should leave first." Chumo grunted in agreement and thought to himself, ever since that moment, Yutong's spirit hasn't been right. She keeps spacing out. It seems my power outburst really did scare her. Right now, I'm like a ticking time bomb. I could harm those around me at any moment, Chumo thought as he looked at Yutong's contemplative expression. But Yutong might have considered my feelings and couldn't bring herself to say she wanted to split up. As expected, it's better if I'm the one to suggest splitting up, since it's my responsibility after all. As the two of them walked down the street, Chumo thought to himself, if only a good opportunity would present itself. Just as he thought that, their prey appeared, and Chumo rejoiced inwardly. The perfect chance had arrived. He immediately said, Yutong, you go on ahead, let me hold off this demonic beast. Yutong walked forward, and Chumo said in surprise, wait, what are you doing? Yutong replied, I'm truly sorry, I wasn't in the right state of mind to realize what you were going through sooner. With a sad expression, Yutong said, although I always acted like nothing was wrong on the outside, millions, tens of millions of people were constantly cursing and criticizing you. Just how much pressure must you have been under? Even now, I can't fully understand it, which is why your power erupted uncontrollably. Chumo replied, it's not really that serious, but the power eruption is real, so it'll be very dangerous for you to be here while I fight. Hearing this, Yutong said, then let me fight. Chumo gasped in surprise. Yutong unleashed her power, summoning her weapon. Yutong changed into her combat attire, held the sword in her hand, and said, this time, let me be the one to protect you. The monster charged, and Yutong rushed forward with her weapon, lunging in to strike it. A memory from the past surfaced. Yutong held a sword in her hand and asked, does this mean I've passed the test? The man said, your strength and skill are more than enough to pass the assessment standards, but I don't want to accept you as my disciple. Yutong was confused. But my father already paid the fee. The man said, Yutong, you were once a disciple of the Manhwa heavenly sect, and your strength and talent are quite impressive. Besides me, you could choose any expert from the White Elephant sect to be your master, and I believe none of them would refuse you, if you want me to accept you as my disciple, unless. Yutong asked, more money? The man touched his forehead in exasperation and said, unless you tell me the reason you left the Donghua heavenly sect and the reason you chose me to be your master. Based on your answer, I will consider accepting you as my disciple. Yutong began, I became a disciple of the Donghua heavenly sect because I used to believe that the ultimate goal for a cultivator was to become an immortal, but do you truly believe anyone has ever become one? The man replied, an interesting question. From ancient times to the present, there has never been any proof that proves the existence of true immortals. Yutong wondered, then what is an immortal? Is it eternal life, the ability to control the laws of the world, or even create the power of the world? Or is it pure intelligence, a virtuous character, being untouched by worldly affairs, living freely and at ease? The man replied, heaven and earth coexist with me, and all of creation and I are one. Your descriptions and speculations about immortals are not wrong. That's the gist of it. I used to believe that as well, until I came into contact with actual cultivators and discovered that everything was completely different from what I had imagined. Powerful cultivators collude with influential officials and nobles, seeking wealth and personal gain. Yutong added, the disciples and apprentices compete with, rely on, and flatter their seniors to get more cultivation resources, to obtain greater magical power, and to solidify their positions by oppressing those of their own generation. And even a generation where the men are thieves and the women sell their bodies, relying on their mystical arts to deceive common people. Because I couldn't fit in, I ran away, only to get a scolding from my father. He wholeheartedly supports me becoming a cultivator, hoping I could help his career develop and build more connections. She continued her story as they walked. To maintain my status as a cultivator, I could no longer stay at the Donghua heavenly sect, so he brought me here. It's truly ridiculous. In an era where spiritual energy is depleted, do we really still have a chance to cultivate to immortality? Are people like us even worthy of becoming immortals? The man replied, in truth, most cultivators are satisfied with having more power than ordinary people. They even assume that becoming an immortal is just a fantasy, but no matter the era, whether they're called crazy or ignorant, there will always be people who don't forget their original goal of becoming a cultivator, constantly searching for a new path. Yu Tianren, have you ever heard that name? Wutong wondered. Yu Tianren, as in, I am a celestial being, Yu Tianren, for the sake of all living things, for heaven and earth, with a scummy name like that, isn't he afraid of being beaten to death? The man explained, in total, there were 8 cultivation sects with long histories and formidable power. 4 of those sects provoked Yu Tianren, so now there are only 4 great sects. Wu Tong exclaimed, is there really such a formidable person? I've never heard of him, the man replied. Many historical records related to Yu Tianren have all been erased. The following is my personal opinion. Yu Tianren has achieved immortality, or at least approached that legendary realm, but because the records of the past were erased, trying to find Yu Tianren's secret is also extremely difficult. I can only continuously research people or objects related to Yu Tianren throughout history through these colorful feathers, intending to retrace Yu Tianren's cultivation path. If you wish, you can come under my tutelage and research with me. Wu Tong was overjoyed. You've agreed to let me become your disciple? The man replied, that's right. You still haven't said why you chose me as your master? Wu Tong answered, because I heard from others that you're very weak. It's easier to survive by your side. The man said in a helpless tone, you didn't have to be that honest, you know? Wu Tong thought to herself, I finally managed to become his disciple, usually helping my master with some useless research. She recalled the place where she used to cultivate. However, her master was still very poor. After my master established his own sect, he could only use a private house in the suburbs as his cultivation manor. Although my master was still very weak, his pure character and spirit for research continuously attracted new followers, and the number of disciples grew day by day. Perhaps there was another reason. That is, unlike other places, it was casual and comfortable, but the cultivation atmosphere was serious. At this moment, everyone surrounded Wu Tong, eldest senior sister. Here's a cold cola I brought for you, eldest senior sister. This is the new man-eating giant comic. As the eldest senior sister who joined first, I also received the respect of many people. Wu Tong's memories turned bloody from that moment until the day her master's manor was destroyed. Many people came to the manor. Wu Tong recalled, my master's master, the sect master of the White Elephant sect, along with the sect masters of many sects and their numerous disciples surrounded us. They said Yu Tianren's cultivation method was a scam. They said my master used fabrications to attract hundreds of cultivators, seeking personal gain, fame, and having sinister motives. Those people argue with Wu Tong's master. They said many cultivators had been bewitched by my master's heretical path, delaying the work of their sects, causing great losses. The quarterly sect quota dropped by 40%. They said they wanted master to admit his mistake and to strictly discipline the other disciples and followers. Just admitting he was wrong would be enough to let it go. Yu Tong retorted, I told them master wasn't a fraud, but they laughed. Yu Tong remembered their words vividly. Children are easy to deceive. Look, besides you, who else supports your master? Master's disciples, his followers, they all left. I was the only one left. I started to feel scared. Master told me to admit I was wrong. I did as he said, but master refused to admit his mistake. He said this world needs people who don't admit they are wrong. Yu Tong's master held the sword in his hand. Yu Tong's memory was stained with blood. Master was dead. They laughed mockingly beside his corpse. Those people discussed. He actually dared to claim he was researching Yu Tianren's cultivation method. He's so weak. That's right. How shameless. He dared to say it, and someone actually dared to believe him. Even if Yu Tianren's cultivation method were truly restored, it wouldn't be something these ordinary people could learn. It's one thing for him to mess around on his own, but he even dragged our sect's disciples into wasting time with him. Truly a demon harming people. While they were laughing, I just stood aside, blinking, doing nothing. My father found another cultivation sect for me. I just lived day by day, thoughtlessly. But I regretted it deeply. I was furious, returning to the present. A sad look flashed in Yu Tong's eyes. Yu Tong finished off the monster in one clean move. She resolved, so this time I will not back down. I will not admit I'm wrong again. The Secret Realms system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the savior Yu Tong for killing the clone boss. The boss of the second Secret Realm will appear in 30 minutes. Difficulty level, 500-year-old beast. Yi Chang said with amusement, the boss is showing up this early? Plus, it's just a 500-year-old beast. Looks like we can clock out early today. Yu Tong, I think I remember that's the name of the cultivator next to Chu Mo. Elder Gi, is the difficulty of the Secret Realm lower this time because she killed the clone boss? Gixing replied, that's right. This boss is likely a fusion-type beast. Assuming the combat power of this beast boss is 2,000 years, exceeding the Secret Realm's limit would cause the realm to erase its own operating mechanism. But after the beast's main body and its clones separated, its combat power was only 500 years, thus avoiding the Secret Realm's restrictions. Even if fusing triggered a warning from the Secret Realm, as long as it split in time, it could avoid being erased. I guess the Otherworld participated in fusing the 5th Secret Realm, this time to let this beast capture all the cultivators in one fell swoop. Luckily, The beast clone was dealt with by Yu Tong beforehand. Otherwise, the saviors might have had to face a 2,000-year-old beast. Host Lu Li announced, "Let's all give a big thank you to Big Sister Yu Tong. The difficulty of the second secret realm has been significantly reduced. The cultivators of the fifth secret realm are facing a 500-year-old beast. Isn't that just a piece of cake for them?" Back in the secret realm, a pillar of purple light appeared, someone announced. "The beacon of light is here. It's the boss spawn point. It's too far from us. We have to be faster." The other cultivator replied, "What's the rush? Don't we still have 30 minutes? Another group of cultivators also quickly took action. After the secret realms merged, the number of cultivators has increased. If we don't get to the front, we won't gain an advantage. Who knows? Maybe the boss will be killed before we even get a turn." The person next to them replied, "That's right." Someone commented, "Oh my god, look over there. Even the cultivator who does mukbangs and catches seafood is here." He also came to join the fun. When Mangok and Gok saw Lahao Vu, she exclaimed, "Hey, I remember you. Aren't you that young man who was digging for clams earlier? You're here to fight the boss too?" Lahao Vu sighed. "Sigh, there's only half an hour left. No time for digging clams. There's not even enough time to scavenge, though I did manage to pick up one beast egg earlier. At least I didn't come back empty-handed, so don't talk about me. Aren't you not doing your mukbang anymore either?" Manhwa and Gok replied, "I had no choice. There's not enough time to make a big meal. I might as well go fight the boss. Even if I don't gain anything, it's still fun to watch the commotion." "Oh, right. Can you sell me that beast egg you found? I'll use it to make tomato and egg fried rice." Lahao Vu replied, "You mean the beast egg? I already ate that thing raw." Mangok exclaimed in shock, "Ate it raw? Are you serious? You've got guts, my friend. You're the real food vlogger here, aren't you? Won't you get sick from eating it so recklessly? Does it taste good raw?" Lahao Vu was silent for a moment. He held the bucket in his hand and said, "I'm completely fine. Of course, it's edible. Let's head over there first and stop chatting, or we'll miss the boss when it spawns." On top of a building, the dark figure observed everything below and said, "Everything is proceeding according to plan." He smirked smugly. "A bunch of fools. Do you really think the lower difficulty of the secret realm is a stroke of luck? Happily walk into the grave I've prepared for you." The purple pillar of light was still in the same place. Wudong looked at the pillar and wondered. "The thing I killed was really the boss's clone. I didn't mishear that, did I?" So Mok said, "Even if the secret realm's announcement was wrong, this pillar of light wouldn't lie." "Wudong, were you injured just now?" Wudong replied, "I'm fine. That beast was extremely weak. It went down before I even used any real force." So Mok praised her. "That's because you've gotten stronger. With you protecting me, I feel very safe." Wudong smiled and replied, "Is that so? Who was it that had such a doubtful look on their face when I said I wanted to protect you before?" So Mok quickly denied it. "You must have seen wrong." Udala appeared out of nowhere and said, "I didn't see wrong." It looked at Somok and asked, "You're Somok, right?" Somok said, "Who are you?" Udala replied, "This great one is." Before it could finish, its cheek was pinched by Wudong. Udala screamed, "Hey, what are you doing? Let go! Let me go!" Wudong said with amusement, "Are all new types of beasts this cute?" Udala's fur stood on end. "Sob, stop pinching me. Let go of me. This great one is not a beast. Master, hurry and come here. Somok is here." Wudong wondered, "Master?" Someone was approaching, and a girl spoke up. "Mr. Somok, I have been looking for you for a long time." Somok asked, "And you are?" The girl introduced herself, Dong Hoa Heavenly Sect, Niet Thien Tin. "Mr. Somok, let's have a fight." Somok asked, a bit surprised, "You're looking for a fight with me? Little lady, are you serious? Do we have some kind of grudge? I don't even know you." Nguyen Thien Tin replied, "Quite the contrary. I have great respect for you. In the first secret realm, the sight of you defeating a 1,000-year-old beast with pure strength excited me to no end. Therefore, Mr. Somok, I want to challenge you." Wutong pinched Udala's face and spoke up. "Wait a minute, Yue Tianxian. I know you, the strongest person in the second secret realm, a core disciple of the Donghua Heavenly Sect. In the secret realm, the demonic beasts are a common enemy, so to be infighting right now, are you out of your mind?" Udala yelled, "Gently, gently. This great one's head is about to explode." A soul floated out of his body, wailing, "Let go, you bastard. Wah." Wu Tong quickly said, "Ah, my apologies, I got a little too emotional and accidentally used too much force." His soul actually left his body. "Is the little ghost still alive? Is it okay?" "No, wait, you only become a ghost after you die. A ghost soul leaving its body, that's a double out-of-body experience." Yu Tianxian stuffed the soul back into Udala's body and said, "It's fine, you just need to stuff the soul back in. To answer your question, there are 2 reasons I'm challenging you, Chumo." She listed them. 1. Watching your battle. Chumo, against the demonic beasts in the replay video from the first secret realm, has ignited a desire within me to fight you, Chumo, one that I absolutely cannot control. Chumo was skeptical. Really? No matter how I look at it, your current expression has nothing to do with burning passion. Yue Tianxian held up two fingers and continued. The second reason. As a rogue cultivator with no sect, you've outshone the four great sects. You, Chumo, have made the cultivators of the four great sects lose a lot of face. The elders of our sect also feel very disgraced. Only by defeating you in front of a worldwide audience can this humiliation be erased, proving that our Donghua heavenly sect is the strongest. Hearing this, Wu Tong said, "Is that really something you should say out loud? By being so honest, you're making the elders of your sect lose even more face." Yue Tianxian didn't seem to care much, replying, "Is that so? I don't really understand. They originally wanted me to, after I obtained more coins, challenge you, Chumo. But I don't think that would be fair, and besides, I'm getting very impatient, so I want to fight you, Chumo, right now." Chumo looked at Yue Tianxian and said, "Thank you for your honesty, but I have to refuse for now. In the battle with the demonic beast not long ago, my power went out of control, and I almost lost my sanity. Fighting you now would be very dangerous for both of us," Yue Tianxian said sympathetically. "Is it because of the influence of public opinion? I can understand." Chumo made a deal. "Yue Tianxian, I agree to accept your challenge, but we'll have to postpone it until my power has stabilized." Yue Tianxian said, "But postponing the match would be unfair to you." Chumo was a bit confused. "How would that be unfair?" Yue Tianxian explained, "You, Chumo, are a body-refining cultivator, right? The maximum cultivation level for a body-refining cultivator is equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. I can use coins to enhance my own power, but you, Chumo, your power has already reached its limit." Chumo said, "It's true. The coins can no longer increase my combat power. Is the limit for a body-refining cultivator really only 1,000 years? Udala said smugly, "That's right, newbie. This great one will soon be able to thrash you with just one hand." Yue Tianxian continued, "From what I understand, body-refining cultivators temper their bodies by simulating certain cultivation methods of demonic beasts, but the human body has its limits. The power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast is the maximum limit of strength a human can endure." She added that another factor limiting body-refining cultivators is their Tao heart. To control immense power, one's will and spirit must also be sufficiently pure, even for orthodox cultivation schools. They also need to constantly temper their spirit and resonate with the outside world to break through the 1,000-year cultivation limit. Historically, due to limited spiritual energy and scarce resources, only a few talented individuals could become cultivators. The body-refining school is an exception. Yue Tianxian explained that, theoretically speaking, everyone can become a body-refining cultivator, but the process is excruciatingly painful. It could even be described as self-torture. The rate at which ordinary people succeed in becoming body-refining cultivators through practice is even lower than the rate of becoming an orthodox cultivator. She continued, saying that according to the records, during the last invasion from another world, body-refining cultivators were only effective in the early stages, but as the intensity of the war increased, body-refining cultivators were phased out. Udala chimed in, "High difficulty, a low ceiling, and useless in the later stages. You'd have to be crazy to become a body-refining cultivator." The four great masters couldn't comprehend why body-refining cultivators still existed in this era. Wu Tong warned the little ghost, "Do you want your soul to leave your body again?" Udala quickly hid behind Yue Tianxian and said, "This great one is telling the truth. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yue Tianxian said, "For Mr. Chumo to be able to become a body-refining cultivator in this era, and even reach the peak of combat power during this secret realm's mission, for the first time, I have the utmost respect for him." Yue Tianxian stated firmly, "Many cultivators, once they have enough coins, will want to defeat Mr. Chumo to prove their own strength. Therefore, Mr. Chumo can only be defeated by me. I will not let those cowards humiliate Mr. Chumo. If any other cultivators come to challenge him, I will take them all down." Wu Tong asked, "Little sister, you're quite self-righteous. Do you think you're so noble?" Yue Tianxian retorted, "For the honor of the four great sects, cultivators will come to challenge Mr. Chumo anyway. Do you have a better solution?" Wu Tong frowned and said, "Of course, if they can't even defeat me, then they have no right to fight Chumo. I will accept all challenges." She pointed her sword at Yue Tianxian, "Starting with you." Yue Tianxian's face darkened as she said, "To see if you have the strength to protect Mr. Chumo, I will use my full strength." Udala said arrogantly, "How dare you provoke my master? Watch as I smash your skull with my hammer. I will repay the humiliation you brought upon this great one tenfold." Wu Tong looked at the two of them and said, "Two against one? The pet wants to join the fight too? I don't mind." Yue Tianxian replied, "Udala is a weapon, albeit a troublesome one." Udala transformed into an axe, releasing a massive amount of energy. Yue Tianxin shouldered the axe and said, "But it's very dangerous. It's not too late for you to surrender now." Wu Tong sneered, "Aren't you being a little too friendly? We're enemies right now. You should worry more about yourself." Yu Tianxin charged forward, axe in hand. "I won't hold back then." The two sides clashed head-on, their energies colliding with each other. Dust and smoke filled the air as someone spoke up. "I just got here. What's the situation? Are they already fighting? Hasn't it been less than half an hour?" "What? Did the boss appear early?" As everyone gathered, one person exclaimed, "How could this be? This is way more interesting than a boss fight." Everyone was gossiping. I heard from someone that Yue Tianxin and Yu Tong from the Donghua Heavenly Sect seemed to be fighting over a man. That's ridiculous. Someone actually dares to steal a man. From a genius of the Donghua Heavenly Sect, Li Haoyu wondered, "Wait a minute, Yu Tong. Is she the cultivator who killed the boss clone mentioned in the previous Mystic Realm announcement? She's also a core disciple of the four great sects." "What? I've never heard of her before." The green-haired cultivator laughed and replied, "Haha, you wouldn't know. She's a cultivator from the fifth Mystic Realm. The cultivators from the four great sects always look down on disciples from small sects like us and even rogue cultivators. But now it's the other way around. They can't compare to us from the fifth Mystic Realm." Li Haoyu sighed with emotion. "I never expected that besides Chu Mo, another powerhouse would emerge from our fifth Mystic Realm. The Mystic Realm is truly fair. Ordinary cultivators like us can also stand out as long as we find the right opportunity." The other cultivator replied, "Well, you still have to be brave enough to fight and willing to risk it all. Look at the Tai Xuan sect." "Oh no, the sect master of the Tai Kong sect. During the first Mystic Realm's mission, he pretended to gather everyone to fight the boss. But when Chumo was fighting the demonic beast, he just stood there, frozen, acting like a total coward. I watched the replay later and almost died laughing at him." From a distance, Yan Xingjian shouted, "Hey, what are you two mumbling about?" Li Haoyu turned to look and said, "Huh, it's the Taishuan sect. We were just chatting, not saying anything." Yan Xingjian fumed with anger. "Ha, not talking now, are you? If you've got the guts, say what you just said again." Luo Tiancheng stopped him. "Yan Xingjian, let it go. Don't stoop to their level." Yan Xingjian retorted, "But young master." Luo Tiancheng admitted, "They're not wrong. My performance earlier was indeed that of a useless person. Even my father was disappointed in me. When I returned yesterday, it was the first time I'd ever seen him so angry." Yan Xingjian comforted him. "Young master, your father just has very high expectations for you. Besides, yesterday, your father stayed up all night, specifically using rare materials to strengthen the Imperial Thunder Vase, to prepare it for you." Luo Tiancheng realized, so that's why he took back the Imperial Thunder Vase yesterday. Yan Xingjian continued, "That's right. Your father still cares about you a lot, he's just not good at expressing it." Luo Tiancheng looked at the Imperial Thunder Vase in his hand and said, "So that's how it is? There was something contained within the vase. It looked like a dark phantom." Back to the fight between Yue Tianxin and Yu Tong, dust and smoke were flying everywhere. Yue Tianxin offered some praise. "You're stronger than I thought. Can't you just obediently admit defeat?" She swung her axe and said, "Anyway, let's keep fighting. I'll win in the end. If I use Udala's true power, I might accidentally kill you, and Mr. Chumo would be very sad." Yu Tong replied, "Is that so? The true power of your little phantom. I'd like to see it. Don't be like you, all talk and no action." The two rushed at each other. Something flashed by, and before Yue Tianxin could even blink, her weapon vanished. She wondered, what just happened? "My weapon was snatched away in the middle of a fight. How can that be?" Yue Tianxin had a look of utter shock. Chu Mo was holding both of their weapons in his hands, stopping them. "Hey, you two calm down a bit. A friendly match is fine, don't actually try to kill each other." The system appeared, system prompt, reloading the combat experience of the legendary martial god. Current progress is 50%. Yue Tianxin's expression soured, and she asked Chu Mo, "You're not angry, are you?" He returned Udala to her and explained, "I only called off the match because I was concerned for your safety." Yue Tianxin spoke up, "Mr. Chu Mo, I was too short-sighted. You easily took my weapon in the middle of our fight without me even noticing. Your combat skills have already reached the pinnacle. During the first mission in the secret realm, you hid your true strength. All of us were fooled by you. I am still far from being qualified to challenge you." "Ha ha ha." Chumo replied to her, "You're too kind. I was just lucky." Udala had reverted to its spirit form. Yue Tianxin said, "Mr. Chumo, you are being far too modest. In a similar situation, even the strongest person from the four great sects and the four Dao Seekers probably couldn't have stopped our battle as easily as you did. I was wondering if I could follow you for a period of time to learn from you." Yu Tong suspiciously asked Yu Tianxin, "You're a core disciple of the Donghua Heavenly Sect. Is it all right for you to say something like that? You're not planning something bad again, are you?" Yue Tiangxin answered straightforwardly, "Of course not. I deeply respect Mr. Chumo. Besides, whether or not to accept me as a teammate is Mr. Chumo's decision to make. It has nothing to do with a defeated opponent like you." Yutong scoffed, "A defeated opponent? I don't recall us settling the score just now." Yue Tiangxin said confidently, "If Mr. Chumo hadn't stopped the match earlier, the winner would have definitely been me. If you don't believe it, you can ask Mr. Chumo. I have complete faith in Mr. Chumo's judgment." Yutong and Yu Tianxian turned in unison and asked Chumo, "So who exactly was winning just now?" Chumo was flustered. "Well, about that." Suddenly, someone approached. It was Jing Xian, and he spoke up. "Yue Tianxian, you should really do something about that overly competitive nature of yours. Stop causing trouble for everyone." Yue Tianxian said with annoyance. "TSK, is that Jing Xian? You disciples from the Dantai Jade Grotto just love to create a bunch of rules. Are you always trying to be model students or something? Stop trying to manage me with your rules. If you want to lecture me, let's have a fight first, and then we can talk." Udala chimed in. "This great one hates hypocrites like you the most. If you don't like it, come and fight me." Jing Xian said, paying it no mind, "I have no interest in starting trouble with you. Miss Yutong, your talent and potential are unmatched. I would like to invite you to join the Dantai Jade Grotto." Yutong let out a gasp of surprise. Others immediately started extending invitations as well. "Miss Yutong, please join the Tai Fire Mansion. We will definitely give you the best possible treatment." Me too. You have to join our sect." Yue Tianxian whispered to Yutong, "Just ignore those smaller sects. The offers from the Dantai Jade Grotto and the Tai Fire Mansion would both make you a core disciple, with a future opportunity to become a Dao Seeker. But in recent years, the overall strength of the Tai Fire Mansion has been declining. Plus, they have 16 core disciples, so it's not the best choice. But Dandai Grotto is different. They only have one core disciple. As long as you join Dandai Grotto, the next generation's Jingshan Dao Seeker of Dandai Grotto will definitely be you." Jingshan approached and said, "Yue Tianxian, your whisper is a bit too loud. I heard everything, but you're not wrong about one thing. Miss Yutong, if you join Dandai Grotto, the resources we provide will definitely be the best." Yutong refused. "Thank you for your invitation, but I've already decided I have no intention of joining any sect for the time being. My talent and potential aren't actually that outstanding," Yutong added. "My current powerful combat strength is only because Chumo gave me a lot of coins." She thought to herself, "It's still unclear whether the four great sects are colluding with the beasts or not. Plus, the beast commander AI is locked up in my house, and even Chumo's sister has the aura of a beast. Joining one of the four great sects would only bring trouble for Chumo." Hearing this, Jing Shan could only say, "You're being too modest. Even with many coins, without talent and hard work, it's impossible to convert them into combat strength. If you change your mind later, you can contact me anytime." "All right then. I won't bother you any longer. Everyone, let's leave. Dismiss. We should disperse too. I thought we might be able to recruit a talent for our sect. What was I thinking? Even the four great sects couldn't invite her. How could it be the turn of small sects like ours?" Chumo spoke up. "Wait a moment. Please don't leave yet. Since everyone is here, I want to announce something." Hearing this, Jing Xian turned her head and asked, "The strongest savior of the fifth mystic realm, Chu Mo, what do you want to say?" The purple gate from before had now turned blue. Chu Mo said, "It's like this. I hope that capable cultivators can investigate the matter of the corporation colluding with the beasts." Comments from the audience appeared. Chu Mo is at it again. Does he really think anyone will believe his little trick? Anyway, the beasts are the ones at fault. Is he some kind of innocent white lotus? Even if the corporation is colluding with the beasts, does that make him clean? In Chumo's live stream room, someone commented, "Show us proof that you didn't kill anyone first." People watching the live stream wondered, beasts have snuck onto Earth? How is that possible? The mystic realms are the absolute line of defense built by ancient cultivators before the savior failed. There's no way beasts could appear on Earth. I don't believe it anyway. "I don't believe it either." Yue Tianxian spoke up. "Mr. Chumo, I believe you." Chumo let out a sound. Jing Shan heard this and said, "A very interesting point of view. Although I don't think it's very likely, it's worth investigating. After this mystic realm ends, I will report to the sect to investigate the corporation." Chumo replied, "Thank you." Jing Shan said, "No need to thank me. Protecting the world and preventing the danger of beasts ahead of time is our job. The issue with the corporation should wait until after we defeat the boss of this mystic realm, before we discuss it further." That gate grew brighter and brighter, and everyone was shocked. What's happening? The boss's pillar of light suddenly got wider. The boss is about to appear. No, that's not right. The pillar of light is still expanding. The gate expanded more and more, and someone stared at it in shock, asking, "What on earth is going on?" The dark figure standing on the tall building spoke, "Begin the transfer." In just a moment, a portal opened in a strange place. Lahao Yu looked around in confusion. Where is this place? Beside him, the other person said, that beam of light from before brought us here. The other person wondered, but isn't that beam of light the boss's spawn point? But the boss hasn't appeared, and there's no notification from the mystic realm. It's so strange. After observing for a moment, Chu Mo reminded them, be careful. There's something wrong with this place. It's very dangerous. Wudong replied cautiously, yeah, I know. A mystic realm mission wouldn't be this easy. Then he said softly, the first mission of the mystic realm also said the final boss was a 500-year-old demonic beast. But a 1,000-year-old demonic beast appeared instead. What's going on this time? At that moment, the blue light began to shrink. Suddenly, the system displayed a mystic realm notification. Second mission, the final boss has appeared. Difficulty is a 500-year-old demonic beast. Mission location. Suddenly, a demonic beast appeared. Its body was muscular with bloodshot red eyes full of killing intent. Then, someone spoke nonchalantly. Although I don't know what's going on, killing this 500-year-old demonic beast should complete the mission, right? Thinking like that makes things much simpler. There's only one thing we have to do. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his sword and rushed towards Nu, swinging it. However, it was completely fine, unharmed. A strong force from the sword sent him flying back. Hey, are you kidding me? Not even a scratch? How is that possible? It's just a 500-year-old demonic beast. Not only could I not kill it in one hit, but I couldn't even break its skin. His face turned pale as he suddenly realized something was wrong. His attack was made of spiritual energy. The next second, it slammed its fist straight into his head. In an instant, his vision went completely black. Seeing the scene before them, all three panicked. The one with the bun in their hair exclaimed, what the hell? Isn't that guy a core disciple of the Tai Fire Mansion? The person next to them said in confusion, he was killed by the demonic beast with a single palm strike. Next, how you said, has the mystic realm's spirit gone crazy? This is a 500-year-old demonic beast? Seeing them trembling in fear, Jingxian suddenly spoke up to explain, it's not that the opponent is too strong, but that we've become weaker. Haven't you realized it yet? The spiritual energy here is extremely barren. Our attacks can't unleash their original power. Suddenly, Bomi appeared with a cute face. Bomi. The next second, it revealed a huge, muscular body. Next to it were a giant snake and a giant squid. Yue Tianxian suddenly spoke. It's not just the final boss. The normal demonic beasts from the mystic realm have also been transported here. This is truly hopeless. Not only is our strength limited, but we're also surrounded by demonic beasts. Does the mystic realm want to kill all the saviors here? At this moment, the system shifted to a place that looked solemn and cold. A voice spoke out. Mystic realm? This place isn't a mystic realm. Suddenly, a strange person with horns on his head appeared. Jolly arrogantly announced, fellow cultivators, saviors, and all you viewers watching the Mystic Realms livestream, welcome to Earth. Jingshan was confused. Who are you? You say this place is Earth? The spiritual energy on Earth hasn't been depleted to this extent. Then, the man replied, no, this is Earth. To be precise, it's a resort on some small island in the Pacific Ocean, near the hotel. Controlling the square with a vast amount of buried spiritual energy, he sneered, his voice full of disdain. This is a special trap prepared for you all, and as for my identity, wasn't it the revered savior Chu Mo, who already told you? Demonic beasts have already infiltrated Earth. The people watching the live stream commented, am I seeing things? What Chu Mo said is actually true. Where are all the haters who doubted God Mo before? Where do they all run off to now? Come out and apologize to God Mo. At this moment, everyone was watching Chu Mo's live stream room. Putting the truth aside, even if demonic beasts have really infiltrated Earth, the suspicion of murder against Chu Mo still hasn't been cleared. Someone else retorted, you guys, stop making a fuss. The demonic beasts are about to capture all the saviors in one fell swoop. What time is it to still be talking about whether Chu Mo is right or wrong? Does it even matter? In the observation room, Li Xiang asked Elder Li, what's the situation? Ji Xing replied, I just received news that the small island where the saviors were captured has been found. Hearing this, Li Xiang was secretly pleased and ordered, that's great. Then quickly send people to rescue them. Elder Ji, with an uneasy look in his eyes, said, we've already sent a search and rescue team ahead. They've already arrived. According to them, that island has vanished without a trace. The location shown on the satellite map is now empty. There won't be any reinforcements. At this moment, the figure of Jarrett appeared. Ji Xing's voice gradually lost hope. There won't be any hope. A mocking smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. You cultivators, just enjoy your last moments struggling for your lives. Just use your favorite live stream to witness the demise of Earth's protectors. At this moment, Chu Mo was standing before a demonic beast twice his height. He said, if the rules of the secret realm are still in effect, then eliminating you will allow me to return to reality, right? Then, a wave of energy erupted from him. Then let's give it a try. The next second, In the town within the secret realm, a loud noise echoed repeatedly. Bullets pierced its head and quickly took it down. A man with his hair in a bun, still in a shooting stance, spoke softly. Demonic beast, how do bullets that taste of spiritual power feel? After that, he approached the downed demonic beast and sneered. Ha! I knew bringing an anti-material rifle was the right choice. And before we entered the secret realm, Aben, you even laughed at me. As he said this, he suddenly stopped and called out a name. At the same time, another cultivator was crushed underfoot by a different demonic beast. Aben heard the loud noise. He turned and softly uttered Pommy. Its massive body stood towering before him, and it seemed to be smiling at the man with the bun. He immediately raised his gun and shouted, "Damn you, I'll kill you right now." A second later, a terrified scream rang out. Bomi bent down and snatched him up, just like that. It effortlessly lifted one hand high. Ignoring the gut-wrenching screams of the man with the bun, "Let me go, let me go." Then, Bomi opened its mouth wide, revealing terrifyingly sharp teeth dripping with saliva. He screamed in despair, "No!" Meanwhile, inside, Chu Mo and Jarrett were fighting each other. He raised his hand, erecting a shield with a steady stance and a calm voice. "Did you hear that? The tragic screams of those cultivators are so pleasant to the ear. You little brat who gets in the way." Chu Mo quickly sneered. "Ha! Do you think I would just let you go attack Niu?" Jarrett smirked. "You are the most dangerous savior. If I let you easily eliminate Niu, this little game of slaughter I've arranged would be for nothing." Then, he turned in another direction and ordered, "Hey, Niu. The boss is just grazing on the grass, which means less effort and less time." At that moment, he thought grimly, "This is troublesome. That guy has revealed himself as well. This will prevent me from killing the final boss. I can't end this secret realm early. Not only will it cause great casualties among the cultivators, but my power might also go out of control again." Suddenly, GLI rushed forward with a murderous aura. Chumo, spacing out during a fight, is not a good habit. Suddenly, a man holding a fan blocked him. "I completely agree with your point of view." A light flared up from behind, making GLI pause. The fan waved gently, and the space around Jingxian blazed as if it were being incinerated. Flame Emperor's raging blood. As soon as his voice faded, flames immediately surged and began to char bone. The intense heat made GLI slightly irritated. "Tesk, an impractical move? You think you can disturb my leisure time with just that?" "Tesk." Yue Tianxian flew towards him with her scepter. "That's not for you to decide," GLI said smugly. "This kind of superficial attack is useless, no matter how many you throw at me." At this moment, a sword emitting a purple light appeared, along with a voice. "It's not over yet." From behind him, Yutong raised her sword high in the air, then struck down with a powerful blow. The smoke gradually dissipated, but GLI remained completely unscathed. "Don't you all understand yet? With your strength, you can't even hurt me." Then, he held the gem on his chest and continued, "Only Chumo." Where did Chumo go?" At this moment, Jingxian spoke up. "You must have guessed it, right? He went to hunt down the final boss." The man's eyes still showed contempt as he remarked, "So that's how it is. Is this your strategy? Even if you risk your lives, how long can you stop me?" Yu Tianxian was ready to fight him to save the Earth, paying no mind. Yu Tong was the same. To save the hope of Earth, we are already prepared to die in battle. At this moment, a circle of fire appeared around Jingxian. Then he used his fan to control the flames. Suddenly, the flames shot out to bind his body, locking all of GLE's movements. From the sky, a dark silhouette swooped down. It was Yue Tianxian. Her eyes were filled with determination, while at the same time, Yu Tong also charged forward. Together, they both slashed at the dark figure. A second later, the dark figure gradually vanished. Seeing this, Yue Tianxian said softly, "We won. That was too easy, wasn't it?" Sensing something strange, Yu Tong spoke up, "Something's not right. Based on the power that demonic beast showed before, we were no match for him. How could he be killed by us in less than 10 seconds? Jing Shan guessed. I'm afraid what we killed was just his clone, if I'm not mistaken. That demonic beast's target from the very beginning was only Chu Mo. You've tested it, haven't you? The barrier surrounding the grassland." At this moment, the secret realm was surrounded by a purple circle. GLI calmly passed through the barrier, which even with your strength, you couldn't break in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, a hand appeared holding Niu's head. It was Chumo. "You deliberately lured me here so I would kill the secret realm's boss. Was it to trap me here? You really went to a lot of trouble." Hearing him say that, the man suddenly broke into a strange smile, as expected of the most dangerous savior, to remain so calm even after falling into a trap. "Let me guess what you're thinking right now. You've clearly killed the secret realm's boss, so why hasn't the secret realm disappeared? It's because this barrier has blocked the secret realm's observation and judgment. Therefore, not even the secret realm itself can determine that Niu is dead." He fell silent, then asked, swallowing hard, "I'm here explaining all this So what is your purpose? He approached him, using every possible word to persuade him. Sumo is the most outstanding savior on Earth. You are fighting to save the world but are misunderstood by those pathetic humans. Cursed, hated, it's truly pitiful. Don't you see that your efforts are completely worthless? Join us, and you will receive the fairest treatment. Your talent and worth will definitely not go to waste. He continued, oh right, and rest assured, inside this barrier, the live stream from the secret realm will be interrupted. Right now on Earth, no one can hear our conversation. The people watching the live stream commented, huh, is this beast an idiot? The secret realm's live stream is clearly working just fine. Someone else chimed in, you're the idiot. It's obvious that Beast is intentionally tricking Sumo, wanting him to betray humanity in front of the entire world. In Sumo's live stream chat, comments flooded in. Sumo isn't saying anything. He couldn't be wavering, could he? Could he be planning to betray humanity? Another person retorted. Godmo hasn't said a word and you're already letting your imagination run wild? If I were Godmo, I'd just join the beasts. People like you aren't worth saving. Suddenly, the system announced, System reminder, Legendary Martial God's combat experience downloading, current progress at 70%. He remains silent with a pensive look, thinking to himself, the download isn't finished yet, I need to stall for more time. Although Jia Lai had tried his hardest to sway Sumo, he still hadn't uttered a single word. Losing patience, the beast spoke up, Sumo, my patience is wearing thin. Give me your answer. Believe me, if you agree to cooperate and submit to us, we will certainly not treat you unfairly. If you intend to refuse my goodwill, then I'll have no choice but to kill you here and now. Finally, Sumo responded. Cooperate? Our partnership ended a long time ago. The aura control blocks came from the priceless treasure of Continent X, and you collected 10 large ones. Did you really think you could hide that from the Alliance conglomerate, set a trap to kill the saviors, and not inform us first? And you have the audacity to speak of trust? Hearing this, the beast sneered. Haha, you're saying you're with the conglomerate? That's the most ridiculous story I've ever heard. Despite Jia Li's taunts, Sumo continued his questioning. Then, what about the Beast Commander's failed appearance? Do you really believe that was merely a coincidence? The smile on the beast's face vanished. He looked down and said, Human, what are you trying to imply? Fool, is the appearance of someone as important as the Beast Commander couldn't possibly have an error in his appearance due to a simple coincidence? His eyes and smile were filled with mockery. You still don't understand? Truly a brainless beast. Since you wanted to set a trap behind our backs, we had no choice but to strike back. The Beast Commander is a valuable test subject. That's right, we've been experimenting with beast cells for a long time. Don't tell me you still haven't figured that out. Instantly, Jia Li's rage flared, and he screamed, You despicable human! It was your Alliance conglomerate that came to us for cooperation in the first place. Is this your sincerity? His eyes were filled with undisguised contempt. Did you think our conglomerate would be content being the lapdogs for you savage beasts? Our partnership was shattered long ago, you idiot. The beast roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! I was lying when I said the barrier would disrupt the livestream from the secret realm. Sumo, the ugly truth about your alliance has been exposed to the entire world. Who's the fool now? Just then, a system notification popped up announcing an update. Legendary Martial God Combat Experience. Current progress 99.99%. After reading it, he suddenly froze. Seeing this, Jia Lai laughed gloatingly. Sumo, why aren't you talking? Where does your previous composure go? Don't tell me you've gone stupid. Turns out the great savior is just like us, colluding with us beasts. Then, he continued in one breath. Not only that, but you also exposed the corporation's human experiments yourself. I was only guessing about that before. Ha ha ha. Betraying humanity and then betraying the corporation. There's no place left for you on Earth anymore. A moment later, Sumo replied to him. What a pity. It seems you really didn't know about the human experiments, but I still have to thank you for a moment ago. By admitting the connection between the beasts and the corporation with your own mouth, my bad reputation can be completely cleared. Jia Li's face twisted as he heard the reply. What did you say? Suddenly, he roared furiously. How can this be? Now, Sumo's eyes were filled with contempt for him. It seems you figured it out. You're the fool who just exposed himself to the entire world. He kept snarling. Stop your bluffing. If you're not with the corporation, how would you know so much information and know to expose it via livestream? Are you just trying to change your public image? In contrast to his loss of composure, Sumo spoke even more calmly. To you, is investigating enemy intelligence such a strange thing? He then listed the evidence. First was a man sitting dazedly on the floor. Next was a helpless young man taking care of a child, and finally, the girl in the wheelchair. Then Sumo asked, do you still want more evidence? Then, he continued, causing the man's face to harden. After this secret realm ends, the first thing I'll do is destroy the Lee Corporation. Although you won't be around to see it, Jia Li's expression darkened as he said, how long have you known that the barrier couldn't block the livestream? Sumo answered nonchalantly, I've known since the very beginning. Regarding the barrier surrounding me, you gave way too many useless explanations. That your treasure is hard to break, and that it could prevent the secret realm from confirming the boss's death. All of this was to constantly reinforce my impression of the barrier, that it isolates everything. Then you hinted to me that the barrier could interrupt the live stream. Your method of insinuation was too clumsy. The notification board displayed a comment. I honestly don't know how to describe what just happened. So unexpected. All I can say is that Sumo is incredible. Another person quickly said, I knew it. Godmo's previous idiotic persona was just an act. This is his true face. In Sumo's live stream room, a comment notification appeared. Godmo, that title needs to be changed. Not only is he powerful, but he's also incredibly sharp. Let's call him Old Devil Su. Another person rejoiced, even though all the saviors are currently trapped by the beasts, with Sumo here, I suddenly feel reassured. Ping! The system displayed a notification, updating legendary martial god combat experience. Current progress 100%. Then he looked down at the notification and thought to himself, the update has finally completed. The combat experience has reached 100%. Perfect timing. Wait, why is the progress bar still going up? Just then, a notification popped up. The system announced it was updating the legendary war god combat experience. Current progress 101.5%. Sumo looked on in confusion. System, are you messing with me? Isn't the progress bar supposed to be full at 100%? What the heck is 101.5%? The demonic beast in front of him looked furious, as if it was about to strike. But the progress bar still hadn't finished updating. Am I going to lose control halfway through the fight? It quickly explained, system prompt, because the host compatibility with the war god has increased. Progress exceeding 100% will grant the host a new skill. After the progress bar reaches 100%, engaging in combat will not cause the host's power to go out of control. Jialai looked at his energy-absorbing hand and smirked. Sumo, I underestimated your cunning and treachery. That was my mistake. But in this secret realm I created. Then he clenched his fist and rushed towards him, shouting, the fate of humanity will be decided, and the only thing that determines victory is power. He threw a powerful punch, but Sumo stood still, creating a shield to block it. He was stunned, gritting his teeth as he thought, my attack was blocked. No, that's not right. I didn't even feel it connect with anything solid. Sumo raised his hand to grab his arm. Get down. As soon as he spoke, Sumo pulled him down effortlessly. As he was lifted off his feet, he thought, I can't comprehend how he's attacking me. I feel like a ragdoll, about to be slammed into the ground. Then, Jialai hit the ground with a loud thud. Flames erupted all over his body. Meanwhile, in another room, Yi Chang covered her blushing face and gushed, ah. Sumo's cold and ruthless demeanor has completely captured my heart. He outsmarts them, overpowers them, and toys with demonic beasts in the palm of his hand. This must be what a god is like, right? Li Shang helplessly reminded her, ahem, Sister Yi Chang, please control yourself. Sumo truly deserves the title of the strongest savior. At the same time, I want to say, many people watching this owe Sumo an apology. At that moment, a cloud of smoke appeared outside and a voice spoke up. You're still alive. You're a tough one. Open the wind barrier, tell those demonic beasts to stop attacking the cultivators, and end this secret realm mission. Sumo stood before Jia Lai and added, I might just spare your life. He collapsed to his knees after taking so many hits. Human, I had already guessed that your strength might far exceed my expectations, so I came prepared. Suddenly, two menacing dark figures appeared, and Sumo asked him, calling two more pitch-black demonic beasts into the barrier to gang up on me, Sumo calmly continued, is this your plan? Jia Lai once again generated a powerful source of energy and said, no, they are my batteries. They can store power and transfer it to me, allowing me to be unrestricted by spiritual energy, temporarily restoring my full combat power. His previous weakness vanished, replaced by overwhelming pride. Your excellent combat skills have earned my utmost admiration. To show my respect, I will use my strongest power to destroy you. Just then, a hand suddenly slammed against the shield. Wu Tong said helplessly, damn it, this barrier is really solid. Yue Tianxian said, if we just keep attacking, the barrier will break sooner or later, and we can get Sumo out. Shan Jing continued to wave his fan, don't stop. Behind him, Jing Shan speculated with doubt. The demonic beast suffered greatly, using the final boss as bait to trap Chumo inside. Why aren't they stopping us from attacking the barrier? I think there are two reasons. The barrier is already very sturdy, and even Chumo would have a hard time breaking it. Our attacks are insignificant, and second, those demonic beasts are currently busy with more important matters. Suddenly, a sound rang out, and everyone looked in its direction, exclaiming in unison, a bell. Whispers and panic filled the air. A giant bell floated in the sky, stop staring, run, or Pommy will catch up. Wait, when did that demonic beast appear? Then a giant dark figure appeared holding the bell. He spoke while ringing the bell. The time has come. Humans, cultivator saviors, after 1,000 years, the saviors have gathered here, and the chance for the two worlds to merge has begun again. We are now in a halftime break. I send my sincere greetings to everyone from the other world. Everyone was stunned, and one person spoke up. Is this also a demonic beast? It's huge. It looks like it's on a completely different level from the other demonic beasts. Another person wondered aloud, a halftime break. The surrounding demonic beasts have all stopped moving. Do they want a truce? Perhaps. The dark figure smirked. In this war that decides the fate of this world, you have already lost. We have no intention of hunting you down to the last one. Then, he continued, give up your status as saviors, submit to us, demonic beasts, and I will guarantee your safety. This goes for all humans on Earth. As long as you submit and become the minions of us demonic beasts, you will be able to continue living in peace. Luo Tianxing shouted, stop joking. We will never submit to disgusting monsters like you. Don't believe it. The words of a demonic beast can't be trusted. Another person agreed. The young master of the Tai Xuan sect is right. This demonic beast only wants to divide us and shake our resolve. Hearing this, the dark figure became even more contemptuous. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. You cultivators can be our food, or you can be our beloved allies. There have been quite a few cultivators who have sided with us. It is thanks to them carrying the tokens that we were able to smoothly bring you to this small island. Then, he spread his arms and continued, those who possess a token, please come to me first. I have already prepared rooms and food for you. You mark cultivators, after the halftime break ends, I will protect you. Luo Tiansheng was furious and shouted, stop lying. I'm not carrying any of your tokens, so why do I have a mark on me too? You're a liar. He looked down at him and said, I remember now, that thing on you called the Fish Thunder Vase has the symbol for transportation carved on it. Your father gave that to you, didn't he? Although you didn't actively carry the token, he told me to take good care of you. Come over to my side. Hearing those words, he held the vase in his hands, unable to believe the truth. Impossible. How could this be? My father sided with the demonic beasts. The dark figure replied, because he is a smart man. Your world has already been infiltrated by us demonic beasts, and many have already secretly sided with us. Face reality, Earth has become our playground, and humanity is destined to be our servants. At that moment, a cage was broken. Having successfully escaped, a girl clenched her fists and shouted, don't tell me you really think that. You think this shoddy cage can hold me? I am the great and mighty commander of the beast kin. Then the girl scoffed contemptuously. Who wants to be your pet? Did you really think I could be bribed with food? You demon Chumo, I will definitely make you pay for your wicked deeds. As she spoke, she picked up a pastry. Despite her tough words, her power hadn't recovered yet, making her no match for that demon. Then she savored the delicious pastry and soda. Could she only flee in despair, without a tactical retreat? Her body may be resting, but her mind was still sharp. I can definitely think of something to threaten Chumo with. Suddenly, the girl stood up excitedly and said, I've got it. I just need to capture the sister Chumo cares about most, and I can make that demon obey. That way, even without my powers, I can still complete the Divine Lord's mission and save the weaker beastkin. After that, she walked over to Chumo's sister's hospital bed. She imagined a large shadow intimidating a small cat. It's not that I sympathize with humans. She lowered her head slightly and thought to herself, I just hate the act of bullying the weak. If I do something like this, how am I any different from those high-level demonic beasts who have fallen to the level of those despicable humans? Then she turned and ran for her life. Time for a tactical retreat. In short, I just need to get out of the demon Chumo's territory first. Suddenly, the system interface appeared. System prompt. Host has been attacked. Activating wound transfer function. A crackling sound made her realize something. The girl fell flat on her face and cursed, that bastard Chumo. Waves of power converged on the small figure in the distance. Jia Li flashed a sinister smile, his hand glowing with purple power as he said, how long do you plan on running? This is a fair one-on-one fight, isn't it? Is this all you've got for combat skills? As long as I maintain my distance, there's nothing to fear. Chumo used his agile movements to dodge the attacks. He quickly rushed towards Jia Li, launching a powerful counterattack straight to his face. Jia Li was hit by the blow and sent flying back 10 meters. Despite being knocked back, he smiled smugly and shouted, Human, look up. At that moment, Chumo raised his head. A massive energy sphere appeared. A loud explosion rang out, and the area was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke. Jia Li slowly approached and said, looks like you're not lightly injured, are you? This is the first time I've seen you cough up blood. Chumo grimaced, clutching his wound, and replied, same to you. I bet you're not feeling so great either. Hearing those words, the man laughed arrogantly and said, what are you talking about? I'm in my prime. These minor injuries can be healed easily, but without spirit energy for defense and healing, you will only continue to accumulate damage. Before my power runs out, I'll have already torn you to shreds." Seeing his arrogance, Chumo sneered, "Do you even have the nerve to talk about this so-called fair fight?" Suddenly, a sound was heard. System prompt. Host has been attacked. Activating wound transfer function. GLI prepared to attack again. He said, "As long as I can win, as long as I can survive, who cares if it's despicable? See this? These points of light on my hand? Do you know what they mean? They represent the number of cultivators who have abandoned their roles as saviors and submitted to us demonic beasts. Chumo, this is your last chance. Submit or die." Chumo replied coldly, "Thanks for the offer. But I refuse. I hate accepting handouts from others the most." In another space, with an extremely strange atmosphere filled with hazy smoke, a group of people appeared, discussing something. I didn't want to fight anymore, but just going in there and actively giving up the status of a savior is a betrayal of humanity, a betrayal of Earth. Let's just go in. Who cares? We'll die if we stay outside anyway. So what if we're not saviors? We've already done too much. At this moment, Nai spoke up. The intermission is about to end. What are you still hesitating for? You are our honored guest. Luo Tiancheng's face darkened, and he roared in extreme anger. Shut up. I will never surrender to demonic beasts. Hearing that answer, Nai said, if you refuse, you will die right here. Not only that, your father and your sect will also be completely annihilated by the enemy. He clicked his tongue and continued to persuade, truly unfilial. Your father worked so hard to pave the way for you, yet you don't hesitate to destroy everything of your Taishuan sect. You should know what the right choice is. Luo Tiancheng held a mysterious potion vial in his hand. He swung his arm and shattered the vial, releasing a surge of power. Then Luo Tiancheng shouted, "This is my answer." That immense power shot straight towards Nai, but he quickly blocked it with his own power. Luo Tiancheng stood stunned, dazed, in disbelief. A deep voice echoed, "Wrong choice." Luo Tiancheng was startled as a hand appeared above his head. It was massive with sharp claws, and as the voice finished, that hand struck directly down at where he was standing. Seeing this, the people outside said to each other in panic, "It took such a powerful blow and wasn't even scratched. Can we really fight that demonic beast?" Nai and the other demonic beasts let out a terrifying laugh and said, "The intermission is over. Are you cultivators ready to become our food?" A giant barrier enveloped a corner of the city. At this moment, Chumo was inside the barrier, clutching his wound and struggling to stand. A sound was heard. System prompt, Martial God Combat Experience Update Progress at 150%. Synchronization rate has reached its limit. Obtain skill. Combat Formation. Strategy is 3 times the normal state. Actively using the skill can increase strategy by 10 times. Duration is 10 seconds. In the 184th year of the Taiping era, a rebellion was launched by an enslaved dynasty, using it as an opportunity for the corrupt dynasty to begin to fracture, leading to a chaotic war among the vassals. The people suffered immensely, but the cultivators ended the chaotic era, sealing all the evil ancient aberrant races. Afterward, the Daluo Heavenly God Kingdom, a land of divine authority, was established, along with the Tai Yi Palace, and the Donghua Heavenly Sect, which led the 8 great cultivation sects, helped rule Daluo Tian, finally bringing peace to the suffering people. This is the history they wrote in the books. A hand holding a money pouch extended. "This month's pay is 50 coins, take it." A man took a money pouch from a supervisor and said cautiously, "Supervisor, I want to resign." The supervisor asked in return, "Are you serious? The pay is good and it's safe. Can you find a job like this anywhere else?" The man replied, "I'm just a little tired. I've saved up some money over the years. I just want to go home and open a small shop." "All right." The supervisor didn't force him, saying, "I understand. Just make one more trip and you can leave. That man is me, a porter. I've been doing this job for 5 years. 5 years ago, the demonic beasts appeared. They are terrifying monsters from another world. To prepare for the war with the other world, Dai La Tien is building a secret realm. Highness criminals will be locked up in Dai La Tien. They will become sacrifices for the secret realm, but the sacrifices this time are a bit strange. Men and women, old and young, all in tattered clothes. They all seem to be ordinary people from a village. There's even a one-eyed old man locked up separately in a carriage. Next to a large fire is a carriage, with an old man imprisoned inside. He is blind in one eye. The old man asks the young man, "Aren't you curious about our story?" The man leaning against a tree calmly replies, "You are a criminal and a sacrifice. According to the rules, transporters cannot speak with the sacrifices." The old man ignores his words and begins to tell his story. "Our village is in the remote, barren mountains. Relying on foraging in the mountains and farming the land, we barely scrape by. For 15 years, we managed to survive. But then the demonic beast appeared, and that time, many people died, including my granddaughter and my son. The survivors in the village wanted to seek the protection of cultivators to prevent the next demonic beast attack. The old man hesitated, then continued. But we couldn't afford the taxes. The man, uninterested, instructed him. I don't want to know about this. Get some sleep. We have to set out tomorrow. The old man didn't stop. He kept mumbling his story. To fight the demonic beasts, we could only rely on ourselves. But normal weapons have no effect on demonic beasts, and we don't have the talent to become cultivators. Fortunately, I found the corpse of a demonic beast. I am also a doctor. People without talent cannot become cultivators, so I wanted to uncover the great secrets of the demonic beasts. I dissected that demonic beast. The villagers agreed with my idea to let me experiment on them. They wanted to gain power by fusing with the demonic beasts. In the vast forest, only the old man's storytelling voice echoed. The regrettable thing is that until now, the survivors of the experiments haven't shown any changes. The man finally spoke up and asked, "Did you also lose your eye during an experiment?" The old man replied, "Because of the research on demonic beasts, everyone in our village was considered a criminal. They called me a madman, feeling that everything was meaningless and that they shouldn't have trusted me in the first place. A villager injured my eye. That's why I was isolated." The man replied, "You really are crazy." A doctor in a remote area thinking that his research could allow ordinary people to surpass cultivators and fight demonic beasts. The old man chuckled and said, "Hey, you're not wrong. I know it's crazy, but we want to live. I want to enable those without talent to gain the power to protect themselves." The next morning, a group of people, tied up, were being led down a forest path. A young boy in chains suddenly shouted angrily, "Don't touch my little sister." A man was forcefully pushed aside, stunning everyone. Someone wondered, what happened? Someone else replied, "A tied-up kid not only killed a transporter but also blew up a boulder." The old man imprisoned in the carriage suddenly laughed loudly, saying, "It's a success. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. Ha ha. I'm begging you, please release that child. He is the fire seed, the hope of the future." One of them frowned and said, "The old man in the carriage went crazy again. That's right, you have the communication signal, don't you? I need to report that unusual phenomenon to the officer." The man pressed the tip of his sword against his neck, making him stammer in fear. "Hey, are you kidding me?" he demanded. "You've always been a madman. Not just that kid, but the old man in the carriage too. You let all the sacrifices go. Do you have any idea what will happen to you?" The man answered calmly, "Maybe I really am crazy. Or maybe it's this world that's crazy. To build a secret realm, sinners have become sacrifices. I transport them in exchange for gold coins. I've transported many sinners, some who deserved to die, and some who didn't." The man looked up at the sky and continued, "This time, the sacrifices are the ones who least deserve to die, because perhaps they can stop this world from being so insane." 25 years later, in a small wooden cabin, a young man looked on with concern and said, "You pass out again." The man on the floor coughed a few times and struggled to ask, "How much time do I have left?" The young man answered, "You fused with the flesh and blood of a demonic beast before, and it's constantly eating away at your body. I estimate you can live for another 2 years. But we're considered heretics and are constantly being hunted, so danger is always lurking. In this situation, it's hard to say if you'll even make it half a year." The blue-haired man gave a faint smile and replied, "That's enough time. A cultivator like you, willing to help us and get dragged into this mess, I feel truly sorry about that." The young man retorted angrily, "Don't make it sound like I did it willingly. You just tricked me. Have some shame." The man said nonchalantly, "It was your fault for getting on board. You were kicked out of your sect because of your own curiosity anyway." The young man held his forehead in frustration and said, "Imp, I guess I have only myself to blame. The fact that humans can wield the power of demonic beasts. Once I learned about it, how could I possibly contain my curiosity? But aren't you frustrated? With the help of a genius like me, we finally figured out a way that doesn't require using the flesh and blood of demonic beasts to grow stronger. But as the very first person to wield that power, you can only die in agony." The man on the floor sighed and replied, "To be honest, I'm incredibly frustrated." "Didn't you say you were a genius? Then hurry up and figure out a way for me to keep living. I want to try out the new cultivation method that you developed." The young man yelled angrily, "Hey, it's not that easy. Because of the rejection from the demonic beast's flesh, your lifespan has been drastically shortened. Where am I supposed to get that lost time back for you? If a genius like me wasn't here helping you manage your condition, you would have been dead a long time ago." The man looked at a young boy sitting nearby and said, "I still want to live a little longer, to see if future generations of body-refining cultivators will be accepted by the Dao Luo Tian and no longer be considered heretics. I'm the one who found them all. Until these children grow up, it's my responsibility to protect them." After he finished, the two looked at each other in silence. Finally, the young man relented. "Okay, I get it, I promise you. You found those orphans, so after you're gone, I'll take good care of them." A few wind chimes on the fence began to ring. The young man's eyes widened as he thought, oh no, the alarm artifact I set up has been triggered. They are cultivators from Daluo Tian, 3 squads totaling 60 people. The young man spoke reassuringly, don't you worry. Didn't we fight 5 squads before? The teenager replied, after that battle, all our supporters were killed in action. You also started falling unconscious all the time. Now it's just the 2 of us and those kids. You tell me how we're supposed to fight? The blue-haired young man spoke up. After that battle, my body reached its limit, and I discovered something. By letting the flesh and blood of demonic beasts gnaw at my body, while my spirit falls into a state of frenzy, I can gain immense power for a short time. Leave those cultivators to me. You take the kids and go first. The teenager angrily retorted, you'll die. The young man replied calmly, maybe so. If I die, remember your promise. The teenager called him back, asking hesitantly, wait, do you have any other wishes? The young man gave a faint smile and said, it's enough. The future generations of children won't need to use the flesh of demonic beasts anymore, although the cultivation process is arduous, but they can become stronger safely. Unlike me, they can fight as mere humans, die as mere humans, no longer food for demonic beasts, no longer a burden to cultivators, no longer fuel for the mystic realm. Ordinary people can also have other choices. I'm actually very content. Many years later, a voice rang out, this is your last chance. It's not too late to give up now. The man smirked contemptuously. Last chance? I thought Dao Luo Tian would execute me directly. Luo Tiancheng approached, calmly replying, after all, you are now the strongest savior of the mystic realm. Dao Luo Tian considered your influence. So they've given you another chance, as long as you publicly admit that your insane words that you spoke before were at someone else's behest and not the truth, your charges can be dropped. If you refuse, you will have to duel with Lingguan. The man looked at his own hands and replied, so that's how it is. A duel instead of an execution. I understand, you can go now. Luo Tiancheng asked in confusion, are you insane? If you just admit you're wrong, everything can be forgiven. You made body-cultivating cultivators. Gain the recognition of Dao Luo Tian, even becoming the strongest savior of the mystic realm. But now, you want to throw away your merits and glory to become a criminal. The man calmly replied, I just want to do the right thing. Besides, what I said wasn't crazy. According to my investigation, about 15 years ago, the spiritual energy began to deplete, which shook the very foundation of Dao Luo Tian's rule. They found the only way. Merging the 2 worlds could replenish the spiritual energy. Therefore, Dao Luo Tian arbitrarily traveled to other worlds, summoning demonic beasts from other worlds, wreaked havoc in villages, and used that as an excuse to capture criminals as sacrifices. To build a mystic realm for interdimensional warfare, Luo Tiancheng asked him, even if what you say is true, does it matter? Everything Dao Luo Tian has done is to protect the interests of us cultivators. You strived your whole life to gain Dao Luo Tian's recognition, and you finally became one of us cultivators. Now you want to throw it all away? You want to betray your life's work? The man stood up, speaking as he walked forward. The efforts of all cultivators from the body cultivation path are to protect those ordinary people without talent. Perhaps I have betrayed myself, but I will not betray their efforts. He said while standing on a high wooden platform, I don't need the recognition of Dao Luo Tian. I don't need the status of a cultivator. From now on, I will be immortal and fight for the mortals of this world. The man thought with determination. The duel begins. Luo Tiancheng spoke up. You are very strong, but your combat power has reached the limit for a body cultivation path cultivator. Facing Lingguan, you have no chance of winning. The man calmly replied, perhaps so. Luo Tiancheng sneered again, foolish. You're just going to throw your life away for nothing. The man just smiled and thought to himself, even if I die here, my battle will inspire more people to resist. I want to entrust hope to the next generation, just like my predecessors did. A powerful oppressive aura suddenly erupted from Chu Mo's body. His opponent thought anxiously. How strange. This oppressive feeling is bone-chilling. Is that really Chu Mo? Chu Mo asked as he walked forward. Haven't you noticed yet? The man asked back cautiously. Notice what? Wiping his hands, Chu Mo said coldly, you're already dead. The scene shifts to a secluded, uninhabited island where despair is spreading. Loud explosions echoed continuously. Massive fires engulfed everything, and over here, 2 people were hiding behind a wall. The man in the yellow shirt told his companion, we should be safe here for now, but worried thoughts raced through his mind. Those strong cultivators were easily killed by the demonic beasts. The man in blue was pale with fear, telling himself, you must understand, right? Even if we keep fighting, we'll just end up as meaningless corpses. Why? Why didn't we choose the hotel's main entrance back then? Seeing the man's strange behavior, the man in yellow frowned and looked out. Too scared to speak, he thought. What are you trying to do? Stop. Don't go out. We'll be discovered. The man walked right out into the open, giving a bitter smile as he surrendered in despair. The demonic beast, I want to surrender. We can be friends, right? Behind him was a gigantic mouth with blue eyes and sharp teeth. And just a moment later, the mouth opened wide and took a bite, killing the man instantly. The man in yellow, now standing between two giant demonic beasts, could only curse himself. That fool. He lured all the beasts over here. A green frog prepared to launch its long tongue at the juicy prey, and he couldn't react in time, thinking, I'm going to be killed because of him. But just as the tongue got close, a dense purple light flashed across its mouth. Wu-Tong sliced the green frog in two with a single sword strike. The man looked over, impressed, took out a demonic beast in an instant. So strong, I'm saved. But then he realized something was wrong. He couldn't relax yet. There was still a Bomi behind him. As he turned to look, he saw it had also been cut down by Tian Xin with one slash. The man frowned slightly, wondering, that's great, the danger is gone. Is it because I suddenly let my guard down? His body suddenly relaxed, so that's what it was. Another hidden green monster launched a fatal attack, piercing through his abdomen. Jing Xian walked over and saw the scene, sighing with a click of his tongue. Still too late. Nai slowly appeared before them, and with a sarcastic smile, made an enticing offer. The three of you are truly different from ordinary people, not only breaking out of the encirclement, but also saving people everywhere. Geniuses like you shouldn't die so easily. How about I give you one more chance to surrender? Why must you waste your lives? Tian Xin looked displeased and retorted harshly, laugh while you can, Chu Mo will defeat you soon. He wasn't worried in the slightest, his smile widening as he informed them, Chu Mo. You've all been waiting for Chu Mo for so long, he still can't get out of the barrier. If he's not dead, he's already turned traitor. The scene shifts to another area. The explosions continue to roar non-stop. Inside a hotel room, Hao Yu complained, they're still fighting, it's so noisy. The tragic screams were irritating. Lan Ping sat there complaining, just get eaten by the demonic beasts already. This is such a waste of time. I just want to go home. Hearing this, Hao Yu laughed and replied, show them a little respect. After all, they chose to be saviors, fighting for humanity. Lan Ping scoffed dismissively. The way I see it, they're just a bunch of fools. Even the strongest savior Chu Mo is trapped, his fate unknown. Even if they die in battle here, what's the point? Humanity has already lost, and no one is going to thank them. The scene shifts to Nai's location. A beam of green light shot down, and he looked down at the kneeling Jing Xian to ask, you can still stand? He couldn't form any words, only letting out a few weak coughs as he looked at the two girls lying on the ground. Nai reminded him, by the way, your two comrades are barely hanging on. He gave a cold laugh and threatened, so unrepentant, refusing my kindness. Now, I will sentence you for your crimes. What a pity, it's the death penalty for all. Just at that moment, from inside the cage, a blinding golden light erupted, and cracks started to appear. Nai glanced over, slightly worried, and wondered, what's that sound? Jing Xian clutched his stomach, lucid enough through the pain to realize the barrier is breaking. As the cage shattered, fragments flew into the air, revealing the figure of Chu Mo standing amidst a brilliant aura. Seeing this, Nai raised a hand to cover his face, while wondering in disbelief, impossible, how can this be? Seeing Chu Mo's powerful figure charging at him, Nai wondered, the barrier was destroyed. Did Chu Mo kill everyone from the Golden Age? He immediately used the ghost seal technique to become invisible, thinking he had no chance of winning in a direct fight, and that he just needed to hide before Chu Mo could get close. But at that moment, Chu Mo had already charged forward, his eyes glinting with killing intent. He unleashed a wide-range palm attack and yelled, don't even think about escaping. Nai's body started to disintegrate before he could even speak, his eyes wide with horror as he cursed internally. A body-refining cultivator using an attack with such a massive area of effect is totally cheating. And just like that, as he vanished, the sky grew clear and bright. Jing Xian looked on, sensing that the demonic beast's presence had completely disappeared. It was that easy. Chu Mo walked over, glanced at Yu Tong lying there, and asked Jing Xian, do you know any healing magic? Jing Xian immediately answered, I know a little, but I can only barely sustain the lives of Yu Tong and Yue Tianyan. Hearing this, Chu Mo walked past him and said, that's enough. I'll need you to heal them here for now. As soon as the Secret Realm mission ends, the Savior's injuries will automatically heal. Chu Mo turned towards the hotel and declared confidently, it will be over soon. I'm going to kill all the remaining demonic beasts. Back at the hotel, everything had gone quiet, and everyone inside noticed. The sounds of fighting outside have stopped. Lam Bin sat there scoffing. So what was the point of those stubborn fools outside struggling for half a day? The outcome was already set, as mysterious blue streams of light flew in behind him. He was about to stand up and tell everyone that the demonic beasts had won and they could all go home now. A tiny remnant of Nai's phantom gathered near Lam Bin's shoulder. He thought to himself, even Jia Lich died at Chu Mo's hands, so the demonic beasts outside are probably all dead. If I die too, this Secret Realm's trial will be a failure. Luckily, I I prepared 8 identity tokens beforehand, and I frowned, realizing, ah no, that's not right. The young master of the Tai Huyen Mon sect already crushed the Ingu Loi Bin. 7 are left, and as long as a single token remains, I cannot be killed, and the secret realm cannot be cleared. On this island devoid of spiritual energy, after being trapped for a few months, even Chu Mo will run out of power and die. I can't let Chu Mo find me before that happens, but just then, his fist shot out, directly shattering the main door. The door flew straight inside, and they jumped to their feet in alarm, asking each other, what was that noise? Could the demonic beasts be going back on their word to kill us all? Lam Bin replied with a twisted expression. It's something worse. Outside, Chu Mo walked in with an overwhelming aura and a stone-cold face. Hao Vu quickly stepped forward, trying to flatter and explain at the same time. Chu Mo, no, God Mo. You've wiped out all the demonic beasts outside. God Mo, we're truly grateful to you. You saved all of us. Please forgive us. We were all forced into this by the demonic beasts. We were just too weak. That's why we surrendered. Lam Bin, also worried for a moment, chimed in to agree. That's right. We were actually pretending to surrender, just waiting for an opportunity to strike the demonic beasts. Chu Mo's face darkened as he yelled at them. Shut up. The demonic beasts outside are all dead, but the secret realm's mission isn't finished. I have someone I must save. No matter what it takes, I must kill the last demonic beast and complete this mission. He stood in the middle of the room, sensing the spiritual energy, and told them, I've searched the entire island, and only this place still has the faint aura of a demonic beast. The demonic beast is among you, but I can't distinguish which one it is. Unfortunately, that leaves me with only one option. Kill every single suspect here. Lam Bin clutched his chest in panic and asked, Kill all of us. God Mo, I'm innocent. Which one of you bastards is hiding the demonic beast? Show yourself, or we're all going to die. Truong Bin, nervously holding a crystal in his hand, said, Wait a minute, I know. It's not the demonic beast itself, it's the token that the beast marked. It's this thing. The demonic beast's aura is definitely on it. The rest of you, hurry up and hand over the tokens the demonic beast gave you. Give them to God Mo. At this, Hao Vu clutched his stomach in panic, crying out, Oh no, I swallowed the token to keep it safe. He immediately decided he would go to the bathroom to retrieve the token, but beneath his feet, streams of dark energy began to appear. Nai's spiritual energy inside the mark started gushing out now that it was discovered, causing Hao Vu to only scream out in agony, Help me! The crystal in Truong Bin's hand reacted similarly, and he also screamed in fear, Demonic beast, stay away. The soul fragments from the marks gradually gathered together. After taking form, Nai looked at him and said, Chu Mo, you truly are ruthless, willing to kill your own kind without a second thought just to find me. He replied coldly, No matter what, they are cultivators, and they are my important comrades. Sumo looked at him coldly with a sharp gaze, continuing, Threatening to kill them earlier was just an act meant to deliberately provoke you and make you reveal yourself. I didn't expect you to be even easier to fool than your accomplice. I forced you to appear in the blink of an eye. It's just a pity I couldn't save them in time. Nai shouted back, Cut the crap, your killing intent from before was the real deal. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumo's hand grabbed his face. Sumo crushed it directly while affirming, Of course, I must avenge the cultivators you killed. Looking from outside the hotel, the atmosphere was gloomy, as 3 evil shadows flew out from within. Nai thought to himself, The moment I escaped the lobby, I destroyed 4 of my clones. There are still 3 left. But just a second later, he was startled to realize he only had 2 left. Nai tried to move at full speed, muttering in his head, There's not enough time. I have to complete the final task. While he was lost in thought, Sumo appeared in front of him, and he thought in despair, I'm dead for sure. Nai was terrified. His smile vanished as he thought, What the hell? Did this guy just teleport here? No matter what, I have to escape. Doing his best to buy time, not giving him a chance to recover, Sumo directly shattered him with a single punch. He continued to sense and realized there was still 1 left. On the other side, Nai's remaining shadow was quickly escaping from the hotel. He was flying away at the fastest possible speed. Jingxian stood protectively in front of where Yutong was lying and thought to himself, That beast, is it avoiding Sumo's pursuit? He became worried for a moment, realizing, No, if it's just escaping, why would it come here? Jingxian remained standing there, observing. It's preparing to attack us. Its presence is split into 3 parts. It has hidden its true body, concealing its true target. I'm screwed. Because I was healing Yutong and Yue Tianxin, my power is almost completely depleted. A screen of despair appeared with his thoughts. Even if I use my full strength, I can only temporarily protect 1 person. If I bet wrong, both myself and the other person might die. Yutong was still lying there motionless. A dark aura was faintly appearing. Immediately, a circle of fire appeared around her, simultaneously blocking Nai's attack. With another part of its body, it transformed into a sharp shape. When attacked, Jingxian immediately used what little strength he had left and blocked it with his fan. He realized then that the target wasn't Yutong, and it was also faking the attack on him. Unexpectedly, Jingxian had guessed wrong. The hostage it chose was Yue Tianqin. Nai used its ability to slowly invade her. It looked smug. I won the bet. Sumo, you're too late. At this moment, he had already arrived, his whole body radiating a powerful aura, and replied to Nai in a cold voice. Is that so? It's not too late to kill you now. It challenged him loudly to go ahead and attack. I absolutely won't resist. I'm currently possessing this girl. If you kill me, she will die too. Nai glanced at Yutong, smiled, and continued. No matter how you look at it, this is very advantageous, but there is one drawback. If you want to save your comrade, you'll have to become a killer yourself. With the whole world watching, what will you choose? Jingxian said self-reproachfully. Sumo, this is my fault. Let me kill the beast. He placed a hand on Tianqin's shoulder and replied. No need. You can barely stand. Don't worry. No one is going to die. Chumo immediately shook him with immense force, and Nai's body became distorted as a result. He was still talking tough. Are you doing something foolish? You don't really think you can kick me out like this, do you? Wait, I was just kidding earlier. I was wrong. Stop kicking me. After some time, the last wisp of his essence floated out of Tianqin's body. Chumo said softly, All right, it's all cleaned up now. He clenched his hand into a fist and coldly declared, Now I'm going to shatter you. As he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch. The rest of Nai's body immediately shattered, along with a declaration. It's over. It's really over now. Before completely vanishing, he still left behind a defiant smile. What are you so proud of? Look, see how many cultivators are left in the secret realm? Our mission is complete. Your strength was indeed beyond our expectations. But that's only because you used techniques, or rather, you've given up on fighting with simple brute force. Forced to use techniques as a body-refining cultivator, your combat power can no longer increase. The future victory will belong to us demon beasts. System registering, the host has completed the second secret realm mission. A special reward has been issued. Perfect Dao Heart, combat power limit unlocked. The host can now increase combat power indefinitely. After the mission was completed, the surrounding space began to be transformed by the system, returning to its original form. The hotel was now under a clear blue sky, and everything had been restored. Inside a room, a voice spoke up. The statistics are in. After the end of the second secret realm, only 706 saviors survived. Li Xiang said sorrowfully, The price of victory is truly devastating. Yi Chang turned to ask Elder Gui, Are you leaving in such a hurry? He stood up and replied, I apologize, but there was a traitor among us cultivators who caused immense casualties. For example, the Taishuan sect. I must attend a meeting to deal with the traitors. Understanding the situation, she replied, I won't keep you then. Let Li Xiang and I end the live stream now. Those traitors are indeed the most worrying matter. Yi Xing had a thoughtful expression right now. The most worrying matter is probably the impending conflict between Chu Mo and the Li Corporation. The scene shifts to the chairman's office of the Li Corporation, where an assistant stood reporting, Sir, I've tried everything. All the cultivator sects that have close ties with us are refusing to contact us. Those guys usually take so many benefits from us, and now they're running away faster than rabbits. After hearing this, Chairman Li laughed and replied, I didn't have high expectations for them anyway. It was always just a relationship of mutual exploitation. At that moment, someone's footsteps entered the room. This person stood there and remarked, Not only have you offended Chumo, but your connection with the demon beasts has also been exposed. Chairman Li, for you to remain so composed is truly admirable. However, the security system in your house might need a little upgrade. Seeing this, the assistant turned around worriedly, sneaking into a private residence. What do you want? Sir, please, step aside for a moment. Leave this weirdo to me. Chairman Li calmly stroked his beard. There's no need to be so dramatic. This is an envoy from the corporate alliance, here to help our Li Corporation overcome this crisis. The man smiled and replied, Chairman Li, you're quite confident. I am here to inform you of the corporate alliance's final decision regarding you. As you know, quite a few chairmen in the consortium want to see you completely ruined. After hearing this, he stated his deduction. So that's how it is. Everyone voted together to decide whether to help the Li group, whether this crisis or not. Let me guess, 20 votes in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention. The emissary was deeply impressed, I'm convinced. The vote count is exactly as you thought. Old Man Li smirked smugly. Compared to getting rid of me, they can't forgive Chumo's existence even more. If we cooperate with the demon beasts, we all get a piece of the pie. They're more worried about Chu Mo making a bigger scene. Tell me, what are they planning to do? He replied with a smile. They'll invite you to a safe place to take a vacation for a while. Additionally, they'll announce that you've gone missing, and at the same time, the government will officially launch an investigation into the Li group. As for the important sensitive files, the corporate alliance will help you destroy them in time. As for the missing files and project delays, the investigation into the Lee group will continue for a very long time. Old Man Lee said calmly, "Let me be clear. I don't want to be stuck in prison on some nameless island forever." The emissary immediately reassured him, "Of course not. We just need to delay the investigation for a few months, and the public will naturally forget about the Lee group's affairs. A year later, after the otherworld and Earth have fused, you'll be able to come out and live a happy, prosperous life." He then revealed his cunning nature, asking directly, "You've left out the most important issue. How will you deal with Chumo?" The emissary stated firmly, "The enemies of the corporation have only one path: death." The scene shifts to that evening at Chumo's villa. A table full of food is laid out, and he looks at AI, saying, "So, all of this is my apology. I'm truly sorry for putting you through so much before. Please, don't worry about anything, just eat as much as you like." She immediately yelled, "Do you think you can satisfy me with this cheap food? I was almost killed because of you. Is this all your apology amounts to? I want to eat a big lobster." Chumo quickly tried to placate her. "I'm out of money. If you want to eat lobster, we'll have to wait for Yutong to wake up and ask her to treat us. She's been in a deep sleep ever since she returned from the secret realm. We'll need to wait a bit longer." This is a video recording of the second secret realm. If you're interested, you can watch it to pass the time. AI picked up the iPad. Temporarily satisfied, she said, "A video of the secret realm? Fine. I guess it's a way to kill time. You said it. You have to treat me to a big lobster later." Witnessing what had happened in the video, she thought to herself in shock, "What the hell is this?" The traps they set were all effortlessly blown away by Chumo. Wait, they've all been wiped out. The remaining 12 demon beasts on Earth are all useless, and I've lost my power too. Doesn't that mean the entire espionage plan is a complete bust? Chumo was also thinking about the 12 demon beasts, and he smiled, proactively suggesting to AI, "Can you help me find the remaining 12 demon beasts?" Due to the system's pet binding function, AI's inner thoughts were completely exposed. She panicked, wondering, how does Chumo know even this? This guy is terrifying. And here I was, acting all high and mighty in front of Chumo. I must have a death wish. He leaned in closer and asked, "Didn't you want to eat lobster?" She immediately dodged the topic. "No need. Chicken legs are good enough. I love chicken legs." The system prompted, "Ayer's favorability towards the host has increased by 1. The notification appeared twice. Yutong then walked out of her room. "I'm in my room, but I can still smell something delicious. Is it dinner time already?" Seeing Wutong approach, Sumo asked her, "Wutong, aren't you going to rest a little more?" Wutong replied to him a bit hastily, "I saw the trending topic about the Lee Corporation. How could I possibly sleep? The chairman of the Lee Corporation has disappeared, and although the Lee Corporation is cooperating with the investigation, it's obvious they're just stalling for time. They've committed the crime of betraying humanity and harmed so many saviors, yet they go unpunished. It makes me so angry, I can't even eat." Nier was holding a chicken leg in each hand, her eyes sparkling. She mumbled while chewing, MH, "My lobster isn't here." The room instantly fell silent. Seeing this, Sumo asked Nier, "All of your beastkin comrades are dead, but you seem to be enjoying your meal." Hearing this, Nier blurted out, They weren't my comrades. Those high-level beastkin were all trash to begin with, doing whatever they pleased, often bullying weaker and smaller beastkin races like us." Sumo replied to Nier, Even so, but when I ask you to help me find the beastkin on Earth, do you really not feel any psychological burden? If you find it difficult, I won't force you." Nier heard this and immediately replied, "Really? In that case, Tiesk," she paused, a thought flashing through her mind. "No, this is a test. Sumo is testing my loyalty to him. Ever since he returned from the secret realm, he clearly saw the cage I broke but didn't say anything, and even bought me a pile of food." She recalled the past and came to a conclusion in her mind. "He's trying to make me drop my pretense and defenses. If I don't obey, I'll definitely meet a tragic end." Nier shouted with determination, placing her left hand on her chest. "Rest assured, Master. I will help you find all the beastkin. I will not betray your trust and care for me." Wutong asked Sumo, "You want to let Nier help you find the beastkin?" Sumo replied without hesitation, "Yes. After all, only with concrete evidence can we completely take down the Lee Corporation and find the truth behind my sister's coma." Wutong replied doubtfully, "But once your relationship with Nier is exposed, it will definitely arouse suspicion from others. As for the Lee Corporation matter, why not let Yue Tianxian or Jingshan handle it?" Sumo replied to reassure Wutong, "I'd rather take the risk and bring Nier out. To be honest, I don't trust the cultivators from the 4 great sects at all." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Wutong, do you know about Daluo Tian?" Hearing this, Wutong replied, "I've heard my master say that Daluo Tian was once the strongest cultivation sect, and it even established a dynasty belonging to cultivators. After the spiritual energy began to wane, cultivators gave up ruling the mortal world, and Daluotian became the headquarters for all cultivators. But that's all in the past now. Daluotian has already been destroyed. Sumo was a little disappointed and said, "Is that so? But from what I know, the Beastkin invasion 1,000 years ago, as well as the creation of the secret realms, are all related to Daluotian. The secret realms themselves are very strange. They're clearly the cultivators' line of defense but are easily interfered with by other worlds. It seems like it was intentionally designed to get the saviors killed. The last secret realm mission deducted my fate coins. This time's secret realm mission, I didn't even get any fate coins as a reward." Wu Tong asked Chu Mo in surprise, "What? You were the greatest hero who thwarted the Beastkin's plot. I saved everyone, and I didn't even get a single fate-linked reward? That's just outrageous." Chu Mo spoke, "Although I trust Yue Tianxian and Jing Shan, I don't trust the 4 great immortal cultivation sects behind them. I'll find a way to investigate the suspicious points about the mystic realm. But for now, we have to prioritize taking down the Li Corporation first." In some high-end kitchen, a chef was holding an unopened food tray. The chef asked fearfully, "Lord Beast, is today's meal not to your liking?" The one called Lord Beast was stroking his potbelly. He said, "I'm hungry now." The chef panicked a little upon hearing this. His hand holding the food tray immediately started shaking. He stammered, Lord Beast, I'm sorry, I'll remake it right away." Lord Beast forgave the chef's mistake, magnanimously replying, "No need, you look quite tasty too." After hearing that, the chef's grip on the tray loosened, and his whole body trembled in terror. A black bag that looked heavy was placed on the floor. A staff member in a blue shirt picked up the bag and asked, "Is this the chef's body? It's quite light." Another staff member in a white shirt said, "I advise you not to open that bag. I already threw up once while cleaning up the body." The staff member in blue said with a grim face, "This is already the 3rd body today. Lord Beast had just been quiet for a few days because their 2 leaders died in the mystic realm. He's starting to go crazy again." The staff member in blue sighed, "Chairman Li is off, enjoying himself somewhere, and we're about to be the Beast's next victims." The staff member in white turned his head to warn him, "Stop complaining. Don't you realize we're over 35 years old? It'll be hard to find another good job after quitting. The Li Corporation pays us well and also has dirt on us. Just do your job honestly." The staff member in blue agreed, "Yeah." Then he left with the black bag and said, "I'm going to throw out this trash bag first." As soon as he walked out the door, the staff member in blue ran into someone who asked, "Excuse me, is the beast you were just talking about in that room? The underground passages here are so winding, just like a maze." The staff member in blue answered impatiently, "Huh, are you a new employee? Don't bother me. Go to the marketing department and get a digital map." After a pause, the staff member in blue realized who the young man in front of him was, panicking internally. "Wait a minute, are you Chu Mo?" Knowing what the staff member was thinking, he calmly replied, "I'm here to deliver some food." At a high-end resort, a blonde employee with bunny ears said in a soft voice, "Chairman, you've been waiting. As you requested, this is the finest vintage, just flown in from a wine cellar over 600 miles away." Another blonde employee with bunny ears asked impatiently, "Can't you see we're giving the chairman a massage?" The chairman, who was relaxing, laughed loudly and said, "No rush, no rush. Are you leaving after bringing the wine?" The blonde employee winked playfully and replied, "Of course not. I'm a gift with the wine." The chairman's assistant looked at the tablet in terror and shouted, "Chairman!" Seeing his panic, the chairman asked, "What's wrong? Don't tell me there's another gift." This time, the chairman's assistant screamed, "Chairman, we have a problem. Chu Mo is at our doorstep." Upon hearing this, the chairman choked on his drink, an unbelievable thought crossing his mind. What did you say? In a room that looked like a storage closet, crisp footsteps echoed. The beast heard them and spoke impatiently. "Didn't I already tell you? Don't bother me for 1 hour after I eat, or are you here to be my next snack?" Sumo stopped and replied, "My flesh isn't tasty. It looks like you've eaten plenty of people." The beast glanced at Sumo. "Are you dissatisfied with that? It's an honor for you lowly creatures to become my food." Sumo sneered and replied, "Is that so? I was planning on keeping you alive as evidence. It would have been more convincing that way." He paused for a moment and continued, "But never mind. After all, even without you, there are still 11 more." The beast looked horrified, its mind barely registering who was standing before it. How did Sumo find this place so fast? While the gluttonous beast was still thinking, "Damn it, could the corporation have sold me out, those vile humans?" Sumo had already delivered a kick to the big-mouthed beast. A flash of golden light erupted, and the big-mouthed beast yelled angrily, "Let me finish talking, you bastard." Sumo turned his head, sighed, and said, "So there's a second phase." With that, he struck the beast with one hand. Sumo lifted the arm he just used to hit the beast and said helplessly, "I got angry and used too much force, but luckily I managed to save a piece of the beast's body, which should be enough evidence." The room was suddenly rocked by explosions. Sumo sighed and muttered, "Wow, it seems my intrusion has been discovered." Setting off explosions to destroy evidence, how uncreative. The room was engulfed by large and small explosions. At this time, a reporter was already waiting outside. Holding a microphone, she said, "Viewers, I'm reporting to you from the scene of an explosion in the suburbs west of Andong City. According to viewer reports, the epicenter of the explosion is located on the premises of the Lee Corporation. The exact cause of the explosion is currently unknown." Suddenly, the reporter shouted, "Wait, turn the camera over there. Someone is walking out of the rubble. It's Sumo." Carrying a beast in one hand, Sumo calmly emerged. The reporter immediately extended her microphone toward him and said, "Hello, our esteemed savior, Mr. Sumo. I wonder if we could interview you for a moment. Was this explosion your surprise attack on the Lee Corporation? The Lee Corporation is under investigation and you've impatiently provoked a dispute, which seems more like venting your anger than acting for justice." Sumo sized up the woman before him and then exposed her. "You're a journalist, and the moment the explosion occurred, you were immediately on the scene, as if you were prepared in advance. It seems you people move even faster than I do. You must be working hard." The female reporter defended herself, saying, "You've misunderstood. We just happened to be conducting an interview nearby, and we didn't expect such a tragic explosion to occur. Have you considered that rushing into a dispute could harm ordinary people, as well as the innocent employees of the corporation?" Sumo put on an innocent face and replied to the reporter, "I was only trying to help investigate the truth behind the disappearance of the Lee Corporation's chairman, so I wanted to have a friendly chat with their employees. I never expected a beast in this base to suddenly attack me. I was so scared. I had no choice but to defend myself, and as a result, the base suddenly exploded. Honestly, I'm just an ordinary victim here." In a luxurious shopping mall, the lights twinkled brightly. After the news about the Lee Corporation broke, it garnered many comments from the online community. "Boo. A subsidiary of the Lee Corporation got blown up by Sumo. Nice one. The Lee Corporation should just go to hell. They're always stirring up trouble. I never thought this day would come. Isn't the Lee Corporation a suspect and currently under investigation?" One opinion after another popped up. "And you actually believe that? They call it an investigation, but they're just deceiving everyone. Shanshu is still the best. He always steps up when there's trouble. Shanshu is the people's god of war. A superhero. There are still 1 million people on the live stream. Didn't the secret realm end for today? All terms related to the Lee Corporation have been taken down online. We can only discuss it here. If they have the guts, the corporation should just ban the Secret Realm livestream app too. Has anyone seen Shanshu being interviewed by reporters? I was only acting in self-defense," Shanshu said with a straight face. "I was very scared at that moment." The video shows footage of Shanshu just as he was walking out of the Lee Corporation. A barrage of comments flooded the screen, while Shanshu's revenge is understandable. Such reckless actions are too selfish. It could have hurt innocent, ordinary people. Is anyone still defending that old bastard? You get sold out, and you're still helping the guy count his money. They've already betrayed Earth and sided with the demonic beasts. I hope you get eaten by a demonic beast while you continue to slave away for old man Lee on Earth. The Lee Corporation's stock has plummeted. It'll probably go bankrupt in a few days. 4. Two familiar images from the recent scandal, imagined by the online community, appeared on the newsfeed. Chairman Lee asked Shanshu, "How much longer until the Lee Corporation goes bankrupt?" Shanshu replied, 5. The chairman asked again, "What's 5? 5 months." Suddenly, Shanshu started counting down, 4. The story ends there, and comments once again flooded the main screen. "I heard that Mr. Lee has gone missing. Don't tell me he's been silenced. Haha, serves him right. I heard his eldest son died unexpectedly not long ago, and his younger son is a playboy. This is karma." At a resort, under the dazzling lights, Chairman Lee smashed the glass in his hand. He yelled at the people around him, "Get out, babes." The cute bunny girl could only look at Chairman Lee with a regretful expression and exclaimed, "Chairman, you have no pity for a beauty." But he shouted, "Shut up. All of you get the hell out." Chairman Lee slammed his hand on the table while panting heavily in anger. Chairman Lee's eyes looked like they were about to bleed. He gritted his teeth and vented his anger by shouting to himself, "Damn it. How dare these lowly dogs pry into my affairs? And that Shanshu, how did he find the demonic beast's hideout so quickly? A spy? Could it be that someone in the corporate alliance is trying to backstab me?" In a certain city, the lights were dazzling and bustling. Only the captured demonic beast stared blankly at the world. Elle sat on a chair, laughing loudly and chatting with Shanshu. This guy liked to bully the weak back where we're from and always cause trouble for his subordinates. He deserves this miserable fate. Seeing her laughing so happily, Shanshu asked Elle, "Thanks to your help, I found the demonic beast's hideout so quickly. Is there anything you want as a reward?" Hearing this, Elle's face lit up with joy. She asked back, "Anything. I want a Boston lobster." Hearing this, Shanshu replied with a resigned look, "You want to eat lobster that badly? All right, I promise. Elle was so happy she jumped for joy, and the system's sound rang out once again. System notification. Elle's affinity level with the host has reached 30 points, unlocking an achievement reward, the evolutionary symbiosis reward. The host can share power with their pet. The maximum combat power the pet can increase to is equal to one half of the host's. On a deserted street, footsteps were suddenly heard. Shan Chu turned his head and said to Elle, someone's coming. Hide quickly. Lord immediately reverted to its original form and climbed onto Chu Mo's neck. Li Hanling and Xia Zhou approached, and Xia Zhou spoke first. Chu Mo, you're not an easy person to find. Chu Mo looked at the two of them and replied, White hair, I remember you. You ran away halfway through our fight yesterday, and today you brought a helper. Do you still want to fight me? Li Hanling then smiled and said, My apologies, Xia Zhou had an unnecessary conflict with you yesterday. We want to cooperate with you to make the corporate alliance completely cancel their collaboration with the demonic beasts. I'm Li Hanling. I believe you've probably heard my name before. Chu Mo replied to Li Hanling, Yeah, I know you, the useless young master of the Li Corporation. Have you betrayed your own class? Fine, let's cooperate. Li Hanling was pleasantly surprised and replied, I know you probably wouldn't trust me so easily. He paused for a moment, realizing something was off. Flustered, he replied, Huh? What did you say? You agree to cooperate? And here I was, having prepared a whole speech. Chu Mo replied shamelessly, No, I don't trust you at all. If you trick me, I'll just take you hostage and force the chairman of the Li Corporation to come out. That might actually be a little easier. Li Hanling said helplessly, That's a good plan, but my father isn't that easy to threaten. He's never cared about a good-for-nothing like me. Your personality is terrible. I'm actually a loyal fan of yours, you know? I didn't expect my image of you to be shattered on our first meeting. Chu Mo extended his hand towards them and said, Is that so? I just believe sincerity is the foundation of cooperation. So, here's to a pleasant partnership. Xia Zhou cut in, Wait, Chu Mo. Before that, I have one request. In our last fight, you were intentionally hiding your true strength, weren't you? Chu Mo didn't immediately answer the question, but thought to himself, Actually, I wasn't. Xia Zhou continued with fiery determination, Since we're going to be partners, it won't be appropriate for us to fight later. I want to have one more match with you. This time, I hope you'll be serious and use your full strength. Receiving the challenge, Chu Mo reluctantly replied, All right then. If you're so insistent on fighting me, I'll indulge you. Come at me. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhou rushed forward with a determined expression, his fist already charged with energy. But what he received in return was a very simple uppercut from Chu Mo, which sent him flying backward. Xia Zhou sat slumped at the base of the wall, looking like his soul had left his body. Chu Mo walked over and asked, Are you okay? I held back, so it shouldn't have caused you any serious injury. Hanling walked over with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. That's what hurts him the most. He used to be a cultivator who looked down on even the four great sects, a very arrogant guy. But he didn't expect to meet you as a genius even more monstrous than himself. With a pale face, Xia Zhou mumbled, I couldn't even react. I lost just like that. It's only been one day, and the gap in our strength is already this huge. Is he using some kind of cheat? Like that system thing they always talk about in Manhwa. Chu Mo looked over and asked, What are you talking about? That kind of thing doesn't exist in reality, Hanling interrupted. All right, let's get down to business. We can provide you with intelligence, like the corporation's movements, the location of file transports. Chu Mo cut him off, no need. Right now, I just want to find the demonic beast the Li Corporation is hiding. Hearing that, he immediately replied, I can't help much with that. The corporation's information security regarding the demon beasts is very high. At most, I can only help you identify the city where a demon beast is hiding. That's all. However, can't you find the demon beast yourself? Sumak answered frankly, that was just luck. I can only sense the aura of a demon beast within a certain range, and before I take down the Li Corporation, I don't want to make too many enemies. Therefore, I'm only planning to attack the demon beasts that the Li Corporation has captured, while the other corporations are letting their guard down. I hope you can investigate the list of the corporate alliance colluding with the demon beasts. Hanling smiled and replied, That's indeed a good idea. That way my father will also suspect that he's been betrayed by the corporate alliance. As long as he wavers, it will be easy for us to force him to hand over the entire list of the corporate alliance. He looked at his phone and added, You just killed a demon beast? So now the Li Corporation is urgently changing the locations of the other demon beasts. As for the specific city, I'll contact you tomorrow. Sumak quickly interrupted, Wait, can I borrow some operational funds from you? Hanling also replied quite frankly, I actually forgot to consider your funding issue, but I'm a bit short on cash right now myself. For now, I can only give you 300 million. Hearing that, he felt a bit awkward. No, it's just that I don't have money for food. I just wanted to borrow a few thousand yuan to eat a lobster. The login system prompted AI Er's favorability towards the host +1. The scene changes to 20 days later. In a mysterious city, a hiding demon beast thought worriedly, "What? My whereabouts have been discovered by Sumac. How do you humans even operate?" The next second, a huge explosion occurred in a large building in the city, along with an announcement, "Please rest assured, a helicopter will arrive in 5 minutes." Sumac's figure appeared with deadly eyes. "What a pity. Demon beast, you're not getting away. I heard you've never killed a human. If you surrender, I can spare your life." It glanced at him and replied, "Are you kidding me? I'd rather die on the battlefield than become a prisoner of war." Sumac raised his hand with a cold face and praised, "Very spirited, then as you wish." At the Lee family's hideout, Chairman Lee was a little annoyed. The fourth one. 4 demon beasts have already been eliminated by Sumac. He turned to ask the messenger, how on earth did he find the demon beast's whereabouts? "Haven't you found out yet?" He quickly looked at the report and replied, "Chairman Lee, we've found the reason. Someone inside the corporation is leaking information to Sumac." Chairman Lee shouted angrily, "Which bastard did it? I'll kill him." The one-eyed messenger answered bluntly, "It's your youngest son, Lee Hanling. He's such a good actor, we've only just now discovered a clue. The one who previously snuck into the underground base and secretly sabotaged the plan to merge the 2 worlds was also him." After hearing this, his face turned pale. Not believing those words, he asked again, "What did you say? How could it be a useless kid like Lee Hanling?" The messenger added, "It seems you don't understand him. He's been secretly pulling a lot of strings against us. This document records his many actions over the past few years. Please take a look." The chairman's voice faltered, confused. Why would he do this? He immediately offered an idea. "That's not important. Now that we've found the traitor, we can use him to bite back at Sumac." The scene changes to another mysterious city, on the rooftop of a tall building. Chumo wondered why the beast hadn't appeared. Hanling replied, "According to the intelligence I've obtained, the 5th beast must pass through this city to reach the new base." Just then, he sensed the beast's aura. It had arrived. Looking at the car below, Chumo felt something was off. Strange, that beast is moving towards the city center. Inside the car, the beast ordered the driver to stop and said, "This is not our destination." He replied, "Lord Beast, this is your final destination. According to our plan, you are to be killed by Chumo here." It threatened in a low voice, "Keep driving, and then tell me your plan, or I'll kill you right now." The driver put a weapon to his own head and replied, "You don't need to worry, Lord Beast. According to the plan, I have to end my life here now, so that my daughter can live on." The beast then got out of the car, sighing, "How awful, those wretched humans. I've more or less figured out their plan." It entered the city. The people who saw it ran and scattered, shouting, "Monster!" It bared its sharp teeth, muttering, "Truly, this is a plan only a monster could devise. In that case, I'll follow your plan and put on a big show." With that, it unleashed its ability. The beast's body instantly shot out enormous spikes, along with long, thick vines that directly attacked the people, causing them to cry out for help. The sharp-tipped vines shot out, and just as they reached a man, they suddenly froze. He fell backward in terror, exclaiming, "It stopped." It turned out the beast had been defeated, pinned under Chumo's foot. He looked down, a bit confused. Has the Alliance gone insane? "Telling a beast like you to freely kill people in the city center?" It replied. "Killing those weak humans brings me no joy whatsoever." The beast then said cryptically, "It's a shame I won't get to see the moment you are utterly destroyed. Chu Mo, my mission is complete." As soon as it finished speaking, it immediately self-destructed. A massive explosion of electric blue light erupted. Chu Mo silently observed and assessed. It put up no resistance and just killed itself. This must be the real purpose. A blue gas spread throughout the city, carrying with it a dark aura, seeping into every alley. The citizens who inhaled this toxic gas immediately clutched their necks, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed. Chumo walked on in silence, his mind filled with countless questions. On the TV news, reporter Qian Fang delivered the latest report. Chu Mo and the beast are engaged in a fierce battle in the center of Ren City. After the beast's death, it released a toxic gas, killing hundreds of people in the surrounding area. Our condolences go out to the victims. The scene shifts to an island off the coast. In the latest news, the chairman of the Lee Group has finally made an appearance and has made a public statement. He sat in a room, facing the camera, and began, "I want to apologize to everyone. For the past 6 months, I have been controlled by the beasts and have done many unforgivable things." Chairman Lee sat there, explaining in anguish, "Those monsters, they controlled my thoughts and my mind. I betrayed humanity, and I betrayed the Lee Group. I also betrayed the employees who have trusted me all this time. The beast's mental control over me has only just been lifted, and I have finally regained my freedom." He lowered his head, holding it in his hands as he spoke words of self-blame. "I'm not saying these things to be forgiven. I know everything I've done in the past half a year. I've harmed so many people, but I need to meet someone. With that same pained expression, President Lee looked at the screen and stated his purpose. Chumo, I want to apologize to you in person, and then I will accept the judgment of the law. Chumo, I'll be waiting for you on Campbell Island. After President Lee's speech, various opinions began to surface online. The news said Chumo and the demonic beast were fighting fiercely in the city center, and several hundred people died. You don't actually believe the official government information, do you? I heard from a friend in Ren City that 3,000 people have died already. An image of Ren City appears, only 3,000. That's an understatement. I'm a local from Ren City. Several entire city blocks in the downtown area were destroyed. The death toll is at least over 10,000 people. Pity began to surface. How tragic. Is there something wrong with Chumo's brain? Why would he fight demonic beasts in the city center? There were also people criticizing him. He never cares about the feelings of ordinary people. Every time he kills a demonic beast, he causes immense damage. It's just that fewer people died before, so the news was suppressed. He's clearly a murderer, and he pretends to be a superhero, more like a supervillain. The truth is still unclear. Are you all just spreading rumors? God most saved the world? Have you all forgotten his achievements in conquering the secret realms? The scene changes to a villa. The negative comments continued. Did the cesspool explode, letting all the flies crawl to the surface? There are still fans of Chu Mo now. Now, just seeing the two words God Mo makes me sick. Did anyone ask him to save us? Go to hell, murderer. Inside, the one-eyed envoy looked pleased. Excellent. The whole world is now protesting the brutal actions and tyranny of Chu Mo. Everything is proceeding according to our plan. President Lee then asked, the four great sects of the cultivators, have they recovered yet? He smiled and replied, the cultivators are also on our side. Suppose there's a freelance superhero outside the law, who could potentially cause damage to any business, at any time, in any city. What would be the result? Stock prices would fall, the unemployment rate would rise, another industry would freeze, large corporations would start downsizing, and the cultivators' income would also drop significantly. The envoy added in a low voice, with the massive number of deaths in the city center this time, Chumo has even ruined the good image of cultivators in the eyes of ordinary people. For their own benefit, the cultivators will not let Chumo continue his rampage. But Old Lee was still a bit worried. You make it sound so easy. The one who has to meet Chumo is this frail old man who can't even trust a chicken. If Chumo wants to kill me, I don't think those useless cultivators could stop him. He immediately reassured him, don't worry, your meeting is just a formality. It's also to make Chumo see reality. If he harms you in the slightest, he will become a common enemy of the corporation and the cultivators. No, to be more precise, an enemy of the entire world. His only choice is to reconcile with the corporate alliance. We have him right where we want him. He still replied, somewhat resentfully, is that so? Then you and Chumo will live in peace, while I'm the only one who accepts the punishment of the law? The envoy frowned and asked back, President Lee, what more do you want me to say? Your good son, Han Ling, has caused us a lot of trouble, but letting you go to prison for a few months' vacation, that's already very generous treatment. Of course, the punishment for the Lee Corporation doesn't stop there. Old Lee snapped. What did you say? This isn't what we agreed on before. He quickly informed Chairman Lee, this is the final decision of the corporate alliance. You can continue to live, but the traitor Lee Hanling must die. After all, you have so many illegitimate children. Losing one rebellious son probably means nothing, right? Chairman Lee seemed to understand the situation now. He lowered his head slightly, replying with some displeasure, I understand. This is indeed a reasonable condition. A traitor to the corporate alliance deserves to die. Scene changed to another city. Looking down from above, Chumo stood there, lost in thought while looking at his phone. Lord chewing on a chicken leg beside him, asked Chumo, Master, you're not still angry because of those ignorant people, are you? She laughed loudly and continued, just think of it as a joke. If Master Chumo hadn't dispersed the poison fog in time, the death toll could have been in the tens of thousands. Although in the end, only over 100 people died. Humans are just ungrateful creatures. Chumo calmly replied, I just do what I feel is right. What others think doesn't matter to me. The troublesome part is meeting Chairman Lee. The corporate alliance must have prepared thoroughly to deal with me. They might have even teamed up with cultivators. Lord said in a slightly disdainful tone. It's absurd for the great hero who saved the world to be framed like this. Perhaps this is what they call human nature. Master Chu Mo, how about you join our side, the demonic beasts? Those words made his face darken. He shot her a murderous glare and asked, what did you say? Lord terrified, quickly tried to explain, Master Chu Mo, I was just joking. Then she panicked and shouted, wait, it's my fault. Please, don't do this to me. In the blink of an eye, her body reverted to its original form and stuffed into a rolled-up paper tube. The scene shifts to Cambeo Island, the location of the meeting. Chumo's familiar footsteps descended. He stood there, looked over, and said, what a surprise. I didn't expect to see you all on Chairman Lee's private island. Have the four great sects already partnered with the corporate alliance? Jing Xian immediately replied to Chu Mo, "We are here to deliver a message from the four great sects to you, requesting that you stop your attacks on the corporations. If the corporations do wrong, the law will punish them. Otherwise, you will become an enemy of the four great sects." Meanwhile, Tianxin spoke up to defend him. It's clear that Mr. Chumo has done nothing wrong. After hearing this, Chumo was a bit displeased. The four great sects know that the corporations are colluding with demonic beasts and still made this decision? How disappointing. Jing Xian maintained his stance. "I'm sorry, the sect's decision is something I cannot change. I especially don't want to become enemies with a former comrade in arms. Justice without rules will destroy the stability of society. I hope you will consider the bigger picture." Chumo walked right past him and coldly declared, "I am the bigger picture. Thank you for your concern. I will take responsibility for my own actions." Yue Tianxin quietly walked behind Jing Xian. After a moment, she hesitantly asked, "Aren't we going inside with Chu Mo? What if the corporate alliance wants to harm him?" Jing Xian calmly explained the situation. "It's actually the opposite. The corporate alliance is the one that needs to reconcile with Chu Mo the most. If they go to war with him now, they will suffer heavy losses even if they win. I just hope Chu Mo doesn't do anything irrational." Yue Tianxin showed a displeased expression and said, "Yeah, those old geezers in charge of the four great sects aren't in their right minds. Why would they team up with the corporation to threaten Chu Mo? Right now, he is the most powerful savior of the secret realm. The war between us and the otherworld is already lost." Jing Xian quickly replied, "I have advised my master on this point before." However, it seems he paid no attention at all. He said that even without Chu Mo, we have other safe methods to handle things, a trump card to turn the tide in the secret realm war. Chu Mo's existence to cultivators, to this world, means nothing. The scene shifts to Chairman Li's office. Seeing Chu Mo walk in, he leaned on his cane and walked step by step in front of him, asking with a hint of sarcasm, "So we finally meet. Chu Mo, from a superhero to a supervillain, how does it feel?" Unfazed by that attitude, Chu Mo replied, "That hero title is just something others gave me. I'm just an ordinary person." Chairman Li was not at all satisfied with Chu Mo's answer, so he spoke up. An ordinary person wouldn't want to hunt down and exterminate the corporate alliance. For an ordinary person, your sense of justice is quite intense, isn't it? Chu Mo calmly replied, "Who told you to be so good at hiding? I just wanted to make you meet me. My sister was used for human experiments. Everything I've done was to seek justice for my sister. I have no grudge against you. I just want to find the mastermind who hurt her." Hearing this, Chairman Li burst out laughing, not because we were colluding with demonic beasts, but simply because of your sister. The corporate alliance made such a huge move because of you, and it turns out it was all pointless. Chu Mo couldn't help but ask further, "Who you choose to cooperate with has nothing to do with me. Can you just tell me what this has to do with my sister?" At this point, he suddenly asked a question. "Do you know about Continent X?" He quickly answered, "Not really. I think it was an island that sank. So what does that have to do with my sister?" Hearing this, Chairman Li said, "That's understandable. After all, it's a piece of history that was deliberately erased more than 100 years ago. A mysterious continent rose from the sea, called Continent X, where there were extremely dangerous prehistoric ruins and secret treasures that could grant ordinary people special abilities, along with strange mutated creatures. The scene changes to a bright, open area where the sunlight glints off the sea, revealing an island ahead. On the island, two young men are cheerfully clutching bags filled with gold. During the pioneering expeditions on Continent X, some people's bodies underwent changes, and they gained incredible strength. They were called hunters. The scene shifts again to the rooftop of a high-rise building, where a person with pale blue hair appears. Below on the street is a monster. According to our research, the power that hunters acquire is linked to the monsters of Continent X. Those monsters are actually devolved demonic beasts. The hunter's power is not perfect. The stronger the hunter, the shorter their lifespan. Some hunters even gradually transformed into monsters. In over 100 years, only a single person could perfectly fuse with the power of the monsters, and could even freely control all the beasts on the island. She was Qing Hai Ye. We collected 10 of her queen's cells for cultivation. So after Continent X sank, our corporation could still create hunters, but their biggest flaw remained the same. Their lifespans were still short. Chairman Li further explained, but after the true demonic beasts appeared, a certain corporation saw a glimmer of hope. At the same time, we'd link the corporations together and cooperate with the demonic beasts. If we fuse the queen's cells with those of the demonic beasts, couldn't we possibly create a flawless hunter? That way, those of us in power at the corporations could also safely possess immense power, and on top of that, have a long lifespan. After hearing this, Chu Mo began to understand. He asked, "So they conducted human experiments and came for my sister? Tell me the name of that corporation." Chairman Li smiled faintly and said slowly, "I can't do that. There's a fee for the information that comes next. I'm a businessman. Why would I give you such valuable information for no reason? Chumo said curtly. What do you want? Chairman Li replied with just a few words, end my life. Chumo was momentarily stunned and asked doubtfully, hey, are you serious? Seeing the doubt on his face, Chairman Li explained further. That wayward son of mine, Li Hanling, is working with you against the corporation, isn't he? Chumo quickly tried to talk him out of it, saying, even if your son is going through a rebellious phase, you don't have to seek death. Chairman Li said in one breath, after this meeting with you, the law's judgment against me will only be a few months of a luxurious life in prison, but Li Hanling won't survive. As a member of the corporation, that is the price of betrayal. I cannot accept such an outcome. He continued, Chumo, I can't see through you. I don't know how much of what you said earlier was true. I also don't know if you'll still protect my son after you've had your revenge. But as long as you make sure to end me, you will be positioned completely opposite the corporation. Until you bring down the corporate alliance, my son will still be of use to you. Furthermore, the corporate alliance will also prioritize you as the primary enemy, and that's how Li Hanling will be safe. He replied in frustration, is this what you wanted to say? How troublesome. If you don't want to talk, then I'll go ask someone else. Chairman Li wouldn't back down and continued to speak. Only a few high-ranking members of the corporate alliance know about the human experiments, and since you couldn't find anyone else, that's why you came to me, isn't it? The list is in my desk. I've already prepared it. There's no need to feel burdened. The law cannot judge me. I've done too many terrible things. Even 50 death sentences wouldn't be enough. He had successfully convinced Chu Mo, and at that moment, Chu Mo's body began to emit a brilliant golden energy. He asked him one last time, I understand. Do you have any last words for Li Hanling? Hearing this, Chairman Li calmly said a few words. I don't understand this son of mine well enough, but Li Hanling is truly a son to be proud of. Although we made different choices, I'm very happy to see that he can live the way he wants. That's all. After speaking, he looked up at Chu Mo and said seriously, now end me and then become a true hero. From the outside, the brilliant golden energy could be seen emanating from their room, and it gradually spread outwards. The entire building suddenly collapsed into a pile of rubble. Spectre, witnessing the scene, asked Chu Mo in shock, what did you do? Where's Chairman Li? Chu Mo stood before him and replied, unfortunately. Chairman Li believed that his crime of colluding with the demonic beast was unforgivable and asked me to end his life. Guy didn't believe those words. He spoke up. Stop your nonsense, you lunatic. Do you want to officially declare war on the corporate alliance and the four great sects? Chu Mo didn't want to argue. He turned to leave and replied, that's the truth. I have nothing to explain. If you people want war, I'll give you war. Guy scoffed and mumbled, fellow cultivators, this is Chu Mo's final attitude. Report his crimes to the four great sects. Jing Xian and Yue Tianxin stood behind, hearing everything, and listening to Gui's words, they both felt annoyed. Suddenly, Jing Xian spoke up with a warning. The internal affairs of cultivators are not for you to command us. Yue Tianxin, let's go. She glanced at Gui, then nodded in response, oh. The scene changes to another tall building. Li Hanxing was standing on the rooftop. He asked, a son to be proud of. Did he really say those words? Chu Mo stood in front of Li Hanxing and replied, under pressure from the corporation, your father chose to let you live, but I was the one who ended his life. If you want to end our cooperation, I can understand. Li Hanxing replied firmly, I hold no grudge against you. He continued, as long as we can stop the evil plan of the corporate alliance and stop the invasion of the demonic beasts, no matter the cost, I will accept it all. To stop the corporate alliance, many comrades have lost their lives and lost important loved ones. Now, it's just my turn. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself. You've now become the common enemy of the corporation and the cultivators. Chu Mo was not afraid at all. He declared boldly, I am mentally prepared. Tell me all the remaining locations of the 7 demonic beasts on Earth. You must have investigated it, right? Li Hanxing replied softly, of course, I won't make the same mistake as last time. This intelligence has been fully verified. Chu Mo was satisfied and said, that's good. The war has already begun. I won't give them any more time to prepare. The scene changes to a small conference hall. Guai was approaching the podium. Below were a crowd of reporters and professional video cameras. He stood before everyone and announced, welcome, members of the media, for attending. I've invited everyone here today to announce some sad news. During what was supposed to be a friendly meeting, Chu Mo ruthlessly attacked the chairman of the Li Corporation. After communicating with the 4 great cultivator sects, we have reached a consensus. Although Chu Mo is a savior with an outstanding record, Gui's voice grew louder. But recently, his terrible behavior and tyrannical actions have exceeded our tolerance. The crowd of reporters listened, frozen. Therefore, the 16 corporations and the 4 great sects will launch a manhunt for Chu Mo. One day from now, we will jointly issue a bounty on Chu Mo. Chu Mo's face appeared on a wanted poster with a reward of 5,500,000,000. His voice remained steady. Today, we have invited here one of the four great cultivator sects, the Dan Tai Bi Dong Sect Master, Q Thean Tam. Sect Master Q, please say a few words. After speaking, Gi stepped next to Q Thean Tam. A crowd of reporters surrounded the two of them. Q Thean Tam softly declared, Sumak, this is my final warning for you. Surrender immediately and accept our punishment and management. In light of your achievements, we will show you leniency. If we don't receive your answer by the end of today, we will use our full force to eliminate you. The crowd below suddenly erupted into an uproar. Murmurs spread through the crowd. No way, he's got some serious nerve. How ridiculous. Hearing this, Gui shouted, Silence! Sectmaster Ku is still speaking. What are you all whispering about? Are you tired of living? Suddenly, a male reporter announced loudly. Sumo has responded. He's in a live interview. The scene shifts to a chaotic landscape. Sumo stands amidst a pile of scattered animal bones, with fires raging everywhere and thick white smoke billowing. He calmly stated, The remaining 7 demonic beasts hidden by the corporation are all here. They're all gone now. Besides colluding with demonic beasts to invade Earth, the corporation also used the beasts' cells to conduct human experiments, for which they deceived many ordinary people to use as test subjects. The test subjects suffered greatly as a result, and my sister was among them. Sumo stared straight ahead, his face cold, as he continued. Everything was done so the corporation's high-ranking members could obtain long life and solidify their positions. The main business is done. Now, I can begin my revenge. The instigator of the human experiments, Chairman Qian of the Qian Corporation, Qian Jun, are you watching this live? This is a declaration of war. From this day forward, we are enemies. We will fight to the last breath. As for the other corporations and cultivators, you better listen up and listen carefully. Sumo's eyes showed clear determination as he warned, I will mercilessly crush any obstacle on my path of revenge. I will only say this once, stay out of my way. Inside a dark cave, flickering blue light from small specks created a cold and mysterious scene. Jing Xian trailed behind Q Tianxin, chattering, Master, about Sumo's matter, I hope you will reconsider. Sumo is an indispensable force in this secret realm war. Cooperating with the corporation to surround and eliminate Sumo brings us no benefit. Hearing this, he complained, Jing Xian, your weakness is that you're too soft-hearted. Do you know why I brought you to this cave? Jing Xian lightly touched the cave wall and said hesitantly, This cave is strange. The concentration of spiritual energy here is too high, isn't it? Especially deep inside the cave, the concentration is almost on par with that of a secret realm. The deeper he went, the vaster the cave seemed, and he asked, What is this place, exactly? Q Tianxin slowly explained, 25 years ago, knowing that the space between the otherworld and Earth was unstable, I predicted that the otherworld was about to invade. The sect masters of the 4 great sects each took a portion of the secret realm's space. I fused it into this cave, making it the training ground for the sect's Dao Child. Jing Xian asked in confusion, What is a Dao Child? Hearing this, he turned to look at Jing Xian and explained, There are 4 Dao children in total. They are the true successors to the position of sect master of our 4 great sects, and also the true saviors we have chosen. What? Are you surprised? Jing Xian was stunned and quickly said, Then what about core disciples like me? What are we to these saviors? What about the cultivators who sacrificed themselves in the secret realm? What are we fighting for in the end? Ju Tianxin calmly replied, The last time the otherworld invaded, demonic beasts snuck onto Earth to first assassinate potential saviors. So this time, we prepared bait in advance, which were the 10,000 cultivators chosen for the secret realm. This is a necessary price to pay to ensure victory. As he was speaking, the figures of those 4 individuals gradually appeared. Jing Xian quickly retorted, So shouldn't we be even more grateful to Sumo? Not only did he ruin the demonic beast's trap, but he also found and eliminated all the demonic beasts that snuck onto Earth. Ju Tianxin said coldly, But he has outlived his usefulness. He said, The essence of the shared destiny is to gather trust and spiritual power, a catalyst from the livestream audience. Therefore, the shared destiny can increase a cultivator's strength. According to our observations of the secret realm, the shared destiny can no longer increase Sumo's combat power. His potential has been exhausted. So, before the secret realm started last time, we stopped transmitting the shared destiny to Sumo. Jing Xian was not easily subdued, he continued to argue. Not just Sumo, the shared destiny for the other saviors was also cut. If they could have increased their combat power through the shared destiny, perhaps more saviors would have survived the last secret realm. Ju Tianxin added, Jing Xian, you truly are a disciple that makes me proud. Your intuition is truly sharp. The 70% of the shared destiny taken from the secret realm was all provided to the 4 Dao children, providing them with a better cultivation environment. Now, the combat power of the 4 Dao children in the secret realm is no longer weaker than Sumo's. Furthermore, they will surpass him soon. He added smugly, so we no longer need Sumo. To us now, he is merely an unstable factor. The next time he appears, the sect masters of the four great sects will act together to deal with Sumo. Jing Xian was disappointed, his voice faltering. Why are you telling me these things? You could have clearly continued to hide it from me. A wicked expression appeared on Zhu Tianxin's face as he rambled on. After experiencing 2 battles in the secret realm, your potential and Yue Tianxians have been recognized through a joint discussion among the sect masters of the four great sects. You can receive treatment on par with the Dao children. Upon hearing this, Jing Xian fell silent. Zhu Tianxin wondered, What are you still hesitating for? Don't you want to become stronger? Jing Xian lowered his head and replied grimly, I will never accept power gained through the sacrifice of others. I also will not fight my savior and master. You are truly a disappointment. The scene changes to another place, the sun shining brightly. From Li Hanling's phone, an image of Qian Lianshan appeared. His steady voice came through, Sumo. I am the chairman of the Qianjun group, Qian Lianshan. I am just a law-abiding businessman. Demonic beast cells. Human experiments, that's all complete nonsense. I don't know why you would make up these lies, but if you want to declare war and challenge the dignity of our Qianjun group, then I will not back down. Tomorrow, I will wait for you in the outskirts of Qishan City. Holding the phone and hearing those words, Li Hanling burst out laughing. He said, Sumo, you're really something. Offending both the corporate alliance and the four great cultivator sects at the same time. Only you would dare to do something like this. Even the chairman of the Qianjun group was forced to show his face by you, while the corporate alliance and the cultivators of the four great sects are gathering their forces with Chairman Qian. You have another plan, don't you? So Mok stood before him and calmly replied, No, my plan is to crush them fair and square. Lai Hamlin stared blankly and asked, Huh, are you serious? He continued with his mouth agape. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the four great sects have at least 2 sect masters and over 20 elders present, and the Alliance Corporation has prepared more than 10 S-rank hunters. Lai Hamlin jumped to his feet to dissuade him. Weren't you very cautious before? Why are you being so reckless this time? So Mok answered, Because we're out of time, we must quickly resolve humanity's internal problems. He explained further. The mystic realms in the hands of the four great sects seem to have a major problem. There are many vulnerabilities. That's why otherworldly gods can disrupt the mystic realms time and again, causing massive casualties among the saviors. So Mok worried, if this continues, I'm afraid the mystic realms could fall at any moment. Moreover, through the battles during this time, I've come to realize that the cultivators and the corporation are very weak. Taking them down is not a problem at all. Lai Hamlin couldn't quell the worry in his heart. He spoke up again. I know you're very strong. Your peak combat power is equivalent to a 1,800-year-old demonic beast. But against the Alliance Corporation and the four great sects, you have no advantage. The sect masters of the four great sects each has combat power equivalent to a 1,000 to 1,300-year-old demonic beast. The corporation's S-rank hunters' base combat power isn't high, but the artifacts in their hands have strange abilities, so their actual fighting prowess is also very strong. A few hunters can approach the combat power of the 4 sect masters, plus the elders of the 4 great sects, and the elite hunter squads of the Alliance Corporation. Their sheer numbers alone can pose a threat to you. So Mok stood silently, half scornful, half calculating something. Then he said, Your assessment was wrong from the very beginning. I have never fought with my full strength. Night fell. The yellow light from a small house cast shadows among the silent trees, creating a peaceful yet mysterious scene. So Vam was lying quietly in bed, so Mok glanced over and asked, My sister still hasn't woken up? Wudong replied, Her physical strength has recovered, but the demonic beast's aura on her cannot be completely removed. This is also why she's in a coma. It's all because my healing skills are insufficient, so Mok comforted her softly. You've done very well, thank you so much. I will get the research materials from the Tian Quan Corporation, which should help with my sister's treatment. Hearing this, she quickly replied, Are you preparing to declare war on the Alliance Corporation and the 4 great sects for real? If so, I'll go too. He immediately stopped her. No, that's too dangerous. If I fight with all my strength, this entire area will be flattened by me, and you could get hurt. Wudong, extremely worried, continued, But if you go alone, what if something unexpected happens and you need help? Engai Nyi, in her child form, nibbled on a piece of cake in her hand and laughed loudly. Is there something wrong with your head? Master Somok has practically declared war on the whole world. With our strength, going along won't help at all. We just need to stay home and wait for him to return. Somok smiled, patting Engai Nyi gently on the head. He said slowly, Wudong, you have a point. In a dangerous situation, I'll bring Engai Nyi with me. Hearing those words, Engai Nyi froze, utterly bewildered, and let out a, huh. But she immediately changed her expression, revealing a smug look and said, Master Somok, could it be that you've forgotten? Ever since coming to Earth, I've lost all my power. Now I'm just an incredibly weak snow weasel, completely useless. He spoke up, then let's do a test for me first. As he finished speaking, a powerful, brilliant golden energy enveloped Chu Mo, radiating outwards in a spiral. When Ayer's affinity level reaches 30, the system will unlock a new reward, Symbiotic Evolution, which can give AR half of his combat power. First is the first day login reward, the power of a 1,000-year beast. A powerful energy enveloped her, and Ayer said, "What is this? My power is starting to recover." Then came the second day login reward, the passive state of the sacred art of combat, increasing combat power to 3 times the normal state. That energy continued to surround Ayer. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, what is this? This kind of power surge is like a hack." Finally, the active skill of the sacred art of combat, increasing combat power by 10 times. At that moment, a giant tail appeared, and she thought to herself, "Strange, who said spiritual energy on Earth was scarce? Aren't I easily breaking through to 1,000 years of combat power right now? To think he could grant me such immense strength, then how strong must Chu Mo, my master, be?" After witnessing Ayer's transformation, Chu Mo nodded in satisfaction. The effect is very good. Under the normal boost of the sacred art of combat, Ayer is equivalent to a 1,400-year-old beast. After using the active skill, Ayer's combat power reached 50,000, equivalent to a 2,000-year-old beast. The situation is optimistic. Ayer herself can now take on the Alliance Corporation and the 4 great sects. The next day, the scene shifts to a laboratory where Qian Lianshen says to Ghost, "Chu Mo is coming soon. Can I leave now?" He immediately stopped him. "Chairman Qian, don't be hasty." He added, "According to our intel, besides Chu Mo, Li Hanling is a very formidable talent. If you leave now, you will definitely be discovered by him, and the plan to hunt Chu Mo will be for nothing. Today is our best chance to eliminate Chu Mo. We absolutely cannot let it go to waste." Qian Lianshen angrily shouted, "You bastard, you clearly said otherwise. You all know very well how much I've contributed to the Alliance Corporation. Do you want me to end up like that old man Li, becoming cannon fodder?" Ghost smirked, calmly explaining, "Your situation is completely different from Chairman Li's back then. The masters of the 4 great sects have arrived, and the Alliance Corporation has also dispatched more than half of its S-rank hunters, including the most elite assassin squad. Right now, this base can be considered the safest place in the world. No one can harm you." Qian Lianshen felt a bit more at ease and asked, "Has the hunter squad arrived?" Ghost quickly replied, "That's right. It's a special hunter squad newly formed to carry out the punishment of the masters of the 4 great sects. In the Alliance Corporation's past, the light wielder could control light, create illusions, and use light beams with temperatures close to the sun's surface to attack." Ghost continued his introduction. "The sound of destruction uses the power of ultrasonic and infrasonic waves and conceal an enemy's hearing, directly attacking their internal organs. He also introduced them one by one." Next, Ghost spoke about the giant and Hugh. Although the giant has a short stature, he can control gravity. He can be called a destroyer, considered the most powerful force of violence. Hugh wields the power of curses, requiring no contact, could already make his opponents fall into all sorts of negative states, and in a flash, he reached the last person, Ghost encounter. He continued, introducing Void, the terrifyingly strange S-rank hunter who wields the power of space, as he taunted Chu Mo. "For now, I'll praise your courage a bit, to dare challenge the Alliance all by yourself. What a pity. The strongest savior is about to meet his end at our hands." The scene shifts. The 5 people just introduced by Ghost Encounter were facing Chu Mo, who looked at the group and sneered, "Is that so? I don't think you guys could even beat the ferret I keep as a pet." One day earlier, the light wielder stood before Void and requested, "Let me handle the first and most dangerous attack." Hearing this, Void replied, "Your close combat skills can only be described as a tragedy. If I don't teleport you away in 0.1 seconds," the light wielder declared with great determination, "I'm mentally prepared, and besides, you can definitely get me out in time, right?" Void replied with great confidence, "Of course." Back in the present, the light wielder charged straight at Chu Mo. His entire body was enveloped in green energy, holding a sword created from that same green light. Chu Mo stood unflinching, staring straight ahead. The light wielder's expression suddenly turned to one of horror. At that moment, Chu Mo looked at him coldly, a powerful golden energy blazing in his hand. The two were now face to face. Chu Mo unleashed a move, and suddenly, the light wielder vanished. He said, "The enemy has disappeared, leaving behind the light sword." Chu Mo thought to himself, "An interesting ability." The light sword then glowed brilliantly, continuously emitting rays of green light, and then a light explosion occurred. The explosion was immense, seemingly capable of destroying everything. A binding light explosion, a frenzied and chaotic beam of light released at once after condensing, it was the light wielder's strongest attack. Chu Mo was completely unaffected. He still stood tall amidst the thick smoke and dust. The hunters never expected the beam of light's impact to actually harm Chu Mo. In essence, their goal was the side effect of the light explosion, the extremely powerful flash. Chu Mo remained motionless in one spot. Even for someone like Chu Mo, after the light explosion, he would at least lose his sight for a short period of time, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, or even less. Therefore, they absolutely could not waste this life or death attack opportunity created by the light. The moment the light explosion occurred, without any hesitation, the giant charged into the center of the blast. Following closely behind were Void and Hayu, the light of a narrow escape and the sound of destruction. Elisa was also teleported by Void to the building nearest Chumo to provide support. However, a serious error occurred. The giant, who was the first to charge onto the battlefield, paused for a moment. A hint of fear flashed across his face. In front of him, Chumo's eyes were open, as if the light explosion from before had no effect on him at all. Chumo's eyes were wide open, his face filled with killing intent. A mix of emotions stirred within the giant's heart. He thought to himself, "It's over. The plan failed. It's over. How do I warn my teammates? We're so screwed." After 0.05 seconds, the next emotion was one of incomparable regret. The giant realized that Chumo's gaze was not directed at him. His eyes were simply open, pretending as if his vision was not damaged. Suddenly, the giant stepped on something. He thought in a panic, "I'm screwed. What was that sound? Did I step on something?" While the giant was lost in thought, Sumak's attack had already pierced through the giant's illusion on a rooftop. The sound of destruction distorted the direction of other sounds, while the light created the giant's illusion, creating a second chance for the giant. He lunged forward, a powerful crimson energy spreading out as he broke the sound barrier, delivering a critical strike with 30 times the force of gravity, temporarily losing his sight, and with sound now being unreliable. Sumak pondered, the attack had to be faster than sound, so the only thing he could trust was his body's last line of defense, his intuition. "I've won." The moment he was sent flying by Sumak, the giant thought to himself, "You've already used your last line of defense on me." While Sumak sent the giant flying, Hugh was teleported by Kong to appear behind Sumak, placing her hand on his back. Dark energy radiated out continuously to cast over 10 curses on Sumak in 0.01 seconds, a feat that required direct physical contact. After completing the curses in 0.01 seconds, Kong would teleport himself and Hugh away from the battlefield. They appeared on the building where the wielders of light and destructive sound were standing. From the moment the flash of light occurred, after one long second, the plan had succeeded. The curse of sluggishness, the curse of aging, the curse of sickness, the curse of misfortune, and the curse of fatigue. Under the weight of over 10 curses, Sumak felt a crick in his neck, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. He casually raised a hand to rub his neck. At that moment, on the building's rooftop, Kong spoke. "Excellent work. Now that Sumak is cursed, let's launch the next wave of attacks." Hugh stood to the side, her whole body trembling violently. Noticing this, Kong asked with concern, "Hugh, are you all right?" Hugh's face was a mask of pure terror. She said, "Stop dreaming. You don't understand at all. The moment I used the curse on Sumak, I came into contact with his power. It's terrifyingly profound. His power is completely unfathomable." She recalled the image of Sumak overflowing with a deadly aura and continued fearfully, "How can we possibly fight against a monster like Sumak?" Kong patted her shoulder gently, comforting her in a low voice. "Hugh, pull yourself together. A difference in power doesn't decide the final outcome. Strong enemies, unknown powers. Haven't we faced plenty of those before?" He thought of their other team members and added, "It was by fighting with all our might on the brink of life and death that we obtained the status and power we have today. Have you forgotten all of that?" Hugh softly retorted, "How can you say something like that so easily? You have spatial abilities, you just hide in a safe place and provide support from afar. A convenient ability, a convenient excuse. Ever since that incident, have you ever fought an enemy head-on again?" Hearing those harsh words, Kong was left speechless. The giant, seeing that things were getting tense, stepped in to mediate. "That's enough, Hugh. That incident is a taboo topic for our squad. We agreed not to bring it up again. If you don't want to fight, you can stay here. We'll just have to work that much harder for you." With that, he leaped off the building without a second's hesitation, leaving the other four to look at each other awkwardly. The light holder was trying to comfort Kong. After the recent blow, Hugh's face darkened, and she said nothing more as the second wave of attacks was led by the giants. He rushed forward with all his might and swung a hammer weighing 1,000 kilograms, specially forged from the metal element. After increasing its gravity 30-fold, he swung it at 3 times the speed of sound to smash Chu Mo, the hammer flying at an incredible velocity. It seemed capable of destroying anything, and dust filled the air after Chu Mo blocked the hammer. The giant's most important mission was complete. Chu Mo easily blocked the hammer with just one hand. His hand latched onto the hammer, as the giant's mission was not to attack, but to restrain and mark the target. a fighting style different from when the giant's hammer usually makes contact with an enemy. Gravity would pour inward, creating an intense gravitational pull that would firmly restrain the enemy before the real fight began. The wielders of light and the sound of destruction had already marked the hammer's position. While the target was restrained, a brilliant beam of light could converge on a single point, achieving the greatest theoretical destructive power seen in any previous battle. No matter how durable the material, it would be completely obliterated in a single blow. The sound of destruction could channel an infrasonic wave attack through the hammer into the enemy, and the infrasonic wave and the enemy's weakest internal organs would resonate, destroying the enemy from the inside. These extremely powerful attacks were unleashed, creating a dazzling energy wave that tore through space and caused a massive explosion. The moment the attack ended, according to the original plan, Kong was supposed to teleport the sound of destruction and the giant out of the battlefield, so they could recover and begin the third wave of attacks. Yes, that was how it was supposed to go, but something unexpected happened. Kong's jaw dropped. Was that Chu Mo appearing in front of him? Did he dodge the gravity hammer? This question lingered in Kong's mind for only a moment. Chu Mo lunged forward, preparing to land a blow on him. A sense of fear urged Kong to teleport himself to an altitude of over 1,000 meters above Chu Mo. When Kong regained his composure, he realized he had made a grave mistake, and it was too late. There wasn't enough time left to teleport his comrades. Leaving them to face Chu Mo head-on was like a newborn infant, directly challenging a full-grown lion. He was extremely anxious, and time seemed to stand still. The distant scene played out in slow motion in Kong's eyes as Chu Mo gathered his power, preparing to unleash a wide-area attack. Killing intent enveloped Chu Mo, and there was no doubt that after this attack, he would lose his three friends forever. That was until Kong saw Shu, who had already given up the fight, appear on the battlefield in front of Chu Mo, plunging a ceremonial sword into his own chest. He was casting a curse on himself. The source of evil had arrived, and materialization was transforming Shu into an evil spirit. Then, Kong's thoughts shifted. I'd already lost 4 friends forever. 13 years ago, in an ordinary residential building in Donghai Market, a tragic mass murder occurred, with hundreds of people dying at once. A 20-person rescue team headed to the building to conduct a search and rescue, but they found only 1 survivor. In the 3 days that followed, 32 members of the 50-person rescue team died in various accidents, and the remaining 18 successively went insane and took their own lives. Cultivators got involved in the investigation, and the cause of this incident was traced back to that lone survivor, Shu, the heir of Tong Yuji. Before it was destroyed by Yu Tianren, Tong Yuji was once a famous and powerful cultivation sect. It was famous for commanding evil spirits, on par with the 4 great sects. Now, the surviving disciples of the Thong Yu Pavilion have adopted a child with a special constitution to reclaim the former glory of the Thong Yu Pavilion. They poured all their efforts into transferring thousands of evil spirits into Hu's body. During the final inheritance ceremony of the Thong Yu Pavilion, Hu was in excruciating pain, and the ritual failed. Then, the evil spirits in Hu's body merged into one, becoming an uncontrollable monster. The ambitions of the Thong Yu Pavilion's disciples vanished along with their lives, and so Hu became the last heir of the Thong Yu Pavilion. The evil spirit turned Hu into a jinx. Anyone who came into contact with her would meet with an accident. No cultivator wanted to take Hu in, and they even wanted to eliminate Hu to prevent future trouble. Hu was taken away by the corporation, which harbored the dream of using her to awaken as a hunter. The only fortunate thing was that Hu was tricked into a hunter squad. Kong was the first person to extend a hand to her. The corporation's specially made cloak could block a portion of the evil spirit's power, but it would still cause misfortune to those nearby. But no teammate resented Hu for it. The entire hunter squad was made up of abandoned orphans, but they were all family. Subsequently, Hu became a hunter and awakened the word spirit ability. Hu began to be able to suppress the evil spirit within her. After years of companionship, the evil spirit had become a part of Hu's body. Suppressing it would cause Hu to feel extreme agony, but Hu endured it. Hu tried her best to bring misfortune to her enemies, not her friends. Until today, what did it mean for her to actively use the evil spirit's power? Hu wasn't sure. It wasn't a power that a human could control. Perhaps the first thing the evil spirit would do after breaking the seal would be to end her life. She might be completely lost and become a slave to the evil spirit. But none of that mattered. Hu screamed in desperation. Hey, evil spirit. If you're really that great, just take my body and save my friends. This is my only request. So Mok paid it no mind. He slowly approached. The golden energy in his hand was incredibly powerful. Hu looked at the scene and thought, as long as I can take down this monster. So Mok's power spread further and further. At that moment, she shouted loudly, telling it to devour all of Somok's attacks. Hu unleashed a soul technique. The evil spirit manifested behind her, looking incredibly grotesque. A strange energy appeared. A spherical barrier materialized out of thin air, completely enveloping Somok's attack. The wielder of light was more shocked by the scene before him, the sound of destruction and the giant figure. What was even more surprising was that So Mok's attack had caused Hugh to unleash her power, and she was actually able to freely control her own evil spirit. The evil spirit's body was enveloped in an eerie purple energy. It's unknown if it was because of her years of enduring suffering or her will to save her comrades that she earned the evil spirit's acknowledgement, allowing her to command this monster formed from thousands of evil spirits. The original fantastical plan of the Thong Yu Pavilion's disciples was finally fulfilled today. So Mok chuckled lightly. He said, "You guys really have some surprising little tricks. I'm getting all excited." This statement from So Mok wasn't just for Hugh, it was also to praise Kong, who was about to appear before him. Kong suddenly appeared in midair. He unleashed Dimensional Slash, which could sever space itself. It was Kong's strongest offensive skill. But for Kong, it was also his most dangerous one. The Dimensional Slash must be used in conjunction with the Hand of Kong. It can only be activated by putting one's life on the line. Only by getting close to the enemy can one deliver a fatal blow, which is why Kong hasn't used this move in a very long time. After this battle began, it was the first time Chu Mo retreated to dodge an enemy's attack. This was also the first time Chu Mo felt a hint of a threat as a powerful blow descended upon him. Chu Mo thought to himself, the opponent's Dimensional Slash might even be able to tear his clothes. This jacket is something I really like. At this moment, the evil spirit expanded. On an earth depleted of spiritual energy, humanity's power has its limits, but inside Hugh's body, it had fused with thousands of evil spirit monsters. Even the first-generation Grandmaster of the Tongyu Pavilion couldn't comprehend where its limit was, equivalent to a 3,000-year-old demonic beast, a 5,000-year-old demonic beast, or even a 10,000-year-old demonic beast. As long as Hugh's body could withstand it, the thousands of fused evil spirits would continuously grow stronger. Hugh prepared to unleash his move as long as he could eliminate Chumo after this battle. It wouldn't matter how much his body collapsed. A drop of red blood fell, which was the blood prison, and it immediately rushed towards where Chumo was standing. It was a purely spiritual attack, disregarding whether the opponent was strong or weak, dragging the enemy's will into a prison made for evil spirits, and without any discrimination. Chumo stood tall in the middle of a vast space, which was at first an endless, vast white expanse. Then, countless evil spirits merged, and a horrifying evil spirit appeared. If the enemy let their guard down for even a moment, they would be devoured until their soul was drained dry. But this evil spirit was illusory. It would immediately regenerate even if destroyed, and the blood prison itself had no boundaries. There was no way to attack it even if one wanted to. Inside the blood prison, the evil spirit's mental assault lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The first to be exhausted were Hugh's spirit and stamina. The blood prison was dispelled, and Hugh collapsed to the ground with no strength left. On the ground. In contrast, Chumo's spirit was almost completely unaffected, but this was also within Hugh's calculations. In the real world, the duration of the blood prison was 0.5 seconds. This was the time Hugh bought for his comrades. Chumo remained silent. It was unclear what he was planning. When Chumo regained his senses, the giant's gravity and brilliant chains of light had trapped Chumo. He was bound tightly, also that Kong's Dimensional Slash would accurately strike Chumo. The Dimensional Slash simultaneously created the giant and the chaos from the collapse of the binding skill. To put it simply, it was a fatal explosion, so before the explosion occurred, Kong had moved himself and his comrades to his own personal space. The scene changes to another room. Qian Lianshan witnessed everything. He looked at the explosion before him and said with satisfaction, "They're still somewhat useful." It wasn't a waste for the corporation to provide so many resources to these hunters every year. Gijan, standing behind, immediately replied, "The hunter squad has gotten stronger again. I didn't expect this. They seem to have broken through their own limits while fighting Chumo." Qian Lianshan exclaimed excitedly, "I don't care how, just quickly eliminate Chumo for me." He laughed loudly. "What strongest savior, daring to challenge me by name? Isn't he now just like a beaten dog?" Guijian suddenly saw something and was shocked. Stammered, "President Qian, look over there." Hearing this, he looked over as if he had seen a ghost. His expression changed in an instant as he said in shock, "What? This has to be a joke. After an attack like that, Chumo is completely unharmed." Chumo walked out from the rubble without a single scratch on him. Seeing this made Qian Lianshan even more furious, and he roared, "Hey, where did the hunter squad go? What are they dawdling for? They didn't run away, did they?" At that moment, inside the private space, and belonging to Kong was a small island floating in the air. The giant's trembling voice rang out, "This is wrong. It shouldn't be like this." He muttered, "I don't believe it." In front of him, Kong lay on the ground, his body covered in wounds of all sizes. Sound of Destruction was also in shock, tears unknowingly streaming down her face as she said in despair, "Kong wouldn't just die like this. Come back to life. Don't we still have so many things left to do?" Just then, Hugh spoke up to comfort her. "Don't say such foolish things. Kong is gone. It seems he was struck down by Chu Mo while getting us out of there. The only thing we can do for Kong is to get revenge on Chu Mo. The giant agreed upon hearing this and then shouted, "He was right. Pull yourselves together. Stop crying. We have to destroy that bastard." Suddenly, the Keeper of the Light finally spoke up. He realized something and said with a bit of panic, "Hey guys, I think you've forgotten something very important. This is a private space, belonging to Kong, and only he could come and go as he pleased. Now that he's gone, we might be trapped in here forever." 4 months later, in Kong's private space, the Keeper of the Light looked at the scene before him and said cheerfully, "We did it. We succeeded." He stood in the middle of the garden and continued with satisfaction. All our efforts weren't in vain. We finally managed to grow corn. Sound of Destruction replied enthusiastically, "That's great. We won't starve anymore." The giant, on the other hand, was not pleased and reminded them, "Hey, what are you all celebrating for? We still need to find a way out of this space and get our revenge on Chu Mo." 1 year later, the giant was sitting on a chair, dejectedly rambling. "Grilled corn for dinner again. Can't we have something else? Like popcorn or something?" The Keeper of the Light held a thick stack of papers, stood before him, and explained seriously, "To make popcorn, we need white sugar, and even though we've harvested the sugar cane we planted, we can make sugar. But butter is an issue. The margarine made from corn has unhealthy trans fats. The dairy cow at the farm won't produce milk until next year, and only then can we use its milk to make healthy butter. By then, we'll be able to live a happy life in a peaceful and prosperous place like this, free from war." They lived happily, and a wedding was even held. The Keeper of the Light and Sound of Destruction became one couple, and the other couple was Hugh and the giant. Then came the first big celebration, the birth of the first child in the village, the child of the Keeper of the Light and Sound of Destruction. Many years later, Hugh stood before Kong's grave, leaning on a cane. A small child toddled behind her and asked, "Grandma Hugh, tell me more stories about Earth." A line of text appeared. Achievement unlocked. The world where only Kong gets hurt. Time rewinds to the present, the scene shifting back to the previous complex. A group of people wielding various weapons charge towards Chumo with immense fighting spirit, yelling, "Charge! Let's destroy him." He stood as imposing as ever, lightly waving his hand as energy gathered in his palm. The filaments multiplied, creating a massive explosion that lit up the entire sky, and its energy enveloped everything. In other areas, where the Annihilation Ground Forces were stationed, an announcement suddenly rang out. "Annihilation Ground Forces, Chumo has breached the defenses and has entered the base. Everyone be on high alert." Chumo stepped into the base. Along the way, he had taken down countless enemies. The scene shifts to the inside of the base, where Jiang Gui hesitantly reported to Guild Master Qian, "All the hunter squads have lost contact." Hearing this, Qian Lianshan scowled and cursed. "A bunch of useless trash. The cultivators? Where are those cultivators? Don't tell me they've run away too? We should retreat now." Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. "Too bad, you're not going anywhere." He was terrified and turned around to see Chumo, who had appeared at some point. Chumo radiated killing intent as he said, "Guildmaster Qian, we finally meet." Qian Lianshan's face instantly turned pale, and he stammered as he pleaded with Chumo, "Wait, I surrender. We can negotiate." Suddenly, bubbles appeared out of nowhere, floating all around the room. Chumo grew suspicious and carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, a bubble flew over and lightly touched his shoulder, causing him to glance over in surprise. Before he could react, Chumo was completely swallowed by the bubble and vanished. Qian Lianshan was also extremely surprised, exclaiming, "Huh?" he asked with a dumbfounded look. Chumo is gone. Qiu Tianshan revealed himself. He was the one who had single-handedly created the bubbles. Qiu Tianshan looked at Qian Lianshan's bewildered expression and said, "Guildmaster Qian, you sure surrendered quickly." Qian Lianshan quickly replied, "Sectmaster Qiu, I was just about to ask you something. The hunter squads were all wiped out. Were you cultivators just standing by and watching the show? You're only showing up now? And what about Chu Mo? Where did he go?" Hearing these complaints, Qiu Tianshan immediately explained, "You've misunderstood. To prevent Chu Mo from escaping during the fight, thousands of cultivators set up a formation array all around, so they were unable to move. As for Chu Mo, I've already sealed him away. It was surprisingly easy, making all our prior preparations seem pointless. Spatial abilities are especially effective against Chu Mo, but it's a pity that your so-called hunters are too crude in their application of spatial abilities." Suddenly, Qiu Tianshan stopped talking. He showed a look of horrified disbelief, thinking to himself, "What?" Behind him, an explosion erupted and a brilliant golden beam of energy shot past him. Chu Mo had destroyed the space that imprisoned him and was now floating in mid-air, nonchalantly saying, "Out of power already? It seems your spatial ability is a bit weaker than his, but not by much." Standing in a corner, Qian Lianshan complained, "So this is all cultivators amount to? Just a bunch of hot air? completely useless. Jian asked worriedly, Sect Master Q, do you need help? Q, Tianxian showed no fear, replying as he unleashed his ability, no need. You'll only get in the way if you stay here. Leave now. As he spoke, his colorful energy enveloped the other two, intending to teleport them away. The scene shifts to outside the building. After being teleported, Qian Lianshan clutched his stomach and grumbled, that bastard teleported us out without a single word of warning. My blood is churning, and I feel a little nauseous. Spatial travel is so annoying. Ghost over here is completely unharmed. He spoke up to remind the president. Qian, stop complaining. We're lucky to be alive. Let's hope the cultivators have a solution. The building from before suddenly exploded. Ku Tianxian dodged the blast, muttering, too slow. Is the formation still not complete? Ku Tianxian floated in mid-air, his cloak billowing in the brilliant light, surrounded by countless glowing orbs. Chumo was behind him, hands in his pockets, casually saying, I'm already used to your defensive style. Besides those cuddly moves that kids love, do you have any other tricks? Not one to back down, Ku Tianxian quickly replied, you're truly arrogant. Then let me show you the true power of a cultivator. The Heaven and Earth Net secret art was activated. The surrounding space became strange. The scene changes to another building. Inside, cultivators were deploying a formation. They stood in rows within a mystical space. The formation they were casting, creating incredibly powerful streams of energy. This was Qi manifesting into physical form. The energy stream shot straight into the sky, creating a strange circle. Chu Mo stood inside that circle and spoke. Oh, I was wondering why you secretly arranged so many cultivators around here and what incredible skill you would use. Turns out it was just to trap us in this circle. Are they just going to sit outside and watch? Ku Tianxian smirked, saying smugly, rest assured, your only opponent is me. The ring you see is a formation simultaneously released by thousands of cultivators. This formation is a contract to prevent your escape. Only when one side dies in battle can the other leave the formation. Hearing this, Chumo also laughed and replied, sounds like they're helping you commit suicide. Where are the other 3 sect masters? Call them out too? That would be a fair fight. He replied, this isn't a hunt, but an execution in the name of righteousness for you. Therefore, I will be the only one to act in a fair one-on-one duel. Q Tianxian added, by the way, this match is being broadcast live to the entire world. Chu Mo, your glorious hero's journey began with a live stream, so it will also end with a live stream. The scene of the two of them appeared on the live stream screen, with countless comments being left. Things like, the corporation's hunter is hilarious, talks a big game, but you can tell it's going to be a 0-5 score. Did the corporation come here to be a joke and they want to eliminate Chumo? People argued fiercely. Is the person above seriously ill? Are you happy that a psychopathic murderer like Chumo wins? The corporation isn't any better. All I can say is, good riddance, pop the champagne. There were still many other comments like, I'm dying laughing, he's already been beaten into that monstrous state, yet that cultivator dares to show off in front of Chumo. I bet he won't last more than 10 seconds. Or at least for now, only the cultivators from the 4 great sects look somewhat righteous. I hope they can win. Qin Lianshan was hiding in another location. He held his phone watching the live stream and cursed. What the hell? How dare these cultivators, how dare they secretly live stream the battle situation behind our backs? We've completely lost face for our corporation. Ghost quickly spoke up to explain, although what they did was unscrupulous, that we never explicitly forbade live streaming before, so we can only suck it up. What a clever plan, making both our corporation and Chumo their stepping stones, so they can come in at the end and be the good guys. Qian Lianshan angrily shouted, that's only if they can win. That useless trash Sect Master Q, you don't really think he can win a one-on-one, do you? Just one person to beat Sumo? What a joke. He looked up at the circle, trapping the two of them. He smiled lightly and said, a fair one-on-one duel. That's just a saying to fool outsiders. My eyes can see the energy form of all things. Besides Sect Master Q, the other 3 Sect Masters are currently hidden within the formation. The figures of the other 3 Sect Masters gradually appeared. Sumo glanced at Q Tianxian and asked, before we fight, I have one more question. Is the Mystic Realm controlled by the Sect Masters of your 4 great sects? He explained without a hint of suspicion. You don't even know this? The Mystic Realm is a line of defense against the otherworld, created by ancient cultivators. The Mystic Realm operates according to its own laws, even we can only interfere slightly. Sumo smiled lightly and replied, thank you for answering my question. In that case, I'm relieved. Ku Tianxian asked with some surprise, huh? Relieved about what? Sumo said smugly, even if I eliminate the 4 of you, this world won't be affected. That's what I'm relieved about. In Dan Miao City, 200 kilometers from the battlefield between Sumo and the corporation, a peaceful city far from the fighting, but where trouble may be brewing. A dark red bus was parked on the side of the road, standing out under the sunlight. Someone cheerfully called out a greeting. Were you all forcibly evacuated too? A man among them replied, "Of course, everyone in our city was forcibly evacuated today. A group of tall men forced us onto a bus and brought us here. The staff from the Rescue Management Bureau told us to wait here, saying they would arrange food and lodging for us later." After hearing the man finish, he cursed angrily, "Damn it, Rescue Management Bureau, my foot. A bunch of bloodsuckers from the corporation. I'm from Shishan City. Our city was forcibly evacuated yesterday. Yesterday, I slept in a stadium with several hundred people. If you want a better place, you have to pay for a hotel yourself. And as for food, we still have to pay for the box meals they provide." The blue-haired man was surprised. "Huh, isn't that too much? So when can we finally go home?" The man with glasses replied blankly. They said, "We have to wait until the battle between Sumo and the corporation is over. I hope they don't destroy my house. I still haven't finished paying off the mortgage." The blue-haired man comforted him. "Don't worry. The place they're fighting is a base in the suburbs of Kishan City. At least 15 kilometers from the city center. Your house will definitely be fine." He sighed. "I really don't get it. Our Gudian city is 100 kilometers away from Kishan City, and we were still forcibly evacuated. They're really making a mountain out of a molehill. It's not like it's a world war." A black bird flew in the sky, a few feathers scattering down, a scene that heralded an approaching anomaly. The sky was a deep blue, contrasting with the black bird, creating a sense of hidden danger. Suddenly, the man with glasses asked the other guy, "Do you hear that? I think I just heard something." A little boy standing nearby pointed to the sky. "Birds. So many birds." In Kishan City, at the outskirts of Xiaoyu Mountain, raindrops fell hurriedly on the Great Mountains, accompanied by flashes of green light from the sky, and strange crystal fragments fell like ice. In the torrential downpour, a brave person was hugging a tree in the rain. He was holding a phone to livestream, shouting to everyone watching through the phone at that very moment. Kishan City has been completely buried by landslides. Kishan City is suffering from a terrible landslide, and skyscrapers are being crushed by rocks. Strong winds are blowing everything away. It feels like we're watching the apocalypse live on stream. He's standing in the wind and rain, with debris flying everywhere, hitting him in the face. It's absurd. Did everyone just see that? Right in front of me, that mountain suddenly vanished, and a giant tornado formed, sweeping up earth and rock, destroying everything. We can see its terrifying power with our own eyes. Today, for the first time, the entire world understands what it means to represent the strongest fighting force on Earth. Everything has been almost completely destroyed. From a beautiful, lush, green city, now only scrap metal and thick clouds of dust remain. The aftermath of the battle between Sumo and the cultivators, a catastrophic scene, is being broadcast continuously over the internet, reaching everyone's screens. Everyone is breaking out in a cold sweat watching it, and the entire world has fallen silent. This is the quietest moment the world has experienced since the invention of the internet. Everyone is just silently watching the scene in the video. All the respect, hope, and fear are because of the disaster caused by one person. The city is engulfed in a sea of flames, with black smoke rising everywhere, creating a vivid picture. This is what happened in 1 minute of fighting between Sumo and the sect masters of the four great sects. Q Tianxian is standing inside a bubble-like cage. In front of him is Sumo, who speaks with a disdainful voice, capable of easily changing the weather and terrain. "Your skills are quite good. They'd probably be perfect for plowing fields." One of the three hidden sect masters unleashes a technique. Purple lightning arcs around him, looking extremely dangerous. Innate purple firmament divine thunder. He calls out the name of the technique. All the lightning bolts target Sumo and surge forward. He reacts swiftly, easily dodging the dangerous bolts. On the other side, another hidden sect master creates blazing blue fireballs. 9 Nether Calamity Fire. The technique erupts with power. An attack descends from the sky at incredible speed, but Sumo is faster, dodging the strike with a single step. In front of Q Tianxian, he is stunned, with beads of sweat on his temples. Sumo launches an attack towards the ground. He is powerful and decisive, his eyes unwavering. Sumo's attack is aimed at the bubble shield protecting Q Tianxian. He is knocked to the ground, coughing violently, gritting his teeth against the pain. This guy's attack actually managed to pierce through my defensive space. Someone else approaches, emanating a dazzling green light. 16 broken bones, internal bleeding in 2 places. This is a heavy price. Myriad calamities reverse life. The person says, then raises a magic wand in their hand to heal Q Tianxian's wounds. In the dark city, a light appears, casting its glow on the buildings and the sky. Sumo sees this but does nothing, watching with a slightly surprised expression. Not only are his injuries completely healed, but even his clothes are restored to their original state. That's a cheat-like ability. Just as he finishes speaking, he sees Q Tianxian, who has been restored to his original appearance. Might say, "I should be the one saying that. After being attacked so many times, you're still completely unharmed. I have to admit, we really underestimated you." Sumo lets out an "Oh, don't tell me you want to surrender?" Q Tianxian looks at him, his eyes downcast as he says sadly, The previous sect masters of the four great sects were known as the Tao Seekers, because they pursue a taboo rooted in magic. The Path Seeker's inheritance is a blessing and also a curse. Once we obtain the Path Seeker's inheritance, we can rapidly increase our combat power and master the infinite variations of magic, but whenever we think we are fully prepared to ascend to immortality and begin the process of path seeking, disaster strikes. All Path Seekers who attempted this died tragically, but the weakest Path Seeker in the history of the Tai Fire Mansion discovered another way to use path seeking. He continued speaking, then created rainbow-colored orbs of light energy that surrounded his body. His gaze drifted distantly to one of them. Ku Tianxian continued. His name was Kang Wu, and to enhance his own strength and make himself worthy of the title Path Seeker, he found a method to convert his lifespan into combat power, forcibly terminating the path-seeking process and entering a semi-immortalized state. The three hidden sect masters now appeared before him, looking incredibly powerful. Chu Tianxian cleared his throat. Chumo, you should feel honored. This is the first time since the era of Yu Tieren that a Path Seeker has used the semi-immortalized state to annihilate their enemies. To be more precise, 4 Path Seekers using the semi-immortalized state at the same time. Chu Mo spoke calmly. You're willing to sacrifice your lifespan just to deal with me? Then let me see. After paying such a heavy price, what kind of big surprise can you give me? Ku Tianxian shouted, shameless boasting. We'll deal with you right now. Suddenly, the system appeared, displaying an urgent notification. The third secret realm will activate in 5 seconds. All saviors, please prepare. Ku Tianxian was bewildered and helpless. The other 3 sect masters also froze for 5 seconds, looking displeased. With his hands in his pockets, Chumo said in a disappointed tone, what a pity. He gradually began to disappear. Wait for me to come back and destroy you all. Ku Tianxian roared furiously. Don't let Chumo leave. Otherwise, all of us will suffer the backlash from the formation. He and the other 3 sect masters gathered, unleashing their techniques aimed at Chumo. He shouted, Chumo, get out here. Chumo looked at them calmly. You can stop the secret realm's teleportation, but it seems to be taking a lot out of you. Ku Tianxian's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. The portal is about to close. Get out here. Our battle isn't over yet. Don't tell me you're trying to run away. Chumo replied scornfully, run away? What are you talking about? If the secret realm battlefield is lost, demonic beasts will invade Earth. Do you really think our victory or defeat is more important than the survival of humanity? He snapped his fingers. And you call yourself a sect master of the 4 great sects? How disgraceful. In a flash, Chumo vanished. Ku Tianxian roared in anger. You scum, I will destroy you. In the middle of the desolate square, he stood tall, his long hair fluttering gently in the wind. From beneath his feet, violent blue rays of light erupted, spreading like a web of ice tearing the ground apart. A blinding light enveloped everything, making the space seem to freeze solid. Someone's voice cried out, we're doomed. The formation's backlash has begun. Deal with the formation, quickly. The voice sounded terrified. Strange creatures could be seen emerging from the black smoke. It's no use. The formation's contract was to fight Chumo to the death. Since he left the battle prematurely, we must pay the price. A voice screamed in despair. Streams of black smoke invaded Qiu Yantong's body, making him scream in agony. His eyes turned bloodshot, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, luckily, he could distribute the damage from the formation's backlash among the disciples who had activated it. Strange, the backlash damage wasn't as severe as he had expected. He suddenly realized he was screwed. The 3 of them had also shared the damage. The imposing black smoke swirled like a tornado, engulfing the entire area. The 3 hidden sect masters were also surrounded by it, and the true nature of the duel was about to be exposed. Watching through the screen, comments started popping up as everyone saw what was happening. See that? Besides Sect Master Q, there are 3 other figures in the sky. Another comment read, this is hilarious. What was all that talk? A so-called one-on-one duel turns out to be a 4-on-1. How shameless. On the screen, only the enveloping black smoke was visible. But wait, where did Mai Chen go? A comment replied, bro, did you just join the live stream? Mai Chen entered the secret realm. No, Mai Chen isn't on the secret realm's live stream either. What's going on? After entering the secret realm, Mai Chen arrived in a desolate place, surrounded by rocks and dirt. He suspected this place wasn't the secret realm at all. Suddenly, Nair came running in a panic. Master Mai Chen, this is the Pale Expanse. We're doomed. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Why did I have to tag along for the fun? Wouldn't it be better to be at home eating chicken legs? Mai Chen asked. The Pale Expanse? Is this place that dangerous? She was filled with fear. It's incredibly dangerous. This is a turbulent space-time battle zone. There were once super powerful demonic beasts that came to explore the Pale Expanse, and as a result, their entire force was wiped out. They completely vanished. Even the divine lord of our world wouldn't dare to set foot in this place without a world-crossing stone. Mai Chen let out an "oh," It seems the secret realm's teleportation gate was interfered with, which is why we were mistakenly sent here. 3 large stars of different colors appeared above his head, and he asked her, "Then these 3 stars above me must be our worlds and this secret realm, right? If we can just reach them, we'll be able to return." Tears streamed down Nair's face. The red one is the world of demonic beasts, the blue one is the human world, and the one in between is the secret realm. But they are all just illusions. They are all just temporal projections of the past. We have to find a real spatial entrance to be able to go back. She said, "The Pale Expanse has many entrances leading to different dimensions, but 99% of them are traps that lead to abyssal worlds. What's worse, there's only a 1 in a trillion chance that we can find the real entrance, to return to our world." As she was speaking, the system appeared. Secret Realm Day 3 login unlocked. Checking. Login reward retrieval failed. Then another line of text appeared. Day 3 login. Reward, golden eyes of the stone monkey. The stone monkey, born from rock, condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and at the moment of its birth, the golden light from its eyes pierced through heaven and earth, startling the gods. Mai Chen looked at the system screen. Meanwhile, Nair was still crying. The system continued to display text. The nameless stone monkey can see through the essence of all things with its golden eyes. Skill, introduction. Golden eyes of the stone monkey. 1 is to see through the weaknesses of enemies. 2 is to appraise the information of all things. Mai Chen's expression turned grim. Nair, stop crying, let's get out of here. Nair timidly grabbed onto Mai Chen's sleeve. Lord Sumo, please don't wander around. The danger in the Kangbai Great Land isn't just the entrance to another dimension. He reassured Air, don't worry, it's very safe to follow me. Air grew even more anxious. You don't understand how terrifying the Kangbai Great Land is. Monsters from the deep world and powerful beings from other dimensions could very well come here. The weakest of the deep world monsters have at least 5 million combat power. We'd be wiped out in a single hit. Even powerful demonic beasts that come to the Kangbai Great Land have to be careful when choosing a path. Who just casually picks a direction to go like you? Sumo started walking, his voice cold. If you don't trust me, then stay here. Ar was stunned. Is he really just leaving like that? When he encounters a deep world monster, he'll realize how foolish his current confidence is. She suddenly realized something was wrong here. Wait, wouldn't it be even more dangerous if I stayed here alone? Ar hurriedly ran after Sumo. Master, wait for me, don't leave me alone. Sumo looked at the large rock in front of them. We've already reached a fork in the road so soon. Ar pointed forward. Master, my intuition tells me something is not right with the path on the right. There's absolutely no dust or debris. It's unnaturally clean. There must be a trap. The path on the left feels much safer. The system suddenly displayed Deep World Monster. Karami, combat power. 5 million, currently in a deep sleep. Its defensive camouflage is the path itself, devouring any creature that enters. Seeing this, Sumo said, no, we're going right. An hour later, Ir was in disbelief. This is so strange. We've been walking for so long, but we haven't encountered any danger. Where are the monsters? Where are the powerful beings from other dimensions? Where are the terrifying corpses and relics? Could it be that I was deceived? Sumo looked at Ar helplessly. This place is very dangerous. Keep your voice down. You'll attract the deep world monsters here. Weren't you being very cautious earlier? She said, dangerous. The deep world monsters don't exist at all. If there was some delicious food, this would just be a normal stroll. A leg appeared out of nowhere. It emitted a fragrant aroma. Ar was entranced. A chicken leg. Why is there a chicken leg here? This is so suspicious, but it smells so good. The pervasive aroma made it impossible for Ar to resist. It smells so good, I really want to eat it. She was completely drawn in, walking towards the chicken leg, but for some reason, she couldn't see the chicken leg, and instead, the aroma was coming from some bones. Ar kept moving forward, muttering, chicken, leg, then an arm pulled her back. Suddenly, those bones flew into the air, releasing a dense fragrance. They were so massive they looked like they could swallow you at any moment. Fortunately, Sumo managed to pull Ar away in time. After she came to her senses, she was so scared her eyes welled up with tears. What is this? I was almost eaten. The system displayed information again. Item, corpse of the white bone lady. This is the white bone lady after being smacked down by an unnamed stone monkey with a single strike, which is why only a single piece of bone remains. Even as just a piece of bone, it possesses great power and a soul. Sumo was a bit surprised. This is the corpse of the white bone lady? Ir. Have you ever heard this name? Ir's jaw dropped when she heard Sumo's question, and it was like a bolt from the blue. The white bone lady, she's a legend in our world, second only to the god lord's most powerful ancient demonic beast. She went missing after exploring the Kangbai Great Land. She was a 70,000-year-old demonic beast with a combat power of over 60,000 in her prime. Just what kind of monster from the depths could possibly destroy her? Chumo calmly said it wasn't some monster from the depths that killed her. She was taken out with a single strike from a passing stone monkey. The snow weasel's eyes widened. Liar. I don't believe it. Even our divine master seemed insignificant when fighting the white-boned demoness. How could she be casually taken out by a stone monkey? A hazy, fragrant smoke suddenly spoke. Snow Weasel, he's not lying to you. A woman emerged from the bone. I was indeed taken out by that damn monkey, but that was 5,000 years ago. I didn't expect anyone to still remember this secret. Human, I'm quite curious about your identity now. Chumo was flustered. I'm just an ordinary person who happened to learn about your past. Is your current appearance a sign that you've been resurrected? She answered with some disappointment. Not quite resurrected yet. She continued, for years, I've been devouring passing life forms to restore my power. I just need to eat 2 more people to be fully restored. Chu Mo, completely unafraid, provoked her. If that's the case, then I'll just have to destroy you one more time. Under the hazy, swirling light, the two faced each other, creating a moment that was both tense and mystical. The white-boned demoness spoke. I can't recall how long it's been since a human dared to speak so arrogantly before me. Chu Mo retorted, it's been several thousand years since you were taken out with a single blow. It's normal for memory to fade with old age. Don't worry too much. The white-boned demoness's face darkened. Old? You call me old? I was originally going to swallow you whole to let you rest peacefully. But I've changed my mind. I'm going to strip all the flesh from your bones. Hearing this, the snow weasel's fur stood on end, trembling as it pleaded. Lady Whitebone, that bastard is the one insulting you. It has nothing to do with me. I'm a beast too. Beasts don't fight beasts. I really don't taste good. The white-boned demoness gave a cunning smile. After so many years in the pale white land, I've finally met a comrade. It feels so intimate. Though you have little meat, you look quite delicious. Little snow weasel, you will become my nourishment, a great contribution to the revival of the beasts. The snow weasel helplessly collapsed to the ground. So you still want to eat me in the end? Chumo looked at her, speechless. The white-boned demoness was also puzzled. Why did you suddenly lie down? At least put up a little resistance. The snow weasel's eyes shot open in frustration, tears welling up in their corners. It screamed, don't think I can't see it. Even if you're just a single bone fragment, you must have a combat power of at least 300,000 right now. You just want to toy with us before we die, to watch me and this human bastard struggle desperately. I absolutely will not let you have your way. The snow weasel continued. Didn't expect this, did you? This is my form of resistance. Non-violent, non-cooperative, throwing the game. Chumo pointed at the snow weasel on the ground, at a loss for words. I'm very curious. Are all you beasts like this one? The white-boned demoness held her head in exasperation. With a flick of her hand, she attacked them both. Shut up and die for me. Nearly 10 large, sharp bone claws formed above her, aiming straight for Chumo. Seeing this, he let out a faint smile, his golden-pupiled eyes narrowing. Golden pupil of illusion shattering. In a sky blazing with a golden hue, a giant eye appeared in midair. The white-boned demoness stood beneath the golden pupil of illusion shattering, its power making the heavens and earth tremble. The bone fragments she had created shattered in an instant. Her eyes were filled with horror, unable to believe what she was seeing. Lady Whitebone gritted her teeth. Why? Why do you have the eyes of that damn monkey? The system appeared again. Fake Lady Whitebone. Great Whitebone formed from a remnant bone. Its weakness is. After Great Whitebone's illusion is broken, it will enter a weakened state. She was injured, coughing and slumping over. I have waited for thousands of years. It was so difficult to accumulate enough power to be revived. The two faced each other. The silence was terrifying. Then she suddenly spoke. My luck is truly terrible. Sumo replied, to be able to cling to life for thousands of years after death, you should be content. Lady Whitebone chuckled lightly, I will not die. After I devour you for nourishment and sleep for 100 years, I will awaken once more. Who had been watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly jumped up. Master Sumo, don't waste words on her. Attack now while you have the chance. That bone of hers is her true body. Her eyes turned ferocious. Go ahead and try. Even a 10,000-year-old demon beast couldn't harm me. What can you possibly do? Suddenly, Sumo rushed forward, his arm piercing through her body, grabbing a piece of bone. So your remnant bone was actually here, huh? Although the disguise was very good, the vertebrae on the ground were just an illusion you created. Lady Whitebone was no longer as fierce as before. As expected, nothing could be hidden from those eyes. Sumo's hand squeezed the bone. The bone shattered, and the system appeared once again, analyzing the weakness of Lady Whitebone's remnant bone. Her body broke into small pieces. Such a depraved thing must be vanquished. At this moment, felt a little scared, thinking to himself, that's the bone of Great Whitebone. Crushed in a single squeeze, humans are truly terrifying. Do I really have a chance of taking him down? Complete the Divine Master's mission? I don't think that's possible at all. She suddenly remembered something. Wait, the monkey that Great White Bone mentioned earlier, the eyes, could it be? That Master Sumo is actually some powerful ancient demon beast? Taking on a human form, he must have some important purpose, which is why I'm following him. Master is definitely not a traitor to the demon beasts, or affirmed in his heart. Yes, that must be it. At the same time, on the Secret Realms battlefield, a huge demon beast stood tall. Someone with a sword kicked it, while another person had white hair. He threw a punch powered by his staff. Comments flew across the screen. That was so fast. It's only been an hour, and all the demon beasts in the Secret Realm have been wiped out. It feels like our saviors have all gotten stronger. Another person waved their fan, and the demon beast was burned to a crisp in agony. The comments continued. But where is Sumo? Why hasn't Godmo appeared yet? His live stream is still just a black screen. In a room, Yi Chang walked in. So where on earth did Sumo go? It's really worrying. Yi Xing replied, during the Secret Realm's teleportation. Sect Master Q of the Dan sect rashly used his spatial ability to pull Sumo, which might have affected the teleportation. Sumo might have disappeared into the chaotic space. Lu Li Shang was furious. You still have the nerve to go on a live stream? Wasn't it you from the 4 great sects who caused trouble? The sect masters of the 4 great sects ganged up on him, yet they dared to call it a one-on-one duel. Well said, well said. Yi Xing cleared his throat. I do not condone their actions. It was truly shameful and disappointing, but I don't deny their standing and the position from which they acted. I have great respect for the cultivator who just joined the Tai Fire Mansion. After today, I will resign as an elder and leave the Tai Fire Mansion. Yi Chang quickly tried to calm the situation. Lu Lixiang, there's no need to be so angry, is there? If Elder Li had any real power, he wouldn't be here live streaming with us, and besides, the Great Mo is so powerful. Not even chaotic space can trap him, and the saviors have gotten stronger too. Even if Chu Mo isn't here, the demon beasts will be completely wiped out. Maybe when the Mystic Realm ends, Chu Mo will be able to return, Yi Xing spoke up. Haven't you all noticed? There haven't been any notifications from the Mystic Realm this time, and all the demon beasts inside are dead. But the Mystic Realm hasn't ended yet. The real danger might just be starting now. In the city within the Mystic Realm, Wu Tong asked, have you guys felt it too, that unidentified aura covering the entire realm? The 3 of them stood in a corner looking at the city before them. Perhaps this time it's really a fight to the death. They sighed, if only Mr. Chu Mo were here. Suddenly, something flew past. It was a 2,000-year-old demon beast. Blood. What a sweet smell. So you've already dealt with my vanguard minions. Not bad at all. The massive creature hovered in midair and launched a powerful attack down at the 3 of them. Chen Fan swiftly dodged the attack. This attack power is at least that of a 1,500-year-old demon beast. Yue Tianxian turned his head with difficulty. Are you blind? This is clearly the combat power of a 2,000-year-old demon beast. The demon beast gave a savage smile. Is running all you know how to do? I heard there's a very powerful cultivator named Chu Mo. Isn't he coming? It seems today will just be a boring little battle. Someone's technique grazed its hair. That cultivator recited his technique, crimson-headed azure dream Taoist, Nan Henju. The demon beast gritted its teeth. You actually managed to injure me? Perhaps your strength is no less than that Chumo fellow's. Why has Ra never mentioned you? Nan Henju waved his hand. Because I have never appeared in the Mystic Realm before. The demon beast was surprised, so that's how it is. A powerless coward, I'll eat you first, then tear Chumo to shreds. Suddenly, his voice rang out. You've lost your chance. Within this mystic realm, I have already far surpassed Chumo's realm. A powerful punch landed on the demon beast, he said confidently. I am the true savior. Back where Chumo was, a spatial portal opened. Before him was a sparkling crystal of light. Lord asked Chumo, Master, is that the mystic realm's transportation gate? Chumo replied, Yes, we'll be able to go back soon. You should hide in my things first. But before we go back, I still have one important thing to do. As the crystal glittered like starlight before him, the system suddenly appeared. Spatial equipment, ice chamber. Created by the gods at a great cost, it can transport inner-world demon beasts to the mystic realm. Currently, it can transport 3,000-year-old demon beasts. The demon beast collapsed in the human's mystic realm. Get back here. It was just one successful sneak attack. You think it's over just like that? Nan Henshu said. A sneak attack. Is that what you think? My attack is already over. My only sincere advice is, don't struggle like that. You'll have a more peaceful sleep. The demon beast roared. A tiny human dares to order me around? What is this? Its blood was boiling. And suddenly, the 2,000-year-old demon beast exploded with a splat, turning into black mud. Nan Henju glanced at it. If you hadn't struggled, you could have at least kept your body intact. Someone approached gently. It was Yue Tianxian. She skillfully avoided the pile of mud and asked, How disgusting. There's black mud everywhere. Does your Jingxin sect have such a powerful technique? I've never seen you use it. Jingshan replied, The immobilization spell, It's a technique used to punish new, playful disciples. If they move around while meditating to practice stillness, they'll feel the pain of a whip lashing them, that's all. It's just a minor spell with no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Yue Tianxian's hopes were dashed. As expected, the Dao children are all extraordinary geniuses. Jing Xian looked at her and said, "Did your master not tell you about the origin of the Dao children's fate coins?" Yue Tianxian was a bit embarrassed. "No, what is that?" Nan Henzhu spoke up. 70% of the fate coins that the saviors obtain in the secret realm are secretly deducted and transferred to the four Dao children. This is my big secret. Jing Xian cursed inwardly. When did this guy get so close? But said aloud, "You're so shameless. Aren't you embarrassed by your confession to the whole world?" Nan Henzhu glanced sideways. "Is that so? I don't see anything that needs to be hidden. After the last secret realm ended, Master offered you the same treatment as us, Jing Xian. Why did you refuse Master's offer?" Jing Xian's face darkened. "I hate injustice." Nan Henzhu replied, "Childish. To defeat the otherworld, what's needed are absolute powerhouses, not fairness." He continued, secretly seizing resources. "What's the point of gaining strength from the sacrifices of others?" Jing Xian said in a sarcastic tone, "I despise you all." Nan Henzhu turned and walked away. Results are all that matter. It was that same fog from before. The enemy is coming. Even these small fry aren't worthy of being bait. Stay away from me. Don't get in the way of my fight. A mysterious fog enveloped the entire city, as if some demon beast was lurking within it. Passersby who inhaled it immediately had trouble breathing. Some clutched their heads, others their hearts. "My heart is beating so fast, it's so uncomfortable. I can't breathe anymore." Wu Tong gasped, "Is everyone all right?" Meanwhile, Jing Xian said to Yue Tianxian, "Barely. No, I can't fight anymore right now. This time, the enemy is at least a 5,000-year-old demon beast. The mental pressure alone is enough to make many cultivators collapse." She replied, "Didn't that Dao child Nan Henzhu say we were in his way? We can just leave the enemy to him." A dark purple vortex appeared. A person with white hair appeared. They spoke. "How interesting. Are you the cultivator's last resort? To be able to take down 5 snake people so quickly, your strength isn't bad, huh?" Nan Henzhu was surprised. "Strange, how can a demon beast of your strength appear on the field so early?" She was Lady He. She spoke, "Kneel, and then call your 3 teammates out here." Nan Henzhu was surrounded by streams of poisonous purple energy. He screamed. "Lady," he said, "a 10,000-year-old demon beast? You're mistaken. It's a 30,000-year-old demon beast." Back in the room, a voice screamed, "What? What is this?" Lu Lixian was terrified. "A 30,000-year-old demon beast. Is it really a 30,000-year-old demon beast?" Gi Xing spoke up. "I'm not sure. Judging from her performance on the live stream, she's probably not lying." Lixiang was stunned. "We still have the 4 Dao children, and Chu Mo, there's still hope." Gi Xing replied, "If that demon beast isn't lying, a 30,000-year-old demon beast, its combat power must be over 1,000. The 4 Dao children, by the most optimistic estimate, are only equivalent to a 3,000-year-old demon beast. Combat power is around 100,000. 10 million, 100,000. This is no longer a battle of strength. Even Somak and the 4 Dao children can't turn the tide." Yi Chang was a little scared. Humanity is doomed. What should we do? What else can be done?" Gui Xing replied, "We can't interfere with anything that happens in the secret realm. There's nothing we can do. We can only witness the final outcome." Back in the city within the secret realm, space portals appeared. Lord, he crossed his arms and looked at Nan Henzhu with contempt. "It seems your comrades can't wait any longer. They're getting ready to enter the stage." "Excellent. Just let them quickly end this boring secret realm war." Nan Henzhu roared angrily, "Shut up. All of you, get back. It's not your turn to act yet." Lord, he hummed. "If those 3 comrades of yours don't show up, you won't have a sliver of a chance. Or are you hoping those saviors, who I scared into a breakdown, will come to help you?" Nan Henzhu's face darkened. "Help me? Do I need help? There's a limit to humiliating people." "Lord," he was surprised, "you want to fight me alone? You've got guts, but under the suppression of absolute power, you can't even stand before me. Don't you find that ridiculous?" Nan Henzhu cleared his throat. "I'm different from those cowards who have lost their will to fight. After feeling your spiritual pressure up close, I understand now. Perhaps you really are a 30,000-year-old demonic beast, but this isn't your true body. You're a fake," he continued in a low voice. "No, even if your true body were here, I would not submit. The secret realm, the saviors, the 4 great sects, the otherworldly gods, you are all just stepping stones for me." He stood up straight, clenching his fists. Mysterious black smoke appeared around him. The ultimate stepping stone. Then he said, "Horizon's reach." He flew forward, launching that attack at Lord He. The city was shrouded in dust and smoke. Nan Henzhu stopped. The illusion was dispelled. As expected, it was just your spiritual projection sent down to the secret realm. Lord, he had now turned into ethereal smoke. Interesting. I didn't expect you to see through it so quickly. I thought only that man, so Mok, was worth paying attention to, you know. The shortcut to the secret realm is complete. We'll meet again soon. Nan Henju fumed. I've had enough of your deception. Suddenly, Lord, he returned to his original form. Although the shortcut can't withstand my full power yet, it's more than enough to transport a 5,000-year-old demonic beast. Whether it's a deception or not, see for yourself. A giant clown appeared behind her. Before I truly appear, try to struggle and survive, you big-mouth hero. Nan Henzu was stunned. It's really a 5,000-year-old demonic beast? I'm screwed. Lord, he was puzzled. Strange. It's not here yet? It's stuck. What's going on? Meanwhile, in the Kangbai continent, So Mok grabbed a connecting part between the two space portals. He realized it was transporting a demonic beast. It looked strange. Anyway, I'll just pull it out first. The 5,000-year-old demonic beast growled. Then it was pulled into the space portal. Nan Henju was dumbfounded. What's happening? What is that demonic beast resisting? Could it be that the teleportation failed? Jing Shan and Yu Tong witnessed this scene. The demonic beast seems to be stuck in the portal. The clown was forcefully sucked in. Lord, he was astonished. How could this be? The transport of Shi Nan was clearly successful before. The comments kept popping up. Oh my god, it's God Mok again. Could it be that Mai Chen has obstructed the transportation of the demonic beasts? Looking at Chu Mai through the large screen, the comments kept popping up, the useless ones doubting him. Does Mai Chen dare to speak up now? Come out and see what a real savior is, some so-called Dao child. He's just a useless piece of trash, secretly embezzling so many fake coins for no reason at all. In a moment, he was kneeling before the demonic beasts, still having to rely on Mai Chen to return. In the glaze room, Xiang Jing exclaimed in surprise. Oh, this is truly surprising. Wasn't Chu Mai lost in the space-time turbulence? How did he suddenly appear, obstructing the movement of the demonic beasts? Gi Xing was terrified. Pale White Continent. That's the Pale White Continent. How is that possible? How could Chu Mai get there? That's a forbidden land that's extremely dangerous, even for demons. Breaking through the encirclement of abyssal monsters, finding the exact teleportation point of the secret realm, and even managing to stop the demonic beast's movement. It can only be called a miracle. Yi Chang was just as surprised. Perhaps there's another possibility. This was never a miracle at all. Perhaps this was all part of Chu Mai's plan. Even Sect Master Ku's spatial power was used by Chu Mai, helping him reach the Pale White Continent. Even if the whole world is against him, he's still the Chu Mai I admire most. Guixing replied, perhaps your guess is correct. Chu Mai has given us too many surprises. The schemes of the four great sects and the corporate alliance, compared to Chu Mai, they seem like petty tricks. In the secret realm, the roaring 5,000-year-old demonic beast was sucked inside. Lord, he spoke up. Clown, stop being so gullible. She clenched her hand into a fist. I will not let you expose such a ridiculous appearance in front of humanity. Looking at the demonic beast before her, she thought her mission was to enter the secret realm and kill all the cultivators. Lord, he spoke. The plan has changed. Since he wants to obstruct the transportation, then you might as well go to the Pale White Continent and eliminate Chu Mai. Go! The last hope to destroy humanity. That demonic beast roared and disappeared, while on this side, Chu Mai pulled hard. Get out here for me. The clown rushed out, sending Chu Mai flying. Through the screen, it lunged at Chu Mai, and Lord, he watched this scene confidently. Chu Mai, pulling the clown to the Pale White Continent was your biggest mistake. I have to admit your power and your talent have exceeded our expectations, but your strength is not enough to fight a 5,000-year-old demonic beast. You saved those useless people, but you can't save yourself. The scene shifts to Chu Mai. He says, how interesting. Are there no other demonic beasts in the other world? Even the circus has been moved here. The clown's eyes were ferocious as it approached Chu Mai. Die. I'll deal with you now. He sneered contemptuously. Clown, when I threw you out earlier, I deliberately chose a suitable landing spot for you. The system popped up. KPI demon, strategy unknown. A demon from an unknown world, born from the most basic human fears, possessing absolute power, controlling the laws of the KPI domain. Any creature that steps into the domain will be forced to complete a random task. Failure to complete the task will result in being optimized. The system finally added, useless trash doesn't deserve to live. Chu Mai looked at the demonic beast before him. Clown, you can no longer get close to me. The 5,000-year-old demonic beast looked at the papers fluttering down in front of it, bewildered and not understanding what was happening. Sheets of paper scattered everywhere, flying past horrifying, gloomy-looking statues, as if those papers were taking over the entire world. Somewhere, a creature with a human-like body had a head that looked like a small TV. Written on it were the words, complete the mission or perish, looking very mysterious and dangerous. The monster beast was a little scared. Me mission? What mission? Chu Mo picked up a falling piece of paper and looked at it. You didn't accept something this important? The giant clown standing inside the barrier roared, "Give it to me! Give me the mission now!" Chumo looked at the beast before him. "Didn't I already tell you, clown? You and I are not in the same dimension now. You can no longer approach me." He continued, speaking calmly. "But who said I was a good person with a kind heart? Your mission is to do 10,000 push-ups within 1 minute." "That's right, only 5 seconds left." The clown exclaimed in shock, "Push-ups? Are you kidding me?" Chumo looked at it challengingly. 4. Through the mirror, Lordy saw it collapse to the ground, growling, and she couldn't help but be astonished. What on earth did Chumo do to make the clown so terrified? She wondered again. "Strange, I clearly don't see anything unusual in the mirror." In the mirror's view, the giant clown was doing push-ups in front of Chumo. People's comments kept popping up. "Am I seeing things? That fearsome 5,000-year-old monster beast is doing push-ups right in front of Mo." Shen Jingxian and Yue Tianxin were also stunned and couldn't believe the scene before them. The comments continued, "It looks like the clown is being put through military training by God Mo. What kind of bizarre move is this? God Mo is amazing." The onlookers watching the scene also had tears in their eyes. Although it's very strange, the 5,000-year-old monster beast has been controlled. "We survived." Lord, he looked at the crowd and spoke up. "Humans, what are you so happy about?" "I roughly understand now. Chumo used an item from the Kangbai continent, or a trap previously set by a demon. This is clearly a two-way barrier. The clown's actions are restricted, but Chumo can't harm the clown either." Meanwhile, the clown was struggling to do push-ups, and Chumo's countdown was making it gasp for air. 38, 37, 36 seconds, 35, 34, 33. He pumped his fist to encourage it. "That's 4,763 already. Faster, faster. I believe in you. You can definitely do it." The monster beast was so tired it was gasping for breath. Chumo smiled at it. "You actually did 10,000 push-ups. That's really impressive." The exhausted clown collapsed onto the ground. "Awesome. I get to live." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "The time limit has been reached. Mission failed. Run a 10,000-meter long-distance race in 1 minute, initiating elimination." The monster beast's face was filled with indignation. "A long-distance race? A long-distance race? Chumo, I'm going to deal with you, you bastard." Chumo's voice remained calm. He replied without any fear, "Clown, calm down. The mission description said, push-ups. I didn't misread it. Or did you negotiate with the demon?" A powerful beam of light shone down and began to erase it. The people watching through the screen were all stunned. "Wait, what just happened?" On the screen was the sight of Chumo's back with a cloud of dust and smoke in front of him. People's comments continued. "I couldn't see clearly either." 1 second, the clown was still doing push-ups. The next second, it was gone. Not even a speck was left. Lord, he was even more surprised. The clown perished just like that. But so what if a 5,000-year-old monster beast perishes? The material of this crystal layer is second only to the world-crossing stone. Even a 10,000-year-old monster beast couldn't break it easily, let alone Chumo. She summoned techniques from a spatial gate. As long as the glass layer remained, I could continuously transport forces, but she never expected Chumo to destroy it. The glass sheet shattered all over the ground, a scene reflected in the mirror. Jingshan said, "I have to admit, I'm starting to understand his reasoning now. To save the world, perhaps an absolute powerhouse is truly needed." Nan Henju, who was beside her, also spoke up. "Are you wavering?" Jingshan calmly commented like an outsider. "You've lost your will to fight, to surpass me, to surpass Chumo." Looking at Chumo in the mirror, he continued, "Defeating the clown and shattering the glass layer, Chumo is most likely using a prop from the pale white land, or a demon. Of course, if he defeated the demonic beast directly with his own strength, I would also find a way to surpass him." Nan Henzu said relentlessly, "Only when one reaches their absolute limit can humanity truly be itself. Giving up when faced with something incomprehensible, giving up when facing an opponent so strong it's hopeless, is to give up the fight. You've reached your limit, so just give up. After all, there are others to rely on. Only ordinary people comfort themselves like that. This is why the master chose me as the Tao child, and not you." Jing Xian was left speechless by his words. Back in the secret realm, Chumo emerged from the pale white land. He came face to face with He Darren. She looked at him with a hint of admiration. Moving freely in the pale white land, dealing with the clown, destroying the glass layer. "Chumo, we underestimated you." He Darren gritted her teeth. "Next time, no matter the cost, we will definitely take care of you." Chumo looked at her coldly. "So it was you who was pulling the strings, rotating demonic beasts into the secret realm. Now, I'm going to deal with you." He Darren challenged confidently. "Is that so? I'm a 30,000-year-old demonic beast. If you want to handle me, then give it your all." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait." Nan Henzu appeared out of nowhere. He said, "Chumo, don't be fooled. That thing is a spirit body. just a projection from another world. Even if you destroy the spirit body, it won't cause any harm to the original body, so absolutely do not attack. Don't reveal your true strength and your trump card in front of a demonic beast. Chumo replied seriously, I know. However, I still want to deal with her. Nanhenzu was exasperated. I see you don't understand at all. Is your head filled with nothing but muscle? Chumo said cheerfully, thank you for your good intentions and advice, but I don't need it. Darren chimed in from the side, you know I'm a spirit body and you still want to attack? Chumo looked at her with a sharp gaze. Yeah, I'm confident. Suddenly, the system appeared unprompted. The purple-robed demoness is the spirit body of a 30,000-year-old demonic beast, a spirit born from purple light. She excels at illusion techniques and spiritual magic. Her weaknesses are flawed memories and an unstable spiritual structure. Attacks with a specific spiritual energy frequency and attacks on the spirit body can both inflict fatal wounds on the original body. Chumo immediately lunged forward with his fist. Darren also summoned her own technique, and the two seemed to be evenly matched. She sneered, what a fool, to actually attack my spirit body. Come on, show me your strongest attack, that way our chances of dealing with you next time will be even higher. As Darren watched the fist, aiming straight for her, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Is this my heartbeat? To feel so scared? This must be an intuitive warning. Is going to die. Chumo's next attack will finish her. A swirling vortex of power shot up like a bolt of lightning. Straight toward the high-rise building, Lady He was sent flying far away, landing on top of another building. Chumo dove down at an incredible speed, his fist clenched, shouting loudly, you're not getting away. Below, her face tensed as she thought, I'm done for. He's about to catch me. Lady He frantically turned around, her hands forming seals as a purple magic array erupted around her. She gritted her teeth and immediately shouted, world inversion. Instantly, the sky darkened, and black, tentacle-like pillars of energy poured down from the void, enveloping the entire city space. Chumo stood alone at the base of the colossal black energy beam, ready to devour everything, and in an instant, he was plunged into pitch-black darkness. He thought to himself, this darkness, has space been frozen? In the distorted space, her eyes glowed brightly. She seemed like an entity from another dimension. Her cold voice echoed, world inversion. This is the real plan prepared to devour the secret realm. Goodbye, Chumo, she said decisively. I'll leave the task of killing you to the darkness. It descended suddenly, covering the city sky. All light was swallowed whole, leaving only the spread of deep black energy. A deathly moment enveloped the space. A shout echoed, Captain, Captain, wake up. The anxious calls echoed into the void, swirling deep into his unconscious mind. The scene gradually shifted to an ancient place. The scenery was as tranquil as a painting. Everything was peaceful, a complete contrast to the chaos and destruction that had just occurred. Chumo's gaze was distant as he thought to himself, world inversion, what did that demonic beast do to the secret realm? Luo Chen said hurriedly, Captain, you scared me to death just now. You suddenly staggered, and no matter how I called, you wouldn't wake up. He was still lost in his thoughts. The walls felt real. Wu Tong, Jing Shan, Yue Tiangshan, and even the other cultivators have come to this world too. The information displayed that Golden Pupil could see was too little. Suddenly the system showed a notification, Land of Exile. A forgotten piece of history. The illusory demon is about to appear. Seeing that he didn't answer, Luo Chen called out again, Captain, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Then he continued, or should we go back and report to headquarters first and change the patrol captain for a different one? Chumo replied thoughtfully, I probably just got some sunstroke earlier. I was a little dizzy, but I'm fine now. Let's not delay. We're going to the Liu family's place. In the modern world, Yi Chang asked in a panic, what's going on? The live stream of the secret realm suddenly changed. Then he wondered about the ancient city setting. Where is this? A town that looks like ancient Japan. The light faded, revealing rows of verandas. The streets were bustling with people, but the image was a little distorted. Li Xiang shouted, what's wrong with all the saviors? It's as if they've all lost their minds. Have they turned into these ancient characters? A physician, an escort, a waiter, a constable. Is this a live-action role-playing game? Then she continued to shout, Lu Yun City. Is this place Lu Yun City? Could it be? Gi Xing said, 1,000 years ago, the first contact between the demonic beasts from another world and our world began in Liu Yun City. But didn't Liu Yun City already disappear? The scene immediately switched to a more peaceful place. Looking down from above, you could see a giant black vortex in the middle of the ancient city area. A voice echoed from within the southern district, all the saviors have been assimilated into residents of this city. The blonde player was sitting cross-legged in mid-air, surrounded by glowing player communication devices. His voice rang out, what's the situation on your end? One of the player communication devices replied, same here. It seems all the cultivators transported here have lost their minds. It continued, I saw Nanhenju, he's lost his mind too. He's selling coffins in a coffin shop now. The blonde player laughed out loud. That's hilarious. We're both Dao children, yet he looked down on us. Trying to be a show-off and ending up like this, he brought it on himself. The player communication device reminded him, don't let your guard down, even Chumo has lost his mind. He's become a constable here now. It's really too strange. The blonde player said nonchalantly, there's nothing to worry about. As long as we don't leave the safe zone, the rules of this world won't be able to affect us. Next, it's up to us to save the world, to show those foolish ordinary people who the real saviors are. He was met with silence, and when no one answered, he spoke up, hey, why aren't you guys talking anymore? Is the communication device malfunctioning? Suddenly, eerie red and black streams of energy appeared like fiery snakes. He thought to himself, his expression turning serious, strange. Has the safe zone been breached? A strange red and black energy suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire surrounding space. At the Liu residence, Luo Chen reached for the door. Captain, we're here. This is the Liu family residence. A murder occurred here this morning. The system announced, you have entered the main clue in the illusory history. A Yao is staring at you. An illusory Yao. A 50,000-year-old Yao beast. Strategy 4 question marks. Weakness 4 question marks. Liu Nian covered his face and cried, Officer, please uphold justice for this humble one and punish the murderer severely. The old man continued, my poor son, he was only 6 years old. This time, my Liu family line is truly finished. Chu Mo asked, did your son die more than once? Luo Chen whispered in reply, Captain, Liu Nian's eldest son drowned 2 days ago. The one who died this time is his youngest son, Liu Shangwen. Hearing this, he offered his condolences to the old man. Liu Nian, please tell me the truth. How did your youngest son die? Has anyone held a grudge against your family recently? Liu Nian sobbed in response, Shangwen, he was beheaded. I've always been on good terms with everyone. I've never had any enemies. I don't know who could be so cruel as to harm a 6-year-old child. The old man pleaded, Officer, I beg you, you must find the culprit. Chumo replied nonchalantly, I'll do my best. Then he asked Liu Nian, where is Liu Shangwen's body? Liu Nian lifted the cloth beside him. Yes, officer, it's under the white cloth. But when the cloth was lifted, there was nothing underneath. He asked Liu Nian, where is your son's body? I don't see anything. Liu Nian shouted in a panic, how can that be? It's right here, can't you see? With that, he pointed at the cloth and yelled, look, my Shangwen is right here. Luo Chen said gently, Liu Nian, calm down, there's nothing here. Don't file a false report next time. Hearing this, the old man got angry, ran over and grabbed his collar. A false report? A false report? Then he laughed loudly, I get it now. You're all in this together. Not only did you people kill my son, now you want to kill me too. Liu Nian roared with a ferocious expression. Why? Why did you have to kill my son? What did he do wrong? Luo Chen shoved the old man's hand away, knocking him to the ground. Liu Nian let go. Filing a false report and assaulting an officer. Do you want to go to jail? Liu Nian laughed loudly. Done pretending, are we? Not only did you deal with my son, now you want to deal with me too. Suddenly, Liu Nian's wife ran out, calling, Master, why have you gone mad again? Master, Liu Nian roared. Don't come over here. These 2 officers are in league with the villain who dealt with Shangwen. You, go get help, I'll hold them off. She gently advised, Master, please don't say any more. Shangwen is back. Then, holding a young boy in her arms, she walked over. Shangwen is with me. He's all right now. The old man still screamed frantically. Nonsense. There's clearly nothing beside you. You're lying to me too. Shangwen's face was emotionless, his eyes slightly downcast. Liu Nian's wife said apologetically, Officers, my apologies. After Xiao Wu passed away, my husband suffered a great shock. Today, Shangwen went out to play, and he started acting crazy again, thinking someone had dealt with Shangwen. After a pause, she continued. When Shangwen came back a while later, I thought his delusions would be cured, but I didn't expect him to still be like this. The sky was clear, and the bright sun shone through the house's window frame. Luo Chen chattered endlessly as they walked, sighing, What a wasted trip. Captain, why are you so serious? Are you still angry? They're just pitiful people. It's not worth it. The system announced the end of the main historical plot, and the Void Demon's vision disappeared. Additionally, there was another reminder. Please quickly sabotage the main historical plot, find and eliminate the Void Demon's incarnation, and prevent its descent. Otherwise, the host and Lu Yun's city will be completely assimilated, lost in the recurring history of the Liu family. Sunlight glinted in the air and across the courtyard of the houses as Liu Nian's wife's voice spoke up. Master, they've left. You can stop pretending now. Liu Nian patted Shangwen's head and said, They're gone. That's good. Shangwen is fine now. Daddy didn't scare you just now, did he? She chided, Master, don't blame me for saying this. But why do you act so rashly? Didn't I tell you not to report to the authorities? If our business with the old coffin keeper gets discovered, we're done for. The old man replied, Well, at that moment, Xiang Wen's head fell off. I was scared to death too. Who knew Xiang Wen would come back to life? How was I supposed to know the old coffin keeper was so capable? The old man muttered as if to himself, No matter what, as long as Xiang Wen is back, it's fine. Seeing the boy pointing, the old man asked Xiang Wen. On the wall, Chumo stood in silence. He glanced down, asking old man Liu in a cold voice, You're not crazy? In the courtyard, a coffin was placed horizontally in the middle. Chumo looked at the coffin and remarked, As expected, it's here. Then he asked Lu Nian, This is the coffin of your eldest son, isn't it? Lu Nian's wife lunged forward, extremely anxious. Officer, the case is closed. What more do you want? He replied leisurely, What do I want? To save someone, of course. She stood protectively in front of the coffin screaming, Get out, no one here needs your saving. If you want to touch Xiao Wu's body, you'll have to deal with me first. Unfazed by her threat, Chumo replied, As you wish. If you try to stop me, I will deal with you. With that, he strode past her to the coffin. Chumo kicked the coffin, knocking it over. Two people, a man and a woman, fell out from inside. He approached the woman, who was blindfolded and tightly bound, and put his hand to her nose. Luckily, she's still breathing. You people are truly vicious. To find a young girl to be buried with your son, using a living person for a ghost marriage, this is a first for me. Lu Nian and his wife were horrified. The coffin was open. A loud bang went off in their heads. We're done for. Chu Mo shot them a sharp, cold glance. You should be scared. Kidnapping a woman, plus attempted murder. This is a grave sin. Lu Nian scolded, You fool. You don't know anything. The old coffin maker said it. It absolutely cannot be opened. Hearing this, she retorted, Master, why didn't you stop him earlier? Hearing that, he roared, You're blaming me now? Weren't you the one blocking the coffin earlier? As if suddenly remembering something. Wait, we're doomed. Xiang Wen is gone. A stream of black and red light appeared in the courtyard, and a black and red vortex swirled above their heads. I've been wronged, so wronged. The voice echoed and then continued, Why was I the one who had to die? In the middle of the gloomy black and red vortex, a white shadow appeared. My wife is gone. Lu Nian's wife asked in confusion, Xiao Wu, is that you? The white shadow seemed to be casting a spell, and Chu Mo immediately flew over and knocked it away. He shouted, Get out of the way. She kept calling out, Xiao Wu, it's your mother, don't you recognize me? Chu Mo turned back and said to her, Stop being foolish. That thing is no longer your son. It's going to kill us all. Damn it, I'm not dying with you people. Tell me quickly what you've done. Maybe we can still find a way to break the curse and save your youngest son. Hearing this, Lu Nian immediately said, It was the old coffin maker, the owner of the new coffin shop in the east of the city. He told us to do everything. After Xiao Wu died, strange sounds started appearing at night. On the second day, all the chickens we raised were gone. Bloody footprints appeared in front of Xiang Wen's bed. We were terrified and sought help from the old coffin maker. He said Xiao Wu's resentment was too strong, and he wanted to take Xiang Wen away. The ghost marriage method, the bride, and the coffin were all given to us by him. Around the old man, the vortexes from before gradually disappeared. He continued to speak, That's all I know. I beg you to save Xiang Wen. The air was filled with small, sparkling rays of light. Lu Nian's face was terrified beyond words. It's gone? Xiao Wu's vengeful spirit is gone? Chu Mo was retracting the spell into his palm, asking Lu Nian, Old Master Lu, Did you really think that was Xiao Wu's vengeful spirit? I can't believe a little scare was all it took for you to spill everything. Then he spoke to someone else. All right, the act is over. You can come out now. Your acting earlier was worth 0. From under the white cloth, Luo Chen emerged with Xiang Wen. Captain, you flatter me. You flatter me. Your magic is still the most powerful. It's not inferior to those old cultivation masters. Seeing this, Lu Nian's wife rushed towards Xiang Wen. Give Xiang Wen back to me. She hugged the boy tightly. It's okay now. It's okay. No one will harm you. Luo Chen, standing nearby, laughed loudly. I wasn't planning on kidnapping. Xiang Wen disappeared from her arms, leaving only the boy's clothes. The clothes and shoes lay empty on the ground. Lu Nian's wife's face turned pale. She said in fear, Xiang Wen? Why did Xiang Wen disappear? Sir, this humble woman knows she was wrong. Please bring my son back. Chu Mo turned his back. I'm sorry, but your youngest son never existed in the first place. Then he pointed in a direction. From the beginning, what you saw was just that monster using an illusion. The light ghost was climbing the wall to escape. Chu Mo's voice continued to ring out. It's dispelling the illusion now only because it wants to take the opportunity to flee. A huge explosion came from the Lu family's courtyard. Chu Mo defeated it. Tell me where your creator is and what is your purpose. This is your last chance. A clicking sound came from within the light ghost, and the system announced. Light ghost of illusion, created by collecting 10 human desires and fears. Patui. Chumo looked at it with contempt. Still not talking? Then you're useless. He stomped on it hard, snapping it in two, and the light ghoul exploded into pieces. Liu Nian clasped his hands earnestly. Officer, you've avenged Xiang Wen. I remember everything now. Xiang Wen was eaten by this coffin monster. You've avenged him. This money is just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Liu Nian's wife chimed in. Maybe Xiao Wu was also harmed by them. This man-eating monster came from the coffin that old man sold us. It's all his fault. You have to arrest him. Chu Mo crossed his arms and replied, I know. Luo Chen, arrest Liu Nian and his wife. Take them back for questioning. Luo Chen complied. Yes, Captain. The man said in a panic, Officer, what are you talking about? We're the victims. We were all tricked by that coffin man. He pointed at the girl from before. Victims? You still dare to call yourselves victims? Trafficking a person, using a living girl like her as a sacrifice for a ghost marriage, and even bribing officials to evade justice. If I don't arrest you, who should I arrest? Liu Nian quickly knelt and replied, we were just too scared. Both of our children were killed. Officer, please, we beg you to spare us. Chu Mo paid him no mind and said, Luo Chen, take Liu Nian and his wife to be locked up for interrogation. Take this unconscious girl back too. Wait for her to wake up and help her find her family. Can you do that? He replied, no problem, Captain. Then he asked, Captain, aren't you coming with me? With such a strange incident, I'm afraid we'll have to report it to the great cultivator. He started to walk away. I'll leave the reporting to you. I'm going to find the coffin man. Luo Chen quickly called after him, Captain, that coffin man might be even more dangerous than this monster. Our salary isn't that much. You don't need to risk your life like this. Chumo replied, if we let that coffin man escape, he'll harm many more people. Then he reassured Luo Chen, don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. He called out to his retreating back, then Captain, when you get there, don't act rashly, just watch first. I'll go back to the magistrate's office and call for reinforcements immediately. You must wait for me. The system announced, main story plot. The light ghoul has been destroyed, increasing the illusory demon's vigilance level. Current vigilance level, 1. When the vigilance level reaches 10, the illusory demon will pinpoint your location. Chu Mo arrived at a small house late at night. The surrounding atmosphere was a bit eerie. He called out, Coffin man, are you home? Henju came out and asked, Officer, are you here for funeral arrangements? We're having a grand opening. Coffins are 20% off. After a moment of silence, Chu Mo spoke up, are you the coffin man? The man smiled and said, Officer, are you looking for the boss? What a coincidence. Usually, he only comes to the shop in the late afternoon. I'm just an employee here. If it's about a sale, I can handle it. But if you need the boss, please come back in the evening. He moved closer and said, I seem to have some impression of you. You're a cultivator. Henju kept smiling and replied, Officer, please don't tease me. If I were really a cultivator, why would I be in such a pitiful state selling coffins here? Chumo insisted, No, you are a cultivator. We met in the secret realm. The man's face twisted as he answered, Secret realm? Cultivator? Officer, stop joking with me. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm Nan. No, I'm Shishin. Shishin, the coffin seller. Suddenly, Henju's eyes rolled back and he screamed. A voice appeared in his mind. I am Dao Child, Nan Henzu. He turned and asked, You're awake? Henzu clutched his head and asked Sumo, Are our feet tied? Sumo replied, It seems so. The cultivators in the secret realm are probably like us, given new identities and memories in this city. He continued to speak, To leave this place, we must find the demonic beast controlling this city, but the difficult part is that we cannot do anything that doesn't fit our identities. Otherwise, the demonic beast will detect us and hide even deeper. Hearing this, he said, I didn't expect there was something that could trouble you. Holding the communication device, he continued, Don't underestimate the 4 great sects. We have insiders, 3 Dao children hiding in the void cave. The demonic beast cannot possibly discover them. They weren't given identities, so they can help us. Sumo asked Henzu, What's wrong? Seeing his face turn pale. He finally answered, The command token has no signal. Those 3 Dao children are all dead. In front of the house, Henju sat in a daze. Sumo stood beside him, offering condolences and asked, Were you on good terms with those 3 Dao children? He slowly recalled, I had quite a few conflicts with them in the past. It's just that with their strength, for them to die so unexpectedly here, it's still a bit hard for me to accept. To find the demonic beast hiding in the city, we still need help. Sumo crossed his arms, leaned against a pillar and said, Yu Tong, Jing Shan, Yue Tianyan. Although I'm very worried, I can't find them right now. Henzu asked back, You too? My sensory ability has also been blocked. This kind of city is truly too bizarre. It's not just the sensory ability, my power has also weakened a lot. He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is this little bit all that's left?" "Forget it. This place is very dangerous. Go find a place to hide." Hearing this, he immediately retorted, "Although only this little bit of power remains, I can still be of help." "Don't be unreasonable, Sumo." "Fine," Sumo replied. "If you insist, there is indeed one thing you can help with." The house looked eerily gloomy late at night, with only 2 lanterns hanging by the door still lit. Old Man Coffin returned, dead drunk. Shishin, Shishin, where are you? Get out here." As he spoke, the old man chugged from his wine flask. That brat didn't get lazy and run off to play again, did he? Hiccup. "I just went out for a feast and came back a little late. Don't you know how to look after the shop?" The old man's eyes were hazy, his face flushed from drinking too much. In front of Old Man Coffin was Henju, dangling as he had been hung. A thought surfaced in the old man's mind. Is Shishin gone? Old Man Coffin threw down his wine flask and yelled, "Gwizi, you get out here. I know you did this. What's your game? Hanging my employee in my shop. Are you trying to send me a message? Secrecy, secrecy. Is that all you know? I was just a little late coming back. Did you have to take out my handyman?" He didn't know anything. The old man started to walk away, then whipped around and shouted, "Who's there? Come out." Sumo smiled at Old Man Coffin. "Now, tell me, who is Gwizi, and what is this secret business of yours?" The old man quickly softened his tone. "You are." Then exclaimed, "Master Quan. I'm sorry. I was drunk and talking nonsense. I don't know anything. Didn't I just get back from a feast? I saw my employee was gone, hung up, so I was a little panicked and scared." With an intimidating aura, he continued to press the old man. "Did I ask you about Shishin? The Liu family, the couple Liu Nian. You remember them, right?" Old Man Coffin hastily replied, "Yes, I do. Master Quan. I remember. Liu Nian bought a coffin from me a few days ago." Chumo asked again, "And then what?" The old man panicked and asked back, "And then?" "After selling the coffin, I had no more contact with Liu Nian." He moved closer to the old man and said, "Liu Nian and his wife have confessed. They bought a girl from you for a ghost marriage." The coffin maker continued to deny it. "Officer, I really don't know what you're talking about." Chumo replied coldly, "Is that so? You're also involved in the murder of Liu Nian and his wife's 2 sons, plus Shishin, your employee, was found hanging in your shop." He clicked his tongue. "Are you planning to take the fall for all these crimes by yourself? Sacrificing yourself for your accomplice's freedom, how touching." The coffin maker exclaimed in shock, "Officer, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Not long ago, a man nicknamed Gwizi came to see me. He seems to have a human trafficking syndicate behind him, and he wanted to cooperate with me. I was blinded by greed for a moment and considered working with him for the money, but I really didn't kill anyone. The Liu Nian family's son died, so they bought a coffin from me. Gwizi taught me to trick Liu Nian by making strange noises near his house and stealing his chickens, then using the chicken blood to make footprints in front of his youngest son's bedroom door." The old man recoiled from Chu Mo and continued, "Liu Nian was terrified, so I took the opportunity to suggest a ghost marriage to him, but the girl was provided by Gwizi, and Liu Nian was the one who buried her alive. I was just the middleman." Chumo crossed his arms and asked, "What else? You haven't mentioned the important part. What about the coffin monster eating Liu Nian's youngest son?" The coffin maker stammered, "Monster? What monster? Officer, I really don't know about that. In the dark prison, only the lights on the ceiling and in front of each cell provided a dim light. The girl from the ghost marriage was still unconscious in the cell. Sitting in another corner, Liu Nian's wife grumbled, 'Honey, what were those officers thinking, locking Xiao Wu's new bride in here with us?' Liu Nian replied irritably, 'New bride? You still see her as Xiao Wu's bride? It's all because you told me to arrange a ghost marriage for Xiao Wu, and now even Xiao Wen is gone, and we're in jail.' She retorted, 'You were the one who bought that girl, and now you're blaming me? Honey, what's with that look on your face?' Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared, along with flashes of purple light. Liu Nian's face turned pale with fear, and he screamed, 'A monster!' The body of the ghost marriage girl suddenly moved, her head twisted completely to one side, surrounded by an eerie purple glow. Liu Nian and his wife scrambled away in terror, screaming for help. 'Help! Help! Somebody!' The coffin maker was terrified, unable to believe the coffin master had acted, and had even eaten Liu Nian's youngest son. If he really had such powers, he wouldn't need to look after this small shop where his business wasn't respected by anyone. 'You sold the coffin, and now you're planning to say you know nothing?' the captain asked the coffin maker. The coffin maker adamantly denied it, claiming it was Gwizi's doing. He said Gwizi killed his handyman and then came to kill him, wanting to silence him. As he spoke, he pointed to the rope, and the coffin maker was startled to see that Shishin had disappeared from it. Shishin was standing behind him with a sinister, teasing expression. The coffin maker stammered, "Every debt has its debtor." He denied being the one who killed Shi Shin. He then stopped teasing the old man and told him to calm down in a serious voice. Suddenly, he was startled as the coffin maker began screaming intermittently. Shi Shin watched as the old man suddenly fainted. The captain thought that perhaps Shi Shin had scared him to death, when all he had to do was lie still and hang quietly from the rope. Shi Shin frowned, complaining to the captain, "How can you make it sound so easy? Why don't you try hanging for a while? My neck is killing me." Besides, Old Man Coffin's reaction clearly wasn't just fear. A purple mist was swirling around the coffin next to him. Someone lifted the coffin lid, preparing to step out. It was a person who looked just like Old Man Coffin, muttering some strange words. Shi Shin was stunned, because this monster had no face. It stood on top of the coffin, continuously chanting, "Non tu jioi van dao chi chi, 10th level." Shi Shin warily watched the monster as it intended to approach Old Man Coffin's body, and he rushed forward to throw a punch right at it. But unexpectedly, his fist passed right through its body. The monster grabbed Old Man Coffin's body, bared its fangs, and began sucking something green from him. It grinned and said, "Welcome." It was the midnight master of the coffin shop, Old Man Coffin. Tonight, it wanted to invite the two fated individuals to witness its ascension ceremony. The captain, with a stern gaze, asked it, "If you are Old Man Coffin, then who is that?" The monster explained that 1 month ago, it had an accident in the mountains and was on the verge of death. Then, it met an immortal who taught it the art of corpse cultivation. After that, it split its soul into two, with the spiritual soul hiding in the coffin to cultivate, active only at night, while the physical soul maintained its former body, operating during the day. As it spoke, its hand rested on its face. Its stomach contained the body of Old Man Coffin. The person Shi Shin and the captain had seen before was the physical soul. Everything in its body was disposable, not needed for ascension, but to construct its immortal body, it still had to eat and absorb nutrients. In the end, this was something the monster didn't want, because eating the physical soul would revert its appearance to its former state. Its hands clawed at its own face as it kept saying, "This body is so ugly, so filthy. An immortal shouldn't look like this. Here, and this part a little smaller." This bit is a bit redundant. When it removed its hands from its face, the original human form of Old Man Coffin now had only one large eye in the center, no nasal bridge, and ears growing all over the place. Now it looks like an immortal. The captain looked at Shi Shin, whose real name was Nan Henzhu, and said, "Is this the kind of immortal you people want to become?" He firmly denied it. Who would cultivate to become this kind of immortal? It looks like a monster, no matter how you look at it. The monster became enraged, blood vessels popping in its giant eye. "I am an immortal," it growled, slamming its hands on the ground and screaming, "I am a false immortal." The powerful shout sent Shi Shin flying far away. The captain told him to escape first, then turned back to the false immortal and said, "My little brother is gone. Now you and I can talk." It hesitated, looking at the man before it. He looked at it with a sharp gaze, asking why it sold a coffin to the Liu family, and who told it this method of false ascension. It roared in anger. It was an immortal. "The immortal didn't deceive me. The method of corpse cultivation is correct. They must be jealous of me. I saw the immortal with my own eyes. An immortal looks exactly like this." While the false immortal was talking to the captain, on the other side, Nan Henzhu emerged from the aftermath of the monster's powerful scream. He clutched his stomach. He had been careless, not expecting its power to be so great. It was unlike a demonic beast and also different from a cultivator. The roar from before had directly shattered the defensive spell on his body, nearly crushing his bones. It was so frustrating to fight this kind of monster. Body cultivators would have the biggest advantage here. As Nan Henzhu thought this, he grew suspicious. There was no sound of fighting up ahead. Could Chumo be that strong? Or perhaps, was the situation worse than he imagined? He shouted towards the coffin house, "Hey, are you still alive?" A voice from inside the house called out, asking who Nam Hantrik was cursing for no reason. He was surprised, wondering if Mr. Sumak had already taken it down. Sumak's doubtful voice rang out again, saying there was no monster, and told him to come in and see for himself. Nam Hantrik stepped inside, and before him were two people sitting and talking. Sumak saw that he was still stunned, so he told him to come in and sit down. Seeing Sumak affectionately call Shi Jiashin old friend, Nam Hantrik was shocked. They weren't fighting, but were sitting and talking. Sumak looked at him and smiled, saying it was all a misunderstanding and that he had always admired immortals. Learning that Shi Jiashin had achieved true immortality in just 1 month made his mind reel with jealousy. Sumak spoke a series of smooth, flattering words, buttering up Shi Jiashin, hoping Shi Jiashin would forgive him. Shi Jiashin looked delighted. He told Sumak that being able to see the demonic obstacles in his own heart meant he had the root of wisdom, and his path to immortality was very promising. Nam Hantrik also sat down and apologized to Shi Jiashin for what happened earlier. Shi Jiashin looked at the two of them smugly. He said that anyone with the will to become an immortal is a fellow Taoist, so there was no need to hold a grudge. Sumak was being completely sincere, saying that if it hadn't awakened him, he would have never realized he was on the wrong path to immortality. He hoped Shijiashin could recommend him to meet the immortal who had taught him the immortal arts. Shijiashin waved his hands repeatedly, saying the immortal palace was hard to find, and he could only put in a good word for him after he became a true immortal and met his master. But he also said that their meeting was fated, and he intended to pass on the Yang corpse technique he possessed to Sumak. Nam Hantruk, sitting beside them, found it strange. Wasn't the method of becoming an immortal extremely precious? Why would he pass it on so easily? As far as he knew, cultivation sects had very strict conditions for accepting disciples, and after joining, disciples even had to offer up their land and fortune or make great contributions to the sect just to have a chance to learn the true secret arts. If the immortal arts were spread so widely, wouldn't everyone have become an immortal by now? Shi Jiashin laughed sarcastically. He laughed heartily and said, "The Tao is not for sale for 10,000 taels of gold, but it's given freely to a passerby at a crossroads. How can the path to immortality be measured by worldly values? Besides, if all those people became immortals, would they truly be immortals? If he achieves true immortality, then of course he must spread the immortal arts far and wide to save the world and its people." Shi Jiashin kept saying that life in these chaotic times was difficult. The alien species are rebelling, the feudal lords are at war, and the war between immortals and mortals has raged for several years. It's been one war after another. Both his son and daughter starved to death, and his wife died while fleeing as a refugee. Even if a cultivator becomes the emperor, how much better could this world be? The officials are even more corrupt and sinister than before. The cultivators are only concerned with pursuing power, more territory, and greater authority, not caring at all about the lives and deaths of mortals. Do they deserve to become immortals? After he becomes an immortal, he probably won't stay in this mortal world for long. He wants to entrust the path to immortality to Sumak so he can teach it to those who are suffering, so they will no longer be oppressed and can live freely. Sumak looked at him unconvinced, but he also pointed out that he himself was an official, so how could he be trusted? Shi Jiashin just laughed, pointing out that although he was an official, his reputation in Yunchang was that of a well-known good person, precisely because he was just and impartial. He didn't go along with those other bureaucrats, which is why he trusted him. As for the fellow Taoist beside him, Nam Hantruk, the corpse immortal said becoming an immortal was likely difficult, so it told him to pass on immortal arts to save the world, and that it would have to rely on Chu Mo. Nan Henju then contemptuously asked the corpse immortal if it talks about saving people, then what about the deaths of the Liu family's 2 children and that ghost bride? It angrily jumped up and stomped its foot on the ground. The Liu family didn't deserve it. The Liu couple was inhumane and unjust, colluding with officials and merchants, ruining countless families just so they could live in luxury. People like them deserve retribution. It was just carrying out heaven's will. As it spoke, the corpse immortal walked over to the coffin. As for the ghost bride, she is a crucial part of the Yang corpse technique. Her soul is hidden in this coffin, and when her soul merges with the immortal body's structure, she will become its cultivation partner. The corpse immortal went to the coffin and lifted the lid, revealing a girl in a bride's outfit lying inside. In this horrifying scene, it explained that when there is one yin and one yang, and 2 immortal bodies are completed simultaneously, the final step of the Yang corpse technique, only then can it become a true immortal, otherwise it will die. And the girl in the coffin wouldn't live for long. It turned back, looking up at the 2 of them, saying she would ascend to immortality with it. A joyous occasion. How could that be considered harming someone? The time for the ritual is approaching, and by my calculations, her body should be returning soon. In a certain prison cell below, a girl with milky white eyes was continuously banging her head against the iron bars of the cell. The Liu couple couldn't sleep because of her actions and had to tie her up, but Mr. Liu was terrified. Who knows what that monster would do if tied up? The corpse immortal sat cross-legged again, teaching Chumo how to use the low-spirit ferocious horn demon spell. After sealing the coffin, Chumo praised it relentlessly, but he had a doubt about the corpse nurturing method. The ghost bride is the most crucial element, and her date of birth is also a very specific requirement. So for the corpse immortal to find such a special person in a vast sea of people, and then transform her into its cultivation partner is no easy feat. How, in just 1 month, did you manage to find a suitable cultivation partner? The corpse immortal laughed and said that in Luyun City, there is a group of human traffickers. Their clients are sometimes gods and demons, strange beings, or even someone like itself, on the verge of becoming an immortal. The cultivation partner was also supplied by them. A thoughtful Nan Henju asked it where to find that group. The corpse immortal scratched its head, saying they only seek out fated clients themselves. It's very difficult to meet them. If the 2 of you wait at this coffin shop, perhaps they might come to see it, and then you might be able to see them. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait for fate to intervene. As it was speaking, it suddenly realized its cultivation partner hadn't returned yet. Cutting to the jail where the Liu couple was being held, a sound echoed in the room. Fine blade, break the it just kept slamming its head against the iron bars. Shi Jiaxian frantically ran out of the coffin shop, repeatedly asking why. Could it be because its bride was locked up? It was so close to becoming an immortal. Chumo appeared behind it, offering condolences for this unexpected event. He nonchalantly said that becoming an immortal was an act against the heavens, and one would face many tribulations. Perhaps this was its destiny? Shi Jiaxian still refused to accept it, pointing towards Nan Henzhu, implying that he was its backup plan, that he would become its Dao companion. Nan Henzhu gritted his teeth. He was a man, how could he be its Dao companion? Weren't the specific birth date requirements very special? It aggressively moved forward and grabbed him, wanting its ascension to immortality to be perfect. So it makes sense for the requirements to be complex. But I can't worry about all that now. Even a little trickery can make you a half immortal. Men and women are all the same with the lights off. Nan Henzhu angrily clenched his fists and asked it why it didn't choose Chumo, since Shi Jiaxian believed Chumo would be its successor. He must spread its immortal techniques far and wide in its place, so naturally he must remain in the mortal world. He can't ascend to the immortal realm right now, so that only leaves you. Nan Henzhu was displeased, but Shi Jiaxian said with a bashful look that once the two of them become immortals and surpass mortals, they would have endless joy. As it spoke, it glanced at Nan Henzhu and then fell silent, and he noticed its silence. He said with annoyance that he hates it when people stop talking mid-sentence. Shi Jiaxian covered its mouth and looked at Nan Henzhu. The more it looked, the uglier it found him. It said that if it had to live with him in the future, it would probably die from frustration, so it might as well just die now. Shi Jiaxian's expression grew solemn as it said to Chumo, "It seems my path to immortality ends here. I am entrusting the inheritance of the corpse-raising technique to you." Seeing that its mind was made up, Chumo let it go. As Shi Jiaxian walked away, a flash of purple light struck its body, and then it vanished. Watching Shi Jiaxian depart, Chumo felt a bit of regret, musing that, although it was a bit bizarre, it treated people with sincerity. If it had really wanted me to kill it, I wouldn't have had the heart to do it. Nan Henzhu, it's a good thing you were here. It took care of itself. A purple mist swirled around the coffin shop, and the system announced a historical milestone. The coffin elder has been destroyed. The illusory demon's vigilance level has increased. The current level is 3, and when it reaches 10, the illusory demon will lock onto Chumo's location. Nan Henzhu couldn't believe the coffin elder had died just like that, so he turned to ask Chumo what his next move was. Chumo gazed forward, speculating that the immortal the coffin elder met in the mountains was probably the demonic beast controlling this city. But that lead has been cut off now. The only remaining clue is the group of human traffickers who provided ghost brides to the coffin elder, just those kidnappers. Nan Henzhu recalled that Shi Jiaxian had mentioned finding those kidnappers was a matter of fate, and the cultivators in the secret realm were probably brought here too. We should find them first and work together. Chumo thought there was no time. The demonic beast wouldn't let the two of them roam free for long. He asked Nan Henzhu to stay behind at the coffin shop and to let him know if he encountered the kidnappers. Chumo's official role in Flowing Clouds City was a constable, so when he got back, he planned to use the authorities' power to search the entire city. If the kidnappers continued trafficking women and children, they were bound to leave some clues. The scene shifts to a peaceful morning in the city. Suddenly, a guard was heard screaming as he chased a thief. It turned out to be a mischievous beggar child, running away with a steamed bun, and hid behind the wall of a house. The child panted heavily, thinking they chased him for so long just for a single steamed bun. They were really going all out. Looking around, the child suddenly noticed something strange. From a distance, something sparkling caught its eye. It turned out to be a person blowing malt candy into lovely little animal shapes. The candy blower saw the child and asked if it wanted a blown sugar candy. The child's eyes sparkled, and it curiously asked if those little animals were shaped by hand. The candy blower took a glob of malt candy and said that other people might mold theirs, but his way was different. The candy blower flashed a sinister smile. He said enticingly that his candy wasn't malt candy but spirit candy, which was a rare and wonderful thing. While speaking, he took some spirit candy from a jar and shaped it in his hand, then told the child to just blow into the small tube he made, and the candy would become whatever the child wanted most. The child eagerly approached, impatient to give it a try. It blew with all its might into the small tube the candy blower had shaped, and the spirit candy slowly transformed into the shape of a hot dog, fried chicken, Coca-Cola. The sugar blower was astonished because he had never seen these things before. The more the child blew, the more her head ached and her face turned purple. She asked the sugar blower what he had done to her. At that moment, he finally revealed his evil face. He said this was a normal phenomenon, that for the sugar figurine to gain the ability to transform, it needed to consume a lot of spiritual energy. Naturally, she would feel tired and fall into a coma. And for the sugar figurine to transform to this extent, this little girl is the most suitable to be the river god's bride. She couldn't believe it and fainted. The sugar blower's words echoed in the darkness, waiting for her to wake up to welcome a beautiful future. Meanwhile, in the prison, the couple Liu Ra and her husband followed a guard. Earlier, they had bribed this man a lot of money to be released, but they were still here. The man told Lu Nian that this was the chief constable's order, and it was Sumo who had them thrown in here. Don't you want to take revenge on him? Lu Nian's face turned pale, and he fearfully said that Sumo was a fellow officer, so how could he dare to offend him? The guard sneered, saying that Sumo was a different kind of official, pretending to be noble all day and arguing with his superiors. The chief constable had long wanted to get rid of him, but was hesitant to act because of Sumo's background. This time, hearing that the new person under his command, Luo Chen, had brought the Liu couple here, loudly spreading rumors that coffins were turning into man-eating monsters, and that a coffin shop was selling monsters. This is truly spreading heresy, an unforgivable crime. Sumo is definitely dead this time. Lu Nian was terrified, and he stammered that the coffin monster was real, telling the guard that he had seen it with his own eyes. The man gave a harsh smile and said, "So what? The chief constable has already sent people to invite cultivators, taking this opportunity to eliminate Sumo. If the Liu couple causes trouble, then the ones who disappear will be you too." At this moment, someone in the system started commenting, "God Mo, I beg you, if you can't find the demonic beast, just wipe out all of Lu Yun's city. After all, there are no living people inside anyway. Or if the secret realm fails, will they be the ones who die?" Someone else asked the channel behind the live streaming app, "Is the secret realm getting lazy? Why did the time jump after just a few seconds of watching?" A frantic Lu Lixiang appeared, telling everyone to calm down. Although most of the saviors are in a predicament, Sumo is thinking of a way. As for the chaotic time sequence of the live stream, it's because Lu Yun's city is now in a lost land, where the speed of time is different from reality. Elder Gi will explain the specifics to everyone. As she spoke, Lixiang introduced Elder Gi, but he was nowhere to be found. With red eyes, Lu Lixiang panicked when she saw no one there. Just then, Yi Chang appeared and said that Elder Gui had told her earlier that he had to leave for some business, but she felt that he might have just run off on his own. Cutting to a corner in a high-rise building, someone was shouting angrily. That person turned out to be Qian Lianshen, cursing someone for being treacherous and ungrateful. The envoy from the Federation Corporation stood behind him, and seeing President Qian so angry, he inquired. He yelled, "The cultivators are all gone. They all said they would deal with Sumo together, but that bunch all fled. What are we supposed to do when he returns from the secret realm?" The envoy then said, "I have already requested more support from the Federation Corporation." Then he continued, "The cultivators leaving was somewhat expected. After all, the secret realm app is currently live streaming images of Lu Yun City. The truth about Lu Yun City's secret is the bottom line for the four great sects. It absolutely cannot be touched. Because of that, they've killed quite a few people. The Federation Corporation also once tried to investigate Lu Yun City, and as a result, it nearly caused an all-out war between the cultivators and the Federation Corporation. To cover up this truth, the four great sects will do whatever it takes to make Lu Yunchang disappear forever." In a certain mountain cave, two people were walking forward, the long-haired one being Tantai Bai, also known as Cave Master Q Tianxian. The other person asking about his injuries was Shang Song, the sect master of Taiyi Harmony Manor. Q Tianxian said, the backlash from using the semi-transcendent state was severe, and he had now only recovered one half of his strength. Shang Song was a bit angry, saying they should have called the other two sect masters for something like destroying a secret realm. They had to be cautious no matter what. Ku Tianxian said this was a moment of life and death, and those two were at the bottom of the sea awakening that certain being. Besides, the two of them were enough to destroy the secret realm, so there was nothing to worry about. As he spoke, Ku Tianxian raised his hand, saying it was time to reach the core of the secret realm. A hazy, seven-colored aura gathered in his palm, and at the moment the core appeared, Xiang Song was to use his lightning technique to coordinate with him and destroy the secret realm together. The core gradually materialized in midair, pulsating with immense power. Ku Tianxian told Xiang Song to make his move. Turning to Xiang Song, he clasped his hands together, erected a barrier, and then unleashed the innate purple purity divine thunder. Bolts of lightning along with orbs of energy shot towards the core. The two attacks combined to cause a massive explosion, but it seemed the core was still there. At that moment, a voice echoed from somewhere as someone erected a mountain-connecting demon-subduing barrier, trapping the two of them. Ku Tianxian was surprised that someone had blocked their attack, while Xiang Song seemed to have anticipated it. It turned out the one who blocked their attack was Elder Gui. He appeared to stop the two of them. If the secret realm was destroyed, all the cultivators inside would perish, and Earth would lose its final protective screen, allowing demonic beasts to invade. How many innocent people would die? How could you two not care at all and still dare to do this? Shang Song scoffed, saying that if the war was lost, Earth's protective screen would become a stepping stone for the demonic beast's invasion, which would cause even greater casualties by then. Now, the three Dao children have died in battle. Nan Henzu's strength has been greatly reduced, and the other cultivators have lost themselves by becoming puppets in Liu Yuncheng. Although Chu Mo can still move freely, this secret realm war is a confirmed failure. Destroying the secret realm beforehand is the best option. Elder Gui stated bluntly that they only wanted to hide the truth behind Liu Yuncheng's disappearance. They just didn't want the world to know that 1,000 years ago, the demonic beasts were originally summoned by the cultivators of the four great sects. Shang Tsung's eyes sharpened with killing intent, surprised that Elder Gui knew the secret of the four great sects. Could it be that Kang Wu or Yu Tianren told him? Elder Gui was furious that Shang Tsung still had the nerve to mention those two. He knew best what they had done for this world. Elder Gui questioned, "Compared to saving the world, is the reputation of the four great sects the only thing you people care about?" As the current sect master of Tai Harmony Manor, he was a disgrace to the world. Seeing Elder Gui rambling on, Ku Tiangshan signaled Xiang Song to stop wasting words with him. Since the flow of time in the Lost Land was chaotic, the truth about Liu Yunchen could be revealed at any moment. If Elder Gui wanted to stand in their way, they just had to eliminate him to solve the problem. Shang Song prepared to strike and said, "This secret realm war is destined to fail. Destroying the secret realm now is to save more people. Don't force them to kill you over your foolish words." Elder Gui shouted that using such a preposterous method to protect the world was absurd. If they wanted to destroy the secret realm, they would have to get through him first. His eyes were 100% resolute. "Believe that Chu Mo can do what you all can't. He will bring a chance to change the fate of humanity. He would absolutely not let them stand in Chu Mo's way." Meanwhile, at the constable's office, Chief Constable Lu Feishing pointed at Chu Mo, saying he had completely misjudged him. "You always talk about justice and righteousness, but now you've done something to disgrace the common people." Lu Feishing falsely accused him, saying not only that, but Chu Mo also claimed monsters had appeared in the city. Spreading rumors to mislead the public is a crime punishable by death. "This time, no one will be able to protect you," he said with a satisfied smirk. It turned out this was all just a rehearsal he had prepared, practicing such lines to say to Chu Mo. The constable beside him started flattering him, saying, "You're brilliant at scolding people. That Chu Mo is just a sanctimonious fraud who looks down on everyone. The brothers couldn't stand the sight of him for a long time. We must take this chance to eliminate him." Below them, a person was tied up and kneeling on the floor. He cursed Lu Feishing, calling him inhuman, saying Captain Chu Mo was risking his life to investigate the monsters, while you backstab and frame him. Lu Feishing is unworthy of being the chief constable of Lu Yun City. Lu Feishing hummed, "Oh, Luo Shen, do you know how many people Chu Mo has offended in Lu Yun City? If not for his uncle being a censor in the imperial court, he would have been dead long ago. I should even thank you, Luo Shen, for handing me the evidence of Chu Mo spreading these rumors. The one who kills Chu Mo will be you, not me." Luo Shen angrily retorted, "The coffin monster is real, and there's probably more than one monster in the city." As he spoke, he questioned them. "Are you just going to ignore it and let the monsters kill more people? Don't you care at all?" Lu Feishing leaned against a pillar with a pout and said, "How could there possibly be monsters in Lu Yun City?" He looked over at the Lu couple and told Lu Nian to answer. "Are there actually monsters in the city or not?" Lu Nian firmly denied it, claiming that Chu Mo had tricked him and his wife. When his deception failed, he and his accomplices threw them in jail. He even asked the chief constable to serve them justice. Luo Shen angrily turned and yelled at the couple, "Chu Mo was the one who saved you from that monster, and yet, you're brazenly lying to his face." Lu Feishing chimed in, "The city is guarded by the cultivators from the Lotus Cave, so how could there possibly be monsters? They are cultivators, and their duty is to watch over the city and maintain peace in the region. If there really were monsters killing people in the city, it would tarnish the cultivators' reputation and achievements." Luo Shen, still unconvinced, demanded they summon someone from the Lotus Cave. They could come and see for themselves if there are monsters. Lu Feishing was starting to lose his patience. Because of Luo Shen's insolence, he snapped, "Do you really think meeting a cultivator will save Chu Mo's life? The people from the Lotus Cave want him dead more than I do. It's because Chu Mo broke the rules and interfered in the affairs of cultivators. He exposed the monsters on his own, which was a huge slap in the face to the cultivators." Lu Feishing's eyes grew cold as he explained, "Treasures, blessed lands, and the resources of cultivator sects are all allocated based on a merit system. Even if a monster incident does happen, they have to claim it didn't. Don't you understand yet, Luo Shen? If the citizens don't report it, the officials don't pursue it, and that's what we call regional peace." Luo Shen couldn't believe the cold-hearted words he was hearing. Lu Feishing leaned on the pillar. "You're young, Luo Shen, so you don't get it. Chu Mo understands this, but I have no idea why he's being so foolish. Why would he offend so many people and throw his life away for this? Compared to bandits, droughts, and famines, what's the big deal if a monster kills a few people?" Suddenly, the mansion door swung open. and Chu Mo stepped in from outside with steady footsteps, just in time to see Luo Shen tied up. He yelled for Chu Mo to run away immediately, that they wanted to harm him, and the cultivators were coming. Lu Feixing was overjoyed that Chu Mo had arrived. Even if he ran now, it was too late. He yelled for everyone to seize him. Chu Mo looked at the crowd charging at him, not at all surprised. After a brief struggle, Lu Feixing's entire group, including himself, were thrown to the floor. He threatened that daring to attack colleagues and a superior officer was an even greater crime. Chu Mo coldly said he was in a hurry, and asked where the real chief constable was, as he was here to find him. Lu Feixing's eyes widened in anger, thinking Chu Mo was messing with him. He was the chief constable, Lu Feixing of Lu Yun City. Chu Mo suddenly smiled and said, "That's excellent. Lu Yun City is about to face an unprecedented crisis, and from now on, you are my dog, including you. All subordinates of the county office must obey my orders unconditionally." In a trembling voice, Lu Feixing cursed him as a true demon, saying Chu Mo must be insane to do this. He said that even if Chu Mo's martial arts were stronger, he was still just a mortal, and if he acted on his own, the cultivators of Lotus Flower Cave would not let him go. Chu Mo paused to think, oh, the cultivators of Liu Yun City. He had almost forgotten about them. After he finished with the county office's business, Lu Feixing would lead him to them. Since he was a local, he would surely be useful in finding them. Just then, Lu Feixing gave a smug smile and told Chu Mo not to worry. The cultivators from Lotus Flower Cave were already on their way. Let's see if you'll still be smiling then. Chu Mo was completely unfazed, saying that in that case, he wouldn't have to waste his energy running around. At that moment, a soldier burst through the door, reporting in a panic. Before Lu Feixing could even rejoice, the soldier said with a horrified expression, "The cultivators are all gone. They've abandoned us." Outside Lu Yun City, a long river has suddenly appeared, surrounding the city. Whether human or animal, anything that touches the river water will dissolve into corpse water. Outside the city, citizens who came into contact with the strange water, their bodies immediately melted. People screamed for help, others fled, and no one can get out. Everyone in Lu Yun City might die. Lu Feixing went outside to look, his face filled with horrified disbelief. The soldier reported that this was the current surrounding Lu Yun City, with no breakthrough point to escape. He watched the scene of the strange water causing people's bodies to dissolve. He asked, "Where are the cultivators?" The soldier was just as stunned. He said he had already been to Lotus Flower Cave, but it was completely empty. Not a single person was there. The cultivators had abandoned them. Lu Feixing broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that it couldn't be right. The current might dissolve ordinary people, but it should be no problem for cultivators. He still believed they would find a way to save everyone. Chu Mo walked up to the current and, in a calm voice, stated a terrifying possibility. What if this current was caused by the cultivators? Lu Feixing refused to believe him. If Lu Yun City was in danger, the cultivators guarding the city would also be punished. This wasn't something that could be covered up like the deaths of one or two people. One of Chu Mo's eyes glowed with a mysterious golden light. He thought this might be the reason they would massacre the city. The system appeared, revealing that it was because he was using the purple gold gourd, a crucial plot item. The magic treasure of Lotus Flower Cave was originally used to refine pills, and if a person was put inside the gourd, they would turn into corpse water in an instant. Through modification and using a magic formation to amplify its effect, they had essentially put all of Lu Yun City inside the gourd. Breaking the gourd will immediately attract the attention of the Void Demon. Chu Mo told everyone that, "We are inside a gourd." With a firm declaration, Lu Feixing followed behind. He still didn't understand what was happening. Why did he say they were inside a gourd? As he spoke, he was surprised to see Chu Mo put his hand into the water. A golden light pierced through the stream, revealing a small snake sleeping soundly beneath the ground. The system indicated it was a sleeping infant Hebo with the ability to control water flow, and attacking it would awaken a part of Hebo's instincts, seizing control of all flowing water. Chu Mo pulled his hand back, turned around, and told Lu Feixing to take him to the Lotus Cave to see if there was any information left behind. Lu Feixing couldn't believe that Chu Mo had put his hand in the water and nothing had happened. Chu Mo didn't want to waste words and simply told him to shut up. Although Lu Feixing was scared, he angrily cursed Chu Mo, saying he was dreaming, doing whatever he wanted despite having so little skill. He yelled that Chu Mo shouldn't even think about ordering him around. At that moment, Chu Mo walked into the cave, followed by Lu Feixing's bruised and beaten face. Inside the Lotus Cave, Chu Mo was amazed at how cleanly the cultivators had moved out, leaving nothing behind. He ordered the chief constable to look around and see if anything was missed. Lu Feixing then turned to his subordinates, telling them to get to work under Chu Mo's orders if they valued their lives. The whole group fumbled around searching, and after a while, a soldier found a mirror of unknown purpose. Lu Feixing took it, saying it was a magical artifact used by cultivators for communication. He had seen them use this thing before. Chu Mo asked if he knew how to use the mirror. Lu Feixing wasn't sure, only remembering that you had to press the floral border of the mirror like so. when suddenly ripples appeared on the mirror's surface. A figure appeared in the mirror, saying it was a signal from Lu Yun's city that a communication mirror had been dropped there. How did that person guess? Lu Feixing suddenly realized it was Sect Master Jin Jiao, and he begged the man to save them, recounting how Lu Yun's city was surrounded by a strange water that was melting everyone's bodies. But unexpectedly, Sect Master Jin's cold voice echoed from the mirror, saying he was the one who did it. Lu Feixing's face froze, and he asked again in horror. Jin Jiao stroked his beard, explaining that outerworld demonic beasts were plotting to invade Lu Yun's city. They mutate ordinary people into monsters to create a landing point. As long as the mutated monster is alive, the demonic beasts can descend. If the monsters arrive, it will be a threat to the entire world, so we can only make a small sacrifice. Jin Jiao's eyes were cold and contemptuous. In order to destroy the mutated monster in the city and prevent its escape, he could only use a magical treasure to envelop Lu Yun's city and let the corpse-melting water gradually submerge it. He could only ask Lu Feixing and the common people to be buried along with it. Lu Feixing fell to his knees, his face terrified, his hand holding the mirror trembling as he cried for help. He agreed with Jin Jiao's plan to submerge Lu Yun's city, but they had to because he was definitely not a monster, for the sake of their past friendship. Before he could finish, Jin Jiao said, Lu Feixing did indeed help him make a lot of money, but unfortunately, he couldn't save him. Lifting the spell on Lu Yun's city, even for a moment, might allow the monster to escape. At that point, more than 100,000, even more than 1 million people would die because of it. Hearing Jin Jiao's hypocritical words, Chu Mo asked if he could eliminate all the monsters in the city. Would they stop their plan to destroy Lu Yun's city? Lu Feixing heard Chu Mo's words like a lifeline and nodded repeatedly. They had found a clue. There was a group of human traffickers called the Guizi, and it was feared they were the source spreading the mutated monsters. As long as they were found, all the mutated monsters could be traced. He begged Jin Jiao to give him some time. Jin Jiao said 3 days. He could only give them 3 days to solve it. If they couldn't eliminate the mutated monsters after 3 days, then he would have no choice but to wipe out the city. After saying that, Jin Jiao vanished from the mirror's surface, leaving Lu Feixing in disbelief. Solving the monster problem within 3 days was far too short. He repeatedly called for Jin Jiao, but the man was already gone. Chu Mo looked at Lu Feixing making the call and assigned him the task of searching the city for the Guizi. Lu Feixing trembled with fear, saying it was impossible to find them. To find the human trafficking criminals in all of Lu Yun's city, even with all the constables working together, 3 days was too short. Chu Mo, with a clear-headed expression, said that if the constables weren't enough, they should mobilize the entire Lu Yun city government office, including the city lord, the bookkeepers, and the commissioners. If there still weren't enough people, they should even drag the city lord's concubines out to work. If they wanted to save their own neck, they had to find the Guizi at any cost. Lu Feixing was startled, but he obeyed Chu Mo and sent his men to search. Meanwhile, outside, one of Jin Jiao's disciples, following his instructions, had adjusted the purple gold gourd to its optimal state. Did Jin Jiao really intend to give Lu Yun's city 3 more days? Jin Jiao crossed his arms and said to destroy Lu Yun's city now. He just wanted them to die clinging to a beautiful illusion. This was his final act of pity for those pathetic worms. As he spoke, Jin Jiao summoned the purple gold gourd. Faced with the safety of the entire world, he would not take risks for a tiny place like Lu Yun's city. More importantly, to maintain the spell, the gold gourd had to consume a large amount of spirit stones, and those lowly mortals weren't worth him wasting such wealth. With that, he shouted, and the purple gold gourd obeyed his command, preparing to completely swallow Lu Yun's city. A massive torrent of water began to surge into the purple gold gourd. The small Hebo's larva glowed at the bottom of the river, sending out a huge wave to strike the city, but it suddenly dissipated. Outside, streams of water swirled around the purple gold gourd. The disciple next to Jin Jiao asked if he had succeeded, and Jin Jiao angrily turned his head back. The waves that should have been raging suddenly became calm again. Everyone gathered at his command, increasing their magical power to attack once more. They channeled their magical power into the purple gold gourd, and Jin Jiao shouted the command again. Time passed, and Jin Jiao had already tried 6 times, and all of them failed. He furiously pulled out the communication mirror and roared Lu Feixing's name. He ordered them to halt all actions and investigate the river for any abnormalities. Just then, Chu Mo's image appeared in the mirror, and he said, "The chief constable has gone to hunt down the Guizi and cannot answer." Chu Mo looked at him through the mirror, smiled, and said, "It's a pity. It seems your purple gold gourd has lost its magic." Jin Jiao roared in anger, asking who he was and how he knew. Before he could finish, Chu Mo said that in order to motivate the chief constable to chase after the 8 Guizi, he was now useless to him. After saying that, Chu Mo forcefully shattered the mirror into pieces. "Don't contact me again." Jin Jiao was the last sentence Chu Mo gifted him. Jin Jiao's eyes widened, his body trembling with rage. A lowly constable like Chu Mo dared to speak to him like that. He ordered his men to take out all the spirit stones and use them as fuel to burn the gold gourd. At all costs, they had to destroy Lu Yun City, destroy all the evidence, and make that arrogant constable die without a proper burial. The disciple behind him held the communication mirror. Filled with dread, he realized it was a new communication request from the contact mirror. Jin Zhao furiously wondered who would be contacting him at a time like this. If we don't destroy the evidence soon, Dao Luo Tian will find out what happened in Lu Yun. A disciple interrupted Jin Zhao to say that the call was from Dao Luo Tian. At this, Jin Zhao's face went pale. What a coincidence! Why would Dao Luo Tian be calling right now? They couldn't have found out this fast. Jin Zhao told the disciple to hand him the mirror. As he accepted the call, a figure appeared in its reflection. The man said it had been a long time. Jin Zhao recognized the person before him as Deacon Ming Guang. He respectfully asked for an update on him, noting that he had gone to great trouble to inquire about Lu Yun City from so far away. Everything is fine, the people are living and working in peace. There is currently no unrest. Jin Zhao lied without batting an eye. The man in the mirror's expression grew stern as he understood the situation. After all this time, Jin Zhao still hadn't destroyed Lu Yun City. Jin Zhao was stunned, not understanding why the deacon would say that. Lu Yun City and Lian Huadong City are under our jurisdiction. Why would we need to destroy Lu Yun City? Ming Guang gave a sinister smile and recounted the events of 15 years ago. To resurrect his daughter, Jin Zhao began experimenting with linking to an alternate dimension, stealing energy from the world of demonic beasts. From that moment on, their people had been keeping an eye on Jin Zhao. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Jin Zhao said he didn't understand. Isn't linking to alternate dimensions a taboo decreed by Dao Luo Tian? If the deacons knew about this from the start, why didn't they prohibit it? Deacon Ming Guang sneered. It was because of the massive mortal casualties that Dao Luo Tian specifically issued this taboo to appease the masses. But rules are merely tools used to deceive the weak, giving them a false sense of security. Surely, Jin Zhao could feel it. For the past 15 years, the spiritual energy in our world has been depleting. Therefore, siphoning energy from the world of demonic beasts became one of our most important research topics, and Jin Zhao's results were the most outstanding of all. He, from Dan Tai Bidong, one of the 8 great sects renowned for spatial manipulation, used the entire Lu Yun City as a test subject. Your boldness and imagination are worthy of praise. Jin Zhao scratched his head anxiously, saying that Lu Yun City was now out of control. With my power alone, I may not be able to destroy Lu Yun City. The man on the other end said they would dispatch people and inform Jin Zhao not to worry, as they were very experienced in handling such matters. The scene shifts to Chu Mo. He and Luo Chen were now standing before the territory of the Black Dragon Gang. Luo Chen explained that, aside from the government, they were the local organization capable of mobilizing the most people. Chu Mo turned and asked him if he had ever had dealings with the Black Dragon Gang before. Luo Chen hesitated before saying, "In the past, my people repeatedly thwarted the Black Dragon Gang's criminal activities. As a result, most of their members hold a deep grudge against us. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang, in particular, has a strange obsession with Chu Mo." Luo Chen feared that the Black Dragon Gang would refuse to help. Chu Mo reassured Luo Chen, saying that with the very survival of Lu Yun City at stake, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang would make the right decision. And if not, he wouldn't mind replacing the leader of the Black Dragon Gang himself. They stepped into the main hall of the Black Dragon Gang, where an imposing young woman sat on a throne. She looked up in surprise at her unexpected visitors. Chu Mo looked at the woman before him. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang was none other than Yu Tong. He said he had a favor to ask of her. Yu Tong gave Chu Mo a slight smile. "Aren't you always so high and mighty? I never expected you'd come to me for help one day." Just then, Yue Tianxin appeared. She declared that this Chu Mo fellow must be looking for trouble, daring to show up on their turf and disrespecting the Black Dragon Gang. Seeing the situation, Chu Mo told them to focus on the main issue, as he was now a representative of the government. He requested the Black Dragon Gang's cooperation in rescuing Lu Yun City. Wu Tong gleefully told Chu Mo to cut the chatter and ordered her underlings to seize him. A group of thugs appeared from behind, and Yu Tianxin laughed mockingly, saying no one could save him this time. Chu Mo seriously told Wu Tong that Lu Yun City was now isolated and helpless, and he didn't want a meaningless fight. Wu Tong didn't care about the chaos. This was the moment she had been waiting for, and no one could interfere with what she wanted to do to Chu Mo. Her expression was no longer playful as she asked if Chu Mo wanted to become her gang leader's consort. Chu Mo's face was filled with a million questions, while Yue Tianxin asked in surprise if Wu Tong was serious. Marrying Chu Mo? The subordinates begged her to reconsider, asking why she would do such a thing. Wasn't Chu Mo their enemy? Wu Tong rested her chin on her hand, musing that she had truly thought for a long time about how to inflict the ultimate humiliation upon him. Should she hang him on the city wall for 7 days and 7 nights until he starved to death? Frame him with false accusations? brand him a criminal, or be more direct, and chop him into meat paste in an alley. Wu Tong stood up and lamented that Chu Mo had a powerful uncle who was an imperial censor, so none of those methods would work on him. Wu Tong said, "Aren't you haunting me right now, desperate to throw me in the great prison? Well, now I'm giving you that very opportunity." Wu Tong moved closer, whispering suggestively that if they married, he would have a chance to find evidence of the Black Dragon gang, colluding with corrupt government officials. It would be a game to see if she could drag Chu Mo down with her, or if Chu Mo could throw her in prison first. "Do you dare?" Chu Mo remained stern, saying that time was of the essence and saving people was the top priority. He didn't have time to play games with her right now. Wu Tong stared directly at Chu Mo, saying he was the one who wanted to save Liuyan City, fight crime, and uphold justice, even if it meant sacrificing himself. "Marry me, and I'll help." Seeing Chu Mo speechless, Wu Tong teased, "Don't tell me that compared to the lives of the people, of the entire city, you value your own chastity and virtue more? Is that all your conviction amounts to?" He stared blankly at Wu Tong. Chu Mo didn't care. Marriage was not a problem as long as she helped him. Seeing him like this, Wu Tong became a little annoyed. His reaction gave her no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. Chu Mo, even seriously, stated that the wedding must wait until after the crisis was resolved. There was a group of human traffickers in Liuyan City, and she had to help him find them first. Wu Tong casually slung an arm over Chu Mo's shoulder and agreed. She noted that he always prioritized his official duties, wondering when he would ever fix that bad habit of his. "I can indulge you, it's just finding some people." Wu Tong's voice turned serious. "Black Dragon gang members, listen up. Today, mobilize everyone, use any means necessary. Even if you have to turn Liuyan City upside down, you must find the traffickers." She then joked that she wanted to spend her wedding night with Chu Mo tonight. As her underlings left, Wu Tong looked at Chu Mo. "Are you relieved now? I won't say anything about other matters, but when it comes to having eyes and ears, my Black Dragon gang is far stronger than the Imperial." Chu Mo thanked her and said he also had to search for the traffickers, so he would take his leave. Wu Tong twirled a strand of her hair and asked what the rush was. "You just have to wait for me to deploy the gang members. For now, you and I should prepare for tonight's wedding." Wu Tong asked. "Does Chu Mo want to wear a white wedding suit or a red phoenix robe?" Chu Mo dodged the question, saying he had to go run an inspection. "What's the status on Lu Feishing?" Wu Tong decided to ignore that good-for-nothing. Her gang could handle this kind of thing. Suddenly, the door burst open, and her underlings reported that they had found the cripples. They dragged in a beggar as they spoke. "These are the cripples?" Wu Tong looked at her foolish lackeys. They had just stepped outside and immediately managed to catch one. "Did you just randomly grab a few people off the street to fool me?" The Scarface man seriously said that his words were true. Everyone in the city had joined the cripples. "They're capturing high-ranking officials, the wealthy, and even gangs like us. Many of our brothers have already been taken." Wu Tong was shocked, wondering if the entire city had gone mad. How dare they resist a gang? One of the beggars screamed that they weren't crazy, they just wanted to live. They hadn't done anything wrong. They were just trying to work to make a living, so why did they deserve to die? Why did the cultivators destroy their homes and want to kill them? The beggar pulled his hair in despair, asking if the gang couldn't see that the river could turn people into corpse water. "It will swallow us all. If the river god hadn't manifested to stop the great wave, we would all be dead by now." Chu Mo caught the important keywords. He asked how the man knew of the river god's existence. The beggar had a crazed look in his eyes and said a true immortal told them that to awaken the river god, many offerings were needed. Before, those people bullied them and oppressed them in every way, taking their money and food, the high-ranking officials, the wealthy, the gangs. Now it's their turn to sacrifice their lives to save everyone. Cutting back to the city, Lu Feishing was now tied up by a group of beggars, constantly shouting that they were committing treason and asking how they dared to tie up a government official. In the distance, an old man sat in front of a giant snake behind him. Its eyes glowed with a demonic red light. That old man asked Lu Feishing if he knew what a cripple was. "A cripple is a cripple. If you want to catch the cripples, you can't blame me for catching you." Lu Feishing scoffed, not believing the old man's words. "Is the entire city filled with your criminals?" The old man was the candy blower from the street. He said the cripples could be farmers, bun sellers, tofu makers, prostitutes, beggars, butchers, anyone oppressed by the upper class. After the great flood surrounded the city, they became the cripples. They still want to live, and for the sake of survival, they can strike down those high and mighty people into the dust. First it was the Lord City Mayor, and now it's the Chief Constable's turn. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the snake behind him lunged forward, opening its wide mouth to snatch the bound Lu Feishing. After devouring the Chief Constable, the snake grew even larger. The group of cripples cheered continuously. The river god has grown bigger again. The candy blower still wasn't satisfied. He told them to bring him more offerings for the river god. "Once the river god awakens, we will welcome his new bride, and then Liuyan City will be saved." At the old man's feet was the little beggar girl that he had lured and captured earlier. The entire city seemed to be shrouded in a thick gray fog, as the leader of the cripples angrily emitted a dark aura. The old man said it wasn't enough. There are still not enough sacrifices. We need many more sacrifices. Are the corrupt elites and tyrants in this city so few? His subordinate pointed towards the Black Dragon Gang and said, there are still the members of the Black Dragon Gang. Several hundred of them haven't been captured yet. Hearing this, the old man ordered his subordinate to lead them there. The subordinate's voice suddenly trembled. But the Black Dragon Gang's defenses are tight, and they have many people. It will be difficult for us to break through right now. The leader of the cripples spoke loudly, ordering Sizu, fine, I know, Sizu, that you go with them and capture everyone from the Black Dragon Gang. They're nothing more than a bunch of mortals. That shouldn't be difficult for you at all. Sizu acknowledged its master's command, but before it could act, another subordinate rushed in frantically to report to him that someone from the Black Dragon Gang had arrived. Leader Guaizi looked smug, stroking his beard and saying, ha! Could the Black Dragon Gang be sending an envoy to sue for peace? How foolish, but since the offering has come to our door, let him pass. Sumak stepped forward and asked, so your leader Guaizi, you even came out yourself, saving me the trouble of finding you. The old man looked up, pointed, and said smugly, Sumak, the little constable of Liuyun City. I know you ruined the Coffin Elder's ascension ritual and mobilized the city's authorities to hunt me down. It was all your doing. Why are you with the Black Dragon Gang now? Sumak answered curtly, to stop you from destroying Liuyun City, of course. Leader Guaizi burst out laughing, mocking him, destroy Liuyun City. You don't understand anything at all. The old man's eyes turned bloodshot as he pointed straight at Sumak. He yelled, this world is sick. It's beyond saving. The cultivators and the authorities are frantically gnawing away at the last piece of flesh of this world. Only the gods from another dimension, our divine lord, can save us. Save Liuyun City, and save this corrupt world. If you want to stop me, you're too late. He summoned Hebo, saying triumphantly, look, with just a few more offerings, Hebo can recover its true form and take its bride. After the wedding is complete, a true god will descend to guide this world. Leader Guaizi grew even more crazed, sneering that Sumak would become nutrients for Hebo and ordered it to devour him. Hebo obeyed, letting out a roar as its claws lunged straight for Sumak. He simply folded his arms and said, time to get to work. Whose limbs were bound, slowly opened her eyes, and Hebo seemed to sense she was awake. It whipped around and shouted for her, my bride, my bride. It changed its target, lunging to capture hoping to become one with her. A burst of green flames suddenly erupted, engulfing Ar's body and lifting her into the air. Hebo gripped her tightly, while the old leader cackled. It's starting. Hebo's wedding is starting. You little brat, you should feel lucky to have your life spared, but you can't change a thing, so just witness the god's descent with me. Sumak simply watched in silence. The system announced, login confirmed, sharing combat power, pet power transfer initiated. A green light appeared, taking Hebo by surprise. The bride in its grasp had turned into a clump of white fur. It roared, bride, the wedding. As the power surged, shattered her bonds and broke free from its grasp. Leader Guaizi exclaimed, marvelous, truly marvelous. For Hebo's wedding to undergo such a transformation is something even I did not foresee. The flood dragon was merely a fake, meant to be devoured by the bride to reveal the true Hebo. Excellent. This fits with the changes this world is supposed to undergo. Lord Hebo, I beseech you to guide the god from another world to descend upon this wretched world of ours. Paid no heed to the old man's words, going straight to Sumak. She knelt and declared, Master, I have arrived late. The citizens of Liuyun City, witnessing the events unfold, roared in unison like thunder, hailing Sumak as a descended god, overjoyed at being saved. Sizu and the remaining celestials also knelt down, bowing their heads and chanting two words, Divine Lord. Leader Guaizi broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he asked, why how can that man be the Divine Lord? Chu Mo lowered his hand, ordering everyone to be silent. He commanded the chosen celestial beings, and they obeyed his orders. The celestials followed his commands without question. Chu Mo said with a stern face, you are the privileged ones chosen by me. The chosen evolved, surpassing the limits of your race. Your first command is to annihilate all mortals and perform a blood sacrifice in Liuyun City. The blood of mortals will open a gateway for my great demonic beast army. A new order will be born in this rotten world. Celestials and demonic beasts will rule this world together. The viewers in the outside world were all shocked, unable to believe that Chumo was an otherworldly god lord. Some said he was just acting, but the screen showed standing beside him, raising a series of questions. They demanded an explanation for why she was with him. People said, Chumo is not a good person. He's about to massacre the city. A green-skinned celestial among the crowd trembled. This shouldn't be happening. We became celestials to save the weak mortals, to correct the world's mistakes. So why must we kill them? Have we been deceived? Seeing that person acting strangely, Sizu approached to ask. Instantly, that celestial exploded into 100 pieces without any warning. The people of Luyun City screamed and fled, their reverence turning into bone-chilling terror. They fearfully wondered why the gods didn't come to save them. A few celestials still rushed forward to stop it, but that only made the citizens more afraid. They explained they only wanted to protect them, pointing in another direction and saying, "Go that way. We must risk everything to stop the evil god from the other world." Chu Mo watched the scene and smirked slightly. How interesting. I granted you power and the right to live, and you all choose to betray me? Right after he spoke, a group of celestials charged forward, shouting, "We are celestials. Celestials should slay demons and fight for justice." But against the sacred golden flame that erupted around Chu Mo, all their attacks became useless. He sneered, "Fools, then I shall send you on your way." All the celestials rushed to attack Chu Mo, but not a single one could harm him. Standing on a pile of celestial corpses, Chu Mo grabbed their leader, Guizi, and lifted him into the air. A blinding ray of light shot from his hand, and in an instant, the old man was reduced to a formless pile of goo. Nan Henzu stepped forward. Chu Mo turned and said, "Nan Henzu, you're here. I can feel the hostility in your heart. Do you want to kill me too?" Nan Henju didn't answer the question. He asked Chu Mo in return, "What exactly are you? Why are there demonic beasts calling you their master? Are you really an otherworldly god lord?" Chu Mo replied, "The first demon to descend upon earth was subdued by me. Just now, I was only using a ploy to deceive all the celestials like that old coffin. They are all just pitiful people who were tricked. To prevent the void demon's descent, they had to sacrifice their lives. Letting them fade away with the identity of saviors is the last respect I can show them. Now that I've said this, do you believe me?" Nan Henju replied succinctly, "I believe you." Chu Mo gave a faint smile. "Thank you." Then he said, "That's strange. All the celestials in the city should be here. Why isn't it over yet?" "Ah, there are also the celestials from Lianhua Cave who left the city earlier. Perhaps they also." The system announced, "Main story quest 99% destroyed, 1% remaining." Nan Henju said with concern, "Chu Mo, take a rest for a bit, adjust your condition. The purge just now must have been hard on you." AI Air also had a worried expression. Chu Mo refused, saying, "There's no need. We're out of time. You and AI Air stay in the city in case of any unexpected situations. I'm going to find the cultivators of Lotus Flower Cave." At Lotus Flower Cave, it was more peaceful than ever, Deacon Kwang Min said to Jin Zhao. "Sect Master Jin, rest assured, the spell we are using can directly turn Flowing Cloud City into a lost land. That way the demonic beasts cannot descend through Flowing Cloud City. Once this is done, you will hand over the experimental data to Daluo Tian. Any objections?" Jin Zhao refused. "No objections." He smirked, a red glint flashing in his eyes. "I will naturally obey the orders of Daluo Tian." Deacon Kwang Min summoned the void ferrying star pearl, a precious orb that emitted a hazy purple smoke, looking mysterious. Jin Zhao exclaimed, "Deacon Kwang Min, can this simple-looking magic artifact really transport Flowing Cloud City to the Lost Land?" Hearing Jin Zhao's words, he sneered. "Simple?" Daluo Tian paid an enormous price for this void-ferrying star pearl to acquire the Shantian spirit pearl. It took 15 years and the integration of 3,000 intricate formations to complete this rare magic artifact. Although the magic artifact is miraculous, transporting an entire city also requires a great price. Kwang Min looked at the void-ferrying star pearl and said confidently, "Fortunately, Sect Master Jin, you have contained Flowing Cloud City within the purple gold gourd, saving us a considerable amount of time. It will only take 10 seconds. Just as he finished speaking, the purple gold gourd suddenly trembled. Then cracks began to appear on its surface. It abruptly shattered into pieces in an instant. Deacon Kwang Min was silent for a moment, then asked suspiciously in an ice-cold voice, "Sect Master, Jin, what is the meaning of this? The gourd shattered for no reason. Are you perhaps in league with the demonic beasts? This is a crime punishable by death." Hearing the clear threat in his words, Jin Zhao trembled and waved his hands, saying, "I really don't know. How would I dare to do such a thing?" Hearing his explanation, Kwang Min asked about the current situation in Flowing Cloud City. Jin Zhao replied that the barrier had been broken, and perhaps the mutated monsters had escaped the city. Hearing this, Kwang Min's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, if any mutated monsters get out and trigger the descent of demonic beasts from another world, even I will be punished. I'm going to contact the cultivation sects within a 100-mile radius and exterminate all the mortals in 3 cities, leaving no living thing behind. Sect Master Jin, you go and help as well." Jin Zhao broke out in a cold sweat, only able to bow his head and stammer. He apologized and promised to redeem himself through merit. Chumo stood on a high rooftop and chuckled softly, wiping out cities at the drop of a hat, causing rivers of blood to flow for thousands of miles, treating human lives like dirt, and you dare call yourselves cultivators? Quang Min turned his head and said, Da Luo Tian rules over all the cultivation sects in the world and has its own laws. The demonic beasts are a plague upon this world, so what if we have to kill people to overcome this calamity? He asked Chu Mo. Who are you? I am a deacon of Da Luo Tian, acting according to the rules. Even if some things seem unreasonable, it is not your place to criticize. Recognizing the person standing there, Jin Zhao pointed and shouted, This man is a low-ranking constable from Flowing Cloud City, always arrogant and disrespectful. I can't believe that even Da Luo Tian he shows no regard for. For him to arrive the very instant the purple gold gorge shattered is truly suspicious. Chu Mo glanced down, his voice laced with weariness as he said, Are you done? I've already sent all the monsters in Flowing Cloud City to their graves, but one of the cultivators from Lotus Flower Cave is also a monster. I came here to stop the demonic beast from descending. As for you, whatever your name is, Deacon, you're not from Lotus Flower Cave, so you can get lost now. Quang Min said provocatively, And what if I don't leave? What do you think you can do to me? No, it turns out you're a body cultivation practitioner, an unorthodox one at that. Allowing you to exist is already a great kindness, and you dare to make a move against Da Luo Tian? Jin Zhao clasped his hands and bowed. The mutated monsters were well hidden. Wiping them all out in half a day is impossible. The purple gold gorge shattering was definitely his doing. His main goal is to stop us from moving Lu Yun City to the Lost Lands. This person definitely has his own agenda. He might have even surrendered to the dark demonic beasts. Guang Ming seems to have a point. The cultivation techniques of unorthodox body practitioners are related to demonic beasts, which is why in the 15 Da Luo Tian, tens of thousands of unorthodox body practitioners were hunted down. Only recently was their status as cultivators acknowledged, but how could the blood feud and hatred for Da Luo Tian disappear in a single day? Joining the demonic beasts isn't out of the question. Chu Mo let out an "oh." If reasoning doesn't work, then let's just fight to the death. Jin Zhao ordered his subordinates to attack Chu Mo, and they rushed forward. He simply used one move, effortlessly taking down all of Jin Zhao's subordinates. Guang Ming used the power of the void-crossing star pearl on Chu Mo. A dark purple energy enveloped him, causing him to suddenly vanish into the void. Guang Ming said smugly, Body cultivation practitioners don't cultivate their temperament. They are all just reckless courage. They have no magical artifacts, just the fury of a common man, spilling blood over 5 steps, with no regard, devoid of conscience, a traitor to the nation. Who would fight you directly? What a fool. I'll send you to the Lost Lands, to be eternally trapped in the cycle of life and death. But he never expected that a cold voice would echo from behind him. It was Chu Mo. Hey, Deacon, I'm back. He turned around in shock, exclaiming in panic, How is this possible? Once you enter the Lost Lands, there is absolutely no chance of survival. Chu Mo said, How ridiculous. You people always think everything is under your control, but unfortunately, it's all just a futile effort. This place is the Lost Lands. You all met your doom here 1,000 years ago. Deacon Guang Ming's entire body began to distort strangely. He said in a panic, Teleportation is disabled? How? This place is the Lost Lands? What a joke. I don't believe it. I am a deacon of Da Luo Tian. If I fell into the Lost Lands, there's no way Da Luo Tian wouldn't save me. Chu Mo crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, Perhaps it's precisely because you're so incompetent that Da Luo Tian had to expand the spatial transfer range, and you got caught up in it as well, endlessly reincarnating in the Lost Land along with Lu Yun City. 1,000 years later, the 8 great sects have been reduced to 4. Da Luo Tian no longer exists, and the power in the mortal realm belongs to mortals. The Da Luo Tian you were waiting for never came to save you, not even at the moment of your destruction. He fell to his knees, his eyes wide as he watched his own hands slowly turn transparent, disappearing into nothingness inch by inch. You're lying. Am I fake? Am I already dead? The system announced his backstory. His remnant soul was torn apart, with one half remaining in the Lost Land while the other half fled back to reality. Because his soul was incomplete for half of every day, the soul in reality would repeatedly experience the agony of being torn apart. Chu Mo swiftly reacted to Guang Ming's attack, saying, Should I say you're lucky or not? You only have one half of your soul endlessly reincarnating in the Lost Land. Hearing these words from Chu Mo, he roared furiously. Chu Mo sneered. The other half of your soul managed to escape back to reality, but it's tormented every single day. Maybe it's just better to go meet your ancestors. Quang Min was furious, his face twisting. Nonsense. I would never. Before he could finish his sentence, Quang Min's body was simply torn in two like a thin sheet of paper. His body finally vanished completely, and his subordinates, each with a look of helplessness, also began to fade away. Jin Zhao screamed, his voice filled with absolute terror, and he ordered his remaining men, Don't be deceived, it's all a lie. Kill him, and avenge Deacon Quang Min. Chumo said with an icy expression, "No one can help you, the last mutated monster of Flowing Cloud City." Jin Zhao was startled and flustered, denying it. "At the cost of tens of thousands of mortals from Flowing Cloud City, my experiment has made a breakthrough. For this achievement, even Daluo Tian would have to reward me heavily. Is there any need to turn myself into a monster just to gain some meager power?" Chumo crossed his arms and calmly asked him, "Why did you start the experiment?" Jin Zhao laughed, a distorted laugh like a madman, and he began to transform. "Do you even need to ask? Of course it's because." His emotions were a mess. Laughing and crying, he couldn't answer why he had started the experiment. His face shifted from rage to agony, and his body began to mutate, his bones and flesh twisting. His belly swelled, and from within his stomach, a small, bright red demon slowly emerged. "I am the great sect master, Jin Zhao of the Lotus Cave. I do whatever I want. Why are there so many reasons?" The story system appeared. The reason was to resurrect Jin Zhao's daughter, Yin Zhao. Lured by the illusion demon, he opened a channel connecting the otherworld and Earth. Chumo appeared right above his head, his eyes ice cold. "Have you forgotten? You were willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of people to save your daughter." He suddenly uttered two words, "My daughter." The little demon in his belly suddenly glowed, and a pleasant sensation spread through him. Jin Zhao suddenly cried, calling out his daughter's name, Yin Zhao. Chumo simply said, "That's right." He waved his hand gently, a single, unadorned move, and Jin Zhao turned to ash in the silent space. Amidst the hazy dust, Chumo's figure stood tall like an unmovable mountain. His appearance left the people outside in awe, but then the screen suddenly went dark, making them wonder, as the system displayed an urgent warning. In that smoke, the figure of a man appeared. It was Luo Shen. The system warned, "The illusion demon has descended." Luo Shen knelt behind Chumo. Chumo asked about his presence. "Why are you here?" Luo Shen replied, "Illusion demon Luo Shen pays his respects to the Divine Master. Following your orders, the plan to take over the human world is complete. It is time for you to awaken." The entire sky over Flowing Cloud City was now dyed a gloomy purple. An old man twisted his body in excitement, his eyes full of dreams. "Reborn for the 25th time, my memories have finally returned. What is going on with this world? Why is it so full of dense magical energy?" The old man imagined he would become a legendary mage or even a demigod. Another person was weeping, recognizing an acquaintance, but his illusion made him mistake it for an ear of corn, while various gangs were demanding to fight each other, and another person covered his face, muttering. He imagined he was the true Red Dragon hero, but he was talking to a mouse. Witnessing the chaotic scene in the city, Nan, Henzu, and AR were speechless. AR said in a panic, "What kind of demons are these? Have the people of Flowing Cloud City all gone mad? Why is everyone talking nonsense?" Nan Henju said coldly, "This is the power of the illusion demon, and it hasn't even shown its true form yet." The entire city descended into chaos. It's unknown whether Chumo can stop it. Mentioning his master, Mr. Er's face brightened up. "Don't worry, the master is so strong, there will definitely be no problem. But just in case, if an enemy appears that the master can't resist, and we can't help him, then we should just give up the struggle and obediently descend to the Yellow Springs." Meanwhile, at the Lotus Cave, Chumo said coldly, "I never expected the illusion demon to have been by my side all this time." Luo Shen burst out laughing, placing his hand on his chest with an arrogant tone. "The body I am using carries none of my power, so naturally, you couldn't detect anything abnormal." Chumo asked, "You are quite bold. Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" Luo Shen spoke calmly, full of confidence. "Why should I worry, my lord god? I am your most loyal subordinate. Why would you want to kill me?" A cold glint flashed across Chumo's face, and he said, "That's enough. Stop the act. I previously called myself the Lord God to lure out all the mutated monsters in Luyun City. You must have seen through that, so what is your real purpose for appearing before me now?" Luo Shen acted flustered. "Has the Lord God made a mistake? Do you truly believe you are Chumo, immortal from the human world 1,000 years in the future who got lost in the secret realm? Think carefully. How could a mere mortal wander onto a battlefield that belongs only to cultivators? Not only did you survive, but you even gained great power." Chumo's sharp intuition found a flaw in Luo Shen's words, and he asked, "How could someone endlessly reincarnating in a lost land know about things 1,000 years in the future?" Luo Shen explained, "Because this was Chumo's original plan. To achieve the final victory, you started laying out your plans 1,000 years ago, using a human identity to enter the secret realm and recover a part of your power. With all these strange occurrences, didn't you, Chumo, suspect anything? Or did you just rationalize it all away?" Chumo remained silent, letting him continue. Luo Shen said, "You once told me that in the past secret realms, you would lead the cultivators to victory but would also deliberately reduce their numbers within the secret realm. How many saviors are left in this secret realm now? 200? Or fewer than 100? Chu Mo crossed his arms and said calmly, "Illusion demon, your power is deception. Do you really think you can sway me with just this?" With his lies exposed, Luo Shen's face darkened, and he said in a threatening voice, "So what, my lord god? You entered the secret realm as Chu Mo, with your set purpose being to protect your older sister. So do you even remember her name?" Chu Mo smirked. How could he not answer such a simple question? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he racked his brain. What was her name? Luo Shen clapped his hands and laughed. "Of course you don't remember, because your sister is an illusion. She never existed at all. My lord god, do you believe me now?" Chu Mo angrily gritted his teeth. His face turned ashen. "Illusion demon, this must be your magic messing with my mind." Chu Mo used his information reading skill, but the results for the illusion demon were hidden and could not be accessed. The system asked, "My lord god, do you remember the name of your sister?" A line of text appeared. The life of Chu Mo is nothing but a lie. A demonic beast teleportation pillar of light descended from the sky directly into Luyun City, destroying every building in its path. Nan Henzhu stood firm against the powerful tremors, recognizing it as a demonic beast's teleportation pillar. Its aura reeked of chaos and destruction. He feared the illusion demon was about to descend and grew concerned for Chu Mo's survival. Ayer's face paled, as if she sensed something. She said the energy in her master's body was now in chaos, and that it was over. "It seems the master's actions are restricted. This is the first time I've ever encountered a situation like this." Nan Henzhu said he knew she wanted to help Chu Mo, but she had to stay here. Hearing this, Ayer had a worried expression, but she refused, leaving Nan Henzhu a bit confused. Ayer said in a panic, "I don't want to go to the master's side to help. It's too scary. This is the first time the master has been in such a desperate battle, and going there would be like throwing my life away. Staying in Luyun City to stop the 10 teleportation beams is the best way to help." At Lotus Cave, the spatial crossing star pearl was now moving violently. Luo Shen smugly held it in his hand, saying, "Those foolish cultivators from Daluo, Tian, and Lotus Cave thought the mutated monsters in the city were coordinates I established, and that I, the illusory demon, could use these coordinates to infiltrate the human world, which is why they rushed to use the spatial crossing star pearl, wanting to teleport all of Luyun City to the Lost Land. But that was just a lie I intentionally let them believe." Chu Mo stood motionless, his eyes vacant as if he had lost his soul, and he didn't respond at all. Luo Shen continued, "Even if I open a passage, powerhouses stronger than a 2,000-year-old demon beast couldn't pass through, so what's the point of a passage like that? I originally planned to use the cultivators at the moment they used the spatial crossing star pearl to open a passage to the demon beast world. The spatial forces of the two worlds would collide and distort, then I could perfectly manifest with the full power of a demon beast. 50,000 years to enter the human world. Unfortunately, the operation at that time went wrong, and both I and Luyun City fell into the Lost Land." Getting carried away, he continued, "A 1,000-year cycle, history constantly repeating. I could only continuously relive the pain of failure. It wasn't until you all arrived and became the variable that I was able to escape the prison of history. Now, the plan from 1,000 years ago is finally about to be completed, and by borrowing the power of the spatial crossing star pearl, I will go directly to Earth. I really want to share my joy with you, but it's a pity you've fallen into a delusion and can't escape." Chu Mo, however, still stood there without making a sound, as Luo Shen raised his hand to deliver the fatal blow. Suddenly, he stopped short, his smug smile vanishing completely. At this moment, Luo Shen realized he had used his innate talent on Chu Mo, so he was able to capture fragments of information from his consciousness. He became anxious, a stark contrast to his demeanor just moments ago. He continued, "By processing and adding temptations to this information, I can drive my opponent into a frenzy, but the information I hold itself is real, not an illusion." Luo Shen continued, "That also means he really was just a mortal who wandered into a secret realm, but every time he entered one, he directly received immense power. Yet Chu Mo remained motionless, which made him even more afraid. After only 3 secret realms, the number of cultivators in the secret realm had dropped from 10,000 to less than 200. At the same time, Chu Mo's past was a complete blank. He couldn't even remember his own sister's name. Luo Shen bit his trembling finger. This is insane. With so many bizarre secrets, could this person really be the incarnation of the great divine master? No way, right? I just made that up on a whim. It can't possibly be true. Luo Shen's mind was in turmoil. Something's not right. Look. This doesn't look like the divine master's incarnation at all. I'm screwed. He buried his face in his hands in fear, only hoping that if the descent to Earth succeeded, the great divine master wouldn't punish him too severely. The orb behind him continued to radiate a purple flame. In the still ravaged Luyun City, the pillar of light attacked Nan Henchrik and Nier. Henchrik narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that thing could attack on its own. Nier realized they were out of time. The teleportation was about to complete. Nan Hentrug asked her to provide cover, creating a defensive line so he could attack the light pillar. Nier was startled by the request. She said, "You can't be thinking of charging into the pillar of light. The end of the teleportation is when the energy is at its strongest. If you get close now to the light pillar, you'll be obliterated." Facing the pillar's attack only strengthened Hentrik's resolve. He looked back at the past. Countless cultivators had fought bloody battles and lost their lives. Their sacrifices built the privileged status of the cultivator sects. I am Dan Taibi, the Tao Child. I have received the sect's favor and its resources for cultivation. I cannot avoid a fight to the death. This is the rule of the cultivator sects, and also a pact with this world. The pillar of light now shone down on Lianhua Cave, and Luo Shen seemed to regain his confidence. He shouted, "The teleportation pillar has pierced through the secret realm and is about to reach Earth. 1,000 years of reincarnation. Time is about to start flowing again." A dark energy surrounded Sumak. The system announced, "Secret Realm check-in, Day 4 reward acquired." Nan Hentruk charged towards the pillar of light for Nier to defend. Nier yelled, "I know, you disgusting tentacles, get lost." She used demonic energy annihilation, and a golden barrier enveloped her body. That defensive line blocked all attacks from the light pillar. Seeing the solid defensive line, Nan Hentruk clenched his fists, cast aside all hesitation, and accelerated to his limit, charging straight into the center of the light pillar. The moment he touched the teleportation core, a blinding light erupted. The pillar of light could contain a void demon powerful enough for a 50,000-year-old demonic beast to descend. Its center contained such turbulent and violent energy that, even though Nan Hentruk was mentally prepared for the danger of this act, the reality was more desperate than he imagined. At this moment, his calf muscles had torn, his left arm bone was broken, his internal organs were hemorrhaging severely, and he suffered extensive skin burns. Nan Hentruk was in agony. Just standing inside the light pillar was already causing his body to collapse. He thought, if I fight against the pillar's energy, how much more will my body deteriorate? But this did not discourage him. Nan Hentruk clenched his fist, and a surge of black power radiated out, merging with the power of the light pillar. Witnessing this scene, Luo Shen scoffed at Hentruk's actions. He sneered and said, "Even if you exhaust your life force, you can't stop my true body from descending. What's the point of delaying it for a few more seconds?" Gradually, a green flame advanced towards him, and Luo Shen noticed its presence. But by the time he turned around, it was too late. As the green flame engulfed him, the system announced the 4th day check-in, rewarding the Samadhi True Fire. The flame spread like a plague, engulfing Hua Cave and extending throughout the Lost Lands. After that, it continued to spread. At this moment, in a coffin shop, an immortal was completely swallowed by the flames. He screamed in agony, roaring madly in a panic because he couldn't understand why he was dragged back from the underworld to the mortal world. In Luyun City, other immortals were also being revived. They cried miserably because their nightmare had finally ended, while the beast leader clutched its chest in helplessness. The villagers screamed, wanting to end the approaching pain. In the Lianhua Cave, the flames still burned fiercely, and Luo Chen suddenly sensed something. He asked the mindless puppets, "Why did you suddenly awaken? What is happening? What are these flames?" The flames surrounded Chu Mo, and the system displayed information about those blue flames. Luo Chen changed his tone, speaking fawningly to Chu Mo. "Why are you stopping me? My main body is about to descend upon Luyun City, and then we can borrow the power of the light axis to descend upon the secret realm and reach Earth." Chumo replied, "I am not your divine master. Also, didn't you notice? Your transportation light axis has disappeared." Hearing that the light axis was gone, Luo Chen turned his head in panic. He realized that awakening those useless puppets was synonymous with the disappearance of the light axis. Chumo looked up at the sky and said, "What I awakened wasn't just the ordinary people of Luyun City, but the entire region that encompasses the small world of Luyun City, which also has its own consciousness within this endless cycle. But its consciousness was too weak, so it was always lost in the reincarnation. Something even you failed to notice." He gave a satisfied smile. "Just now, I awakened the consciousness of this world and made a deal. I will lead all living beings of this world out of the Forsaken Land, except for you. You will remain in the Forsaken Land forever, repeating your ridiculous charade. This world will become your eternal prison." Luo Chen now trembled in fear, refusing to believe Chu Mo's words. He still believed that Chu Mo was deceiving him, but Chu Mo simply crossed his arms, his voice calm as if reading a predetermined verdict. "Whether I'm lying or not, you can experience it for yourself. Farewell." That illusory demonic light struck like a giant blade, sending Luo Chen flying backward. He screamed, shielding his face as that power and light spread out like a solar flare. Luyun City was now more peaceful than ever. Luo Chen appeared, waking up as if nothing had happened, and called for the captain. He walked into the void, softly calling for the captain, but there was no reply. Luo Chen's hand trembled, and he punched himself hard. Now fully awake, he said angrily. Finally awake again. Is this another historical loop? Chumo isn't here. There's no one on the streets. It seems what he said was true. Now I'm the only one trapped in Liuyuan City. Luo Chen's face turned sinister. You think you can trap me here? If you've already opened a path to leave, there must be traces left behind. As long as I investigate, I can leave this godforsaken place immediately. A light flashed again, and the scene returned to the initial moment on that same street corner in Liuyuan City. Luo Chen woke up once more, repeating the same words from before. He panicked as he realized something was wrong. The world had reset again. The loop was only 10 seconds long, and it was about to reset again, not giving Luo Chen enough time to find any clues. That light appeared once again. Luo Chen became helpless and collapsed to his knees. He no longer knew if this was the 2,785th or the 2,786th time. Luo Chen was going insane and stopped caring, as the system announced the 2,787th loop. Ku Tianxin panted from exhaustion. Ahead, Jixing and Shang Song were still locked in a fierce struggle. Jixing was faster, landing a counterblow to Shang Song's chin. Ku Tianxin attacked him from behind, yelling, "Why won't you go down already?" He worriedly thought his power was about to be depleted. The Tai Fire Axe and Dandai Bidong of the two sects are engaging in such a ridiculous fight, even though the opponent is just a sect elder. Jixing trembled, exhaustedly spitting up blood. Ku Tianxin shouted, "Guisheng, stop being stubborn. The demonic beasts could invade the mystic realm at any moment and descend upon the earth. You keep stopping us from destroying the mystic realm. You're cutting off hope for humanity. Get out of the way." Guisheng didn't care. He frowned and said, "I've said it many times. Don't even think about it." A red emergency communication talisman beeped continuously. Dandai Bidong said with a start, "Contact is only made in extremely urgent situations." Shang Song shouted, "We're doomed. It's a red emergency communication talisman." Ku Tianxin said agitatedly, "Guisheng, see? Is this the result you wanted? The mystic realm is about to end. The demonic beasts are about to invade Earth. You detestable traitor to humanity." The talisman hurriedly explained, "Sectmaster Xiang, Sectmaster Ku, can you two hear me? The mystic realm is over. The savior is about to return. Humanity has won." A system notification appeared. "The mystic realm is complete. The third mystic realm. In 10 minutes, the savior will return to the real world." Everyone had returned to the present world. Wu Tong looked around with dazed eyes, asking, "When was the third mystic realm mission completed?" Yue Tianxin was a little dizzy. "My memory is so hazy. It's like I had a very long dream and went to a strange place." Wu Tong suddenly frowned, remembering they had gone to Liuyuan City, but she couldn't remember at all what happened there. Yue Tianxin realized it, feeling a familiarity that was no longer surprising. The mission was completed because Chu Mo had slain all the demonic beasts, finishing the task. Wu Tong was unwilling to accept it, trembling with anger. She said, "I can't accept this. I was clearly about to catch up to him, but in the end, I was left so far behind, I couldn't help at all." Yue Tianxin said, "Mr. Chu Mo is beyond a genius, a monster that defies common sense. Don't let hesitation consume you. Just do what you can do. That's my advice. Forcibly comparing yourself to a monster will only lead to a gradual breakdown." On the street below, a pool of blood had dried. That pool of blood belonged to Nan Henzu. Now, he was just a cold corpse. Those who had returned were all joyful, and someone recognized Nan Henzu's body. Those who he had once looked down on, who had been called useless, now sneered and whispered to each other. Jing Xian shouted, "Shut up. Aren't you ashamed?" The wounds on his body, he died in battle. He continued, "In Liuyuan City, when we fell into the demonic beast's trap, what did you all do? I fell into a state of chaotic memories. I couldn't do anything." He lowered his head, his voice choked with emotion. "Perhaps the reason we're alive now is all because of his desperate fight." On the rooftop of a tall building, Chu Mo silently observed everything. Mr. Er stood beside him, his voice a bit sad, chiding, "What was Nan Henzu trying so hard for? He was clearly so weak. What an idiot." Chu Mo said regretfully, "There's one less person in the world who believes in me." He continued, "Nan Henzu, you helped me buy time. I owe you a favor. If the sect masters of the 4 great sects had just behaved themselves, I wouldn't have killed them." Ku Tianxin shouted, "Unbelievable. The mystic realm has been cleared, and Chu Mo returned alive." Guixing laughed heartily because Chu Mo had won. While Guixing was distracted and off his guard, Ku Tianxin launched a sudden sneak attack. The blow struck like a thunderbolt, slamming him into a large rock. Guixing coughed up blood, his eyes rolled back, but it wasn't enough to quell his anger. He prepared to launch another attack. Shang Song stopped him. "That's enough. The mystic realm is over. There's no need to fight anymore." Kuk Thien Tam shouted, "Sectmaster Huang, are you still trying to cover for your sect's elder?" Because of this guy, the truth about Liuyuan City was exposed. and he even let So-mak return alive. Kwai Tin Kitch added, "It's come to this. Huang Tong-chan, why are you still pretending to be the good guy? Both of you kids, come on. I'm still full of energy, I'll take you both on." That taunt enraged Kuk Thien Tam even more. Sect Master Huang, is this amusing to you? How can you remain silent and unmoved? Sect Master Huang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What's done is done. Let's not waste any more time on Kwai Thang. Right now, I must go to the deep sea with the other two sect masters to awaken that person." Kuk Thien Tam grew more agitated and spoke erratically. "That's right, as long as His Highness returns. So-mak will be nothing. Kwai Thang, you should be celebrating that you were lucky enough to keep your pathetic life." Kwai Tin was startled. "The deep sea? Are you all insane? That's the place Dai Lathien designated as a seal." A communication talisman lit up. "Sect Master Huang, Sect Master Kuk, we've just received the latest information regarding the consortium. The Consortium Alliance has planted several large energy bombs in the diplomatic zone of Kai Sun City." Kuk Thien Tam took the talisman and laughed heartily. The Kai Sun City diplomatic zone. That's the location where So-mak will return to reality from the secret realm. It seems the Consortium Alliance has made up its mind. We don't need to bother. Elder Kwai, the true savior in your heart, is about to be blown to smithereens. Asterisk, asterisk. Scene change. Tian Lian's son clutched his phone, panicking. "Damn it, So-mak will be out of the secret realm in 5 minutes. How long are you going to keep me locked up?" The Consortium Alliance's envoy said smugly, "Chairman Tien, right now we're in a basement 5,000 kilometers from Kai Sun City. This place is very safe. You aren't thinking of running somewhere else, are you?" Tian Lian's son smashed his phone, screaming frantically. "Yes, I was planning to run. So what? The S-rank hunters you sent were nothing in front of So-mak. The sect masters of the 4 great sects joined forces, and they still weren't his match. What else can I do?" The Consortium Alliance's envoy suggested. "Use bombs to assassinate So-mak." Tian Lian's son froze, his eyes wavering at the thought of dealing with So-mak. "Use bombs in a residential area," the Alliance envoy continued. "Chairman Tien, besides the NY family, 15 of the consortium chairmen have already agreed to use the bombs. The outskirts of Kai Sun City, where the consortium headquarters is, has been completely evacuated of all personnel. The civilians there have been moved to Dan Mu Market, 200 kilometers away. If anyone is accidentally killed there, then just consider them unlucky." Tian Lian's son thought for a moment. "But if we attack with bombs, So-mak could very well escape the blast radius, so it might not cause him significant damage." As if reading his mind, the envoy leaned in, his voice full of persuasion. "Chairman Tien, are you still hesitating? This is the best chance we have. So-mak is in the secret realm, fighting the sect masters of the 4 great sects. The location he returns to reality will definitely be in a corresponding position. Therefore, the Consortium Alliance has planted 7 high-yield bombs at So-mak's teleportation point in the surrounding area. The moment So-mak returns to reality, without giving him any time to react, boom, we will detonate all of them." The Consortium Alliance's envoy turned towards the black bag and continued. "This black briefcase contains the bomb's detonation button. Chairman Tien, the opportunity to deal with So-mak is yours." Their plan was now clear. Tian Lianshan's eyes widened in anger as he roared. "Is this your plan? To make me bear all the consequences of the explosion?" The Corporate Alliance's envoy held up the bag menacingly. "Chairman Tian, do you think you have any other choice? Don't forget, you used Sumo's sister as a test subject, which led to the major conflict between him and the Corporate Alliance. After all you've done, do you really think Chumo would let you off the hook?" At that moment, Tian Lianshan's entire body went rigid. After a long moment, like an obedient dog on a leash, he reached out and took the bag. A system notification announced, "World Secret Realm. Secret Realm closing. The Savior is beginning to return." Chumo was teleported back to the Qishan diplomatic zone, where he sensed something was wrong. Chumo felt as if he was facing a dangerous power. Tian Lianshan pressed the red button, and an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the space. The ground shook, and entire buildings collapsed like they were made of paper. Tian Lianshan, in a frenzy, repeatedly mashed the button, setting off explosions one after another. The entire city seemed to be swallowed by the massive blast. The Corporate Alliance's envoy watched with his arms crossed and said, "Chairman Qian, that's enough. I forgot to tell you, the detonator only needs to be pressed once." Tian Lianshan panted, his eyes wild as he frantically asked the envoy if Chumo had been sent to meet his maker. The Corporate Alliance's envoy stated confidently, "This is the pinnacle of human science and technology. Theoretically, no cultivator could survive such destructive power, but Chumo's performance has often exceeded our expectations. To be safe, our hunters will soon enter the blast epicenter to conduct a direct investigation. He took the hit from 7 bombs. Even if he's alive, he'll surely be critically injured and on the brink of death. I won't leave him any chance of survival." In the city that burned like hell, amidst the rubble and dying flames, a brilliant blue light suddenly flared up. Within the blue flames stood Sumo, completely unharmed. A system notification announced, detected an intense external impact. Warning, thermal energy has reached its limit. Master transformed into a weasel and stood on his shoulder. Master asked with concern, Master, are you all right? The system then announced, host entering rest state. Excess energy is now beginning to strengthen the host's body. Out on the streets, people were looking at their phones and gossiping. Oh my god, a nuclear explosion just happened in the Kishan diplomatic zone. Is that for real? I'm in Damiao City and I just saw the black smoke. There are clips online too. The corporate alliance dropped a bomb? How dare they? Do you even have to ask? Obviously, it was to kill Sumo. Those lunatics don't even care about saving face anymore. Qian Lianshan watched and said angrily, it's good that he's dead. During the last Secret Realm live stream, next to Sumo, a long-tailed demonic beast appeared. It's possible he's already betrayed Earth. In the final moments of the Secret Realm live stream, the screen went black. Nan Henzhu, the only other conscious person, died too. What happened in the Secret Realm this time, only Sumo knows. People read this and were horrified. Could it be that Sumo killed Nan Henzhu to silence him? In an office, the envoy was talking to Qian Lianshan. He said, as expected of Chairman Qian, in such a short time, you've already arranged for the paid commenters. The focus of public opinion online is gradually shifting to doubting Sumo's identity. He frowned and replied, that's nothing. The important thing is Sumo alive or dead? I can only sleep soundly when that guy is dead. The envoy said confidently, a total of 600 hunters, organized into 10 scout teams, have entered the blast zone. We'll have results soon. The scene then shifts to the outskirts of Chishan City. Smoke billowed everywhere. Everything was in ruins, when suddenly the footsteps of scout teams could be heard. Hu An said, is this what a nuclear explosion looks like? It's a total disaster. Just the outer perimeter has this level of destruction. Another member asked, can we really find the target's remains? 7 nuclear warheads. Chu Mo was probably vaporized in the blast. Hu An replied, come on, don't say such unlucky things. I didn't come here for some measly investigation bonus. If we can find the body of Chumo, we'll be rich. Even if he's alive, he's definitely heavily injured, and taking him out is worth an even bigger bounty. The captain's voice came through everyone's radios. Attention all units. We're about to enter the hazardous blast zone center. 30 minutes of protective gear time remaining. If the target is not found within 15 minutes, we must retreat immediately. Everyone replied, yes, Captain, and then split up to act. Over here, AI was still thinking about going home and eating roasted chicken legs. Master, how much longer are you going to sleep? The system reported, Samadhi True Fire's body modification progress is at 50% and has exceeded the body's tolerance limit. It is currently breaking down. She looked at him with an expression of admiration. Suddenly, the system prompted, detecting that you were attacked, the damage transfer function has been activated. Her dazed expression turned to anger as she said, what the hell? I've been wanting to say this from the very beginning. What kind of weird ability is this? All the pain is on me, I have to bear it all, right? But it's like this every single time. It's just too much. Squad 3 leader reporting, target spotted. The target appears unharmed on the surface, suspected to be in a comatose and immobile state. The demonic beast next to the target is kneeling on the ground, appearing to be in great pain. It's suspected to have sustained injuries from the explosion. Current coordinates have been synced, requesting backup. Huan ran ahead, yelling, to hell with backup. The captain shouted, Huan, get back here. Are you disobeying a direct order? He replied, one target is comatose. The other is critically injured. I don't want to miss this golden opportunity. I want Chumo to kick the bucket so I can take the entire bounty. Others in the squad also rushed forward. Sorry, Captain. We don't want to pass up this chance either. The captain said helplessly, I can't believe this. You bastards see money and your eyes light up? Fine, let's all go together. Huan laughed. Captain, I knew you couldn't resist either. Let's charge in. Meanwhile, was still kneeling and clutching her chest in agony. She kept repeating, pain, pain, the enemy's pain. You've come at the perfect time, she screamed. You free punching bags, come and feel my pain too. A flash of light appeared, followed by a massive sound, and dust and smoke filled the air. From a distance, a member of another squad said angrily, those bastards from Squad 3, we agreed to surround and capture Chumo together, but they ended up attacking on their own. Someone else replied, it must be because Chumok is seriously injured. They want to be the first to get him. We have to speed up, don't let them take the bounty for themselves. The scene changes to a basement, where an envoy from the Alliance Corporation is listening to a report from a walkie-talkie. Third squad has lost signal, no signs of life. Second squad has lost contact. Fourth squad and then fifth squad. After hearing this, Qian Lianshan said angrily, that's enough. Your useless hunters were all taken down by the invincible Chu Mo. Is that what you're saying? He was still listening to the report. 7th Squad, this is Huasi, captain of the 7th Squad, reporting to headquarters. We have arrived at the designated location of the 3rd Squad. There are signs of a battle on the ground, but we haven't found the target, Chu Mo, nor have we found any human remains. Over 10 squads of hunters seem to have vanished. Qi and Lian Shen asked suspiciously. Vanished? Could they have perished along with Chu Mo? Or did the heavily injured Chu Mo escape? He said angrily. Former chairman, it's rare to see you so optimistic. He could wipe out over 10 hunter squads in an instant. It's very likely Sumo wasn't injured at all, even by humanity's most powerful weapon. Nuclear bombs mean nothing to him. He frowned. If he wasn't injured, why would he leave? Wouldn't finishing off the remaining hunter squads be a piece of cake for him? He turned to leave. Who knows? Maybe compared to dealing with those hunters, he has more important things to do. He asked with some suspicion. What did you say? The messenger stopped and turned back to reply. For instance, he might be preparing to slaughter the chairman of the Consortium Alliance, or perhaps deal with the one who causes him the most trouble, which is me. Of course, the most likely possibility is still capturing the person who hurt his sister. Who told you to use his sister as a test subject? Kai Lianshin was terrified. Wait, are you leaving? Didn't you say you'd protect me? If you go, what will I do? He turned and walked away, saying, you can try praying, not to the gods, but to Sumo. The scene shifts back to the surface. Passersby were gossiping, what the hell is going on? The subway has stopped running, and the roads are all jammed. What's happening? Someone else said. Buddy, haven't you watched the news? The Consortium Alliance dropped 7 nuclear bombs and couldn't even scratch. Sumo. It's our bad luck for being so close to Kishan City. Now, all the corporations around Kishan City are frantically pulling out, or else it'll be chaos. We're still lucky. Some places have lost power and water, and there's no telling when it'll be restored. The man sighed. What's next for this crazy world? Are we going to have a civil war before the beasts even attack? Another person said, a civil war with Sumo. Are they even worthy? The Consortium Alliance's stock prices have hit rock bottom, and the 4 great cultivation sects are acting like dead dogs, not daring to say a word, just playing dead. What a bunch of losers. The Consortium, the 4 great sects, and even Sumo are not good people. I heard Sumo has colluded with the beasts and is preparing to sell out our world. An older man said, your information is outdated. The internet is buzzing with rumors that Sumo is the chairman of the Bright Society. The Bright Society has always secretly controlled the world's economy and finances, and only when a world-ending disaster like the beast invasion occurred to clean up the mess made by the Consortium and the cultivators did Sumo step onto the stage. Someone else replied, that's nonsense. I have exclusive info that proves Sumo is one of the TT people from deep space. The TT people have always been secretly infiltrating human society, becoming famous politicians, businessmen, and stars. The TT people, led by Sumo, already consider our world their property, which is why they're standing up against the beasts. A girl didn't believe it. Isn't Sumo a mutant? And a member of an animal protection organization who only got his superhuman abilities after being bitten by a spider. Everyone laughed. You actually believe something like that? The girl ignored them and said, as if your news is any more believable. The scene shifts to a remote city. Hanling said to Sumo, all over the world, everyone is watching your every move, and your next plan for the consortium. Who would have guessed you'd come to this remote city? He looked at his phone and read, the Bright Society, the TT people, in the Animal Protection Organization. Your online trolls seem to be writing some interesting stuff. He laughed, and there's also the mutant theory. Hanling replied, don't blame me for this. The Consortium Alliance is currently going all out, spreading rumors about your connection to the beasts. To prevent ordinary people from believing their rumors, I had no choice but to spread even more junk information. Sumo said seriously, all right, no more joking around. Have you investigated what I asked you to? He replied. Are you underestimating me, Hanling? Any intel I want, I can definitely get. Chumo, this place is the origin of you and your sister. The scene shifts to the orphanage. He walked in, to the amazement of the young children. Is this the place? The kids shouted. It's Chumo. It's really Chumo. We actually get to meet him. So cool. The kids were ecstatic. Can we take a picture together? I want to hang our photo on the wall. We all watch your live streams. Don't listen to the haters online. We support you. He was flustered. Hey, everyone, calm down a bit. One at a time, please. The kids asked him, I want to be as strong as you. Is there a secret? I really like your windbreaker. Can I touch it? Chumo laughed. You like my windbreaker, you've got good taste. If you want to touch it, go ahead. Everyone rushed over to touch it. This is awesome. I want to touch it too. This feels great. While the kids were getting excited, Director Shi walked over and coughed lightly. It's rest time now. Why are you kids not back in your rooms to sleep? A mischievous pink-haired girl said, you stinky old man, my idol is here. I don't want to sleep. The director called out to Chu Mo. He stood up, looked at the director, and replied, "Director Shi, it's been a long time." The two went into the director's office to talk. He started, "I truly never expected that this little orphanage of ours could raise a great hero, a great man like you. This whole time, you've been the center of the world's attention. To suddenly visit this humble orphanage of ours, you must have an important reason, right?" Chu Mo said, "Director Shi, I'll just ask a few questions and then I'll be on my way. I won't cause any trouble. I want to know about my origins." He began to think, then answered, "On a rainy night more than 10 years ago, you were left at the orphanage's doorstep. With so much time having passed, finding your parents has become even more difficult." He said, "If they can't be found, then forget it. Honestly, I don't really care much. What about my sister? What do you know about her?" Director Shi's tone grew anxious. "You're talking about Chu Yun? You surely know more about her than I do. Don't tell me something happened to her." Chu Mo looked at him and said, "Director Shi, the less you know, the safer you'll be. Just tell me everything you know." He began to explain. Due to a fire, her entire family was wiped out. Only Chu Yun was fortunate enough to survive and was brought here to the orphanage. Even though she faced such a tragedy, she remained optimistic and was a natural leader. She was respected by the other children from a young age, but the one thing that baffled everyone was how much she cared about you. You were a loner, and you were strange too. You didn't push away Chu Yun's attempts to get close. Later on, I sort of figured it out. Perhaps she saw in you the image of her little brother who died in that fire. She saw you as her own little brother, but she was incredibly insistent. If anyone wanted to adopt her, they had to adopt you too. It's just that you were quite fierce back then, with a very strong rebellious streak. So in the end, every potential adoptive family gave up until that wicked family showed up." He looked at the director and continued, "The cannibal family? And you just handed 2 kids over to that kind of criminal?" Director Shi said through his tears, "I'm so sorry. I have lived in regret ever since that day for not seeing the true colors of that adoptive family. That ruthless madman murdered more than a dozen children. It wasn't until the case was reported in the news that I finally learned the truth. I tried to look for you too, but there were no leads whatsoever. Thank God you two are still okay." He stood up excitedly. "Is Chu Yun all right now?" He replied, "She's been sick for the past 2 years, but I've already found a cure. It will definitely work." The scene shifts to a remote city at night. Xiachu asks Hanling, "Is it over?" He replies, "Chu Mo left a long time ago." "What? Ever since Chu Mo beat you up? You don't want to see him anymore? Such a twisted personality." Xiachu asks about Chu Mo's condition. "What are you talking about? I'm not intentionally avoiding him. How is he doing now?" Hanling replies, "How is Chu Mo doing now?" Chu Mo went in to talk with the director for half an hour, then got surrounded by the orphanage kids and played with them for a whole hour. When Chu Mo left, he looked exhausted, saying he didn't want to see any more children for a while. He laughs, "I can't believe a stoic guy like him can't handle kids. What an unexpected pleasure to find out Chu Mo's weakness." He turns and asks back, "Is it that funny? That orphanage was shut down 15 years ago for selling children as products. The director of the orphanage, Shi, also ended his life here, and no one was willing to renovate a place with such a bad reputation, so it was abandoned. To this day, there couldn't possibly be any children here." The two of them push the door open and enter the orphanage, and a wave of dust hits them. Hanling asks, "Do you sense anything strange, like spiritual energy, magic, or anything else?" He covers his nose and says, "Absolutely nothing. This place is just an ordinary orphanage that's been abandoned for a very long time. So why would Chumo lie?" He wipes his hand across a table, revealing a thick layer of dust, and replies, "A lie? I don't think Chumo was lying, at least not to me. He wouldn't tell such an easily exposed lie." Xiachu follows behind, wondering, "You mean he actually saw the dead director and an orphanage that no longer exists?" Hanling says, "I have a rough idea, but it still needs to be confirmed. Compared to Chumo, his sister Chu Yun is more of a problem." In a classroom of the orphanage, Hanling continues, "We can't confirm the location of Chu Yun's dorm room back then, so we'll have to use this classroom instead. She probably spent enough time in here anyway." He asks, "Did you bring the Hanshin incense?" He takes out an item and replies, "This is the Hanshin incense. After it's lit, for 5 minutes, it can conjure Chu Yun's past apparition here, but it needs an object she loved as a catalyst." He takes a wooden horse out of his bag, this wasn't easy to find, and sets it down, saying, "This was Chu Yun's favorite toy before she came to the orphanage. Light the Hanshin incense." Xiachu lights it, and plumes of smoke begin to drift from a corner of the classroom. There's a little girl sitting and drawing a picture. Hanling sees her and says, "It seems Chumo's sister was still alive at this point." Xiachu is astonished. "You had me use the precious Hanshin incense just for something like this?" He rests his chin on his hand and says, "I think next we'll also need to go to the cannibal's house that took Chumo in, as well as the house where Chumo lived when he was young, and use the Hanshin incense 2 more times." "Is there enough Hongshan incense left?" He replies, "There's enough Hongshan incense, but we can't use it. The Hongshan incense can only be used if the location is perfectly preserved." The cannibal's house was destroyed the night Chu Mo escaped, and the house Chu Mo used to live in was dug up 3 feet deep by the corporate alliance and the cultivators for their investigation. It was severely damaged. Is Chu Yun, that comatose patient in the bed, really that important? Hanling smiles, "So they were all destroyed? What a coincidence. I've investigated, and in the time before Chu Yun entered the orphanage, she left behind many traces of her life, like handicrafts, drawings, and diaries. Her relatives also had a pretty clear impression of her, but during the time after she was adopted by the cannibal demon, Chu Yun's image became blurry, with no school or work records, seemingly always relying on odd jobs and running a street stall. To support herself and raise Chu Mo, I asked the people who used to run stalls with Chu Yun. Their impression of Chu Yun was very vague. The old lady selling fruit said, "Chu Yun, I remember she was a very hardworking girl. Every day, she would come before 6 in the morning to set up her stall and sell small trinkets, and she didn't know how to dress herself up. She had short hair." Wait, was it short hair? I don't think I remember very clearly. The old man also had a vague memory of Chu Yun. She ran a stall in our market for 2 to 3 years. But what did she sell? Han Ling picked up the wooden horse and continued speaking. "Do you realize how strange this is? She clearly had a tragic background and the image of a determined, hardworking person. Chu Yun should have been someone who stood out wherever she went, yet no one can clearly describe what kind of person Chu Yun was. That includes Chu Mo, who seems to have lost most of his memories of her. That's why he asked me to investigate his and his sister's background." Xia Zhou asked, "Have you told Chu Mo any of this?" Han Ling laughed. "How could I? Have you forgotten that Chu Mo previously declared war on the corporate alliance? Chu Mo once said his sister was the only reason he fought, cleared dungeons, and saved the world. If we tell Chu Mo the truth, we'll end up with a savior who is broken, disillusioned, and might even go insane. So who's going to save the world then?" Xia Zhou crossed his arms and voiced his suspicion. "So you think Chu Mo is insane?" Han Ling handed him an iPad, telling him to take it. This is the police file related to the cannibal demon's home. On the night the cannibal demon was taken down, a rescue worker found a child who was too terrified to speak. The rescue worker planned to keep the child to find out what happened, but the kid escaped during the chaos. That was the only child survivor the police found at the cannibal demon's house. Next is my theory. That night, Chu Mo's beloved sister died saving him, and he might have disguised himself as her, taking on odd jobs to survive. Maybe his obsession was so intense that his sister became a hyper-realistic illusion. Xia Zhou asked doubtfully, "Create a real illusion? With Chu Mo's strength and talent, it's not impossible. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. At least, keeping this secret is a good thing for Chu Mo, for us, and for the entire world." Han Ling mocked him. "You're really too naive. What I just said was the most harmless theory. Let's assume Chu Yun really died that night, and Chu Mo is perfectly sane. Then who is Chu Mo's comatose sister right now?" The scene shifts to a lit house, where inside, Yu Tong is treating Chu Yun. She spoke up, "This is strange." Chu Mo immediately asked Yu Tong, "Has my sister's condition worsened?" She replied, "No, it's the opposite. I told you before that your sister's body has already fully recovered. The reason for her coma was the demonic beast aura on her body, which couldn't be eradicated, but my previous diagnosis was wrong. It's not that the demonic beast aura can't be eradicated, but rather that your sister's body is continuously producing it. That's what created the illusion that the demonic beast aura was irremovable." Chu Mo asked again, "My sister isn't being corroded by the demonic beast aura, she's producing it. Isn't that even worse?" She replied, "That's not it. Comparing her condition to the previous treatments, the rate of demonic beast aura generation has decreased by about 30 to 40%. The change occurred after clearing the secret realm for the 3rd time." He said, "Does that mean if we can achieve final victory in the secret realm war, my sister can make a full recovery and wake up from her coma?" Vu Dong replied, "Every victory in the secret realm continuously weakens our world's connection with the other world. If we achieve the final victory and sever the connection with the other world, then your sister should be able to wake up. No, it might not take that long. I already have a direction for a cure. If I can find more victims of the Consortium Alliance's human experiments and study the changes that happen to them, I might be able to cure your sister." Chu Mok turned to leave. "I understand. I'll go find them now." She said, "I know you care about your sister, but this is too much. Where are you going to find people at this hour?" As they reached the living room, he answered, "Han Ling just sent me President Qian's address. As long as we capture President Qian and string him up, we can quickly force him to reveal the details of the other victims." Ai who was watching her computer, said, "Master, may the winds be in your favor." Only then did he look up and ask her, When did you wake up? Are you feeling better?" She replied, "Master, thank you for your concern. I only took damage from the explosion 6 times. It was nothing serious at all. I woke up 3 hours ago. I didn't expect you to notice so quickly. It truly touches me. Chumo said, seeing you in such high spirits puts my mind at ease. Since you're awake and have nothing to do, help me deliver a package at 12 o'clock tonight. AI looked bored. Oh, what a joy. After taking blast damage for you, I then had to cut down over 100 Consortium Alliance hunters, and I haven't even had a single chicken leg. Now, I immediately get a new mission. What a wonderful reward. Wudong patted her head and said, all right, I can handle the delivery. Little AI has already worked so hard, just rest at home. Wait for me to come back and I'll bring your favorite roasted chicken leg. By the way, what clip are you watching? AI replied, the Secret Realm livestream in Luyunian City. I was unconscious for a long time. I need to make sure I didn't say anything I shouldn't have on the livestream. Oh, it's just gotten to your part. Want to watch? Then AI turned the iPad towards Wudong. At that moment, she, as the leader of the Black Dragon gang, was saying, enough nonsense, capture Chumo for me. Captain Chumo, I will make you my gang leader's wife. She blushed with embarrassment and shouted, did I really say that? And did I really do that? AI, with a fake look of surprise, praised, so impressive. After that you did something even more outrageous, master. Wudong, red with anger, said, that's enough. Stop it, don't play it anymore. AI said, I don't want to. I still need to watch the rest to confirm if I said anything forbidden. She lunged for the iPad, but AI dodged. As the two chased each other around, Chumo saw this and immediately made a hasty escape. I'll be heading out first. Remember to deliver the package for me on time. The scene shifts to the Qian Jun group. Suddenly a wall explodes, and Qian Lianshan is already standing there as if waiting for him. Chumo, you've finally come. The hard drive on the table contains all of Qian Jun's human experiment documents, conducted under the orders of the Financial Alliance. It includes all the data on your sister. I think you'll need it. You walk in confidently and say, not a single guard in sight, and you're even cooperating by handing over the documents I need. Do you really think I'll let you off the hook for that? Qian Lianshan laughs maniacally. Ask for your forgiveness? I never even considered that, after all. I was the one in charge of the experiments. I am the enemy who hurt your sister, Chumo. I hate you, but I hate those bastards from the Financial Alliance more. The Beast Fusion experiment was a plan, pushed forward by everyone in the Financial Alliance, but they abandoned me, deliberately leaking my whereabouts just as you came looking for me. The hunters from the Financial Alliance have already arrived in Donghai City. They don't have the guts to face you directly, so they plan to kidnap your sister and the cultivator who helps you, Yutong, to use as hostages. I can die, but if I help you, you have to do one thing for me. Chumo, send every last person from the Financial Alliance down to meet me. The scene shifts to Donghai City, where Lazy and a line of security guards stand behind him, angrily saying, over 100 hunters entering Donghai City at once. Does the Financial Alliance want to declare war on us? I'll say it again, get the hell back to where you came from. The Financial Alliance's envoy replies, Chairman Lazy, you must be joking. We have always deeply respected the Dongvan Financial Group, and we have no desire for conflict with you, but surely you know why we're here. Our only enemy is Chumo. Lazy sternly says to the Financial Alliance's combatant, to never set foot in Donghai City. That is the agreement between the Financial Alliance and our Dongvan Financial Group. The envoy smiles and says, to be precise, that was an agreement between the Financial Alliance and the strongest hunter, Zhao Shi. But Zhao Shi is dead now. Without Zhao Shi, does the Dongvan Financial Group still have the right to speak to us as equals? Lazy crosses his arms and asks, what a waste of time. After all this talk, you still want to fight? He replies, no, you've misunderstood. At the very least, we won't openly break ties with the Dongvan Financial Group. After all, even now, Zhao Shi is still a heroic idol in the hearts of many hunters. Lazy looks on with contempt. What the hell? Are we fighting or not? Can you be clear? If you don't want a war, then get the hell back to where you came from. I already said that, didn't I? One of the hunters there says, you still don't get it? The mission for me and these other hunters is just to keep you here. As long as we do nothing, we can maintain a superficial peace. He continues, even if thousands of hunters have quietly entered Donghai City at this very moment, it has nothing to do with the Financial Alliance. Don't worry, we use Chairman Qian as bait to lure Chu Mo elsewhere. Here there's only Chu Mo's sister and the cultivator who always helps, Chu Mo, and maybe his pet beast. The level of destruction in Donghai City will be kept to a minimum. Lazy is speechless at this. Resorting to taking hostages when you can't win a fair fight, this guy is truly scum. He roars, you're too naive, Chairman Lazy. The Financial Alliance will never forget Zhao Shi, the monster who single-handedly upset the balance of the entire world. Therefore, we will not allow another uncontrollable monster like him to exist. The scene shifts to another location in Donghai City. Wutong placed the package Chu Mo gave her on the ground and mumbled, According to the note Chumak left, I should be fine. This package is so strange, leaving this rock here at 12 o'clock at night and nothing has happened. Did I put it in the wrong place? Suddenly, a purple light flashed in the sky. Rushing over was Lazy. He said, "This is great, I've finally found you." She asked blankly, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" "Oh right, are you here to pick up the package?" He said impatiently. "What package?" "No, forget the package for now. Those scumbags are about to arrive. It's not just you. Chumak's sister is also their target. Is Chumak's sister at your house now? It seems like there's a magic barrier set up so they can't get in. I'm not sure if those scumbags will use brute force to destroy your house directly, in which case Chumak's sister would be in great danger. This place isn't safe either. Come with me." She said blankly, "Wait, you're talking too fast. You're not even breathing. I can't understand a word you're saying." Just then, he placed a hand on his chest and said, "I'm sorry. This is a side effect of my ability. For a period of time after exiting my time acceleration state, my body gets disoriented, and my speaking speed also increases. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the president of the Dongyun Corporation, Lazy." Wu Tong's face darkened, so the corporation came to find me while Chumak is away. "You want me to hand over Chumak's sister? Dream on." He tried to explain. "Miss Wu Tong, please calm down. Our Dongyun Corporation is not on the same side as the Alliance Corporation. Have you forgotten? After the first secret realm ended, Chumak's sister was kidnapped, and we were the ones who helped find her. Tonight, hunters from the Alliance Corporation have invaded Donghai City, and their targets are you and Chumak's sister. Please lead me to Chu Yun. I will provide protection for you both." As she prepared to attack, she said, "The Dongyun Corporation. I remember you did help back then, but the situation now is completely different. I can't fully trust you. Besides, the corporation's hunters can't harm Chumak's sister." Lazy explained worriedly. "I know Chumak has a beast by his side. Perhaps it's protecting Chu Yun, but this time, there are at least over 1,000 hunters who have entered Donghai City. Even if that beast is powerful enough, it will be very difficult to protect Chu Yun from the attacks of so many hunters." Suddenly, the rock began to glow. Lazy wondered, "What is this?" Monsters crawled out, laughing and saying, "The immortal realm. This must be the immortal realm. I've finally ascended to immortality." The monster leader laughed and replied, "No, this is Luyun City. In Luyun City, 1,000 years later, people dressed like they were from 1,000 years ago suddenly appeared. They said in confusion, 'My last memory is of a terrifying white light that enveloped all of Luyun City.' One person asked fearfully, Could it be that we're already dead?" Another person replied, "You mean we've become ghosts? That's impossible. I can still feel my body and I'm still breathing." Ancient people appeared wandering in the middle of the human city. They mumbled, "I want to go home. Where is home?" Yutong was both worried and confused. Just as those monsters left, a new group of ancient people arrived. "Just how many people are hidden inside the stone Sumo gave me?" Lazy said. "Logically speaking, weapons from the secret realm can't be brought into the real world. The humans and monsters of all of Luyun City, this has broken the rules of the secret realm." She asked, "You mean they all came from Luyun City?" He explained, "Don't you have any recollection?" Which makes sense. Except for Chumo, almost all the saviors lost consciousness in the secret realm this time. These ancient people were all ordinary citizens of Luyun City several thousand years ago. These monsters are pitiful people, tricked by an illusion demon into thinking they had become immortals. As Lazy was explaining, Hebo appeared, and he added, "It seems my worries were for nothing. Chumo must have anticipated the conglomerate's attack, and that's why he summoned these monsters to deal with them. Chumo is truly the strongest savior. The citizens were terrified upon seeing the monsters. The monsters searched while cursing. Chumo, that sinister trickster, Chumo, is the evil god from another world in this city? Getting him 100 times isn't enough. That bastard not only tricked us, turning us into monsters, he even forced us to kill the people of Luyun City. Everyone fled in terror, screaming for help. There are monsters, help. This is insane. Why are the monsters from the live stream here?" Sizu asked. "Hey sugar blower, stop hiding it, tell us where we can find Chumo." The old man standing next to Hebo said, "This city has Chumo's scent, but it's very faint. He's not here right now. But you all must remember the demon beast next to Chumo that looks like a little white-haired girl, right?" A monster clutched its stomach laughing. "Of course we remember. Hebo, that delusional fool, even wanted to marry her. And he ended up getting beaten to a pulp by that demon beast. It was hilarious." Hebo roared, "That was because I was careless. Who could have guessed that little girl would suddenly erupt with such immense power? If we fought again, I absolutely would not lose." The sugar blower said, "Your chance is coming. That demon beast is on the street ahead. I can also sense many people gathering towards that demon beast, and they also have corrupted beast power on them." A monster roared, "What are those damn demon beasts trying to do to our world again? No, this isn't our world. Does this world even need us anymore? The old man said. Don't overthink it, just focus on revenge. Although the Lu Yun city I wanted to protect is gone, the demon beasts still exist. The demon beasts are still ravaging our world. There's only one thing we need to do, and that is to get revenge on the demon beasts and the evil god Chu Mo. The monsters all shouted in unison, revenge on the demon beasts and the evil god Chu Mo. Fires began to break out in the city. Lazy's security team was standing by. Someone asked, "We're screwed. The fighting has started inside the city. Should we go back to support Chairman Lazy?" The other person replied, "No. Chairman Lazy ordered us to stay here to stall these hunters. We cannot disobey his orders." Elsewhere, a hunter asked the general captain's envoy, "Chairman Qian of the Qianzheng conglomerate is dead. Chu Mo could return at any moment, and Chairman Lazy of the Dongyun conglomerate is also preparing to stop our actions. Are we really going to wait here for the results?" He replied, "What's the rush? Chu Mo's position has been confirmed." Over 1,000 hunters launched a coordinated attack. No matter how fast Chairman Lazy was, he was still just one person, completely helpless. The outcome was decided. Suddenly, something was thrown over. It was a person impaled on a pole. The two panicked and asked the captain of Squad 13 what had happened, and he replied, "The monsters from the livestream secret realm and the monsters from Lu Yun City are all here. They're attacking us. This is a trap, Sumo's trap." The scene shifts to Wu Tong's house, where Han Ling says to Xia Zhou, "The hunters from the Alliance are about to arrive. Are you ready?" He replied, "With over 1,000 high-level hunters, even if that pet monster Sumo is raising is also here, I'm not sure I can guarantee Sumo's sister's safety." He laughed and said, "Listen to yourself. Your only mission is to assist the pet monster Sumo is raising. Did you really think you could handle 1,000 hunters on your own? In a battle this dangerous, just making it out alive would be impressive enough." Xia Zhou asked, "Can't we take Sumo's sister away now? Su Yun is hiding too many secrets, and before we confirm the truth, we should try to avoid any unexpected trouble," Han Ling explained. "If we had taken Sumo's sister a few hours earlier, it would only make Sumo more suspicious of us, wondering how we could predict the Alliance's actions and not tell him. Taking Su Yun away now is also pointless. Surrounded by 1,000 people, it's going to be a tough fight no matter where we run. And more importantly, adding flowers to brocade is never as moving as offering timely help." It was then that he realized, a few hours ago, "So you knew this whole time? Wait a minute. Did you intentionally arrange for the Alliance's hunters to attack Su Yun? If Sumo finds out you arranged all of this, wouldn't that be terrible?" He explained. "To gain Sumo's trust, taking a risk like this is a matter of course. Only when we risk our lives to save his sister will he allow us to get close to Su Yun, and only then can we investigate her secrets." Xia Zhou said, "Even so, 1,000 high-level hunters is way too many. Couldn't you have arranged for fewer of them to come?" Han Ling replied, "What? Did you really think the Alliance would listen to my commands? The Guildmaster's hiding spot, getting the info fee for that was way too easy, so I guessed it was bait meant to lure us in to kidnap Su Yun. Over 1,000 high-level hunters, the Alliance is really going all out. This must be every asset they have, but this number is still within my calculations." He took out his phone and said, "They're here." He replied, "Got it. I'll take it from here." Han Ling suddenly said in a panic, "Wait." Xia Zhou grumbled, "What now? Can't you just say everything at once?" He saw He, Bo, and the horde of monsters passing in front of them, heading toward Wu Tong's house, and he panicked. "The monsters from Lu Yun City? Why are they appearing here?" he said with concern. "What the hell? You never said these monsters would be coming too. I remember from the livestream secret realm. The attitude of those monsters towards Sumo was absolutely not friendly. What if the hunters and these monsters attack Sumo together?" He asked Han Ling, "Please tell me, was this also part of your plan?" Han Ling's face darkened. Who could possibly plan for monsters from a secret realm to appear in the real world? This is bad, really bad. If something unexpected happens to Su Yun and Sumo breaks down, then this world is done for. The monsters and the group of hunters, they started fighting each other, which made Xia Zhou wonder, what is this? The hunters and monsters are fighting. Han Ling said it seemed like their business here was over, and he replied that it probably was. The captain and Huai De fled. He asked the captain, "If we storm Donghai City directly like this, will there be any problems? Won't it break the unspoken agreement between the Dongyun Consortium and the Consortium Alliance?" He replied that it didn't matter anymore. The kidnapping of Chu Yun absolutely could not be stopped. He urged him on, saying, "Speed up, Huai De, we're almost there." He turned back to call for Huai De, unable to believe his eyes, as he was being held in Hebo's mouth, and below them, the Candyman asked, "Huai De, are you talking about this one?" The captain gritted his teeth and said, "You disgusting monsters, wouldn't it be better to just die quietly in the dust of history? Why must you come and stop me?" The old man pointed at him and retorted, "Stop you? Let me ask you this instead, you humans. Why must you side with the demonic beasts? becoming dogs for the evil god Chu Mo. He was stunned. Dogs of Chu Mo? Could it be that your target is also Chu Mo, that you came here for revenge against Chu Mo? The Candyman laughed. Are you trying to say you are also preparing to launch an attack on Chu Mo? Do you think I would believe you? I could smell the demonized beast power on you from thousands of meters away. The envoy tried to explain, no, we are allies. We really are allies. If only we joined forces. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. He clutched his throat and said with a broken voice, I can't breathe. Stop your ability quickly. We don't need to fight. Please listen to my explanation. The old man said, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything. At that moment, the light passed through all the hunters. They all collapsed, screaming for help and not understanding what had happened, their bodies unable to move. Chumo appeared, saying, you're all having quite a lively fight. Who gave you permission to disturb my sister's rest? In another corner, a hunter was casting an ability. The barrier was already open. He stared intently at Chumo, thinking, great, just one more step to grab the target and the bounty will be mine. Move for me. Why won't my body obey? He appeared behind him, startling him. Until now, I have restrained myself for the sake of world stability. Chumo swiftly finished him off and continued speaking to the terrified hunters. It seems this has caused you to have some sort of misunderstanding about me, even giving you the courage to ambush my sister. He used his ability and said, from now on, this world will only obey one voice. The entire city fell silent, the hunters trembled, the battle hadn't even begun, and the 1,000 hunters had nearly lost all will to fight, paralyzed by fear. One of the hunters tried to use his ability, but it failed. He thought, this is insane. My ability is being suppressed to its absolute limit. I can't even imagine how strong Chumo is now. Yao Jin tried to use a psychic link to connect with the captain. Captain, can you hear me? He stood up, apparently having heard the psychic link. Is that you, Yao Jin? Yao Jin replied, it's me, Captain. What do we do now? He said, use your ability to inform all the hunters we're launching a final, desperate attack. Unless Chumo completely disregards civilian casualties and uses a large-scale attack. Otherwise, there's absolutely no way he can kill all of us at once. Besides, we only need one person to capture Chumo's sister, and we'll win. This is the only path to survival. Yao Jin, still trembling, replied, Commander, but the hunters are all affected by fear and can't move. He activated his ability and said, use your psychic link to channel my ability and resonate mass frenzy through 1,000 hunters. Yao Jin, you can do it. Yao Jin replied anxiously, theoretically, it's possible, but Commander, your body can't handle linking with so many people. You'll likely die before the mass frenzy even takes effect. He roared, shut up and follow the order. Yao Jin had no choice but to obey, yes sir, and initiated the link under the commander's flaming aura. They stood up and roared. He clenched his fist and said, mass frenzy. Just then, Chumo's footsteps approached. He sneered, a nice struggle. The man laughed maniacally, you're too late. My ability has already been activated. Chumo, in this godless world, you want to become a god among men? The Conglomerate Alliance will not allow it. Humanity will not allow it, and this world will not allow it. He gave the order. All hunters, listen up. Even if you die the next second, keep moving for me. He turned towards Hebo, and the sugar blower man continuing his command, and you, the spirits of Flowing Cloud City, listen to me. If you still want revenge on Chumo, then help us. The target is Chumo's sister. Chumo said, silence, then raised his hand and snapped. Just like that, the commander was dead. The hunters charging forward met the same fate. Chumo put a finger to his lips, signaling, you're being too loud. You'll disturb my sister. The old sugar blower man couldn't even process what had just happened. Dead? He looked at the hunters sprawled everywhere in fear. All dead? These human traitors with their beastification powers were killed by Chumo in a way I can't even imagine. Weren't they the dogs of the evil god Chumo? Why would he attack his own subordinates? Chumo said, this is Donghai City, a city built on a pile of ruins. In your era, those ruins were once Flowing Cloud City. Purple energy emanated from him. It enveloped the monsters of Flowing Cloud City. In the Lost Land, you not only experienced the cycle of time, but also developed your own consciousness. For the return of the Lost Land, I made a deal with Flowing Cloud City. This city is benevolent, caring for the life born here, so it wanted to save you, to let you return to the world that you belong to. The old sugar blower man was terrified. Are we insane? To dare challenge someone so far beyond our league. He's on a completely different dimensional level. Chumo stood before him and said, according to my pact with Flowing Cloud City, I have brought you back to reality, thus fulfilling the contract. The old man looked at him. You're the one who saved us? Chumo looked back, out of consideration for your tragic lives. I was originally going to set you free, but you dared to ally with the conglomerate's hunters and disturb my sister's peace. The old man's face turned pale with fear, and he knelt, saying, Hunters? You mean those humans with ferocious beastification powers? We were just passing by. We have nothing to do with them. In fact, we were fighting against them. We absolutely have no intention of being your enemy. Sumo looked at him. No, you're lying. Do you want to die again? The scene shifts to the Consortium Alliance's meeting room, where Chairman Shi slams his hand on the table and shouts, "Useless. A bunch of useless trash. It's been 1 day since the attack on— Can anyone tell me where Sumo is and what he plans to do?" They were using a new type of projection equipment for the meeting. Chairman Ma spoke first. At that time, Chairman Shi, you were the temporary commander of the Consortium Alliance. Surely you have something to say to us. Under your orders to capture Sumo's sister, more than half of the Alliance's high-level hunters went to Donghai City to throw their lives away without achieving a single thing. Chairman Shi replied, Chairman Ma, you couldn't wait, could you? Are you that eager to become the new commander? What we're facing right now is the greatest crisis since the founding of the Consortium Alliance. Sumo's counterattack could inflict devastating losses on us. Chairman Shu agreed. Chairman Shi is right, now is not the time for assigning blame or for infighting. We must unite and cooperate to come up with the best defense plan. I'll share the intel I have first. The monsters from Luyun City are now roaming the streets of Donghai City. They are coexisting peacefully with the residents of Donghai City, even proactively helping locals who are in trouble. But if anyone tries to investigate Sumo or get near his residence, they are attacked by the monsters. The spies I sent were almost all captured by the monsters, and I've lost contact. Those monsters are incredibly powerful, and at the same time, they completely obey Sumo's commands. Donghai City has completely become Sumo's personal backyard. Chairman Lin spoke up. Chairman Shu, stop spouting nonsense. Just launch the nukes, launch as many as we have, and flatten Donghai City. His face darkened as he analyzed, please, stop joking. We've already confirmed that nuclear bombs don't inflict significant damage on Sumo, so even if we destroy Donghai City and wipe out his monster army, we still won't be safe. The blast would kill Sumo's sister, and we would have to face a Sumo with nothing left to lose, completely focused on revenge. Chairman Lin laughed. Chairman Shu, are you seriously still thinking about how to deal with Sumo? There's no chance left. All I want to do is kill the people Sumo cares about before he kills us. Suddenly, there was a disturbance on Chairman Lin's end, and he screamed, Who are you? How did you get in here? Get out! Chairman Shu called out, Chairman Lin, what's happening over there? Do you need any help? The projection hadn't updated yet, but a voice came through. Unfortunately, he's unable to answer you at the moment. Why isn't the image showing up? This is supposed to be the latest projection equipment, yet it's so difficult to use. The image that finally appeared was of Han Ling. He said, the image has finally loaded. I suppose I don't need to introduce myself. Chairman Shi spoke up, Han Ling, you traitor to the consortium, you annoying pest. You have a good father. He used his own life to pardon all of your crimes. Are you in that much of a hurry to die? He said, there's no need to get so worked up. I'm just here to deliver a message from Sumo to all of you. You have 3 days. Submit to Sumo and obey his commands. If you refuse, then the Consortium Alliance will no longer need to exist. Somewhere, 2 shadowy figures were talking. The one with a monstrous appearance said, a direct confrontation would just be a meaningless death. We must pretend to submit to Sumo to find a chance to kill that evil god. He made a contemptuous expression and pointed at the old candy seller, saying, That's what you said last night, right? Hearing the monster criticize him like that, the old man broke into a sweat, raised his hand to pretend to stroke his beard, and replied, Ahem, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Have you also seen the replay of the Secret Realms livestream clip? Lord Sumo is wholeheartedly dedicated to saving the world. Giving it his all, he is a great savior. The monster looked at the old man suspiciously and said, Lord Sumo, you changed your tune pretty fast. He clicked his tongue. No wonder you sold us out without a second thought. Now, not only do we have to patrol every day, all over Donghai City, but we also have to cooperate with some very dangerous-looking health checks. Hearing him speak about Sumo like that, the old man shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Lord Sumo is concerned about our health. That's why he provides us with the benefit of health checkups. What do you possibly have to complain about? At least we're all alive, and after working for Sumo for 3 years, it's up to us whether we stay or go. The old man turned back and continued, If you have such an opinion, then go find Lord Sumo and resign. Lord Sumo is magnanimous. He definitely won't hold it against you. Hearing the old man tell him to go resign, the monster immediately put on an aggrieved and pitiful expression, saying, Are you trying to get me killed? I don't want to face that guy alone. He's terrifying. The scene shifts to Sumo, who is looking at a 3D model of the research base. Then he turned his head and said to the manager of the Dongyun group, A research base this large, and you plan to sell it to me for a single coin? I thought you were just going to give it to me, the man replied. An outright gift often corresponds to an unreasonable request. So this is a fair and voluntary exchange between our Dongyun group and you, Mr. Sumo. Sumo replied, a fair exchange, with no expectation of return? You've really thought of everything. The man said confidently, in the research base, all the researchers' salaries have been paid for 35 years, and you don't need to worry about equipment or resource costs, fully supporting Mr. Sumo, and saving the world is the most important mission of our Dongyun group right now. Sumo was skeptical, the most important, then said in a disdainful tone, in that case, the one talking to me here should be Chairman Lei Zi of the Dongyun group, right? The man awkwardly fanned his hand, stammering, well, Chairman Lei Zi was temporarily occupied. It's absolutely not out of disrespect for you. The daily operations of the Dongyun group are mostly handled by me, making me the equivalent of the Dongyun group's chief steward. It is most appropriate for me to assist with your work. Seeing him stammer through his explanation, Sumo said irritably, that's enough. No need to explain. I don't care. I've already shared the documents I obtained from the previous chairman with you. Have you found anything? Hearing Sumo mention the documents, the man's expression turned serious as he reported. Regarding those documents, the Dongyun Group's staff have been working at full capacity to decode and analyze them. The time has been too short, so we've only completed about one half of the work, but I have received a piece of information. That is incredibly shocking, and I was just about to report it to you. Including this recent secret realm war. The otherworld and our world have connected multiple times, not 2 times, but 3 times. Chumo calmly recalled, if I remember correctly, the secret realm war has only happened twice, once 1,000 years ago, and once now. Then he wondered, were the cultivators lying? The butler of the Dongyun Financial Group continued to explain, the secret realm war has indeed only happened twice, but the ones who lied weren't the cultivators. It was the Financial Conglomerate Alliance. They concealed important information from us about the prehistoric era. 1,000 years ago, humanity developed a level of science and technology beyond our wildest imaginations. The people of that era invaded other worlds, took demonic beasts hostage, and even domesticated them as pets. Over 100 years ago, a continental island called Continent X emerged from the Great Sea, and on that continental island, the Financial Conglomerate Alliance obtained the scientific and technological achievements of the prehistoric era from the ruins, and at the same time, they also discovered domesticated and modified demonic beast monsters. Countless treasures of gold, silver, and jewels were found on the island, and to satisfy their greed for these treasures, many people and monsters began to fight. It seems to be a result of the prehistoric technological modifications, as strange particles would be released from the flesh and blood of dead monsters. A small number of people with the right aptitude could absorb these energy particles, enhancing their own strength or gaining special abilities. This is the origin of hunters. You could understand it like this. The hunters belonging to the Financial Conglomerate Alliance underwent physical mutations, while the residents of Luyun City 1,000 years ago were mentally controlled by the illusory demon, causing them to mutate. But power comes at a price. Most hunters don't live past the age of 35, and the monsters of Luyun City are not just victims. Based on the recent health check, they also have a maximum lifespan of only 3 years. In order to safely obtain great power and also have a long lifespan, the Financial Conglomerate Alliance has been using the prehistoric technology obtained from the ruins to conduct human experiments. Chu Mo said with a grim expression, prehistoric technology. If we could completely restore that prehistoric technology, it could probably cure my sister, right? The Dongyun Financial Group's butler stated, Mr. Chu Mo, it's not just you. The Financial Conglomerate Alliance also craves the complete prehistoric technology. But unfortunately, Continent X has sunk. No, that's not entirely accurate. For some unknown reason, that continent has vanished from the physical plane. But even with just a fraction of the documents recovered from the ruins, the Financial Conglomerate Alliance has made rapid progress. In a short period, this is also why they don't fear the descent of the demonic beasts. Mr. Chu Mo, according to Miss Yutong's theory, as long as you achieve victory in the Secret Realm War, your sister will recover. You don't need to be so impatient. Chu Mo replied, what I need isn't some uncertain theory. The Secret Realm War lasts for 1 year. I can't wait that long. Perhaps during this period, my sister's condition will worsen, and perhaps even if I win, it still won't be able to make my sister recover. I won't give up on even the smallest possibility. Do you think that among the members of the Financial Conglomerate Alliance, it's possible they're hiding important scientific and technological information from each other? The butler of the Dongyun Financial Group saw that Chu Mo's words were taking a dangerous turn and hurriedly said, Mr. Chu Mo, what are you planning to do? Ignoring his question, Chu Mo continued. By now, Li Hangxing has probably sent out the final message to the 4 great sects and the Financial Conglomerate Alliance. After 3 days, they can choose to be my dogs or become history. Hearing Chu Mo wanted to wage an all-out war, he broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Chu Mo with a terrified expression. You're insane. Are you insane? An all-out war will throw the entire world into chaos. Dark auras emanated from around Chu Mo, he said in a cold voice. Those fools only know how to waste manpower and resources on boring civil wars. It's time to end this farce. This world only needs one voice, one will, money, power, status. I don't care. The only thing I need to win is the Dongvan conglomerate. One experimental base. Is this all your appetite can handle? Stop making small investments. Use me for the greatest benefit. A moment later, a knock was heard at the door. Chu Mo said leisurely, "Come in." Li Hanling entered, pointed behind him, and said, "The director of the Dongvan conglomerate just ran out in a panic, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Did something happen?" Chu Mo replied calmly, "My appetite was probably too big. It scared him." Li Hanling, report the situation first. Hearing this, he chuckled and reported, "The attitude of the four great sects is very firm. They refuse to accept your leadership. They've made their choice to declare war." Analyzing their attitude, the cultivators still have a hidden card. Chu Mo didn't seem surprised, saying, "Hiding their true strength not to fight the world, but to scheme against their own allies. That's exactly what they would do." "What about the answer from the conglomerate alliance?" Li Hanling made a casual gesture and continued speaking. "The chairman of the conglomerate alliance said they need to think it over. They didn't give an immediate answer. It seems they're just trying to stall for time." Chu Mo sneered, saying confidently, "A predictable reaction. Then let's add more fuel to the fire for them." The scene changes to a meeting room. Chairman Shi clasped his hands and said, "Latest news. The chairman of the Dongvan conglomerate, Lei Zi, has announced that he will fully support all of Chu Mo's plans from now on." Chairman Ma slammed the table and shouted, "Damn it, that guy has no shame. We should have destroyed the Dongvan conglomerate sooner." Chairman Shi stared grimly ahead, saying in a cold tone, "There's no time for regrets. We only have 3 days left until Chu Mo's deadline. Speak your minds." Chairman Chu looked around at the other chairman, then offered his opinion. "First, we must confirm the intentions of all the chairmen. Everyone here. No one is willing to surrender to Chu Mo, to just hand over their conglomerates to him, right?" Chairman Ma slammed the table and stood up, expressing his anger. "Of course, we can't agree. On what grounds does Chu Mo think he can take away the fruits of our family's labor for 4 or 5 generations with just a few simple words?" The other members also began to stir upon hearing this. "That's right, I'll never surrender to Chu Mo." Chairman Shu raised a hand to calm everyone down, explaining, "Then first, we all need to think about how to save our own lives. Based on previous analysis, even in intense combat, Chu Mo will try to avoid the deaths of innocent people. He is full of compassion for ordinary people. So to survive, we need hostages, a large number of hostages." At this point, his smile became cunning as he held up 2 fingers and said, 200 million people. We need at least that many to negotiate with Chu Mo." Chairman Ma yelled, 200 million people? Are you kidding me? Where am I supposed to get that many hostages? Chairman Shu put on a terrifying expression and said nonchalantly, "During this time, to ensure your safety, all you chairmen have been staying in secluded places, underground headquarters, deep sea bases, unmarked small islands, even space stations in outer space. But one day we will be found. Therefore, from now on, each of us must stay in a major city. It has a population of over 1 million people, and at the same time, it carries enough explosives to blow up the entire city. Doesn't that mean we have over 200 million hostages?" Chairman Lin raised his hand in agreement, expressing that it was a good idea. "We can also manipulate public opinion and spread rumors about Donghai City, for example, that the ordinary people of Donghai City are being enslaved and toyed with by the monsters under Chumo's command." Chairman Shu stood up, spread his arms, and said, "That's right. We'll create the image of Chumo as a tyrannical dictator, making him the target of everyone's scorn." Chairman Lin stroked his chin and said in a tone of certain victory, "The tyrant Chumo has lost all his humanity, making the people of Donghai City live in constant fear, a life worse than death. Now he even controls the conglomerate alliance and the cultivators of the 4 great sects, plunging the entire world under his dark rule." At this point, he laughed, and that way, everyone will be on our side. Suddenly, a laugh echoed in the middle of the meeting room, and a blurry figure pulled out a gun and shot at Chairman Lin. It happened so fast, before anyone could realize what was going on, Chairman Lin was already on the ground. Chairman Shu recognized the person who killed Chairman Lin and shouted, "You're Chairman Lin's younger brother, Lin Bei. Do you know what you're doing?" Lin Bei laughed gleefully and said to Chairman Shu, "You're wrong, Shorty. I'm the new Chairman Lin now." Chairman Ma said angrily, "Do you think we would allow this kind of thing to happen? You useless, empty-headed fool. Even if you killed your brother, you can't become the chairman." Lin Bei raised the gun in front of him and said mockingly, "Oh, it seems you all still don't know." At this moment, Chu Mo announced to the entire world that because you all conspired to harm his sister, as a punishment, if the conglomerate alliance does not choose to surrender within 3 days, then all of your family members, relatives, and friends, and your subordinates, including any ordinary people who support the conglomerate alliance, will all be considered enemies. All enemies can be killed. Chairman Shi gave Lin Bei a contemptuous look and said, "And it seems you're not just a useless waste, but also a coward. Did you kill your own brother because you were too afraid to die?" Lin Bei put on a terrifying expression and then laughed like a madman, saying, "Of course, that's not all. The merciful Chu Mo is unwilling to cause too much bloodshed. If the chairman of the conglomerate alliance remain obstinate and refuse to surrender, then regardless of whether they are relatives, friends, or subordinates of the chairman, anyone who kills you can take over your position as chairman. Now, this useless waste that you all look down on has received Chu Mo's acknowledgement and become the new Chairman Lin. Now it's your turn to be scared." At Chairman Ma's private residence, he said to his wife with a frantic look, "Chen Ying, what are you still dawdling for? Forget the luggage, none of that stuff is important. Hurry up and bring our child here. The helicopter is about to arrive. We have to go, this place isn't safe anymore." Chen Ying stammered to him, I'm sorry." She picked up a knife, pointed it at her husband, and said, "I can't go with you." Chairman Ma realized his wife's intention and burst out laughing. "I get it. You also want to seize my assets, to steal the conglomerate that belongs to me." Then he put on a disdainful expression and said, "That's hilarious. You can't even kill a fish on a normal day. You want to kill me. Where would you get the guts?" He laughed maniacally, but suddenly Chen Ying rushed forward and stabbed the knife into his stomach, crying out, "The assets were never important. I didn't even care that you were having an affair and supporting some starlet." Being stabbed, Chairman Ma's mouth started bleeding, and in a rage, he grabbed Chen Ying's hair and yelled, "You wench, rip." Chen Ying pulled the knife out of Chairman Ma, causing him to stumble backward. She furiously shouted, "Why did you have to cross Chu Mo? Why did you have to risk my son's life?" Chen Ying said with a pained expression, "Don't you understand? If we anger Chu Mo, our entire family will die." Chairman Ma fearfully reached out his hand toward Chen Ying. I know. I'll surrender to Chu Mo right now." Chen Ying pushed him down, raising the knife in a ready stance. "I'll never trust you again." I'm sure everyone can guess what happened next. The scene changes to a snowy, icy region. Chairman Shu and Chairman Shi were talking to each other. Chairman Shu looked at his phone, then turned to Chairman Shi and said, "Just a moment ago, Chairman Ma died." Chairman Shi replied with a grave expression, "Did you hear that?" Under the terrifying threat of Chu Mo, 4 chairmen of the Consortium Alliance have died tragically, killed by their own butlers, killed by their own brothers, killed by their own wives, and killed by their own children. "We don't have much time left." Ku Tianxian appeared and said, "Aren't you the ones who always manipulate public opinion, trying to paint Chu Mo as a demon king? Well, congratulations. Chu Mo has truly become a tyrant now." Chairman Shi replied, "We did everything we could to take down Chu Mo. What have you cultivators done? What right do you have to mock me? Even if we admit defeat now and surrender to Chu Mo, it's an honorable defeat." Ku Tianxian chuckled and said, "If you wanted to surrender, you wouldn't have come all the way to the North Pole to see me." Chairman Shi said doubtfully, "Do you people really have a way to deal with Chu Mo?" Chairman Shi glanced at the polar bear and said, "Are you just putting up a fight to save face? That sounds like something you'd do. Besides glaciers, all that's here are polar bears. Don't tell me you plan to use polar bears to defeat Chu Mo." As Ku Tianxian spoke, he led Chairman Shi and Chairman Shu to a passage shaped like a yin-yang symbol. The real weapon is 4,000 meters deep in the sea beneath the glacier. "We didn't do anything. The 3 sect masters joined forces and spent 3 days just to open this passage." He walked forward, then glanced back and said, "If you have any courage left, follow me." Chairman Shi laughed confidently and replied, "A 4,000-meter deep sea is nothing I haven't seen before. What's there to be afraid of?" Ku Tianxian clasped his hands behind his back and reminded them, "Spatial teleportation can't be used in this area, so you can think of this passage as a 4,000-meter-long drop tower." As soon as he finished speaking, the passage activated, causing Chairman Shi and Chairman Shu to scream, "Damn it, why didn't you say so sooner?" Ku Tianxian took the 3 of them down the passage, creating a streak of light that reached the destination. Chairman Shi lay on the ground, stammering, Are we there yet? What are we here to see?" Ku Tianxian answered calmly, 1,000 years ago, the one who slaughtered over 50 million sinners, destroyed the subterranean Daluo heavenly god kingdom, and was also the strongest savior of the last secret realm. His name was not recorded. The cultivators of that time called him Tianming. Chairman Shi said uncomfortably, "Tianming? A sinner who killed 50 million people? We have to cooperate with a madman like that?" Chairman Shu also asked doubtfully, "The most important question is, that guy is named Tianming, can he really deal with Chumo?" Tianxian glanced back and answered, 1,000 years ago, he was Tianming, the strongest savior. Can he fight a 30,000-year-old demonic beast? Chairman Shi looked incredulous, saying that a 30,000-year-old demonic beast would have a combat power of 10 million. Are you serious? Even that monster Chu Mo, according to the latest data, has a maximum combat power of only 100,000. Tian Xin explained with a knowing look. 1,000 years ago, the Earth's spiritual energy was dense. The current situation cannot compare to the past. There are more than 10 people with the same cultivation level as Tian Ming, or cultivators weaker than Tian Ming, but even if all the cultivators in the world form allied forces, they still couldn't defeat Tian Ming. You are about to witness it. His bizarre ability makes him invincible in the world. Chairman Shu said with disgust, "This is why I hate you cultivators. At such a critical moment, you're still acting all mysterious and cryptic." Suddenly, a cold voice spoke up from behind the three of them. "Hiding here, are you?" Instantly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, striking the three of them. Chairman Shu exclaimed in terror. Chumo. Chumo, with his hands in his pockets, said coldly, "So you're that 8-year-old prodigy who's the chairman of the conglomerate? You're older than you look." The chairman stuttered in fear. "No, don't kill me," a voice warned. "Close your eyes." Far away, Chairman Shi was down on one knee. Clutching his head, he said, "What just happened? Did I die once? Was it an illusion? No, it feels like I really died." With his eyes closed, Tian Xin explained the situation. "No, that wasn't an illusion, but destiny. You could say that in a certain timeline. You have already died. That was a timeline with a very low probability of occurring. Normally speaking, it's almost impossible for Chu Mo to suddenly appear here, but if you continue to observe him with your eyes, you will meet the fate of being killed by Chu Mo." Chairman Shu, still sweating profusely, asked, "Is this the power of Tian Ming? He can arbitrarily control others, no matter how low the probability. Tian Ming can turn that fate into reality." After calming down, Chairman Shi said, "As long as you don't look with your eyes, you won't be affected. This kind of ability can't really be called invincible, can it?" Tian Xin slowly explained, "Within this orbit exist countless small realms. The cultivators from 1,000 years ago used the power of the earth veins and the spirit of the deep sea as a power source to build this maze of mirrors. They couldn't kill Tian Ming, they could only seal him here. The mirror maze shattered Tian Ming's soul into countless fragments, storing them in magic mirrors. Each fragment of Tian Ming's soul corresponds to a different destiny for the entire world, and in those worlds, we have different lives. The countless soul fragments of Tian Ming constantly negate each other, achieving a sealed equilibrium. Right now, what you see and feel is merely the sealed Tian Ming, an emotional fluctuation in his subconscious. You can understand it as Tian Ming sleeping within the seal, and you are just an insect that has accidentally been caught in his dreamscape. When he actively uses his power, even if you don't see or hear, and seal your 5 senses, the entire world will fall into a true nightmare." Hearing Tian Xin's explanation, a horrified Chairman Shi shouted, "Just an emotional fluctuation in his subconscious? Sect Master Q, are you insane? To kill Chu Mo, you plan to release a monster even more terrifying than him?" Tian Xin calmly replied, "When did I say I was going to release Tian Ming? Even while sealed, we can just exploit his power and it will be enough to kill Chu Mo. This path leads forward. This is the place where heavenly fate is sealed. I can only say it's very dangerous. Do you still want to follow?" Chairman Shu replied with some apprehension. "Of course." Chairman Shi said, "Lead the way, we're mentally prepared." As they walked, Tian Xin reminded them, "Heavenly fate cannot be looked at, heavenly fate cannot be understood, and heavenly fate cannot be described. If you want to leave here alive, remember these 3 rules." Deeper inside, the 3 of them saw a person sitting on a chair, emitting an invisible pressure and muttering, "How tragic. Sect Master Dantai Bidong doesn't even dare to look up at me." Tian Xin said cautiously, "Lord Heavenly Fate, I wish to ask a favor of you, Heavenly Fate." Sitting high above, with his eyes covered by a black blindfold, said, "I already know. I have seen it. The savior Chu Mo will kill you all. Under his rule, the legacy of cultivators will be completely annihilated, heading towards a dark and silent end with no survivors. I have foreseen a future where Chu Mo does not exist. Rest assured, I will kill Chu Mo very soon." The scene shifts to the Dongyun conglomerate's nuclear station number 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, initiate. Inside an energy chamber, Chumo was standing as an explosion erupted. Energy beams shot out from the chamber in all directions, and the system's voice rang out. "System check-in. Under the impact of external annihilation-class energy, the Samadhi True Fire is activating automatically. The scorching energy is being absorbed and is strengthening the host's body." In a room, Xia Zhou and Li Hanling were talking. Xia Zhou said with a fearful expression, "Using nuclear reactions to cultivate, does he not want to live anymore?" Hanling calmly replied, "Do you remember? When we returned from the secret realm, the conglomerate alliance attacked Chu Mo with a nuclear missile. He actually benefited from that nuclear explosion, which is why Chumo has now taken over the power plant, the Dongyun conglomerate's sixth nuclear power station, to continue upgrading his. Xiaozhou said worriedly. 15 years ago, a group of cultivators tried to use nuclear reactions to aid their cultivation, but every single one of them suffered a backlash. A year later, they began to pass away one after another, and none of them lived for more than 5 years. Even someone like Chumo can't possibly be completely immune to the negative effects, Hanling said. I tried to advise Chumo, but he said that even if he only has 1 year of life left, it would be enough. The difficulty of the secret realms is increasing like crazy, and Chumo is shouldering all the pressure by himself. Even he must be feeling the strain, but he can't even open up about his feelings to others, because he's the only hope for saving humanity, for saving the world. Xiaozhou said sympathetically. Li Hanling, just tell Chumo the truth about his sister. He's already putting his life on the line to fight. We shouldn't be hiding this from him. Hanling shouted angrily, You fool, keep your cheap sympathy to yourself. If he found out that all his efforts up until now might be for nothing, his sister might have already died long ago. Unbeknownst to them, Chumo was already standing behind them listening. In disbelief, he asked, What were you two just talking about? Xiaozhou panicked, thinking, We're screwed. Why is Chumo here? Hanling was also flustered, looking at Chumo in terror. Chumo lunged forward, grabbed Hanling by the collar, and slammed him to the ground, demanding, What happened to my sister? Hanling, terrified, quickly answered, Chumo, calm down. It's not what you think. Seeing Chumo lunge at Hanling, Xiaozhou gathered energy in his palm and charged from behind. He punched Chumo in the back. Without even turning around, Chumo threw a punch back at Xiaozhou and said coldly, Get lost. Sumo's punch created a blast of energy that sent Xiaozhou flying, smashing him deep into the wall. Seeing this, Hanling thought to herself that the fool was too reckless, and tried to explain to Sumo. Sumo, the matter concerning your sister hasn't been confirmed yet. Suddenly, Sumo coughed up blood and collapsed in pain, while Hanling rubbed her sore neck. She reached out towards Sumo and cried out worriedly, Sumo. Behind them, footsteps echoed as someone entered. It turned out to be Tianming. He stood behind Sumo and said, Sumo, you were cultivating in the nuclear power plant. Because you sensed an intense danger, you left the nuclear power plant early and returned to the research base. Coincidentally, you overheard Li Hanling and Xiaozhou discussing your deceased sister. You grabbed Li Hanling by the throat to force information out of her, which led the impatient Xiaozhou to attack you. Unfortunately, Xiaozhou's technique was effective, causing the target's power to spiral out of control, and with Xiaozhou's original strength, he wouldn't have been able to inflict any damage on you, but you had just absorbed the volatile energy from the nuclear power plant. You were also emotionally unstable from disbelieving your sister's death. Xiaozhou became the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing your power to spin out of control, resulting in severe internal injuries. Tianming, holding Ayer's corpse in his hand, said, Oh, I missed a crucial point earlier. This time, I killed the beast that could share your damage. Sumo turned around with a confused expression and said to Tianming, Who are you? Do we know each other? Tianming replied, casually tossing Ayer's body in front of Sumo. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Tianming, and this is the 143rd time we've met. He extended his hand provocatively towards Sumo and said softly, This is also the worst start to your destiny. The scene changes to a cave in the Arctic. Chairman Shi and Chairman Shu were talking cheerfully. Chairman Shi said, This is great. You've agreed to kill Sumo. Chairman Shu said excitedly, Are there really no conditions? Tianxin interrupted the two chairmen and said to Tianming, Wait, don't celebrate too soon. Lord Tianming, I'm very sorry, but surely you can understand, we cannot possibly undo the seal to let you leave here and deal with Sumo. Tianming released a terrifying pressure and said, It's over. Tianxin, surprised and with a look of fear, shouted, What? Tianming calmly continued, I have already executed Sumo. Chairman Shi, with a look of disbelief, said, Sumo is dead? That quickly? Chairman Shu laughed smugly and said joyfully, That arrogant brat finally got what was coming to him. He deserved it. Tianxin said doubtfully, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The seal hasn't been broken. There's no way you could have left this cave, let alone kill Sumo. Tianming calmly replied, In a low-probability timeline, you undid my seal. Sumo and I met 143 times, and I killed Sumo 143 times. After a moment of silence, Chairman Shi said, Doesn't that mean Sumo is still alive? We celebrated for nothing. Tianxin said gravely, Lord Tianming, I sincerely apologize, but even so, I will not undo your seal. If we rely only on the power of the four great sects and the alliance, does the consortium have any chance of defeating Sumo? Tianming calmly looked down at the three of them and replied, After 143 battles in this world, no one understands me better than Sumo. His eyes can see through illusions, his body is tougher than any cultivators. Combined with his marvelous combat skills and abnormal growth rate, he has never shown his full power in front of you. Your chances of winning are zero. To be honest, I'm not willing to start a war with Chumo on Earth either. President Shu said with a grim expression. Lord Tianming, what do you mean by that? If you're 100% sure you can kill Chu Mo, why are you still unwilling to fight Chu Mo? Is there some secret we don't know about? Tianming explained, even if I could kill Chu Mo, the battle would cause immense destruction, along with the deaths of countless humans. This would cause Earth's total energy to plummet, the secret realms would disappear, then the demonic beasts would invade Earth directly. That's a scenario I don't want to see. Tianxin sighed in resignation. Is that so? Once the strongest savior, now even you are helpless against Chumo. As unwilling as we are, our only option is to surrender to Chumo. Tianming chuckled and said to Tianxin, Sect Master Ku, I only said I couldn't kill Chumo on Earth. The situation is completely different inside a secret realm. Tianxin hesitated. A secret realm? Tianming continued. You don't have to break the seal completely. Just release the one on my left hand, and I'll be able to enter a secret realm. The four great sects must have secretly held back a large amount of fake currency this time. Give it to me. I could have restored my original realm in the secret realm, and used that overwhelming advantage to easily kill Sumo. Tianxin smirked, having seen through Tianming's plan. Lord Tianming, so this was your real goal. As long as there's a single opening in the seal, it won't be long before you escape your bindings. Tianming said smugly, perhaps. But other than giving the fake currency to me, so I can kill Chu Mo in the secret realm, what other choice do you have? Tianxin said confidently, Lord Tianming, if I'm not mistaken, you must have a way to rapidly consume a massive amount of fake currency. What if we use that method on another savior, and have that savior kill Chu Mo? Tianming went on to explain, that's not impossible, but by forcibly absorbing so much fake currency, that savior would die within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Tianxin fell into a furious silence, while President Shu tried to persuade him from the side, for the price of a single cultivator, to eliminate Chu Mo. That's an incredible bargain. Sect Master Q, surely you have no objections. Tianming continued, not just any savior has the constitution to forcibly absorb fake currency. To be precise, there is only one person who can, and that is your disciple, Jing Shan. Hearing that his own disciple must be sacrificed to kill Chumo, Tianxin immediately retorted, What did you say? President Shi tried to reason with him from behind. Sect Master Q, it's just a single disciple. Before he could finish, Tianxin flung his arm out and roared, Shut up. Tianming smiled sinisterly. A tough decision, isn't it? Jing Shan has always revered you as a father. From him, you've also felt a familial affection you haven't had in a long time. Not only that, he is now your sole successor. Cutting Tianming off, Tianxin roared furiously. That's enough. Tianming, I accept your proposal. As if he was just waiting for those words, Tianming laughed excitedly. That's the expression. That's the look I wanted to see. It's so much more vivid in reality. Tianxin said grimly, Jing Shan and Chumo's relationship. If he accepts this destiny, are you certain he will kill Chumo? Tianming calmly replied, Of course, this is the future I have foreseen. In a certain timeline of Tianming, Jing Shan stood before Chumo's body, looking at him coldly. After emerging from Tianming's sealed place, Chairman Shi sat on the ground and shouted angrily, You damn bastard, on what grounds do you tell me to surrender to Chumo? Tianxin also walked out, saying as he went, This is a necessary forbearance. The four great sects will also declare their submission to Chumo at the same time. The next secret realm will open in 5 days, and according to the prophecy of Lord Tianming, that will be the day of Chumo's death. Chairman Shi snapped angrily at Tianxin, You make it sound so easy. Compared to cultivators like you, our conglomerate alliance has offended Chumo far too much. He wore a grave expression. We even came close to threatening Chumo's sister's life. So even if we surrender, Chumo won't let us off easily. Tianxin placed a hand on Chairman Shi's shoulder and calmly reasoned. But to protect his own honor, at the very least, Chumo won't kill you. After just 5 days, we can take back everything we've lost. Chairman Shi clutched his head with one hand, his expression grim as he said, What you said had better be true. Now the key to victory or defeat lies with your disciple, Jing Shan. Don't go soft, and don't let us down. Tianxin replied expressionlessly, You don't need to remind me. I have already decided, anyone, including myself, can be sacrificed. Only the sect is eternal. The scene shifts to the Dongyun conglomerate's nuclear power plant, where Lei Zi said indifferently, Please, come in. Chairman Shi and Chairman Shu are seen entering, along with the master and disciple pair, Tianxin. Chumo said in surprise, How unexpected. I thought with your tenacious personalities, you would surely fight to the bitter end. Chairman Shi said hesitantly, with a look of defeat, Lord Chumo, we have lost. Whether in martial power or intelligence, you are superior to us. In this vast world, there is now no place for us, so we ask that your lordship not concern yourself with petty people like us and accept our loyalty." Chu Mo replied indifferently, "Chairman Shi, Chairman Shu, I don't need your loyalty." Chairman Shi said, frightened and angry, "Chu Mo, what do you mean by this?" Chairman Shu also looked at him and spoke. "We've already surrendered. Are you still going to hunt us down to the last man?" Chu Mo replied with a calm expression. "No, I just don't trust you. Please hand over the management rights of the main companies under your conglomerates to the Dongyun conglomerate. You can all retire early and live out your lives as wealthy tycoons in peace." Lei Zi said with a sneer, "Chairman Shi, back when you were suppressing our Dongyun conglomerate, did you ever imagine this day would come?" Chairman Shi replied resentfully, "The winner becomes king, the loser, a bandit. I have nothing to say. Transferring the companies is not a problem. And until the Dongyun conglomerate takes full control of business operations, my subordinates will cooperate fully. Lord Chu Mo, I hope you will keep your word and spare our lives." Chu Mo chuckled and said, "If you live peacefully from now on and give up any thought of opposing me, then I will let bygones be bygones." "Oh right, one last thing. Give me back my boundary-crossing stone," Chairman Shi retorted. "Your boundary-crossing stone? To obtain the stone that can link to other dimensions, the conglomerate alliance. We paid a heavy price. The ownership of the world-crossing stone isn't something our consortium alone can decide." Chu Mo looked at him and said threateningly, "I don't think the other chairman will have any objections." Chairman Shi, "What do you think?" Tianxin shouted towards Chairman Shi. "Chairman Shi, do you want to destroy the peace we worked so hard to achieve? Hurry up and return Chu Mo's world-crossing stone to him." Chairman Shi said with a reluctant expression, I understand. I will personally present the world-crossing stone later." Chu Mo said to Chairman Shi, "Very good," then turned to Tianxin and said, "So, Sect Master Q, what is the stance of the four great sects?" Tianxin gritted his teeth and replied, "From now on, the four great sects will completely obey your commands and accept your command and deployment." Jing Shan also said, "Everything within our sects will be open to you, and the Dongyun Consortium will support all of your scientific research projects to prepare for any potential wars." Chu Mo stroked his chin, looked at Tianxin and said, "Sect Master Q, I have a question. Why are only two of your sect masters here today? Do the other two sect masters have different opinions?" Tianxin hurriedly explained. "They are busy maintaining the secret realm's defense mechanism to prevent further invasions from the other world, so they couldn't come meet you. The secret realm is now full of breaches and has reached its limit." Chu Mo didn't believe him and said, "Is that so? For the safety of all humanity, if you are incapable of properly managing the secret realm, then just hand the secret realm over to me." Tianxin stammered, The secret realm is very intricate and also very fragile. To move it safely, it would take at least 5 days." Suddenly, a voice from behind refuted, "No, it only takes 1 day." Tianxin quickly turned towards the voice and shouted, "Who is it?" Chu Mo gestured to introduce him. "This is Elder Ji. Oh, I'm sure you're acquainted. He's an old acquaintance. I went to great lengths to contact him through the Dongyun Consortium's channels and have appointed him as my advisor and assistant." Ji Xing, with his hands clasped behind his back, said, "Sect Master Q, you have 1 day to move the secret realm here, or do you need my help?" Enraged, Tianxin lunged at him and roared, "Ji Xing, you traitor, how dare you show your face to me?" Chu Mo's voice was stern, "Sect Master Q." Tianxin, who was in mid-attack, was forced to stop, but he continued to glare furiously at Ji Xing. After a moment, he calmed down, and with a resentful look, he bit out each word. "We won't need to trouble Elder Ji with the secret realm. Tomorrow, I will bring the secret realm here." The scene shifts to the next day, with Han Ling standing before the energy radiating from the secret realm, and says in awe, "So this is the main body of the secret realm brought by the four great sects." Chu Mo approaches and says to Han Ling, "The Consortium Alliance delivered the world-crossing stone yesterday, and next to it is what you've been looking for. Do you want to go see it?" Han Ling replies, "Before that, I want to discuss something with you about the attitude of the Consortium Alliance and the four great sects." Chu Mo asks doubtfully, "Their attitude?" Han Ling calmly replies, "Their surrender is too suspicious. This whole thing has been too easy." Chu Mo replies, "That's why I demanded that they hand over the world-crossing stone and the secret realm." They agreed with almost no hesitation. Han Ling looks at him and asks, "What if they had chosen to fight?" Chu Mo replies dismissively, "Then I would have beaten them into submission and forced them to hand over the secret realm and the world-crossing stone." Han Ling laughs, "That's something you would do," and then continues, "The Consortium Alliance and the four great sects handed over their most precious treasures without any resistance. They're definitely plotting something big." Sumo said nonchalantly, "Our enemy is not of this world. Once I get the trans-dimensional stone and the secret realm, I can start preparing to counterattack the other world." Han Ling said thoughtfully, "Sumo, tell me, This counterattack, this preparation for a real war with the otherworld, is it to save yourself, or is it truly to change humanity's fate? Sumo turned his back to handling, looked at the secret realm, and said, "Does that matter? The secret realm is already full of holes. Even if we achieve final victory in the secret realm war, it won't stop the otherworld's invasion. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario." Handling explained, "Yesterday, the entire world experienced multiple large-scale power outages. The network was paralyzed, and a massive amount of electrical energy and computing power was consumed by the transdimensional stone. At the same time, the Dongyan Consortium took over most of the Consortium Alliance's businesses, announcing their conversion into military-industrial enterprises, triggering fluctuations in the global market. After that, the Dongyan Consortium declared a state of war, implementing a curfew in most regions on Earth and increasing surveillance on ordinary people to prevent demonic beasts from sneaking onto Earth again." Sumo looked at Handling and said, "You think I did the wrong thing?" Handling explained, "No, but you're being too radical. A sense of fear is spreading, the economy is in recession, a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises have gone bankrupt, leading to mass unemployment and currency devaluation, while prices are soaring. This is what could happen next. The whole world will fall into chaos. Before you even declare war on the other world, your plan could cause many casualties." Sumo said to Handling in a soft tone, "Lee Handling, have you also been numbed by a false sense of security? The threat of the demonic beasts is far more serious than you think." Handling held up his hands and said, "If you hadn't constantly performed miracles, humanity would have already failed. And yet, we are still constantly expecting you to create miracles, piling all the pressure onto you. I can understand. The threat of the demonic beasts is actually more intense than we can see. Otherwise, you wouldn't be shortening your own lifespan to use core energy for cultivation." He raised his voice towards Sumo to explain, "Sumo, to wage war against the otherworldly demonic beasts, we need the trust and strength of more people. But right now, all you're doing is making the whole world feel afraid. Do you really intend to fight the otherworld all by yourself? Don't you know what people are calling you now?" The scene changes to the night sky over a city. A man shouted, "Tyrant, down with the dictator Sumo." The man in the lead, holding a torch, along with countless people behind him, chanted in unison, "The demon Sumo has finally shown his true colors." The leading man shouted with an angry expression, "Consortium Alliance, what have you cultivators done? Why did you surrender to Sumo?" Then he raised the torch high and threw it at an effigy of Sumo. Seeing this, the crowd behind them roared fiercely, "Down with the dictator." On the roof of a nearby building, the master and disciple duo, Tianxin and Jingshan, were looking down at the riot. Tianxin said, "Sumo has become a malignant tumor on the world. Jingshan, do you still think he's a good person now?" Jingshan glanced at him and said, "You're the ones who framed Sumo, and you're the ones who surrendered to him. You did all of it. Master, have you ever cared about what I think?" Tianxin looked at Jingshan and replied, "Out of a desire to develop the sect, I have indeed made many mistakes, but there was a moment. I thought that perhaps Chu Mo could save this world, so I led the financial consortium and the 4 great sects to surrender to him. I never expected that after gaining power, Chu Mo would become so tyrannical and arbitrary, completely disregarding the lives of ordinary people." Jingshan looked at Tianxin again and said, "Master, you still haven't answered why you care about my thoughts." Tianxin grabbed Jingshan's arms, his expression serious, and said, "Right now, the person who can kill Chu Mo and restore world order is only you." The scene changes to the cave where Tianming is sealed, with Tianming speaking to Tianxin and Jingshan. "Not only did you ask me to teach Jingshan the method of absorbing negative fate, but you're also only willing to completely lift my seal after 55 years of victory in the secret realm war. What harsh conditions." Tianxin said with a respectful yet fearful tone, "Lord Tianming, your power is too immense. We couldn't possibly not make some preparations before lifting your seal." Tianming said with a disdainful tone, "Assuming you win the secret realm war and seize the spiritual energy and resources of the other world, do you really think that in just 55 years you can match my power?" Tianxin replied confidently, "With the cultivation limits lifted, plus 55 years of preparation, I don't believe our 4 great sects will lose." Tianming replied, "Fine, then let's form a contract based on the 55-year condition." Then, a stream of power emanated from Tianming and flew into Tianxin, forming the contract. Tianming turned to remind Tianxin, "The Demon Heart Pact is now in effect. If one party fulfills the conditions and the other breaks the agreement, the one who breaks it will suffer the torment of their soul being burned, and for the next 70 days, their soul will be completely destroyed." Tianxin retorted, "You don't need to remind me, I know the consequences." Jingshan stepped forward for Lord Tianming to fulfill his first condition. Facing Tianming, Jingshan stepped forward and said doubtfully, "I find it a little hard to believe now. This guy can really give me enough power to kill Chumo." Tianming retorted, "From the very beginning, you never intended to kill Chumo. You only accepted this mission because your master told you that if you refused, he would choose someone else. Your plan was to get the power first, then talk to Chu Mo and persuade him to change his attitude towards ordinary people. That's what you were thinking. Realizing he could read his thoughts, Jing Shan shouted in denial. That's not it. I didn't. Not letting him continue, Tianming cut in. But what you don't know is that your master, Qu Tianxin, hid a crucial piece of information. By forcibly absorbing a large amount of negative fate, you will die in 3 days. Hearing this, Jing Shan had a look of disbelief on his face and turned to look at Tianxin, saying, What? Tianxin remained silent, as if he hadn't heard what Jing Shan said. Jing Shan looked at his master, pointed at Tianming, and said, Master, say something. Tell me what he said isn't true. Tianming explained, Sect Master Q can't hear our conversation. The moment the contract was formed, I cast a weak illusion on him. Jing Shan suddenly thought of something, damn it, and immediately grabbed his master and rushed to get out. As he ran, he thought, It's a trap, we've fallen for it. While running, Tianming's voice echoed in Jing Shan's mind. Jing Shan, although your master did indeed hide crucial information that could cost you your life, but he's not exactly a petty villain. His plan is for 55 years from now. Even if it means accepting a treacherous pact and facing death, he absolutely will not let me go. Jing Shan, with a grim expression, searched for the source of the sound, thinking, I've run so far, how can Tianming's voice still be heard? Stop thinking, I can leave right away. Seeing the exit ahead, he rushed in. Tianming, with a calm and knowing expression, said, Welcome back. Jing Shan, carrying Tianxian, replied with a terrified look, What? How is this possible? This should be the cave exit. Tianming continued, You are in front of me. Open your eyes. I'm sure Sect Master Q warned you to never open your eyes in front of me, but you were so surprised that you forgot. As he spoke, he controlled streams of energy that rushed towards Jing Shan. Jing Shan was tightly bound by the energy, and he said angrily, Let me go. Tianming, what is your purpose? Tianming brought Jing Shan before him and said, To meet someone with a soul index identical to mine, I have waited a very long time. But out of greed, they wanted to take all 30% of the Savior's fortune, saving it for the Dao child they had chosen. I taught them the technique to control the secret realm, but this method would create a loophole in the realm, allowing demonic beasts to gain the upper hand. That way, the cultivators of the 4 great sects would have no choice but to ask me for help. He looked up at Jing Shan and continued, To meet someone with a soul index identical to mine, I have waited a very long time. Although Chumo appeared, this variable caused a slight delay, but we have finally met. The scene shifts to Jing Shan in a laboratory. 2 panicked doctors were talking to each other. Hurry and get the suppressant. Patient number 9 has lost control. Be careful, he's very dangerous. A loud explosion erupted, and someone was sent flying into the wall, creating a large dent. A crazed patient screamed, Let me go, you bastards. Don't you dare try to trick me. I'm not sick. You're the ones who are sick. Wu Tong stepped forward in front of the out-of-control patient and said, Chen Chao, I am your attending physician. I know you feel very anxious and afraid. The queen cells in your body are showing a severe rejection reaction, causing you mental turmoil. You must accept treatment immediately. Chen Chao shouted with an angry expression, Shut up. You people. You're all the same. You all want to trick me. You want to steal my power. Wu Tong didn't waste any more words on him and walked over, punching him in the face and sending him flying. Afterward, he lay unconscious on the ground, his face swollen from the punch. Wu Tong calmly turned back to the 2 doctors and said, Patient number 9 has calmed down. Please take him back to his room and inject him with the suppressant. Seeing Wu Tong handle the patient like that, the 2 replied with fearful expressions, Yes, Director Wu Tong, thank you for your help. We will definitely pay more attention to supervising the patients in the future. A moment later, over on Chumo's side, Wu Tong reported, in the Alliance Corporation's experiment, only 85 people were lucky enough to survive, and the relatives of 56 of them agreed to transfer the patients to the Dongyun Corporation for treatment. 36 of them are in a coma with symptoms similar. The remaining 20 are exhibiting varying degrees of violent symptoms due to severe rejection reactions. Chu Mo asked. The more severe the rejection reaction, the more intense the violent symptoms. Wu Tong replied, It seems so for now. Patients with severe rejection reactions have a tendency to harm others as well as self-destruct. She continued, The fortunate thing is that we have the research materials from the Alliance Consortium, along with the pill recipe books of the 4 great sects. I'm developing a new suppression drug. This drug can significantly reduce the rejection reaction in patients. Patients in a coma have a relatively mild rejection reaction, so the suppression drug is more effective on them. If we can suppress the rejection reaction, your sister can wake up. Chu Mo said with concern during this time. You haven't slept much, have you? Even if you're a cultivator, your body can't handle it if you never rest. Vu Dong replied, You should worry more about yourself. Using nuclear reactions to advance your cultivation is risking your life. Coincidentally, I can now summon the research staff of the Dongvan Consortium. Later, I'll have them help out, and also design a cultivation support plan for you to try and minimize the damage to you during cultivation. Next, she put on gloves and said to Chumok, "There's no time to waste. I'm giving you a full-body checkup right now." Hearing full-body checkup, Chumok shied away in fear. "No, there's no need. I'm perfectly fine." As he was speaking, suddenly crawled over, saying with a disgruntled look, "Hey, can't you two show a little concern for me?" Chumok was confused. "What's wrong?" Seeing Chumok just say, "Huh," said angrily, "Don't play dumb." Then held up his bald tail, saying with a wronged expression, "Every time you cultivate using the nuclear reaction, I'm the one taking damage for you. My tail loses fur every day. You're getting stronger, but I'm going bald. Is this fair?" Wudong agreed. Has a point. Chumok, you should stop using the nuclear reaction for cultivation. I know you're worried about your sister, but the new suppression drug is about to be successfully developed. I'm confident that we can cure her with just the medicine. Chumok replied confidently, "Don't worry about me. The reaction is no longer useful to me. I've already found another way to become stronger." The scene changes to the secret realm, where Elder Gi is directing researchers to interact with the realm. A voice came from behind, accelerating the time in the secret realm. What a strange idea. Chumok walked over. "Can it be done?" Elder Gi replied, "It's not impossible." Elder Gui looked at Chumok and asked, "Chumok, do you have any more specific requests?" Standing before the secret realm, Chumok answered, "Let me think. For example, making 30 days pass inside the secret realm in one go." Inside the banquet hall, Wudong stood before everyone and ordered them to leave. "Today's party is over. Everyone, please go home." Her classmates and relatives who were present immediately forced a smile and spoke up. "Wudong, how can you be like this? You're not even giving your auntie any face." "Wudong, we're old friends. Please help us. Our company needs an investment from the Dongvan Consortium." Wudong gave a faint smile and said softly to them, "I'll count to 10 seconds. Anyone who is still here will be put on the Dongvan Corporation's blacklist, and we will never cooperate with them." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd immediately rushed towards the door, leaving right away. "Hey, what are you pushing for? Don't block the door." After seeing off the entire chaotic crowd from the banquet hall, Wudong let out a sigh. Those annoying people are finally all gone. She turned to her father and asked, "Hey, I just came home for a meal. How did our house turn into an investment conference?" Wudong's father sighed, "My precious daughter, you've really flown up in the world now. You have no idea, these past few days, so many people have come begging me for high-ranking and powerful positions. Some of them are relatives I really can't turn away." Wudong was completely helpless. "Is it that exaggerated?" Her father nodded and chuckled. His voice was tinged with a hint of pride. "Of course, everyone is saying, after the 4 great sects and the Financial Consortium Alliance surrendered, Chumo became the pinnacle of wealth, power, and martial strength on this planet. Wudong, you, under Chumo's authority, have become the de facto controller of the Dongyun Consortium, so in many people's eyes, you're already a major figure." Wudong looked at her father, speechless. "Stop listening to those rumors. I'm just using the Dongyun Consortium's resources to do some research. That's all. It's nothing impressive." But her father was still incredibly proud, and he even started joking. "No matter how you put it, you're the person closest to Chumo. In the future, you might be the first lady of this planet. No, Her Majesty the Empress." Wudong's hair stood on end as she shouted, "Rumors are just rumors." Wudong's father stopped teasing her. He said, "Seriously, let's get down to business. Right now, the Dongyun Consortium is officially carving up the prime assets of the Financial Consortium Alliance. I know you and Chumo have no interest in managing businesses, but the Dongyun Consortium is just a temporary ally. They can't be fully trusted. Instead of concentrating all the resources and wealth in the hands of the Dongyun Consortium, why not give a portion to me to manage?" Wudong couldn't listen anymore. She immediately waved goodbye to her father and quickly ran off. "That's really enough. Why are you like this too, Dad? I'm going out. Don't bother me." Outside on a major city street, as the sun was setting, the classmate who was just chased away by Wudong was cursing angrily. "That crazy woman. So arrogant. Who does she think she is? Without Chumo, she's nothing." The person next to him heard this and sneered. "You can't really say that. Pleasing a man is a skill in itself." Seeing how her performance in the secret realm got worse and worse, I knew she must have spent all her time and energy on pleasing Chumo. Just as that man finished speaking, 2 loud thuds suddenly echoed from where they stood. Tianxin appeared out of nowhere, shaking her wrists to stretch them. The other 2 were lying unconscious on the ground, with huge bumps on their heads. Just as Wudong came out, she called out, "Yue Tianyan, it seems like you've been waiting in front of my house for a long time. What do you need me for?" Tianxin didn't answer. She moved close to Wudong, pulled her clothes, and sniffed, causing Wudong to shriek in surprise. "What are you doing? Stay away from me." Tianxin looked up at her, The smell of pills is so strong. Did you spend all your time refining pills? Wu Tong replied resentfully, is it any of your business? What I do is my own business. Tian Xin shrugged and offered some sincere advice. Refining pills doesn't help improve your combat strength at all. If you keep focusing your mind on pills, you'll die easily. Wu Tong was speechless. Did you come here specifically to curse me? Tian Xin lowered her eyes. I was just coincidentally passing by. What I'm about to say next is just me talking to myself. I'm absolutely not trying to leak sect intelligence. The 4 sect masters have disappeared. Jing Shan has also gone missing. It seems like they're doing something very dangerous. Meanwhile, somewhere in an infinite and endless space, coins were being sucked into a vortex, one by one. The fields swirled relentlessly, and the moment they touched its edge, they were completely corroded. Thien Tam, who was waiting nearby, suddenly spoke up. Can-sun, why are you out already? You haven't even finished absorbing the destiny reserves of the 4 great sects. Can Tian stepped out from the vortex's center, his voice deep and thoughtful. It's time. The next secret realm is about to begin. Thien Tam approached him. The secret realm is opening? Ah. Lord Heaven's mandate must have told you, right? Huang Tong muttered. The techniques of the ancient era are truly beyond my imagination. In such a short time, Can-sun has already absorbed over 90% of the fate reserves. The others present also spoke up to remind Can-sun of his mission. With So Mok's personality, he will definitely choose to complete the secret realm's mission alone. Wait until he's exhausted or even injured. Then you can assassinate him to ensure the victory of our 4 great sects. Can Tian glanced at them. I'll decide how to handle it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Thien Tam's head. Before that, I'll borrow the power of you 4 wastes. Caught off guard by Can Tian's attack, Thien Tam's pupils shrank and his eyes became bloodshot. I'm done for. I have to use spatial teleportation quickly. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Can Tian spoke as if he could read minds. Don't even think about it. By the time he let go, Thien Tam was already dead, his limp body slumping to the ground. The other sect masters turned pale. Can-sun, what are you doing? Huang Tong's eyes blazed as a weapon instantly appeared in his hand, and he roared, no more talk, kill him. After that, there were only a few streaks of light and the sound of ashes falling. By the time anyone could see clearly, Can Tian had effortlessly seized the moment to instantly snuff out their lives. He muttered indifferently, perfect timing. A teleportation portal appeared, and the crackling of the energy field echoed in the cave. Leaving the bodies behind, Can Tian slowly walked towards the portal. As he placed one foot inside, he didn't forget to inform those unfortunate souls, I'm taking your power back. The scene then shifts to an ancient city, where several participants of the secret realm stood on the street looking around. The 4th secret realm is an ancient setting again. At least we get to keep our memories this time. If it's like the last time, ending before we can do anything would be too humiliating. One of them suddenly got to the point, I feel like I've seen this city somewhere before. Where are we? He turned his head in one direction. There's an old man over there who looks like a local. Let's go ask him. The group approached an old man. He was wearing a damaged suit of armor and had several wounds on his body. He stood there silently, his sword planted upright in the ground. One of the men spoke up. Excuse me, old sir. But before he could finish his sentence, Wu Dong suddenly appeared behind them and stopped him. Don't disturb him. He has no aura of life left. Thien Tin nodded in agreement and also told them where they were. This is Chuchi City. The man was stunned. Chuchi City. Wu Dong explained to him. Before Dilathian finished creating the secret realms, there was a long period when cultivators couldn't stop the descent of demonic beasts. The northwest region was the entry point for the demonic beast invasion of Earth. City after city fell, and at that time, everyone thought that the northwest region had completely become a paradise for demonic beasts. Only one city was still holding on, and that was Chuchi City. She paused for a moment, looked at the old soldier, and continued, surrounded by 35 enemy armies, with no reinforcements and no supplies. A lone city 1,000 miles away, defended by white-haired soldiers, the 3,000 Xi'an troops from Chuchi were trapped, none surrendered, dying for the city. Hearing this, one of the participants in the secret realm suddenly spoke up in fear. Wait, the mission for this secret realm hasn't been announced yet? The person next to him was also startled, realizing something unbelievable. Don't tell me they want us to defend the city for them, for another 25, 35 days? Regardless of what those people below were thinking, or how confused they were, the scene shifted back to Chu Mo, who was standing on the high wall above the city gate. The system suddenly sent a notification. 5-day check-in reward. Millennial Beast Power. The reward has been distributed. Please check. Host. Chu Mo looked at the system panel expressionlessly. This again. This time's reward is very ordinary. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind him. The person spoke. The moment you entered the secret realm, your power suddenly grew stronger. Jing Shan stood opposite him, smiling as he spoke to Chu Mo. without any signs and without any effort. It's truly admirable, Chu Mo. Is this your secret? Chu Mo called out, Jing Shan. However, the next second, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chu Mo's cautious attitude changed, and he asked, No, who are you? Jing Shan smiled. Let me introduce myself. I've said it many times before. Forget all that, let the killing begin. The scene shifts to the Beast Palace, and Ta stood in the Great Hall, clasping its two tentacles together, pleading in a low voice, Lord He, I beg you to retract this decision. Just as it finished speaking, another beast from outside frantically ran in. Who told you to come in? Get out? And Ta, annoyed, used its tentacles to fight with the intruder. Let me go. Why must the non-aggression pact be abolished? This is a law that Lord Ai worked so hard to pass. That beast snorted coldly. You still don't get it? The non-aggression pact of the 16 minor beast races was the reward for infiltrating the human world, but not only did she fail to complete the mission, she also betrayed us. And Ta furrowed its octopus brows tightly and decisively denied it. No, this must be a misunderstanding. The Lord would never betray us. She must be trying to trick the humans into trusting her. Lord He, standing to the side, watched the two beasts argue for a while before finally speaking. Octopus, you've come at just the right time. And Ta turned to look at her. Lord He, are you perhaps willing to reconsider keeping the non-aggression pact? Lord He acted as if she hadn't heard its question, smirking. I was just craving some grilled octopus. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of vines immediately shot out in the air, and Antal was seized and bound tightly by the other beast. He said smugly, Lord He, leave it to me. My skills have satisfied many. Suddenly, there was another commotion inside the Great Hall, as someone entered to have an audience with Lord He. The newly arrived beast paid its respects to her and then reported, Lord He, the fourth secret realm is about to open. She asked him, Have you finished the task I assigned you? The other beast's eyes lit up, and it quickly replied, Everything has been prepared. This time, we will achieve a true victory. The scene shifts back to the ancient city area within the secret realm. The time in the secret realm was approaching evening. The sky dyed a brilliant reddish-orange as teleportation gates opened one by one in the air. The system also sent a new notification about the secret realm to everyone. Secret realm announcement. Clearance conditions. A large number of demonic beasts are swarming towards Kuzi's city. They need to withstand 3 waves of attacks to protect the city. Down on the streets, the participants of the trial are still quite optimistic about the current situation. After all, with Chumo here, won't resisting 3 attacks be very easy? It looks like there's nothing for us to do in this secret realm. The people standing next to him looked up at the sky and warned in a cold voice, Don't let your guard down. The demonic beasts are still descending. All of them are humanoid. With at least 2,500 years of cultivation, they looked around. To kill all the demonic beasts with a saturation attack, even Chumo would need a lot of time, looking at the hundreds and then thousands of demonic beasts advancing towards the city gate. They resolved that no matter what, they had to risk their lives to stop the demonic beasts from destroying Kuzi's city. However, Tian Xin suddenly spoke up to deny it. No, the demonic beast's goal is not to attack the city. In the far distance, a demonic beast raised a giant wooden stake high in its hands. Then, it forcefully plunged it straight into the ground, and a wave of energy shot out all around. One by one, the other demonic beasts acted as if programmed, continuously plunging stake after stake into the ground, with each wooden stake creating a pillar of light of energy that shot straight into the sky. Yutong's eyes widened. Those demonic beasts are destroying the secret realm. Just as she finished speaking, Lord He appeared among the common demonic beasts. She clicked her tongue. So you figured it out? But do you have the luxury to worry about that right now? Yutong shrugged, facing Lord He with a calm demeanor. The demonic beasts invading the secret realm are scattered far away, while the beasts attacking the city are right before our eyes. You've really gone to great lengths to deal with Chumo, Lord He replied with a faint smile. If you protect Kuzi's city, the secret realm will be eroded. Stop the demonic beasts from eroding the secret realm, and Kuzi's city will be destroyed. The secret realm mission will fail. Among the humans, there's only one person who can stop us. He can't handle both sides. They've already lost. Then, she suddenly called out, her voice filled with triumph. Chumo, are you pleased with this surprise? As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze shifted to where Chumo was supposed to be, but he had already vanished at some point. Lord He's taunt hit nothing but air. Where's Chumo? Where is he? Over where the demonic beasts were trying to destroy the secret realm, they were still diligently plunging wooden stakes into the ground. One demonic beast complained, I've really had enough of this. Do we have to stand here and guard this wooden stake until the secret realm ends? The demonic beast in front of him turned around. These wooden stakes are the key to eroding the secret realm. Our mission is very important. That one consoled its comrade, be a little patient. The path to the human world will soon be torn open, and then you can kill as many as you want. However, Just as it finished speaking, a lightning-fast sensation passed through it, and it was dismembered before it could even feel the pain. Then, with a few more fluid slashes, its body parts were separated one by one. Its comrade standing nearby was bewildered, its face turning pale. What's happening? Where did the attack come from? That demonic beast turned to look around, only to see its own head in its friend's hands, in pieces everywhere. Enemy! Where is the enemy? At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. A second later, Chu Mo and Jing Xian were seen bursting out from it, accompanied by earth-shattering attacks. Jing Xian stood opposite Chu Mo and laughed. What a pity. You managed to escape from the hidden space. I was planning to kill you secretly where no one could see. Chu Mo looked at him and asked in a cold voice. Sect Master Q's spatial ability and the power of the other sect masters. What did you do to them? Jing Xian smirked. Do I even need to explain something so simple? They're all dead, and you're next. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Xian channeled his power, and a massive amount of spiritual energy from the surrounding space gathered around him. Chu Mo waved his hand, instantly shattering the connection. He looked at Jing Xian. Why the rush to kill me? This secret realm could collapse at any moment. The demon beasts are the biggest threat. Jing Xian used his spiritual power to conjure a spear in his hand. He replied nonchalantly to Chu Mo. Stabilizing the secret realm and killing the demon beasts is simple. I can see the path to victory. But the only thing I can't see clearly is your future in my world. There's no need for variables. Meanwhile, as Chu Mo and Jing Xian were locked in a stalemate, Lord, he also managed to teleport to their location. She stood there, slightly stunned, looking at the demon beasts who were caught in the crossfire of the battle before her. Lord, he looked at Jing Xian. She smirked. I never would have thought that besides Chu Mo, humanity had another hidden expert. Human, I have a suggestion, but she received no response. Chu Mo and Jing Xian were still fiercely fighting, so Lord, he spoke up again. I have a suggestion. Her answer was an earth-shattering explosion, and the giant demon beast in front of her was instantly turned to dust. Lord, he looked up at the sky, where Chu Mo and Jing Xian were fighting a life-or-death battle. She weakly but stubbornly spoke up again. I have a suggestion. However, she was still met with infinite silence. Lord, he stood helplessly in the dust-filled wind, her patience reaching its limit. She opened her mouth and screamed, Stop ignoring me, you bastards. Lord, he waved her hand and launched an attack at the two, interrupting their battle. Only then did Jing Xian spare a moment to turn and look at her. Were you talking to me? Lord. He began to speak to him. Human, are you and Chu Mo enemies? Why don't we join forces? Before she could even finish her sentence, Jing Xian waved his hand and attacked her. Lord, his body immediately disintegrated into pieces. Jing Xian frowned. A 30,000-year-old demon beast, not its true form, just a shadow, dares to interfere with my fight? The time rewinds to 3 minutes earlier. The scene shifts to the demon beast hall, where Lord He was observing the battle between Chu Mo and Jing Xian. She was excited. Where the hell did this guy come from? He's clearly a human, yet he's fighting Chu Mo. Go on, fight, fight. It'd be best if you both died. As she said this, she suddenly snapped out of her glee, remembering her own important matter. Wait, my special wooden stakes. Lord, he tried to sense the situation with the wooden stakes on the other side. She muttered in a daze, more than 60% have been destroyed. It's over, it's over. My backup plan is about to be ruined. Lord, he quickly composed herself, her mind racing to think of a countermeasure. I can't be rash. There's still a chance. The demon beasts in front of the city wall haven't been affected by the fighting yet. They're in good condition. Begin now. All surviving demon beasts attack the city at all costs, while I stall for time and prevent Chu Mo and the other cultivators from getting near the city wall. A crisis might not be without opportunity. That cultivator harbored a grudge against Chu Mo. She touched the map in front of her, thinking all she had to do was propose a partnership with him, to kill Chu Mo together. Regardless of whether he agrees or not, it would be very beneficial for me. Lady, he was quite pleased with her plan. If he accepted the partnership, then I would have a chance to kill Chu Mo. Even if the partnership proposal was rejected, I could still buy enough time for the demonic beast to break through the city walls and achieve victory in the secret realm. Just as she finished her thought, the map in front of her suddenly exploded into pieces. Lady, he stared blankly at the scattered fragments on the ground. She was stunned in disbelief. The projection was destroyed, and I hadn't even finished a single sentence. The projection was destroyed. Lady, he clutched her head, taking a deep breath to calm herself down. Hold it in. Don't get angry. Just then, a demonic beast came forward to call for Lady He. He also noticed the fragments scattered all over the ground, and asked doubtfully, These fragments on the ground, your projection? Lady He cut him off. There was a small accident. That demonic beast immediately bowed to apologize. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Lady He, this is the grilled octopus I made for you. Lady, he walked past him, replying coldly, I have no appetite. Stay away from me. She slowly walked inside. Lady He's back remained as proud and straight as ever. As soon as she reached the pavilion above, she couldn't hold back and slammed her fist into a nearby pillar. A loud bang immediately echoed through the demonic beast palace. The furious Lady He roared, "Is he nuts or something? Would it kill him to let someone finish speaking? Such a rude cultivator." The scene then shifts back to the two of them, Chu Mo and Jing Xian. A huge python lay motionless on the ground. Jing Xian looked at Chu Mo and exclaimed, "In 10 seconds, you temporarily increased your combat power tenfold. Amazing." 1,000 years ago, this was a technique that body-refining cultivators couldn't achieve, and you accomplished it. Chu Mo calmly replied to this backhanded compliment, "This is the first time I've used this ability in front of someone else." Jing Xian showed he was listening, so Chu Mo's eyes began to glow with a golden light. His voice was cold. "The previous attack didn't hurt you, and you weren't even surprised. It seems you had already anticipated my ability." Jing Xian crossed his arms and calmly explained, "To me, nothing in this world is a secret. For example, your eyes can perceive the essence of all things. It's just that you haven't delved deep enough into it, and you aren't skilled in using it. What a waste. Why can't you see my weakness even now?" And just as Jing Xian said, the information the system showed Chu Mo was just a bunch of blurry information, cultivator, unknown, with no strategy or weaknesses listed at all. Jing Xian raised his hand, spiritual energy gathering in his palm. "Are you out of trump cards? And here I was, looking forward to what you could do. In that case, just die." A white mist gradually enveloped the entire forest. Jing Xian looked up at the sky. Strange, something feels off. Inside the old city walls, it was also dead silent. As Jing Xian was lost in thought, the sky also gradually darkened. He was a bit dazed. What in the world is it? Jing Xian watched as the space and time around him changed at the speed of light. It was just dusk a moment ago. How did it suddenly become night? He looked up at Sumo. Time in the secret realm was accelerating and the sky brightened once more. Sumo smiled as he welcomed the new dawn. It was a new day. The system announced the check-in for day 6. Reward. Jing Xian waved his hand. White bones coiled around his fingers and body. Jing Xian asked Sumo, "Where are you looking?" "At the sun." In an instant, the white bones multiplied. They surged towards Sumo, who looked at Jing Xian and asked, "Is this the power that truly belongs to you?" In the blink of an eye, the white bones transformed into interlocking chains, forming layer upon layer, wrapping tightly around Sumo. He looked at the chains on his arm and laughed. "You're finally getting serious." Jing Xian lowered his eyes. "Your existence is too dangerous. I can't let you live any longer." The moment he spoke, a new attack was unleashed. Almost everything around Sumo was obliterated. Sumo's body was cut into tiny pieces, dissolving into thin air, leaving behind a lingering question for Jing Xian. Interesting, these simple slashes converged to form a river. Jing Xian smirked. "To be on the safe side, I'll disintegrate you to the atomic level." And just as Jing Xian said, Sumo's body began to slowly break apart. Pieces of flesh on his arm peeled away, then slowly disappeared. The tide of white bones surged forward once more, sweeping everything into the air. Jing Xian stood to the side, observing the whole process. With this level of destruction, even a cultivator specializing in body refinement could not possibly recover. However, Jing Xian never expected that Sumo, who had just disappeared right in front of him, would reappear behind him completely unscathed, even offering a veiled compliment. "That was really dangerous. I almost died for real that time." A cold glint flashed in Jing Xian's eyes. Still alive, he spun around and threw a punch. "Then I'll just kill you again." Sumo's body vanished into nothingness again, but he was reborn time after time, as if in an infinite loop. His voice was calm. "It's not fire, not electricity, not a curse, and it's not spatial power either. Can the simple power of severance really be this strong?" Jing Xian clenched his fists, suppressing his growing frustration. "Sumo, is this your secret? It's truly a cheat-like ability. The moment you entered the secret realm, your power was already enhanced. Just now, you accelerated the time in the secret realm, making one day pass in a flash, which is how you obtained this soul-splitting technique." Sumo ignored Jing Xian's rambling, pointed to the sky and said, "Look, the second day is almost here." Jing Xian approached Sumo once again. "Then I'll kill all of you before dawn." Sumo skillfully regenerated and dodged. He even cheered Jing Xian on. "Come on." The sky continuously darkened and brightened, several times faster than normal. Outside, the old city walls were constantly bombarded by powerful attacks, and the system relentlessly sent notifications. Checking in and distributing rewards to Sumo. 7th day check-in. Reward. 8th day check-in. Reward. 9th day check-in. Reward. 10th day check-in. Reward weapon golden cudgel. 1 second after the reward for the 10th day was distributed, Jing Xian was crushed flat on the ground by the golden cudgel. Sumo looked down from above. "As expected, you're not Jing Xian. Is this your true face? Heavenly fate lying on the ground, muttered Sumo. We will meet again very soon. First predicted death sequence complete. Tianming reappeared in the form of Jing Xian, standing opposite Sumo, this time with absolute confidence. Sumo, I've seen all your cards. From now on, there's no more probing. I'll end this fight in 5 minutes. The scene shifts to the laboratory at the Dongyun conglomerate. A report echoes. Beginning the 6th contact test, energy reaction is normal. Neural link reaction is normal, disengaging the limiter. Opening the two-way channel, commander orders synchronized activation. The device connected to Sumo's brain immediately activates. He puts on the connection headset, nodding in satisfaction. It's amazing. Now I can feel the existence of the secret realm as if it were my own limbs. Gixing steps forward and says to Sumo, control of the secret realm has been transferred to you. You can now freely manage the flow of time within the secret realm. Sumo nods. Elder Gi, you've done well. Gixing suddenly says with a serious tone, Sumo, I won't ask what you're planning to do, but I must remind you, the secret realm is riddled with flaws. Accelerating time could very well cause the secret realm to disintegrate. Sumo takes off the helmet on his head. I understand. I will use the time acceleration function cautiously. Back in the present, the scene shifts to inside the secret realm. Sumo strikes down at Tianming with a single blow, instantly cutting him in half. Tianming looks up at the sky. His body pauses for a second, an unbelieving thought circling in his mind. No, it can't be. Sumo turns to look at him. How tenacious. Not even down for the count after being cut in two. He smiles, his voice is light as a feather. Then let's cut you into 4 pieces. Sumo once again raises the sword in his hand, and Tianming suffers yet again. The second death premonition ends, and he regenerates once more. Tianming is a bit dazed. What's happening now? Sumo looks down on him from above. Oh, there you are. The tiny Tianming looks up at him. Sumo appears enormous, looking very smug. What? Sumo shakes his head, whispering the truth to him. It's not that I've gotten bigger, it's that you've gotten smaller. This skill is interesting. It can persistently and continuously shrink an enemy. At this point, Tianming finally realizes the change in his own body, and he panics, cursing at Sumo. However, Sumo's attitude is extremely provocative. He pretends to listen. Are you talking to me? Sorry, I can't hear you. You've already shrunk to the size of an atom. Can you get any smaller? And just like that, the third death premonition ends. The demonic beasts that were killed earlier also suddenly resurrect. Tianming looks down and asks Sumo, making dead demonic beasts rise. Is this your new ability? At some point, the demonic beasts have gathered behind Sumo. He calmly replies to Tianming, not only that, I can also make them fuse. As soon as Sumo finishes speaking, the demonic beasts behind him immediately fuse, transforming into a bizarre, deformed monster. Sumo raises his eyes to look at Tianming. Go on, my little cutie, swallow him. And then, the fourth death premonition ends. Once again, Tianming appears in the form of Jing Xian before Sumo, silent and pensive. The fourth death. Every time, the new ability Sumo acquires is different. Each time, before the sun of the second day appears, I am able to kill him. The closest I ever got to succeeding, I only managed to take one of his arms. Is it a coincidence, or something else? Interesting. Very interesting. How long has it been since I've felt such enjoyment? While thinking, Tianming rushes to fight Sumo, within the countless death premonitions, searching for a path to survival. Come on, use all your abilities to kill me. Tianming laughs maniacally, feeling extremely smug deep down. No matter how many times I die in the prophecy, as long as I win once, that will become my destiny. It will bring me the final victory. A giant centipede was rampaging through the forest in the secret realm, and Tianming was attacked until he bled from all 7 orifices. He muttered, this time it's Chumo's poison again. Ignoring Tianming collapse on the ground, he was busy playing with the demonic beasts. And so, the 5th death prophecy ended. After respawning, Tianming was taken care of again, and the 6th death prophecy ended. Once again, he was dealt with by Chumo using a voodoo doll. Tianming's body was pierced by thousands of needles. Time and time again, the 7th death prophecy ended. The 8th death prophecy ended. The 100th death prophecy ended. The 1000th death prophecy ended. The 10,070th death prophecy ended. Outside the ancient city, earth-shattering explosions erupted ceaselessly day and night. Revived once more, Tianming seriously wanted to talk to Chumo. Chumo, let's call a temporary truce. Let's talk. Chumo, who was currently merging with a demonic beast, replied, the longer the truce, the stronger I will become. Why would you propose a condition that's disadvantageous to yourself? Tianming pointed to the rift behind him. A crack has already appeared in the sky. If you keep accelerating time, perhaps the secret realm will completely collapse soon. Chumo didn't seem to care, shrugging his shoulders. Maybe so. I don't care. Tianming, as if very indignant, shouted loudly. Has the power of darkness made you lose your mind? When the secret realm shatters, the demonic beast can invade without any hindrance into our world. No matter who wins or loses between us, it will be meaningless. Chumo's face gradually returned to normal. He nodded in agreement. You're right, but don't forget, you're the one who started this war. Time continued to accelerate, and Tianming said angrily, just by spending one day in the secret realm, you can gain immense power. Have you never questioned this logic? Perhaps this is a plot by the demonic beasts, intentionally luring you to accelerate time to shatter the secret realm. Chu Mo denied it. That's just one possibility. Perhaps before the secret realm collapses, I can become powerful enough, so what if the demonic beasts invade? I alone can destroy the entire world of demonic beasts. Tianming's arms went limp, he lowered his head and said, Enough. I admit defeat, okay? Are you willing to gamble with the human world? Think of your sister, your friends. Stop being crazy. Chu Mo smirked. The crazy one isn't me, it's you. During the fight, your personality suddenly changed. Not only did you ask for a truce, you even chose to admit defeat. With your arrogant personality, even if you were certain to die, you wouldn't choose to surrender, right? The sky had turned to morning. Chu Mo looked up at him. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't add up. So I have a theory. The world I'm in right now isn't real. As soon as he finished speaking, countless invisible hands appeared in the air, reaching for Tianming. He gritted his teeth. It seems this prophecy is about to end. The only useful piece of information he gained was one thing. Chu Mo doesn't know the reason he's gaining power in the secret realm. The accumulated emotions from 10,000 deaths were too overwhelming, and Tianming was quickly caught and bound tightly by those hands. He told himself, next time, and the time after that, I must act more naturally with each death, using different questions to piece together the puzzle, to confirm Chu Mo's real secret. After dealing with Tianming, Sumo looked at the hands extending from his body. The power he gained today was working quite well. Tianming was tightly bound. He asked him in a low voice, Aren't you going to kill me, or do you have some strange hobby of toying with your enemies? Sumo sneered. I won't kill you, but I won't let you commit suicide either. Aren't you curious? If I keep accelerating time, will the power I gain grow without any limits, or will it eventually reach some kind of endpoint? Hearing Sumo's words, Tianming suddenly froze. What? I'm screwed. I'm screwed. I'm screwed. After that, time continued to accelerate, and the system relentlessly sent check-in notifications to Sumo. The check-in reward for the 9th day, the check-in reward for the 15th day, and the check-in for the 29th day. Rewarded with a time system ability, historical time limit. Only then did Sumo feel a bit satisfied, raising his eyes to look at Tianming. After fighting for so long, I finally know your name. Hearing Sumo call out to him, Tianming laughed. You know, there are many who hold the title of Tianming. You just discovered it too late, Sumo. But Sumo clicked his tongue in denial, and at the same time, he retracted the hands that were binding Tianming. No. I mean your name, your real name, Wen Beishuan. Hearing this familiar yet foreign name, Tianming was a little surprised. It seems you've gained another interesting new ability. Mind reading, or something else? It's been a long time since anyone called me by that name. Sumo stared straight at him. To erase your filthy past, you killed everyone who knew that name. Tianming replied nonchalantly, What's the point of bringing this up? I don't regret my past actions. What about you? Do you regret yours? He raised his head to look at the sky, which was starting to crumble. You accelerated time, constantly gaining new powers. But look around you, the secret realm is collapsing, and this is the dire consequence of your actions. Sumo seemed unconcerned, glancing around briefly. You're right. If I speed things up for another day, this secret realm will likely collapse instantly. Tianming raised his hand to attack. Once the secret realm is destroyed, Earth will lose its barrier, and demonic beasts will find countless paths to invade Earth. He lunged forward, landing a palm strike right in the center of Sumo's chest. Billions of people will die a tragic death. Sumo looked down at Tianming. Why do something so pointless? I've seen history, and I know your strongest skill. He reached out and grabbed Tianming's hand. Even if I don't defend myself at all, you can't hurt me anymore. The secret realm isn't collapsing. This is merely a timeline from your prophecy. Right now, this isn't reality. Tianming smirked smugly, his voice filled with defiance. But I can choose to make this timeline the reality. In just 1 month, the demonic beast's victory will be set in stone. The moment he finished speaking, Sumo grabbed him by the throat. Sumo spoke in a cold tone. Are you trying to provoke me into killing you? Perhaps your death is the trigger that allows you to shift to the next timeline. Unfortunately for you, in front of me, you don't even have the right to commit suicide. Tianming replied calmly. It seems your new power doesn't let you see everything. Besides death, I have other ways to switch timelines. Sumo appeared unconcerned. He threw Tianming to the ground. There's still a lot I don't know. Even though I can see the entire past and your history, I still can't comprehend your actions and thoughts. Sumo looked down at him. With your prophetic abilities, why did you lure the four great sects into starting the Secret Realm War? There must be another way to break the seal. Tianmen, lying on the ground, suddenly asked Sumak a question and began to explain. Do you know how glorious human civilization once was? When humans first came into contact with the world of demonic beasts, they didn't need to use secret realms to protect themselves. The strength of outstanding human individuals far surpassed even the most powerful cultivators. The science and technology back then was highly developed, not like the feeble toys of today. His words were filled with emotion. No matter how powerful the demonic beasts were, they were nothing more than slaves or pets to them. But such a prosperous human civilization was suddenly destroyed one day, and no one knows why. I can only guess that the world of demonic beasts might have recorded something about it. Sumak asked him, "Did you start a war just to find the historical truth?" The man shook his head. "No, to be precise, what I'm looking for is the power of humanity from the ancient era, and their science and technology. Sumak, I once guessed that your power might have come from them." Tianmen staggered to his feet. Just by spending one day in a secret realm, one can gain a new ability. This illogical way of becoming stronger fit my image of them quite well, but I was wrong. Sumak looked up at Tianmen. "Why did you change your mind?" Tianmen didn't answer right away, looking at the pink bubbles floating in the air. He suddenly asked Sumak, "Haven't you noticed yet? You're emitting a signal from your body." Tianmen looked up at the sky. "The signal is getting stronger. I'm not sure if you've noticed, which is why you stopped accelerating time." At that moment, Sumak's body seemed to be glowing. Pink bubbles continuously rose. Tianmen clutched his forehead and laughed loudly. Spending one day in a secret realm allows you to gain immense power. To get such power so easily, how could there not be a price to pay? I understand now, Sumak. You were never some kind of savior. You're just a coordinate. Tianmen's voice grew louder. When you stay in the secret realm long enough, your immense power will lead the invaders here. The invaders are far more terrifying than any demonic beast. Sumak watched as Tianmen gradually went insane. He pondered his words, "A coordinate, invaders. Your speculation is indeed plausible." Tianmen smirked. "Whether it's speculation or not, why don't you test it and see? Accelerate time for another 2 days, no, perhaps just 1 day, and those invaders will probably appear right before us." Sumak tilted his head slightly to look at him. "Are you hoping those invaders will kill you offhandedly, so that you can open a new timeline? But have you considered that the abilities of those invaders are beyond our imagination? They might even be able to make this timeline permanent." Tianmen assessed Sumak's condition. "Even if you stop accelerating time, the signal you're emitting is already intense enough. If you give the invaders enough time, they'll be able to pinpoint Earth's location." Sumak crossed his arms and slowly approached Tianmen. "Do you have any suggestions?" Tianmen stated his demand decisively. "Kill me. You have no other choice." He paused for a moment, then continued. "This timeline only has a desperate future. Whether it's the gods from the demonic beast world or the unknown invaders, they are all a fatal threat to humanity. Only I can change our fate." Sumak raised his hand, and a surge of energy gathered around it. Sumak walked past Tianmen, giving him a swift end with a gentle wave of his hand. The pitch-black sky was reborn once more. Tianming reappeared in the form of Jingshan, looking grimly at Chu Mo. "I returned only to die again, but the harvest was great." Tianming's gaze was profound. "I finally know the secret of Chu Mo's ability, along with the unknown invader. As long as I can grasp the future, I will be the final victor." Just then, Tianxin suddenly appeared, calling out loudly, "Hey, you two, stop right there." She landed lightly on the ground, with Yutong following closely behind, landing next to Chu Mo. Tianxin approached Tianming. "Jingshan, what are you thinking? Why do you want to fight Chu Mo?" When Tianming saw who had arrived, he suddenly looked interested, "So they've come too. Just in time for my new plan, they can become the pawns I use to restrain Chu Mo." First, he raised a hand to touch his face. A second later, Tianming instantly dropped his disguise, revealing his true face. Tianxin frowned. "Who are you?" Tianming didn't answer, looking down at his own hands in bewilderment. "No, I'm not the one doing this. What the hell? My body is out of my control. Could it be Chu Mo? But Chu Mo hasn't even accelerated time yet. He can't possibly have such a bizarre ability. Am I the Chu Mo from the previous timeline? How can that be?" Chu Mo was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Tianming, not Bei Xuan, fragmented memories, but before he could finish his sentence, Tianming seemed to go crazy, suddenly shouting, "I am Tianming, a cultivator from 1,000 years ago, and until 25 years ago, I was sealed in a magma cave beneath the North Pole. It was I who lured the masters of the four great sects into starting the Secret Realm War." Yutong was stunned by his unexpected honesty. "This guy is way too truthful, answering whatever is asked. Could he be tricking us?" Tianming's body gradually began to emit a purple light as he continued to speak. "For my own personal gain, I pushed the earth to the brink of destruction. I am a sinner, and I feel deeply ashamed. Therefore, I am prepared to atone for my sins with death." Right now, Tianming's hand was heading towards his own chest, but internally, he was in a state of constant conflict. Our abilities are complete opposites. I can predict the future, but Sumo can exchange it. This timeline is now restricted, becoming the true history. Tianming looked forward, and seeing the indifferent, emotionless faces of Sumo and the other two, he fell deeper into despair. His inner self screamed frantically, "I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Stop. This is something I absolutely do not want." Just as this thought raced through Tianming's mind, a second later he struck himself, trying to punch through his own heart. Tianming collapsed to the ground. Tianming lay face down, motionless on the ground. Tianxin stepped forward and looked down at him. Did he just kill himself like that? Is he really dead? Sumo also stepped forward to examine him. He's probably really dead. There's no breath left in him. At this time, the comments in the livestream room echoed Tianxin's confusion. Is it over just like that? The 1,000-year-old scheming boss makes his grand entrance, only to end up committing suicide out of guilt? It really feels like he was a manipulated puppet. Through Sumo's livestream room, they saw the situation and kept posting comments. The demonic beasts are almost all dead. The one with the power to manipulate Tianming, I feel like it's Sumo. How dare you? Do you want to be forced to commit suicide too? And at this moment, someone who shared the same thought as the netizens watching the live stream was none other than Yu Tong. She turned back to look at Sumo. Could it be that you did something? Sumo shrugged as if he had nothing to do with it. I don't know. To be honest, I'm also very confused right now. Meanwhile, in a corner of the secret realm, another participant also took action. He slashed a demonic beast to death. He let out a breath. It's over. This must be the last demonic beast, right? And at the same time, the secret realm's system sent a notification to everyone. The space also began to change, announcing the completion of the 4th secret realm mission. In 1 minute, the savior will return to the real world. At this moment, Sumo's personal system also gave him a new notification. The check-in system detected that the host has completed the 4th secret realm mission, issuing a special reward. Nether Ghost. Sumo frowned as he looked at it. What is this? The system sent more notifications, unrecognizable, self-checking the check-in system. Detected that the host has completed the 4th secret realm mission, issuing a special reward. The secret treasure watch left behind by the 2nd-generation chairman of the Dongyun conglomerate. It can temporarily stop time for a short period. Remaining uses. 1. Sumo glanced around, assessing the situation. Was that also prearranged? Or was it some kind of change? The scene shifts to the real world. 3 days passed in a flash. Sumo stood inside the laboratory, looking at the stone block in front of him. This is the realm-crossing stone. Why has it changed like this? Guixing, standing beside him, began to explain. 3 days ago, the Dongyun conglomerate dispatched people to a deep cave under the North Pole to rescue the sealed realm on behalf of Tianming. There, we discovered some long-lost ancient books, so we proceeded to modify the realm-crossing stone. Sumo nodded and asked further. Does it have new functions now? Guixing looked up at the realm-crossing stone before him. As long as enough energy is prepared, we can use the realm-crossing stone to travel to the demonic beast world, and the destination's positioning can also be guaranteed to be highly accurate. Sumo nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Prepare it for me. I want to go to the demonic beast world as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanling, who was in the lab, overheard him and exclaimed in shock. Sumo, you're preparing to go to the demonic beast world? Why the rush? Where is the destination? Sumo turned to look at him. Near the remaining realm-crossing stone of the demonic beast world. I will end this war. Hanling walked closer to Sumo. A realm-crossing stone is such an important item, the demonic beast will surely guard it very carefully. No, it's even possible that the demonic beast god lord is personally guarding it. It's too risky. How do you plan to end this war? Sumo shook his head. I can't say. Right now, our conversation might be being eavesdropped on. These words from Sumo seemed to have struck a nerve with Hanling. He scoffed and argued loudly. Are you suspecting Elder Guai or me? Do you think we are spies for the demonic beasts? Guixing, standing beside them, spoke up to calm him down. Li Hanling, stop talking. I believe Sumo. He definitely has his reasons. Hanling clenched his fists. Sumo, I really want to believe you, but ever since you took control of the conglomerate alliance and the 4 great sects, you've become tyrannical and autocratic. You're becoming more and more like the conglomerate alliance, but a more frenzied version. Sumo replied coldly, Li Hanling, don't get in my way, or I will kill you. Your father sacrificed his life to save you. Don't let his efforts go to waste. Hanling cursed under his breath. You bastard. Chumo didn't overreact to him. He just said calmly, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Think carefully about your father's death. Think very, very carefully for me. Seeing Chumo leave, Guixing hurriedly called out, Chumo, Even if you were joking, what you said was too much. He turned to look at Han Ling. Li Han Ling, are you okay? He didn't answer Guixing, just silently lost himself in thought. The mysterious death of Tian Ming, Chu Mo saying it couldn't be spoken of, that they would be overheard. He didn't say it was the beasts who were eavesdropping, his father's death. He was used by the corporate alliance as a scapegoat, pushed out to be a pawn. Han Ling's brows furrowed deeply. The one Chu Mo was guarding against wasn't the beasts. The beasts were also just pawns like his father. Then what the hell is he fighting against? Inside the lab, which was in constant operation, technicians were tirelessly typing commands into the computers. Assistant Wang announced loudly, "Third energy supplement, begin." Wu Tong stood behind, observing everything. He looked at the console in front of him and continued, "Everyone, pay attention. If any abnormal data is detected, report it immediately." The Transcendent Stone, being charged with energy, continuously shot out sparks. Guixing looked at Chu Mo with a serious expression. To meet the activation requirements for the Transcendent Stone, at least half of the world will experience temporary blackouts. A lot of people are going to be cursing you this time. Chu Mo looked up at the Transcendent Stone before him and replied nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter, is that the Beast King's palace?" Before them, the Transcendent Stone was projecting an image of the Beast King's palace. Guixing followed his gaze upward. "That's right, that is the Divine Lord's palace of the Beast World. Its center is your destination. The Beast World's Transcendent Stone is located there." Chu Mo smiled with satisfaction. "It even shows a map. How convenient. That'll save me a lot of time." Guixing suddenly asked, "Are you really not the least bit afraid?" According to the data, the guards of the Beast King's palace include 1,000 beasts with a combat power over 300,000 and 50,000 beasts with a combat power over 1 million and 2 beasts with a combat power over 10 million. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for the Divine Lord of the Beasts, strategic estimates place the Divine Lord of the Beast World's power at over 100 million. Chu Mo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Let me think." He fell silent, deep in his own thoughts. First sign in reward, 1,000-year beast power, a 10,000 increase in combat power. Second sign in, martial god's combat experience, normal combat power tripled. Burst state increases it tenfold, but can only be maintained for 10 seconds. Third sign in, golden pupils, allows me to see through an enemy's weaknesses and all illusions. Fourth sign in reward, Samadhi True Fire, can continuously strengthen my body, growing my combat power by 10,000 through cultivation-based nuclear reactions. The fifth sign in reward was another 1,000-year beast power, increasing my combat power by 10,000, and through the martial god's combat experience, my base combat power was doubled. Chu Mo mused, his mind racing. My combat power in a normal state is 90,000, and for 10 seconds, I can unleash a burst of 300,000 combat power. After a moment of calculation, he concluded with satisfaction. The situation looks very optimistic. The odds of success are high. Guixing was taken aback by Chu Mo's inexplicable confidence. "Are you serious?" He nodded decisively. "No need to be so worried. I'm not going there to slaughter everyone." He smirked. "I just need to find a chance to get to the Transcendent Stone. That's enough. By destroying the demonic beast's boundary stone, they can no longer cheat, which will increase the difficulty of the Mystic Realm War." Guixing looked at Chu Mo. "You've finally revealed your true purpose. Are you worried humanity might lose the next Mystic Realm War?" Chu Mo replied seriously, "I can't keep creating miracles forever. If the demonic beasts continue to cheat, defeat in the Mystic Realm War is only a matter of time." Guixing nodded. "I understand, but I have one more question. The moment you arrive in the demonic beast world, you'll be exposed immediately. The sensory power of a beast with over 10,000 years of strength is enough to cover every single blind spot in the Beast King Palace. A sudden spatial fluctuation will be extremely obvious at this moment." Wu Tong, who had been listening, stepped forward to speak. "Chu Mo, I'll go with you. Let me be the decoy to buy you time." Chu Mo immediately shook his head and refused. "No, you must stay here. I will give my all to destroy the boundary stone, but it's very likely I won't return. At that time, I need you to shoulder the responsibility of the Mystic Realm War and lead humanity to victory." Wu Tong hesitated, but right at that moment, Xia Zhou entered from outside. He accepted the mission without a hint of hesitation. "Then leave the job of being a decoy to me." Chu Mo turned his head to look at Xia Zhou. "Did Li Hanling send you? This journey is very likely a one-way trip." Xia Zhou looked at Chu Mo. "You've already destroyed the original Tycoon Alliance. My long-held wish has been fulfilled. I am not the savior of the Mystic Realm. But aside from you, my power is considered among the top tier of humanity. I should be qualified enough to be the decoy." Chu Mo nodded and led Xia Zhou towards the boundary stone. "All right, then let's go together." Just as he was about to touch the boundary stone, the system suddenly began sending frantic alerts. "Warning, warning, 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 danger, danger, danger." The host is advised to visit the demonic beast world only after at least 10 check-ins, but Chumo turned a deaf ear to it all. He acted as if he didn't see them and continued to move forward. Chumo said, "Wu Tong, if I don't make it back, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my sister." Over at the Beast King Palace, a new fluctuation suddenly appeared. Perhaps the boundary stone had successfully transported Chumo. Seeing the golden beam of light descend from the sky, two demonic beasts clicked their tongues. "We have a guest. Is it a human? Is there something wrong with their heads?" One demonic beast was endlessly excited to make such a grand entrance. Barging into the Beast King Palace without even hiding their power, that's some real courage. The courage to commit suicide. Chumo landed right at the entrance of the Beast King Palace. The boundary stone had worked better than expected. He opened his eyes to assess the space before him. Was the teleportation this precise? Chumo walked straight inside, muttering in annoyance. "I knew I shouldn't have trusted that damn thing." The group of demonic beasts who were planning to eat here were startled when they saw him. Chumo. Chumo didn't stop, slowly taking one heavy step after another. The demonic beast could only part to the sides to make way for him. Suddenly, a demonic beast roared loudly. "What are you all doing? Why are you making way for him? Kill him. Don't you even have that much guts?" The demonic beast below angrily turned to look at that guy like he was insane. "Huh. That's humanity's strongest savior. Stop talking and go fight him yourself." Just then, Lord, he appeared. She pushed the other demonic beast aside. "Oh, Chumo, in the Mystic Realm battlefield, the power of us demonic beasts is restricted. We couldn't kill you. I never expected you to come running here to offer up your life." Chumo calmly raised his head and looked at her. "I came here in search of peace." Lord, he burst out laughing as if she'd heard some amusing joke. "Peace? You fool. We don't need peace." Sumo completely ignored her attitude and proposed. "I want to speak directly with your divine master." Lord, he snorted coldly. "With your status, you're not worthy of meeting the divine master." Another demonic beast appeared behind her and said in a low voice, "Lord, please allow me to dispose of this insolent human for you." Lord, he asked him, "Are you confident you can kill this so-called strongest savior?" The beast waved his hand, a surge of killing intent wrapping around it. "If we were in the secret realm, I would be no match for him. But this is our world. Here, killing him is as easy as killing a dog." However, Sumo didn't play by the usual script. He said nonchalantly, "If you hit me, I'll kill myself." The demonic beast seemed provoked by this, laughing loudly as his pupils constricted. Fine. You said it yourself. I'll hit you with one punch, and you can show me how you kill yourself." As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged at Sumo, and then suddenly, with a loud bang, the demonic beast exploded like a firework. Sumo looked up to see that the beast had already vanished into thin air. The surrounding demonic beasts were terrified, feeling even more certain that their earlier decision to make way for Sumo had been the right one. He was blown to smithereens, not even a speck of ash remained. What in the world just happened? No, I couldn't see a thing. It's a good thing we didn't try to attack Sumo. Only Lord. He noticed something was amiss. She pressed her lips together. No, this is the Divine Master's power. But why would the Divine Master stop us from killing Sumo? Sumo also realized something strange was going on. He said, "Seriously, Divine Master, I know you're here. You can hear me, and you can see me. Starting now, I'm giving you 1 minute to think." Sumo frowned. "End the secret realm war, or I will kill myself right now." A surge of red spiritual energy suddenly enveloped the Beast King's palace, gathering to form the rough silhouette of the Divine Master. His voice reached Sumo's ears. "Coordinate, are you threatening me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Sumo looked up. "So, you do know my identity." However, Sumo felt no fear whatsoever. He repeated his words to the Divine Master. "I'll say it again. You have 1 minute to end the war. This isn't a threat. I'm just stating my demand. If my demand is refused, it doesn't matter if I die, the coordinates will forever remain in your world, broadcasting to the outside world." The God Lord's projection lowered his eyes to look at Chumo below. The secret war realm cannot be ended. It can only conclude when a winner and loser are decided. Chumo continued to walk up the steps, and he suggested bluntly, "Then you should just surrender." Lady He, standing below, looked up at Chumo as he walked past her. She became furious upon hearing his words and cursed at him. "You bastard! How dare you speak to the God Lord like that?" Chumo glanced at her in confusion. Surrender? The God Lord above still didn't answer. He just silently observed Chumo. After a moment, he was heard saying, "Is winning and losing that important to you?" Chumo's attitude became even more serious. "Humans don't matter, beasts don't matter, and our war matters even less. Even if you win the secret war realm, as long as the coordinates remain in your world, you will only face the outcome of destruction." As he finished speaking, a corner of the Beast King's palace suddenly exploded. The God Lord glanced at Chumo. "Chumo, what is your purpose?" Chumo calmly replied, "I once said I came in peace." The God Lord growled, "Stop your disgusting performance." To cover for your teammate, you've been trying to attract our attention. Too bad. Did you hear that sound just now? He's dead. Chumo continued to move forward, deep in thought. Xiaozhou bought me some time, and also managed to confuse the God Lord. But for me to be able to reach this position was almost my limit. Then, Chumo suddenly took out a pocket watch and held it in his hand. The God Lord's attitude suddenly changed, and he became more urgent. Chumo, what are you doing? Stop. The watch in Chumo's hand lit up, just as the system sent a notification to Chumo, confirming the use of the watch reward item. Time stopped, and the God Lord's projection was frozen as well. 0.01 seconds had passed. Chumo seized the opportunity to move forward, shattering the temple door. 0.02 seconds had passed. Chumo successfully entered the main hall, where he saw the world-crossing stone high above, and his eyes lit up. The system sent him information about the world-crossing stone, a miraculous stone containing the power of space-time. Analyzing weak point. However, before the weak point was revealed, the watch in Chumo's hand suddenly emitted a black aura, and the system sent a new notification. Warning, warning. The watch is being interfered with by an unknown power and is about to be damaged. Chumo looked down at the watch in his hand. The watch is cracked. Is this the God Lord's power? How much time is left? More time passed, now at 0.03 seconds. The system finally finished, sending a notification that the world-crossing stone's weak point analysis was complete. Chumo immediately flew towards the world-crossing stone without hesitation, where a small crack had already appeared on it. The system reported the world-crossing stone's durability at 98 out of 100. Chumo stared at the world-crossing stone. It's really tough. The watch was about to give out, continuously emitting a black aura. It felt like it would explode at any moment. Chumo paid it no mind, quickly attacking the world-crossing stone once more. He punched it repeatedly. World-crossing stone durability was at 79 out of 100 at the 0.04 second mark. Its durability dropped to 43 out of 100 at the 0.05 second mark. The system announced that the watch was broken. Chumo didn't stop at all, still clenching his fist to prepare another strike. Not enough time. The watch exploded with a bang, and the God Lord's projection outside immediately began to flicker, and then vanished. A second later, he instantly appeared inside the main hall, right behind Chumo. At this moment, the world-crossing stone's durability was down to just 19 out of 100. Chumo glanced behind him. 0.06 seconds had passed. The God Lord landed on the ground, and a surging power erupted, sweeping through the entire main hall. He glared at Chumo, gritting his teeth. Humans are always so cunning. Looking up at the world-crossing stone, which was covered in cracks, but still not completely destroyed, the God Lord said, "Your plan to destroy the world-crossing stone has failed." However, Chumo, who had been knocked aside by the God Lord's power and was now lying on the ground, laughed and replied, "No, my plan succeeded. From now on, you can no longer cheat in the secret realm." As soon as he finished speaking, the world-crossing stone instantly exploded. Shards flew across the main hall, and the world-crossing stone's durability was now 0 out of 100. Chumo remained still on the ground, looking at the God Lord. "You had a chance to stop me, but you hesitated, even if it was just for a moment. Beast God, are you that afraid of the consequences of killing me?" At that moment, a change also occurred outside the Beast King's hall, and the beasts were stunned. The main hall has vanished. The God Lord has disappeared too. Could it be that lady? He interrupted them. "Don't be too surprised. This is the God Lord's ability. He created a small, independent world outside the beast world." She smiled confidently. "Rest assured, the threat of the coordinates that Chumo unleashed has already lost its effect. Victory belongs to the God Lord. It belongs to us, and inside the palace, the Beast King has vanished." The blue glow of the world-crossing stone was covering the entire grand hall, and a series of fragments were forming into chains and flying past Chumo. They flew up and gathered at the original location of the world-crossing stone. The God Lord looked at Chumo. "Haven't you already figured it out? These are the fragments of the world-crossing stone." Chumo silently watched the stone gradually restore itself, inwardly astonished. How can it recover to its original state after being damaged to this extent? The God Lord spoke. "Chumo, I have to thank you for walking right into my trap and giving me the chance to kill you. Without you in the next secret realm battle, humanity is sure to lose." Chumo found it amusing. "Kill me? Aren't you worried the coordinates will remain in your world?" The God Lord replied nonchalantly, "Haven't you noticed yet?" He laughed loudly. "This hall has already been isolated from the world." Prompted by the God Lord, Chumo tried to sense the area outside the grand hall, only to feel an obscure black aura surrounding it. He couldn't see anything else, so he asked the God Lord, "Is it a void outside this hall? You created a separate dimension and moved us into it?" The God Lord nodded in response. "That's right, I'll kill you here. Then throw your corpse into the pale vastland, and the coordinates on your body won't be able to pinpoint our world." Chumo looked up at the God Lord before him. Wouldn't taking me to the pale vast land to kill me be the safest way? The God Lord showed interest. His eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Chu Mo couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. He got straight to the point. Stop this meaningless probing. If you could actually do it, I would already be dead. Perhaps because you're restoring the world-crossing stone, you can only stay in this dimension you created, but you're not sure about killing me here. Are you worried the coordinates might still have a chance of transferring to your world? The God Lord was taken aback by his attitude. Provoked by Chu Mo's confidence, he raised his hand, his entire body seemingly enveloped by a dark power. Perhaps I should test it. Chu Mo laughed. You want to use threats and intimidation? To gauge things from my reaction? To deduce the situation with the coordinate? Too bad, I don't know a thing. The master of the coordinate is a terrifying invader, seeing our world as food on a plate. As for whether its movement can be stopped, do you want to make a bet? Just then, the system frantically alerted Chu Mo. Warning, signal lost. Connection failed. Host, please evacuate immediately. Danger, connection failed. The Divine Lord's power surged, his immense aura pressing down on Chu Mo as the system continued its warnings. Host is in extreme danger, attempting to reconnect, no signal. The Divine Lord looked down at Chu Mo. I am 90% confident I can stop the coordinate from moving, but I don't want to bet, and I don't need to. Chu Mo, let's make a deal. Chu Mo looked at him skeptically. A deal. The Divine Lord continued, Chu Mo, I know that on Earth, you have always been treated unfairly. Contempt, insults, ridicule, misunderstanding, how dare the weak treat the strong like this? It's truly laughable. Do you really want to save all of humanity? No, the only person you care about is your sister and a few close friends. He stared intently at Chu Mo. After the War of the Secret Realm ends, I will bring your relatives and friends to my world. I will designate a territory of 10 million square meters for them to live in, and I will ensure their safety, prosperity, and that of their descendants. The condition for this exchange is that you must go to the vast white continent and never come near our world again. Chu Mo asked him, can't they stay on Earth? The Divine Lord laughed loudly. After the War of the Secret Realm ends, Earth's only fate is destruction. Surely you don't want your sister to die with the planet, do you? Chu Mo appeared hesitant. I need some time to think. Please tell me what you know about the Master of the Coordinates, and also, the real reason you must destroy Earth. The Divine Lord gave Chu Mo a faint smile. It seems you know nothing at all. Fine, for the sake of a fair exchange, I will tell you everything. Chu Mo secretly conversed with the system. System, what are the conditions to receive the sign and reward? The system quickly replied, due to the power of the world-crossing stone opening a passage, the host must enter other planes besides the beast world and Earth to participate in the secret realm war between humans and beasts. Chu Mo then asked, now that I'm in an independent small world, the entire space is floating, and I'm using the power of the world-crossing stone to wage war against the Divine Lord of the beast world. Does this meet the conditions for the sign and reward? The system replied indifferently. System is calculating, conditions are insufficient, receiving a higher directive, no connection signal. Chu Mo threatened it. If I die, your prey will get away. The system hastily responded, system is recalculating. The Divine Lord dropped his threatening and intimidating demeanor toward Chu Mo. He calmly began to speak about the intelligence regarding the invaders. I don't know much either. They are called the Echoing Shadows, and they wander all over the vast white continent, frantically devouring every world they encounter. The worlds they invade eventually turn into dead lands, with no surviving life forms. But it's not easy for them to detect their prey. Chu Mo finished his sentence, so that's why they need coordinates. The Divine Lord nodded. The Echoing Shadows cast out numerous coordinates, but only a very small fraction of them can reach a world with life and attach themselves to a living being, just like you. Chu Mo asked again, if I already have the coordinates on me, why haven't they come to Earth yet? The Divine Lord shrugged in reply, having only the coordinates isn't enough to determine Earth's precise location. Do you know of the vast white continent? Chu Mo nodded. I've been there once. The Divine Lord explained to him, the human world, the beast world, all worlds with life were originally independent existences, unable to interact with each other, until the vast white continent appeared. The vast white continent became a pathway or a transit station. Only by going to the vast white continent can we jump from one world to another. But first, you must find an item in the vast white continent that corresponds to that world. He gave Chu Mo an example. For example, for Earth in the Pale Expanse, the corresponding item could be a stone, an apple, or a rabbit. Only by finding those items can the resonant shadow enter Earth. Chu Mo nodded, thinking it sounded very simple. But the Divine Master shook his head in denial. No, there are two difficulties. The space of the Pale Expanse is nearly infinite, and at the same time, the item corresponding to Earth is also changing constantly. 1 second it might be a stone, the next it could turn into a rabbit. The Divine Master's voice was even. A world that exists in isolation will always be in a state of flux, but if two worlds are bound together, the symmetrical items of the two worlds will stop changing. Chumo hesitated and asked, "You mean the dimensional war?" The Divine Master nodded. "The first dimensional war was initiated by Earth, and the coordinates were based on your people. By locking our worlds together through the dimensional war, they can harvest two prey at once. Is this the plan of the Resonant Shadow?" Chumo shook his head. "No. The one who started the dimensional war was a cultivator from several thousand years ago. Tianming." The Divine Master was surprised, then he laughed loudly. "Tianming, you say? The power of the coordinate is enough to force him to take his own life. For the coordinate, changing his mind is a much simpler task." Chumo frowned. "If everything is a conspiracy by the Resonant Shadow, then humans and beasts should cooperate even more. Ending the dimensional war and breaking the bond between the two worlds is the only way to avoid the Resonant Shadow's invasion." The Divine Master shook his head decisively. "No, humans and beasts can never cooperate. The moment the dimensional war began, our worlds were already locked together. The Resonant Shadow has already confirmed the approximate region where we are located. Even if we end the dimensional war and separate the two worlds, we still can't escape their search." He paused for a moment, then continued, "There is only one way. By winning the dimensional war, we can obtain Earth's energy resources as fuel and then escape this region, getting as far away as possible." Chumo looked at the Divine Master seriously. "So that's it. This is the reason you want to destroy Earth." The Divine Master shook his head again, disagreeing with Chumo's thought. "Seizing Earth's energy is not the same as destroying Earth, nor will it cause too many casualties to humanity. The ones who will destroy Earth are the approaching Resonant Shadow." Chumo looked at him. "For Earth, and humanity, there's no difference." Seeing that his attitude hadn't changed, the Divine Master didn't elaborate further. He directly changed the subject. "Chumo, I've told you everything you wanted to know. This is a soul contract. I will guarantee the safety of your family and friends, but you must wander the Pale Expanse forever. Do you accept this exchange?" Unexpectedly, after hearing everything, Chumo changed his mind and replied, "I refuse." The Divine Master didn't react too harshly. He smirked. "What a pity." A wisp of blue mist flew over, and then the ground beneath Chumo's feet immediately froze. He tried to move his body, but couldn't resist. The Divine Master continued, "It would have been so much better if you had accepted the exchange." In the blink of an eye, Chumo was trapped in a giant block of ice. The Divine Master informed him nonchalantly, "I'll seal you for now. I'll deal with a nuisance like you once the boundary crossing stone has recovered. You'll regret refusing me. All the people you know will be destroyed." Chumo was still unable to move inside the block of ice. The system announced that the host's life safety would become the priority condition. The second option is being entered into the variable calculation. The judgment result. This is a special mystic realm. The 6-day login reward is a transformed dragon scale, receiving a special effect. 1 is the ability to hide one's own combat power, and 2 is to increase defensive power. The God Lord sat in front of the boundary crossing stone, waiting for it to fully recover, as wave after wave of fragments gathered and flew back to heal the boundary crossing stone. Soon, the boundary crossing stone returned to its original state. The God Lord cursed under his breath. It took so long again. He pushed himself up. Such a precise artifact cannot be missing even a single fragment. It must be restored to its original form. The God Lord looked with satisfaction at the sparkling boundary crossing stone before him. Finally, the boundary crossing stone was about to recover. Just then, something suddenly brushed past the God Lord's face. A second later, the boundary crossing stone in front of him immediately went boom, shattering into pieces once again. The God Lord gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Meanwhile, Chumo had already escaped the restraints of the ice block at some point, thanks to the system's 29th day login reward. The God Lord angrily hissed through his teeth, "Chumo." Chumo tilted his head and looked at him. "This time I've smashed the entire boundary crossing stone to dust. Can you still recover it now?" The God Lord frowned. "Not only did he break the seal, he even deceived my senses for a moment. The coordinates are indeed convenient." Chumo shrugged. "Perhaps." The God Lord looked at him. "Every time you enter a mystic realm, you gain new power. This must be the mechanism of the coordinates to maintain the balance of combat power between humans and beasts." He paused for a moment, then continued, "But I didn't anticipate that even in the dimension I created, the coordinates could still grant you power. The longer you stay here, the stronger the power granted by the coordinates becomes." Chumo gave a provocative smile. "If you want to verify your guess, there's only one way: undo your dimension. Otherwise, my power might surpass yours soon." The God Lord clicked his tongue. Chumo's attitude was clear. "As expected, you can't do it, can you? If you undo the dimension, the fragments of the boundary crossing stone will scatter everywhere, increasing the difficulty of its recovery. If the boundary crossing stone cannot be quickly restored, it might cause the beasts to lose the Mystic Realm War." The God Lord looked seriously at Chumo. "If I don't undo the dimension, will I lose to you?" Chumo asked him. "For you? It's a dilemma, isn't it?" The God Lord couldn't take it anymore. He asked Chumo decisively, "State your demands, what do you want?" Chumo calmly repeated, "I've already said, what I want is peace. Besides a life or death struggle between us, our worlds should have another way." The God Lord continued trying to explain his thoughts to Chumo. Sacrificing Earth for the beast world to escape, this is the method with the highest success rate. Wanting both worlds to survive at the same time is nearly impossible. Chumo also had his own decision, then we have nothing more to talk about. The God Lord immediately snapped, "Chumo, based on our previous deal, I can increase the number of humans migrating to the beast world, 10 million, 20 million people, or I can give your sister a status second only to mine. Anything you want is negotiable." Chumo firmly refused. "No, I won't accept." The Divine Lord murmured, "Is that so?" He then immediately raised his hand, unleashing a powerful palm strike. "Then I'll just have to kill you. At worst, the coordinate won't shift." Chumo's lips moved. The duelist domain activated, and his body immediately began to glow. A powerful energy surged from him as well. The Divine Lord watched as his own divine power seemed to be absorbed by Chumo, and he frowned deeply. "My divine power is being devoured? No, it's more like it's just vanishing. This is..." Chumo smirked. The duelist's domain, also known as the domain of equality, can nullify all powers except for physical abilities. "So, Divine Lord, let's have a fistfight." A sudden bang echoed in the Great Hall, as the Divine Lord took a punch from Chumo that twisted his face, but he quickly fought back. The two were locked in a stalemate, an endless hand-to-hand brawl, trading punch for punch, only separating after a long while to regain their footing. The Divine Lord looked up at Chumo. The domain of equality is certainly aptly named. It doesn't just nullify all non-physical powers. It even suppresses physical strength to the bare minimum. Chumo asked him, feeling nostalgic. "With nothing left, we're just fighting like thugs." The Divine Lord continued, "The coordinate gave you the perfect ability to stall for time. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? The coordinate wants to stop me, because it's certain that my plan has a very high chance of success." Chumo nodded. "Maybe so, but I'm not interested in your deal." The Divine Lord demanded, unconvinced, "Why? Tell me what you're dissatisfied with in this deal." Chumo looked at him. "Regarding your world, well, I've been told quite a lot about it. Bloodline supremacy, the strong devouring the weak, a chaotic order. I don't want my sister to live in a world like that." The Divine Lord suddenly burst out laughing. "You call that a problem? I will grant your sister power in her own territory. Within her own territory, whatever order she desires, whatever laws she establishes, all humans and beasts will have to obey." Chumo stated his thoughts plainly. "I don't trust you. Even a soul contract isn't necessarily reliable." The God Lord still firmly asserted, "I will honor our agreement. This is the divine promise of a god." Sumo glanced at him and said indifferently, "What kind of god would create a world like this? A world of demonic beasts filled with chaos and bloodshed. It reflects your true nature. If I leave, I can't guarantee their safety." The God Lord took a step forward, clicking his tongue. "You're more stubborn than I thought. It seems our deal is off. I can't let your power continue to grow." The God Lord paused for a moment before continuing. "Sumo, you should feel proud, because to kill you, a god has wagered his own life." Sumo looked at his hands in confusion. "Is the domain of equality broken?" "No, the domain's effect is still active." "What did you do?" The God Lord laughed loudly. "Unrestrainable, unbindable. This is the potent poison that can even kill a god with ease, the power of karma." As soon as he finished speaking, Sumo's limbs were immediately bound tightly by purple spiritual energy. Sumo tried to use his left eye to analyze and dispel the domain. However, the system responded, "Golden pupil cannot identify a weakness." The spiritual energy binding Sumo tightened with each passing moment. The system was still unusable, glitched, and unable to differentiate. The Divine Master looked up at him, wanting to resist. "Go ahead and struggle. Divine power cannot overcome karma. No matter what strange abilities you use, you cannot stop cause and effect." He stared smugly at Sumo, "Drown in your karma." Then, the scene suddenly shifted to a small fishing village by the sea, where a young Sumo was suddenly captured by two mysterious figures in black. He struggled frantically. "Let me go, you bastards. Are you deaf? I won't run anymore. All right, just let go." Just then, an old man in a strange cloak approached. He smiled kindly and called out to Sumo, "No, Your Highness, the Holy Sun, please don't come any closer. The forest outside the village is very dangerous." Sumo snapped at the old man. "Did you adopt me just to lock me up in this godforsaken place forever?" The old man laughed. "No, this is only temporary. Everything we do is to ensure your safety. It's time to eat. Your sister is waiting for you. Please follow me." The scene shifted again to a time when Sumo was older. He and Suyun were wearing white robes and sitting on a high platform, while below them, a person was tied to a wooden stake, and the villagers were gathered around. The person tied to the stake screamed, their eyes wide with terror. "What do you want to do?" Why did you kidnap me? I've never done anything wrong. I've always lived diligently. I'm begging you. Please let me go." The old man who adopted Sumo stepped forward to face the man, Yan Young, 38 years old. "According to traceable records, since you were 14 years old, you have murdered a total of 6 people, committed burglary 14 times, and committed rape 10 times. Yan Yang, do you plead guilty?" Hearing his name and crimes listed correctly, Yan Yang stopped struggling and pretending, and he let out a sneer. "Damn it! I even changed my name and appearance. Are you the victims' families? Here to torture me?" The old man shook his head. "We have never met you, and of course, we don't know your victims either. Your karmic sins, your fate will be decided by the gods." Yan Yang jerked his chin towards the 2 people, Sumo and Su Yun, who were sitting in the distance. "Gods? Those 2 kids. In just 5 seconds, I could snap their necks." The old man's attitude immediately changed. He warned Yan Yang not to be disrespectful to the gods. "The Holy Sun and Holy Maiden are the incarnations of the god of sin. We ask the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden to grant a divine decree." Sumo and Su Yun just sat there silently without saying a word. The old man below acted as if he had received an instruction. He turned to the crowd below and announced loudly, "The god of sin acquiesces. There are no further opinions. Tonight, there is no need for torture instruments. Grant the sinner a swift death." The crowd below immediately bowed in reverence. "We shall respectfully obey the divine decree. We shall respectfully obey the divine decree." But Yan Yang, tied to the stake, gritted his teeth. "Damn it. This religious cult of crazies. Just you wait until I get a chance." Before he could say another word, someone stepped forward and struck, and blood immediately splattered. A villager holding a knife stood before him, his eyes vacant but holding a hidden excitement, saying, "May you receive the blessing of the god of sin." A second spray of blood erupted as an old man with a sickle stepped forward. "God of sin, please forgive this poor, tainted child." Then came a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, and a 7th time. An elderly woman also clasped her hands earnestly. "God of sin, please cleanse this filth." And Yan Yang's body was already slumped limply against the wooden stake. The ground below was covered in his blood. A bowl placed underneath was now full, and someone reached out to pick it up. The old man who adopted Sumo poured it directly onto his head, and as Sumo drank, he said that all sins belong to the god of sin. Blood dripped from his hair, flowing down the side of Sumo's face. This was a stream of Sumo's old memories. And this was a normal day in Pingan village. At 6:30, the villagers woke up one after another and left their homes early. At 7 o'clock, the villagers performed their morning prayers, confessing their sins to cleanse their souls. Then at 8 o'clock, they built the altar in preparation for the annual ritual. Everyone was still busy until 12 o'clock noon. That old man welcomed distinguished guests from outside the village, worldly people who disrupted the peace of Pingan village. This too was a once-a-year affair. Time passed a little more. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, during their break, the siblings Sumo and Su Yun were standing on the street. Sumo whispered to Su Yun, "The ritual is about to begin." Su Yun nodded. "I know. The way those guests look at us, they already see us as food." Sumo furrowed his brows. "Can we really escape?" Su Yun smiled and said, "Taking advantage of the commotion you caused yesterday when you ran, I've already made preparations. The yacht those guests are on is our only chance to leave this small island. We can definitely get out of here." And at this moment, the Divine Master suddenly appeared in this timeline, observing the 2 siblings from above as he muttered to himself. This is Sumo's most dangerous moment in the entire timeline. There is only one chance to make a move. I absolutely cannot be detected by the coordinates. As evening approached, the atmosphere in the village was quite peaceful. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden are missing. Find them quickly." They all rushed out to search every corner of the village. The villagers were in an uproar. The ritual is about to begin, and the guests are all waiting. The old man who adopted the 2 gritted his teeth and asked, "Where are the guards? You just let them get away like that?" A subordinate reported back, "They're unconscious. It looks like they were drugged." The old man was furious. "They just won't let me rest. It's the final day. Where do they think they can run?" Then, in the village, suddenly, an explosion went off somewhere. The blast shook the entire area, and people started running in panic from a sea of flames. "Fire! Someone, get over here!" Then, 2 or 3 more explosions went off in succession, trapping several people under collapsed pillars. "Help me!" An old woman prayed amidst the sea of flames. Divine punishment. This must be divine punishment. The foreign guests who had come to attend the ritual also panicked, fleeing frantically. "To hell with this divine punishment, let's get out." A massive fire and multiple explosions had nearly destroyed and encircled the entire village. All the roads out of the village were blocked, and at this moment, the 2 of them, Sumo and Su Yun, had already run a good distance away. Sumo panted and called out to his sister, "I can barely breathe." Su Yun comforted him, "Just hold on a little longer. The boat is right ahead." Su Yun frowned. This cult is insane. It's impossible to reason with them. All the fuel traps have been used, I don't have any weapons, and it's very difficult to fight back against a grown-up. No matter what, I have to at least make sure Sumo survives. Just then, that old man caught up to them. The old man's eyes were wide. Soo-yun, come here. You wouldn't abandon Sumo to save yourself, would you? Soo-yun nodded and stepped towards him. All right. Her eyes flashed as she forcefully shoved the old man back into the sea of flames. Let's go to hell together. And in that moment, the flames suddenly died down. Soo-yun looked around her. The fire had suddenly disappeared. This place doesn't look like a village. Where am I? That old man stood in front of Chu-yun shouting like a madman. The god of sin is the god of sin. He has manifested. As soon as he finished his sentence, the old man's head flew off. The Divine Master appeared behind him and cursed. Disgusting, you filthy thing. Chu-yun stared at him blankly. The real god of sin? The Divine Master looked down at her. I am a god, but not the god of sin you speak of. I only came for Chu Mo. Chu-yun frowned. Wait, don't tell me you also want a sacrifice. If you need a sacrifice, then take me. The Divine Master shook his head in denial. Not harming Chu Mo might cause the coordinate to shift, and that's not something I want to see. I have only one goal, to kill you and then complete my deal with Chu Mo. Chu-yun looked up at the Divine Master. A deal with the future Chu Mo. Are you from the future? The Divine Master looked down at her. You are the person Chu Mo cares about most, and the reason he refuses to make a deal with me. If you die in the past, Chu Mo's connection to the human world will be completely severed. Chu-yun shouted, if you're a god, can't you be a little more magnanimous? Why must you do something so evil? The Divine Master raised his hand, divine power gathering in his palm. I am merely helping Chu Mo make the right choice. His strike was suddenly blocked by an invisible force, completely unable to touch Chu-yun. The Divine Master's eyes widened. How is this possible? This is the power of the coordinate. Can two coordinates exist at the same time? Chu-yun's body was suddenly enveloped in a golden light. The Divine Master frowned. No, that's not right. This power is completely different from what Chu Mo uses. You were the first host of the coordinate, and only then did it transfer to Chu Mo. How ridiculous. Is this your destiny? Or has everything I've done been part of the coordinate's plan? Chu-yun looked bewildered. What is a system login? The system operated similarly to the energy entrusted to Chu Mo, and it sent a notification to Chu-yun. System login failed. Connection error, time error, data error, restarting. 29 appraisal check-ins have been logged. Currently in a secret realm, check-in is possible again. 30-day check-in reward is the skill, mental annihilation. Chu-yun's body suddenly trembled. This feeling is so strange, so terrifying. The Divine Master standing opposite her spoke, Human child, don't use the coordinate's power. This is your body's warning to you. In that brief moment, you accepted everything, a power that took Chumo months to obtain. If you use that power, your body will crumble, which means death. Chu-yun was silent for a moment, then said, You are just like the priest of the god of sin. You are all the same, just wanting to use me and Chumo to harm my father. The Divine Master tried to explain to Chu-yun, You've misunderstood, wait a moment. But before he could finish, Chu-yun charged at him with a fist brimming with life force. The Divine Master shook his head and clicked his tongue. In terms of this fiery temper, you and Chumo are exactly alike. Just listen to me. But just then, a crack suddenly appeared behind the Divine Master, his body seemingly affected by Chu-yun's power. He roared, Damn it, what is happening? The damage from that punch just now. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Divine Master shattered into pieces right before Chu-yun's eyes. Even Chu-yun herself was stunned. Did that evil god just die like that? At that moment, the ground beneath Chu-yun's feet suddenly became unstable. She stared blankly at her own body. Am I gonna die too? A second later, Chu-yun vanished from that space. It was pitch black, and then the scene changed to a beach. Chu-yun stood there and mumbled, The village's shore. I'm back. She looked down at her hands. Was that a dream just now? No, something's wrong. I can't feel my body's existence, and just then, the system appeared again. Host Chu-yun is dead, life form has vanished, data error. Error. The login system is transferring, searching for a new host. Chu-yun lowered her eyes in silence, neither dead nor alive. Am I a ghost now or something? What am I, really? Suddenly, Chumo appeared from somewhere, rubbing his head as he walked over. Sis, what happened just now? My head hurts so much. I woke up and you were gone. I was so worried. Chu-yun composed herself. When she turned around, she gave Chumo a bright smile. Chumo, it's okay now. We're safe. Let's go home. Chumo was confused. Home? We don't have a home, do we? Are you talking about the orphanage? Chu-yun shook her head in response. No, we will have one. A safer place. As evening fell, a boat drifting on the sea slowly washed ashore. Chumo was lying unconscious on the beach, and someone nearby was giving him first aid. Rescue team number 18 found a survivor on the sandy beach. It's a boy, unconscious but still breathing. Chu Yun stood by, watching Chu Mo lying on the sand while also hearing that person's report. Yes, only one survivor was found. She looked down at her body. Chu Yun could see through her own hand. Seeing the yellow sand beneath, the scene changed to a closed room where Chu Mo was sitting silently on a single chair. Someone was reporting. That cult village buys one boy and one girl every year, 2 orphans from the orphanage, to be the holy son and holy daughter. For 1 year, they use the fresh blood of sinners to offer to the holy son and holy daughter. They looked at Chumo and said, at the end of each year, this village will hold a cannibalistic dinner party. The invited guests include many wealthy merchants and high-ranking officials. It's said that eating the flesh and blood of the holy son and daughter will grant divine blessings. A police officer clicked his tongue. In the end, weren't they all burned to death in a fire anyway? The person next to him turned and asked, was this fire really an accident? He's not saying anything, not cooperating at all. Just then, someone came in and said, it doesn't matter anymore. There are many people who don't want this case investigated further. Just close it as an accidental fire. Chu Yun, in her special form, was currently standing behind Chu Mo, silently staying with him. She said in a low voice, it's okay, we'll be able to leave soon. The scene changes to a bustling city. An old woman looked at Chu Mo. Little boy, are you looking to rent a place by yourself? Chu Mo shook his head in reply. No, it's for 2 people, me and my sister. The old lady was skeptical. 2 people? Just then, Chu Yun spoke up. I'm Chu Mo's sister. The old lady quickly rubbed her eyes. Oh, it really is 2 people. My apologies, my eyes aren't what they used to be. I didn't notice you just now. Since you 2 kids are renting, I can give you a bit of a discount. Time passed, and Chu Mo and Chu Yun worked together to earn money. At first, many people pitied them. These 2 children really have it tough. They lost their parents at a young age, and now they have to set up a stall to support themselves. But after some time, their opinion of the 2 changed. Chu Mo, I heard people say. I heard they were adopted by a cult before and caused many people's deaths. Getting close to them brings misfortune. They deserve to be so miserable. Chu Mo, carrying a large fruit basket, said to Chu Yun in a low voice, Sis, we didn't earn enough money this month. It's not even enough for rent. A lot of people are talking bad about us behind our backs. Our old customers don't come anymore. Chu Yun shook her head. Don't worry about what other people think. I'll figure something out for the rent. Time flew by like the wind, and soon, Chu Mo was in college. He went to talk to Sovan. I'm not going to college anymore. I want to get a job, otherwise you'll be too exhausted. Sovan yelled at him. What are you talking about? You don't need to worry about tuition. I recently found a high-paying job. The stream of memories cut off here. Startled awake from the old dream, Somak shouted, Sis, don't go. At this moment, he was still standing in the main hall of the Beast Demon Palace. Somak gritted his teeth, spitting out each word. System, your plan is truly diabolical. Only by logging in for 30 days can the Godlord be killed, but this also means I would gain power beyond your control. So you arranged for my sister to complete the 30-day login in the past. She killed the Godlord, but the price was her own life. She couldn't maintain that power, so the system transferred it to me. The system calmly replied to Somak, your sister never truly died. Somak interrupted it. But she isn't living a normal life either. The system continued. Because the beast Godlord altered the timeline, your sister exists in a state of both life and death simultaneously. Untouchable, unobservable. Somak mumbled, untouchable, unobservable. Many people have seen my sister. Wudong could also touch my sister. The system quickly answered his question. The system has the ability to observe all things in the world. You are the system's host. Your perception of Sovan is what dictates her state of being. Somak quickly understood. In my perception, she is alive, so other people will also believe that she is alive. No. Are you saying that only I can keep her alive? Are you threatening me? If you are willing, you could also make her die immediately. The system denied Somak's accusation. This is not a threat. All variables have been processed. The Beast Demon Palace immediately began to transform, and the space around Somak seemed about to collapse. The system immediately sent a new notification. Godlord is dead. Domain collapse. The collapsing domain will become an eternal seal. Somak asked it, you want to trap me here? The system replied icily, you currently do not have the power to break the Beast Demon seal, and the human world will become fertilizer for the echoing shadow. The Beast Demon Palace was disappearing quickly as the system continued. Somak, you are a very interesting host. Observing your timeline has been a pleasure. Somak seemed to be locked in place. Standing frozen in the middle of the collapsing space, he heard the system say, but our journey has come to an end. I will accompany you into eternal slumber. Sleep well, sweet dreams. Time flew by. 2 years had passed since Somak was sealed away after the Godlord's death. Inside the Beast Demon world in Saboteur Village, A few people were being relentlessly pursued. They're about to catch up. We can't escape anymore. Let's fight them. Behind them, several beast demons were preparing to attack. Just you guys? One of them charged forward and took down the two humans. He mocked them relentlessly. Weak, so weak. On the other side, other beast demons were also slaughtering the humans, and rivers of blood soon covered the small village in the beast demon world. The beast demons stepped on their victims. Is this all the skill you cultivators have? What a disappointment. Other modified humans were also present, and they complained to the beast demons, you killed them too quickly. You didn't leave anyone alive. How am I supposed to interrogate them for the whereabouts of the other criminals? The beast demons snorted coldly. Aren't there still these villagers? They looked down at the group of small rabbit folk on the ground. The rabbit village chief shielded them. We don't know anything. The beast glanced at him. You're the village chief here, aren't you? You all have some serious guts, harboring a cultivator and the remnants of the Dongyun Consortium. He reached out with his sharp, iron-like claws, and the beast grabbed a small rabbit from the crowd, threatening the rabbit village chief. Tell me their whereabouts, the rabbit village chief shouted. I told you. I don't know means I don't know. Now let her go. The beast grinned, baring its fangs. Don't know? That's fine. A second later, he crushed the small rabbit in his hand. The rabbit village chief gritted his teeth. You bastard. The beast looked challengingly at the rabbit village chief. You have plenty of comrades. I'll kill your villagers and your family one by one. You can take your time to think. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the desert outside. Two rabbits were racing down the road. Lord Eyre, we have to inform Lord Eyre. Hurry, Lord Eyre. She spends most of her time digging for that stone. We're almost there, said the tense rabbit in the lead. Lord Eyre has been digging for almost 1 year. Is that stone really that important? The rabbit behind replied. How would I know? But just as it finished speaking, it was grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air as members of the Consortium Alliance captured them both. Letting those two go was a good idea. It really paid off. That heir is the beast who follows Chu Mo, one of the two men said with a smile. It seems we're not far from our true target, Chu Mo's sister, Su Yun, the most perfect vessel for the Queen's cells. This is now the Consortium Alliance's top priority. Meanwhile, not far away, heavy blows were striking massive boulders. A rabbit was tirelessly working on the pile of rough, hard rocks as Heire's fists hammered down over and over again. She struggled to smash the boulders, which finally shattered after a long and arduous effort. A beautiful pink stone was finally revealed, and Sumo's body slowly came into view, his tightly shut eyes beginning to twitch. A second later, Sumo's eyes snapped open. The scene then cuts to Eyre, where a massive explosion had just gone off. The beasts had quickly tracked Eyre down. Eyre, so this is where you were hiding. You're still just a piece of trash. Eyre was curled up on the pile of shattered rocks. The beasts surrounded her, jeering. You humans are such cowards, being so careful just to deal with a piece of trash like this, and you called all of us here for it? The members of the Consortium Alliance hesitated. Well, they turned and replied, back on Earth. Eyre once demonstrated incredible strength. We also don't know why she's so weak now, but it's likely related to Sumo's disappearance. The beasts muttered, and one of them stepped toward Eyre. Sumo, that savior of humanity. Was he really worth you betraying us? Eyre struggled to sit up. You bastard. I have nothing to say to you. That beast opened its mouth full of sharp fangs and said, those weak, lesser races you protected, after your betrayal, their lives became even more miserable. That octopus who served under you was turned into grilled octopus. He grabbed Eyre by the head and lifted her. This is all on you. Don't you feel any remorse for them? Eyre stared at him. In this world, they can never have a good life. The beast nodded and laughed loudly. You're right. Let me tell you the truth. The brief advantage you once had was only because you were useful for the mission to infiltrate Earth. Once you completed your mission and lost your usefulness, everything would return to its original state. You weak little pieces of trash. You people have no way out and no future. AR was enraged by his words, and she shouted furiously, I will find a better future for them. The beast gathered demonic energy in its free hand and asked AI, on what basis? Chumo. Do you think Chumo can save you lowly beasts? He has disappeared, and he's most likely dead. You can just die along with him. The beast raised its hand in front of about to finish her off. At that moment, a member of the Union Consortium received a message and quickly called out, wait, please wait a moment. We need intelligence. The beast simply lowered its hand and dropped Eyre to the ground. Fine, let this traitor live a little longer. The man from the Union Consortium said politely, thank you very much. He stepped forward and bound Eyre with spiritual energy. Those rabbits told me you've been here for almost 1 year. What have you been doing here? AI replied coldly, I don't know. The man's expression changed, his tone a mix of coaxing and threatening. I just want to know the intelligence related to those humans. Those rabbits are still alive now. If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill them all. For the sake of secrecy, protecting secrets for humans, sacrificing the lives of beasts, is it worth it? After almost a year in this desolate place, I don't believe you were just on vacation. He paused for a moment, then continued, it must be related to Yu Tong, Li Hanling, or Chumo's sister, right? I don't have much patience, I'll only give you one chance. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the stone that Aer had been searching for day and night began to awaken, continuously emitting a thick fog. The man was still trying to force a confession. Tell me what you've been doing here. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something approaching him, and as he turned his head, the stone was already floating in the air. Fog filled the area, and spiritual energy spread out relentlessly. The man from the Union Consortium panicked. What the hell? This power. Just then, a voice came through, putting them on high alert. Aer is here to break my seal. A wave of power struck the man directly, and a second later, Aer was back in Chumo's arms. He smiled at them. Now you know. Chumo's appearance before everyone was, as expected, the biggest blow to them. The beast frowned. Impossible? Chumo. The people from the Union Consortium were already preparing to flee. Chumo is alive. Let's get out of here. We have to get this information out. Chumo turned his head to look at them. Hunters from the Union are in the beast world too? It seems a lot has happened while I was asleep. A blue wave swept over, restraining the limbs of the people from the Union Consortium and the beasts. They panicked. We're screwed. I can't move. Chumo walked forward step by step. He stopped in front of a beast, which spoke up. Chumo, why did you suddenly appear? How is the Divine Master doing now? Chumo replied nonchalantly. He's dead. The beast trembled. No, I don't believe it. The Divine Master is dead. Dead. Chumo then turned to look at the hunters. The Union Consortium has been revived? How did you get to the beast world, colluding with beasts? You've got some nerve. Huh. And you even dared to capture my sister? One of them sneered, stubbornly replying, like I'd ever tell you. Chumo approached, placing a hand on his face expressionlessly. You think you can keep secrets from me? Speak. How did you get to the beast world? Did you steal the world crossing stone from the Dongyun Consortium? The man answered dazedly, no. The secret realm war ended. The twisted dimension became a passageway, and we used it to enter the world of demonic beasts. At that moment, the system suddenly reappeared. Notification panels suddenly surrounded Sumo. Warning, warning. Host has awakened earlier than expected, activating contingency plan. Sumo sighed. System, you've finally shown up. Hasn't the recall orb arrived yet? But the system didn't answer Sumo. It just muttered to itself, confirming contingency plan, freezing all login rewards. A second later, Sumo's body was instantly racked by a blast. He gritted his teeth and endured the tearing sensation inside him. The restrictions on the others were also lifted. They were confused. What's going on? We can move now. Sumo looks really strange. Let's run. But one of the demonic beasts didn't know its place, wanting to charge forward. No, let's kill Sumo now while we have the chance. They shouted once and rushed towards Sumo to attack him in unison. Sumo clenched his jaw. System, don't interfere, he roared. His full power erupted. Break. This shockwave immediately sent the demonic beasts that had gotten close flying. The ones further away were also shaken a bit. Sumo coughed a few times and lowered his head. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and eyes. The system warned him, don't do anything, don't change anything, and don't use your power. Before Sumo collapsed, the system sent another message. Every time you use the abilities from the login rewards, it will accelerate your death. This is a warning. In some ruined building, voices could be heard. Is this humanity's strongest savior? Even though he's unconscious, his aura is very powerful. A few rabbits were surrounding Sumo, watching over him. What's Lady Aer's relationship with him? How do they know each other? Will he really help us? He's a human after all. Just then, Aer returned. She shouted, what are you all doing? Who told you to gather here and make a scene? Seeing the angry Aer, the little rabbits quickly scattered. It's Lady Aer, they whimpered in fear. Lady Aer is so scary. Perhaps because Aer's shout was too loud. Sumo was startled awake. Rabbits, so many rabbits. Where is this? Aer came forward to explain to him, this is Sabita village. You've been asleep for more than half a day. Is your body okay? Sumo tried to move his body. It's fine. How did you find me? Aer sighed in annoyance and replied, you're asking a question you already know the answer to, aren't you? The day I came to Earth, you forced me to sign a pet contract, and since then I can always sense your location. That's right. And the most damnable thing is, whenever you get hurt, I have to take half the damage. But when you suddenly collapsed just now, I almost fainted too. Sumo knew better and immediately admitted his fault. I'm sorry, I got you involved in this. But this attitude of his made Aer shudder. Don't say things like that. You're giving me goosebumps. What's our relationship? Is there any need to say such things? So creepy. Sumo held his forehead. This time is different. From now on, every time I use my powers, I'll suffer a backlash. In the worst-case scenario, it could even mean instant death. Sumo's words hit AIR like a lightning bolt. He stood up and patted her head. Don't worry, I'll find a way to break our contract. But to Sumo's surprise, AR refused this offer. No, there's no need to break the contract. Sumo chuckled. What's this? Do you really want to be my pet, even if it means dying with me? Nai said seriously, if I share the damage with you, the number of times you can use your full power will increase a little. That way, we might be able to save the bunnies of Sabotage Village, the other small beasts, and the humans on Earth. She lowered her head. I need your power. I need the unrivaled Su too. Sumo finally remembered the main topic. He asked Ne, what happened while I was asleep? Ne recounted the story. I don't know much. After you left, the Secret Realm War ended, and the Secret Realm began to twist into a vine-like shape, becoming a passage between the Beast World and Earth. With the help of high-level beasts, the Corporate Alliance destroyed the Dongyan Corporation along with the 4 great sects, and at the same time, they stole the world-crossing stone and killed many people. The lucky survivors fled in all directions, some hid on Earth, while others secretly escaped to the Beast World. Ne lowered her eyes. The Corporate Alliance and the high-level beasts seem to believe that some terrifying enemy is coming. Those terrifying enemies will kill all of humanity and the beasts. Sumo wondered, how do they know? Could it be that the Divine Master told his confidants? Ne continued, according to Li Hanling's investigation, to escape the disaster, the high-level beasts cooperated with the Corporate Alliance to create a plan, where in the end, only a portion of the beasts and members of the Corporate Alliance would survive, while all other living beings would have to die. Sumo smiled to reassure her, I will stop them. Do you know where my sister, as well as Yu Tong and Li Hanling, are hiding now? Ne shook her head, I don't know. They are hiding very well, but there are clues. The rabbits are helping the cultivators hide. The scene then shifts to somewhere in the desert, where the hunters of the Corporate Alliance are surrounding a group of people. Chairman Shu, leading them, spoke up, Yue Tianyan, your resistance is meaningless. We don't care about that. Just tell me the whereabouts of Sumo's sister, and I can spare all of you. Tianxin glanced at him and said coldly, shut up, you shorty. Meanwhile on Earth, in a research lab of the Corporate Alliance, someone was being studied inside a cultivation pod. Chairman Shi turned his head and spoke, my secretary told me that the cell fusion progress has made great strides, precisely because of this newly captured test subject number 4. The researcher nodded in response, yes, his compatibility with the Queen's cells is 80%, the highest so far. I never expected that one of the failed products we abandoned would turn out to be so useful. Chairman Shi asked again, has the refined fusion drug been tested on the hunters yet? The researcher nodded. Of course, we conducted a live subject experiment today, and the effect was 3 times greater than before. Chairman Shi was surprised. 3 times more effective? I remember before. The test subject we caught with the highest fusion rate was 70%. The researcher stroked his beard. The higher the test subject's compatibility, the better the effect. But there is still one problem. Currently, the fusion drug can only be synthesized in the lab, and the quantity is small. The cost is high, and it cannot be mass-produced. Chairman Shi narrowed his eyes. I don't care about the cost, and a small quantity is fine. After the hunters arrive in the beast world, their strength will increase in the high-energy environment, but that's still not enough. We need elites who can match high-level demonic beasts. The researcher turned to look at the old man. Are the demonic beasts going to make a move on us? Chairman Shi shook his head. We're safe for now. The demonic beast's world-crossing stone has been destroyed. To escape the crisis, they need the one in our hands. But once the crisis is averted, if we don't possess power equal to the demonic beasts, what kind of end do you think we will have? The researcher replied, there isn't much time left for us. To get the hunters to the strength of high-level demonic beasts, we need more test subjects. It's a pity most of the test subjects have been hidden away by the Dongyun Consortium, especially the most important one, Chu Mo. Her projected index is over 95%. Chairman Shi glanced at him. Every corner of the Earth is under our surveillance. In the beast world, hunters injected with the self-fusion potion can also kill cultivators with ease. The test subject, Chu Mo, will be found quickly. They will have nowhere left to hide. The scene changes to inside the beast world. A spear thrust down, as a hunter from the Consortium Alliance easily took care of a cultivator. The man was gone before he could even react. In the barren desert, the hunters continuously made their move. One after another, people fell, and after a while, their bodies were piled up to the side. Chairman Shu sneered. The effect of fusion potion number 4 is truly extraordinary. Yue Tianyan, you really want to persist. For protecting an outsider, your sex lineage will end today. Tianxin gripped the spear in his hand, gritting his teeth. If we surrender to you today and betray a friend, the lineage of the Donghua Heavenly Sect is what would truly end. Chairman Shu's stark white eyes widened as he pointed at Tianxin. If you're not willing to talk, then kill them all. I don't believe anyone will refuse to speak in the face of death. The The hunters excitedly obeyed. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a rabbit jumped out of nowhere, a giant rabbit leaping hundreds of meters in a single bound. It landed heavily in front of the group. The hunters were startled. A rabbit? Where did that rabbit come from? I'm seeing things. Am I mistaken? Chairman Shu also paused for a beat. Is that Chu Mo standing on the rabbit's head? Standing on the rabbit's head, Chu Mo called out. So, you're all here? He looked down at them. Looks like I've arrived just in time. Chairman Shu's face paled slightly. He quickly gave an order. Immediately, notify headquarters. We have to get the information about Chu Mo's appearance out. He turned his head and said to the two people nearest him, You two, escort me out of here immediately. The rest of you, hold off Chu Mo. The hunters immediately clamored, Hold off Chu Mo. Are you kidding? One of them suddenly spoke up. You think you can run? Think about the bombs in your bodies, the compensation money, and your families. Do you have any way out? Although the hunters were terrified and wanted to run, they could only curse to vent their frustration. Damn it, we're dead either way, so let's go all out. However, just as the bald guy finished speaking, his head flew from his body before he could even utter a last word. Following that were the rest of them. No one escaped. Standing high above, Chumo focused his mind for 0.01 seconds and ended the fight. Perhaps this could minimize the system's backlash damage, but my control over my power isn't precise enough. After cleanly dealing with the hunters, Chumo landed on the ground. I originally planned to leave someone alive for interrogation, but in that recent sweep, Chairman Shu didn't escape either. He was crawling on the ground, groaning, My leg, you bastard. Sumo looked down at him from above. Chairman Shu, I showed great mercy before and gave you all a chance to live. Now you try to capture my sister while I'm away? Chairman Shu laughed out loud. Are you trying to scare me? You think I'm going to surrender? Sumo nonchalantly raised his eyebrows. So that's how it is. This body of yours seems to be just a spare, once I find your real body. I hope you can still be this tough. The corner of Chairman Shu's mouth twitched. Sumo, you don't know anything at all. You can be buried along with your friends and the earth. As soon as he finished speaking, that spare body of Chairman Shu exploded. Sumo waved his hand to clear the dust in front of him. What a pity. If I had known, I would have kept someone else for interrogation. Then he turned to ask Tianxian, Do you know my sister's situation? Tianxian replied, Your sister and Yutong are together and very safe. However, perhaps only Li Hanling knows her location. Sumo asked, Li Hanling, he came to the Beast World too? Tianxian nodded, Yes, we all came here to reclaim the World-Crossing Stone. Sumo mumbled, The World-Crossing Stone. So have you figured out the Conglomerate Alliance's plan yet? Tianxian explained. To be precise, this is the Beast's plan. To avoid an approaching enemy, the Beasts want to use Earth as fuel at the cost of destroying a world to propel the Beast World from its current position. But the Beast World's World-Crossing Stone was destroyed. That's why the Beasts need the Conglomerate Alliance's World-Crossing Stone. She looked at Sumo. This is the reason the Beasts are cooperating with the Conglomerate Alliance. Sumo nodded. So in order to survive, the Conglomerate Alliance will migrate to the Beast World and then destroy the Earth. That sounds exactly like something they would do. As he said this, Sumo suddenly coughed a few times, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Tianxian supported Sumo. What's wrong with you? I can use healing magic. Sumo shook his head, refusing. No need. It's just some after effects. Just then, the system appeared again. There is a price for ignoring a warning. Sumo, give up. You can't do anything. Sumo pressed his lips together. Why do you have to devour the Earth and the Beast World like a parasite? The system replied indifferently, to continue living. At this moment, in a certain base of the Conglomerate Alliance, a hunter was actively trying to contact his comrades. Base B02. Base B02, please respond. Please respond. The person next to him came up and asked. Still no response? The man replied anxiously. That's right. Starting from 10 o'clock this morning, Base B01 and Base B02 have lost contact, even though the signals are clearly normal. The other guy suddenly joked. Could it be that those two bases were attacked by cultivators? The man immediately retorted. How is that possible? Those weaklings use all their strength just to run away. What I'm worried about are the beasts. Could it be that the beasts have changed their attitude towards us? The other hunter laughed foolishly. Maybe it's the ghost of Sumo getting revenge on us. The man replied irritably, that joke isn't funny at all. The other guy laughed and said, Relax a little, I'm just kidding. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, this base immediately exploded, and the man who was just joking was now lying motionless on the ground, and the other man was being restrained. Sumo spoke in a cold voice. Tell me all the information you know about the chairman of the Conglomerate Alliance, along with the locations of the bases. The hunter trembled in fear. If the chairman's information is highly confidential, I don't know anything. The locations of the bases. Base B05, coordinates X23.9737119, Y7.7513488. base B06, before he could finish speaking. Sumo immediately blew his head off right on the spot. He looked down at his bleeding hand and muttered, "I lost control again." Sumo tried to move his hand. His pinky was starting to stiffen. It would probably lose all feeling soon. Just then, Tianxin ran over. "Sumo, you're injured again." Sumo reassured her, "Don't worry about it, it'll heal soon enough. We know the location of the next base, so let's get moving." Tianxin said worriedly, "You should rest a bit. You've already destroyed 3 bases this morning. Your body, those after effects aren't that simple." Sumo glanced at her. "The financial group alliance is sparing no expense to capture my sister. Every time I destroy one of the financial group alliance's bases, my sister becomes safer. Her whereabouts are unknown right now, so this is all I can do." Tianxin asked hesitantly, "Are we only targeting the financial group alliance? Don't we need to worry about the demonic beasts?" Sumo explained, "Lord told me that the demonic beasts aren't fully cooperating with the financial group alliance to capture cultivators. The demonic beasts have never taken you people seriously." Tianxin was stunned by this statement. "What?" Sumo looked at her. "Can't accept it? It's the truth. The beasts over 10,000 years old are investigating with all their might. How long do you think you can hide? I also don't know what those demonic beasts are thinking. But it doesn't matter. I will destroy the financial group alliance in the shortest time possible. Not only will that protect my sister, but I can also seize the world-crossing stone and stop the demonic beast's escape plan." Meanwhile, at the main headquarters of the Financial Group Alliance, everything was business as usual as Chairman Shu ran to report to Chairman Shi. "Chairman Shi, have you received the news? My spare body was destroyed by Sumo yesterday." Chairman Shi nonchalantly let out an "Oh." The annoyed Chairman Shu yelled, "What do you mean, oh? I'm talking about Sumo." "Sumo, that guy is still alive." Chairman Shi calmly nodded in response, "I know. Sumo has already destroyed 5 bases since this morning." Chairman Shu said urgently, "Doesn't that make things even worse? During this time, we've been killing cultivators on our own accord and captured Sumo's sister. He must hate us to the bone. If he finds us, we're dead for sure." In contrast to Chairman Shu's anxious and fiery demeanor, Chairman Shi calmly analyzed the situation for him. "Did you think we were safe before? The demonic beasts aren't sincerely cooperating with us. If the beasts were willing to go all out to help, we would have found Sumo's sister long ago. Not only that, they also want to find the location of the world-crossing stone." The old man tilted his head to look at Chairman Shu. "If they really find the world-crossing stone, the demonic beasts will kill us immediately. But the situation is different now. We once again have a common enemy. Do you think this is a crisis? On the contrary, this is a good thing. I've already scheduled a meeting. Come along, let's go meet the demonic beasts." Inside an empty corridor of the headquarters, Chairman Shi smiled and greeted Lord He. "It's been 1 year, yet you still carry yourself the same as ever." "Lord," he replied coldly, "I don't like such unnecessary pleasantries. Get straight to the point." Chairman Shi spoke up, alongside Chairman Shu. "Lord He, you have been preparing the blood sacrifice ritual for a very long time now. We wish to know about its progress." "Lord," he answered curtly, "everything is proceeding smoothly. As for the details of the ritual, you have no need to know. But you are also unwilling to resonate the world-crossing stone with us, so it's the same principle. When the ritual is ready, I will inform you." Suddenly, Chairman Shu spoke up. His expression was lifeless, looking quite creepy, wasn't it? "We need to know how much longer until the ritual is complete. Lord He, I'm afraid you don't know that Chumo has appeared once again, do you?" Lord He paused for a moment. "Chumo." Chairman Shi took out a device for Lord He to see. "This morning, Chumo destroyed 5 headquarters of our financial consortium alliance. This is the clip." Lord He took it to watch. "It really is that bastard. Wait a minute. If Chumo has appeared, then the Divine Lord might be." Chairman Shu smirked provocatively. "Stop pretending, Lord He. You must have already guessed, right? If Chumo has appeared, and the Divine Lord has not, the most likely scenario is that the Divine Lord has been killed by Chumo." Lord He waved her hand, sending Chairman Shu flying. "Shut up." Chairman Shu's body lay stiff and smoking on the ground. She glanced at Chairman Shi, a flesh and blood clone. "Is this a spare body? Did you bring him here specifically for me to vent my anger on?" "Chairman Shi, what is it you really want to tell me?" Chairman Shi laughed loudly and said, "Lord He, you've misunderstood. Why would I intentionally provoke you? I just wanted to share some important intelligence with you, along with the impending danger. Chumo will very likely disrupt the blood sacrifice ritual, wouldn't you agree?" Lord, he looked at the device in her hand. "You have a point. If it's truly the worst-case scenario and something happened to the Divine Lord, then no one in this world can stop Chumo anymore." Chairman Shi grinned, his expression inscrutable. Although Chumo has returned in the battle with the Divine Lord, Chumo was also severely injured. In that clip, if you watch further, while destroying 5 headquarters, Chumo's combat time was less than 10 seconds, yet he was seen coughing up blood, and his right pinky finger was bleeding. Lord, he followed Chairman Shi's advice and skipped to that part to take a closer look. It was true. Chairman Shi, it seems you already have an idea. Chairman Shi replied, as long as we find the right method, we can kill Chu Mo. He raised his eyelids slightly to look at Lord He. We must make Chu Mo fight continuously, which will worsen his injuries. Chu Mo wants to destroy all the headquarters of our financial consortium alliance. If you dispatch powerful demonic beasts to help defend them, it will prolong Chu Mo's combat time. Secondly, I want to request that you join us in investigating the whereabouts of Chu Mo's sister. We must search for her in an ostentatious manner to force Chu Mo to make a move. Lord, he nodded. I understand, Chairman Shi. From now on, we will cooperate fully with the Financial Consortium Alliance until Chu Mo is dead. The scene shifts to the demonic beast world, in a vast desert region. Someone is fighting inside the desert. Wu Tong just took care of a group of hunters from the Financial Consortium Alliance. It's happening more and more often. We should change locations. Just then, Assistant Wang came running in a panic. Director Wu Tong. She moved. Patient 0. She just moved. Patient 0. Wu Tong was startled by this shout and quickly turned her head. Chu Yun. Wu Tong quickly ran to where Chu Yun was lying. Her gaze fell on Chu Yun's hands. Twitch. Wu Tong saw Chu Yun's pinky finger suddenly move, and she frowned in thought. She's always been in a stiff, dormant state, but her right pinky finger suddenly moved. Has some kind of change occurred? From Wu Tong's perspective, today is the 6th day that Chu Yun's pinky has regained sensation, and also the 4th day since Chu Mo arrived in this world. The number of hunters coming to capture them has increased. If it weren't for Kitten leading the way, they would have been caught already. Remembering the journey so far, the cat, it even shared its delicious dried fish with them, which boosted the Legion's morale quite a bit. There was also the snow leopard, Ayer, who liked to play dumb. That was still somewhat useful. She helped contact the others and assisted with many things. I hope she can find Chu Mo soon. On day 405, high-level mutant beasts began to capture them more frequently, and many comrades died. Seeing the small grave with a piece of dried fish on it, Yu Tong's heart ached. The kitten was dead, and their whereabouts had been exposed. They hastily buried them, and the survivors continued to flee. Looking at the desperate faces of her comrades, their whereabouts had been exposed. How much longer could they run? No one had an answer, and everyone's face was filled with fear. Yu Tong sat next to Chu Yun. The only good news was that Chu Yun's body was getting better and better. She thought to herself that now her arms often moved unconsciously. If Chu Mo knew, he would be very happy, right? On day 408, Yu Tong had to kill him herself. Assistant Wang was dead. He was the researcher who had been with her the longest. Before she killed him, he cried and begged. He begged for her mercy, regretting that he had thrown Chu Yun off the cliff, but she still killed him. Yu Tong coldly looked at the remaining people. They all knew that Chu Mo had appeared again, so the mutant beasts were desperate to capture Chu Yun. I knew they had the same thoughts as Assistant Wang. They also wanted to abandon Chu Yun. Yu Tong remained silent, because she understood their reasoning. Otherwise, before Chu Mo could defeat the mutant beasts, they would have already been killed by them. Yu Tong also gave them a choice, but when she suggested leaving with Chu Yun, they began to hold her back. Without Yu Tong's protection, they would die faster. She felt helpless, not knowing who to trust, but they were still useful. She couldn't take care of Chu Yun alone, so from now on, she had to be more careful. Time continued to pass. On day 410, the encirclement tightened, and the area where they could hide grew smaller and smaller. The comrades were breaking down, the food was gone, and there was no water. For 3 consecutive days, they hadn't found an oasis. Gradually, the looks the comrades gave each other became dangerous and cruel. Yu Tong understood. She knew what they wanted to do. She wanted to stop them, but she couldn't. Her body was drained from all the fighting. She could only protect herself and Chu Yun. Late at night, the inevitable happened. They began to slaughter one another. Using whatever rocks they could find, some died and others ate their fill. And then, someone came forward and offered her a piece of bloody meat, but she refused. Yu Tong felt lost and alone in the vast desert. She tried to think of happy memories, but nothing came to mind. Her memory of Chu Mo's face was becoming increasingly blurry. On day 412, a devastating attack came, and Yu Tong thought it was her last day. Li Hanling arrived with reinforcements to save them, and she also led her to where Chu Mo was staying. As she left with Han Ning on the way to see Chu Mo, her heart was filled with resentment. Yu Tong was in a foul mood. She wanted to say to him, "Why didn't you come save me sooner? Why didn't you come yourself?" It wasn't until I saw Chu Mo in a wheelchair, his hands no longer able to move, that every trace of resentment vanished. Recalling that reunion, Yu Tong thought of Chu Yun's steadily improving condition. Her arms and legs moving again, and her heart filled with sorrow and fear for Chu Mo. She knew she had to end all of this quickly. The scene shifts to the world of the mutant beasts. In front of the flesh and blood tree, a mutant beast was being swallowed whole. Still unable to believe it, she asked, "Why? Why did you save me?" But then, she only heard Lord. He coldly say a single word to her, cruelly shoving the beast's head into the flesh and blood tree, providing it with nutrients. A beast standing behind Lord, he smiled brightly. The growth rate of the flesh and blood tree has quickened. Xuan Diao, standing beside them, spoke up. After all, it's not just low-level beasts. Now even some of the high-level beasts have been assimilated as fertilizer. The 13 high-ranking clans have already started to protest. Lord, he was cold. If they want to protest, then let them protest. The beast with a neck full of fangs nodded with interest. I agree. Sumo, that human is too dangerous. If we can complete the ritual first, sacrificing even high-level beasts is worth it. Xuan Diao glanced at him. 2 against 1, then I'll listen to you. Just that later on, the compensation for the 13 clans will be your responsibility. Lord, he readily agreed. No problem. What is the current situation with the corporate alliance? The other one replied, Sumo's assault is ferocious. More than 90% of the corporate alliance's headquarters have been destroyed. But on the other hand, our strategy is indeed working. The high-level beasts coordinating with the corporate alliance are constantly launching attacks against Sumo. Sumo's body is on the verge of collapse. He's in a wheelchair now. Meanwhile, on the actual battlefield, the hunters were in chaos. Reinforcements. We need more reinforcements. They hastily turned and fled. Sumo is about to kill his way here. Where are the beast reinforcements? Just as he finished speaking, his body exploded. Waves of fire and sand mixed together, the explosions roaring like thunder in their ears. Chairman Shi turned to look at the 20,000-year-old beast beside him. What happened to our cooperation? The corporate alliance is about to be wiped out, and they still won't help? The 20,000-year-old beast replied, Chairman Shi, calm down a bit. Reinforcements are on their way. This headquarters is about to fall. If there are any precious items that need to be moved, I can help. Chairman Shi snorted coldly. The precious item you're talking about, is it the boundary crossing stone? It's already in a safe place. You don't need to worry. The 20,000-year-old beast turned to look behind him. Chairman Shi, you've misunderstood. We are allies. Why would we steal your precious treasure? Look, over there, aren't the reinforcements arriving? Chairman Shi looked up. Wings were flapping in the sky. Indeed, the beast reinforcements had arrived. They cursed as they flew. Damn it, what does the clan leader want? Fight Sumo? This is sending us to our deaths. So what if it's an order from the 3 great kings? We'll just rebel. Another one retorted. Shut up. We have received the clan's favor since we were young. Now it's time for us to repay it. Besides, it's not like we don't have a chance. Sumo's body is constantly accumulating injuries. Before he uses up all his strength, he might not even be able to kill us. Don't forget, killing Sumo is a great achievement. As they spoke, a wheelchair came rolling over with a clatter, and he even greeted them politely. Pardon the intrusion. Then, Sumo looked up at the sky, or rather, at the beasts. Just you lot want to kill me for a great achievement? The bird clan hovered high above, looking at Sumo. Don't even try. Sumo. You become a cripple, confined to a wheelchair. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumo placed a hand on the armrest and quickly stood up straight, at which point the bird people immediately became terrified. Wait a minute, are you kidding? Am I seeing a ghost? Sumo, aren't you supposed to be paralyzed? Sumo adjusted his clothes and calmly replied, I was just tired and sat down to rest for a bit. Now it's time to stretch my body. Not long after Sumo stood up from his wheelchair, the bird people were completely defeated, lying stiff on the ground, taken down one by one, with no one spared. Sumo sat on the pile of their corpses, covering his mouth and coughing a few times. More of you? You people really won't let me rest for even a moment. Just then, a spider demon lunged forward. Sumo is at his limit. Kill him. Sumo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Don't be foolish. You're all just cannon fodder sent here to die. Sumo once again unleashed his long-range power, and the spiders instantly froze stiff, their slime covering the ground. Just then, another figure landed in front of him. The 20,000-year-old beast asked furiously, Why? Why haven't you collapsed yet? Sumo, why can you still fight? Sumo's body swayed slightly, a bit unsteady. He sized up this newly arrived old beast, a 20,000-year-old beast with a combat power of around 5 million. Finally, someone with some skill shows up. Have all the worthless minions under you already been killed by me? The 20,000-year-old beast looked up at him. They've lost the courage to fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been my turn to take the stage. Trash is still trash. As soon as the beast finished speaking, Sumo sent it to its grave with a single strike. He said scornfully, You're no different from them. He took a step forward, towards where Chairman Shi and Chairman Shu were standing. Sumo spoke, enunciating every word. This has been a one-sided affair. He looked up at the two of them, and next it's you, Chairman Shi and Chairman Shu. How delightful. I've finally found you. Chairman Shi tried to keep his composure as he spoke to Sumo. Sumo, calm down. We can discuss this. Those blasted beasts were never sincere about working with us. I've wanted to kill them for a long time. We know many of the beast's secrets, and we can tell you everything." Chairman Shi said a great deal, but it was unclear what he was talking about. After a long tirade, Chairman Shi even wore a smug expression. He paused for a moment, then continued to ramble on without stopping. Receiving no response from Chu Mo, he talked even more. Finally, Chu Mo just raised a hand to his ear. "How strange. Were you saying something?" At this, Chairman Shi finally stopped, and Chu Mo remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, I see. I can't hear anymore. What a shame. I was actually planning on having a chat with you." Chairman Shi and Chairman Shu screamed, "Chu Mo, we beg you, don't kill." But before they could finish their sentence, with a loud bang, Chu Mo unleashed a purification strike right where they stood. The scene shifts to a base of the financial consortium, where only a few of Chairman Shu's spare bodies remained. Tian Xin and Han Ling were investigating the area. "Li Hanling, there's nothing in this secret base except for Chairman Shu's spare bodies. Your intelligence was wrong." Han Ling shook her head. "No, it wasn't. There are definitely traces of the world-crossing stone here." Pressured by Chu Mo, the financial consortium has run out of options. Chairman Shu likely tried to hide it from Chairman Shi and sneak away with the world-crossing stone, but it seems he encountered an enemy. Tian Xin was puzzled. "Do you mean the demonic beasts?" Han Ling replied, "The demonic beasts collaborated with the conglomerate alliance originally for the world-crossing stone they possessed. Now that they've gotten what they wanted, it also means the demonic beast's blood sacrifice ritual is about to be completed." At this moment, Xuan Diao's group suddenly sensed Chu Mo approaching. "Lord," he said in a low voice, "leave him to me. I will stop him." The other two were secretly pleased. "We're counting on you." At the same time, Yu Tong and Chu Mo arrived at the rendezvous point. Chu Mo didn't want her to be in danger, so he told her to go back. Yu Tong looked like she wanted to say something but held back and turned to leave. As soon as she left, Lord, he appeared before Chu Mo. Chu Mo spoke first. "Your divine lord is already dead. I didn't kill him. It was all Echoing Shadow's doing. We were all part of that plan." He said sincerely, "Believe me, I can stop Echoing Shadow. Both humans and demonic beasts can survive." Her hatred was too great. She didn't want to hear another word. "Now I just want to kill you for revenge." At this moment, inside a laboratory, I-Er was lying on a bed, resting. Her eyes were lifeless, staring blankly at the ceiling as if her life force had been completely drained. Just then, a rabbit pushed a tray of chicken over. "Lady I-Er, it's time to eat." This sentence seemed to awaken I-Er's soul. She quickly shot up. "Lunch! Lunch!" AR reached out and grabbed a chicken leg. She sat there and devoured one after another with relish. "Delicious! So delicious! I'm alive again." Tianxin stood to the side, trying to transfer more spiritual energy to heal AI-Er. "I never thought the day would come when I'd be healing a demonic beast." Han Ling came forward and asked, "What's AIR's current situation?" Tianxin shook her head. "It's not very optimistic. Most of the time she can only lie still and motionless. She only perks up when she sees food. Last night, her heartbeat even stopped for 10 minutes. Hearing this, Han Ling immediately became anxious. "What? Chu Mo?" Tianxin comforted him. "Don't worry. It was just temporary organ failure. She is recovered now. But she's still continuously sharing damage if this continues." Before Tianxin could finish speaking, A-Er, who was eating on the side, suddenly vomited blood. Han Ling flinched and turned around. A-Er. Tianxin rushed to help her up. Such a large amount of bleeding has never happened before. This must mean Chumo has encountered a rather difficult enemy. Damn it, we can't do anything to help now. A-Er's eyes had almost lost focus. She could only mumble, "Breathing? I can't breathe." Tianxin tried to use her spiritual energy, healing and encouraging her at the same time. "Relax, don't resist the healing." Unfortunately, at this very moment, the alarm bell suddenly started blaring. Han Ling felt a sense of overwhelming danger. We're screwed. A red alert at a time like this. Could it be that even this stronghold has been discovered by the demonic beasts? AIR's current condition makes it impossible to move her. Someone ran in from outside. The newcomer was relieved to see Han Ling, Commander-in-Chief. "This is great. You're here." Han Ling stopped him. "Calm down. What's the situation now?" The person reported, "Chumo's location, which was right in front of us a moment ago, just vanished like that. Over in the desert, where Chumo was fighting with Lord He, a black aura suddenly appeared, and blood was also trickling from the corner of Chumo's mouth. He stared straight ahead. The black flame has latched onto her soul. If you persist, it will only prolong the suffering of your body and spirit. You're as good as dead." Lord He struggled to support her body. Sumo, why won't you just die quietly?" She went berserk and launched a final, powerful attack. "Why does a monster like you exist among such poor, weak humans?" Sumo clicked his tongue. How annoying. What a hassle. He shakily raised a single finger and shot an attack straight at Lord He. In the blink of an eye, she vanished into thin air. Lord He's body dissolved into the air with a single thought, My divine lord, I am coming to follow you." Inside the demon beast world, the flesh and blood tree had grown to a terrifying size, and its flower was beginning to bloom. A demon beast shook its head and sighed. She couldn't even stall for a little more time. He is truly useless. Sumo's wheelchair remained in place as he looked at the two demon beasts that had just appeared before him. Sumo asked nonchalantly, "Are you two the only ones left? After I kill you, this little game should be over." The two demon beasts sneered. "Sumo, with your current exhausted body, even if we do nothing, you're not far from death anyway." Sumo smiled casually. "Before that happens, I have more than enough time to kill you." Xuan Diao and the other demon beasts drew their weapons. They got into a battle stance. Is this a deathbed hallucination? The death of a strong warrior is always a tragedy. Meanwhile, Sumo had already summoned the dark power he had previously used in his battle with Tian Ming. Sumo said to the two demon beasts, "You two don't even count as strong warriors." Xuan Diao held his sword. What arrogant words! The two streams of power collided. The aftershock was strong enough to stir up a powerful gust of wind in the barren desert. Sumo glanced over. The flesh and blood tree was now showing great activity. Xuan Diao laughed loudly. "The ritual is almost complete. Sumo, you've lost. You can't stop anything." But Sumo remained silent. He raised his right hand, and with a sudden boom, the flesh and blood tree exploded. However, fortunately, the attack collided with the demon wolf, who managed to block Sumo's attack in time. "Don't you dare ruin the ritual." He looked up and said to Xuan Diao, "I'll block Sumo. You take the world-crossing stone and complete the final blood sacrifice." Xuan Diao quickly replied and headed towards the flesh and blood tree. "Got it." He instructed the demon wolf, "Hold him off. Once the ritual is complete, I'll join you in killing Sumo." However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body was split in two, and the world-crossing stone also vanished. From high above, someone had arrived just in time to ruin the ritual. That person had taken the world-crossing stone, and Xuan Diao vanished without a trace. The demon wolf's eyes widened, its pupils shrinking in fear. Xuan Diao died just like that? How is this possible? Has humanity produced someone even stronger than Sumo? The newcomer replied coldly, "No." She introduced herself, "I am," but then she remembered something and corrected herself. "We are the Echoing Shadow." At that moment in a laboratory, all the electronic equipment was being pulled into the air, and even the people were being pulled up. What's going on? As their bodies floated up, the ceiling began to change. Someone shouted, "Look, up there, the ceiling is about to crack." The ceiling cracked open, revealing a large hole through which the flower of the flesh and blood tree could be vaguely seen. Hanling was held steady by Tian Xin. He was confused. Is the sky being swallowed? Tian Xin said, "The secret realm's passage has been forced open. Are Earth and the demon beast world merging? That's strange. Don't the demon beasts want to use Earth as fuel?" Hanling shook his head. "No, it's probably not the demon beasts. It's the Echoing Shadow." Ayer's body continued to suffer more damage. Hanling and Tian Xin were startled. Despite being so severely injured, Ayer still struggled to get up, yelling, "I'm not dead yet. Sumo, damn it, move." Over by the flesh and blood tree, the sky was gradually turning to dusk. Something else fell into the desert. The demon wolf had also been dealt with by the Echo of the Shadow, who then turned to look at Sumo. "Sumo, your ears are useless now, but through the vibrations in the air, you can still hear my voice." Sumo, who had just been knocked back to a cliff, struggled to yell, "Give my sister back." The Echo of the Shadow spoke up. "You must have realized that by now, your power is constantly being transferred into Su Yun's body. When you find Su Yun, kill her. This is your only chance for humanity to win." Sumo's condition was now very bad. His eyes were bleeding continuously as the Echo of the Shadow looked down from above. "Now look around you. Watch the demon beast world and Earth both turn into our nutrients." Sumo struggled to ask the Echo of the Shadow a question. "Why not just kill me or kill my sister and find a new host?" The Echo of the Shadow remained silent, so Sumo continued. "Let me guess. You're locked onto me and my sister, aren't you? Because you used my sister's body in the past to kill the God King, which created a paradox?" The Echo of the Shadow scoffed coldly, a boring guess with no basis whatsoever. But Sumo ignored her denial and continued, "So you can only transfer power between me and my sister. My arm, my ears, even my sight have all been taken by you. Why didn't you just take my heart from the beginning? My brain? What are you afraid of? My sister is still alive, and if she truly wakes up, will you still be able to control her?" The Echo of the Shadow looked up at the sky. "How many times do we have to tell you for you to understand? Your sister is already dead, but I can promise that after we devour the demon beast world and Earth, we will let her be resurrected by your side." Sumo laughed. "No need for all that trouble," as he shakily raised his right hand. "My business, I'll handle it myself." The Echo of the Shadow glared at Sumo's action. "Sumo, what are you trying to do?" Sumo was seen raising his fingers to his head, in a motion as if to end his own life. Come on, take everything from me. Take my memories too. With a swoosh, the echo of the shadow thwarted Sumo's move and looked at him in silence. Sumo slightly opened his eyes, which had almost lost their sight, and mumbled, "Echo of the shadow, give my sister's body back." As soon as he finished speaking, Sumo's hand fell limp, and at that moment, the flower of the flesh and blood tree suddenly emitted black gas again. A second later, it exploded instantly. Everything vanished, ending right at this moment. Hanling looked up at the sky. What is this? Tianxin was surprised. The sky has recovered, and the floating phenomenon has also disappeared. Hanling mumbled, Sumo succeeded. Seeing the sky returning to normal, Tianxin also felt uncertain. I guess so, but we have to see it with our own eyes up ahead. The two of them quickly ran to the location, and Tianxin's eyes widened. Yutong, Su Yun. At this moment, the echo of the shadow was standing opposite Yutong. Her expression was cold as she looked at the two newcomers. Hanling called Tianxin back. "You, Tianyan, wait a moment." Hanling looked at the echo of the shadow and asked, "Are you Su Yun, or the echo of the shadow?" At this point, Su Yun had regained control of her body, and she opened her mouth to reply. "Su Yun, thank you for taking care of him all this time." She sat down next to Sumo, and Su Yun gently touched his face before her body gradually faded away. Chu Yun whispered a request. "My brother, Chu Mo, I'm leaving him to you." In a flash, only Chu Mo was left lying on the ground. Tianxin ran quickly to Yutong's side. "Yutong, what happened here? What is Chu Mo's condition now?" Yutong cut her off. "By the time I got here, Chu Mo had already fallen. The sky has also returned to normal." Yutong said in a low voice, "Chu Mo's sister is fighting the shadow echo inside her body. Chu Yun told me that even if she self-destructs, the shadow echo will still return." Yutong lowered her eyes to Chu Mo lying on the ground. "The only way is to reopen the secret realm. After the secret realm is reopened, Chu Mo will naturally awaken. Then, a new round of the secret realm war will begin once more. Only then can Earth escape the pursuit of the shadow echo, ending all threats." Hanling immediately objected upon hearing this. "No way, Yutong. Calm down. Have you ever considered that perhaps Chu Mo has already ended the threat? The shadow echo is just using Chu Yun's body to trick you." Yutong tilted her head slightly to look at them. If Chu Yun is the shadow echo, why would she destroy the sphere in the sky, stopping the demonic beast world from merging with Earth? Hanling and Tianxin were silent for a moment, then continued. "Yutong, you just said that when you arrived, the sky had returned to normal. Why couldn't the one who destroyed the sphere be Chu Mo? Don't you find Chu Yun's words too suspicious? Reopening the secret realm is helping the shadow echo pinpoint Earth and the demonic beast world." At this, Yutong whipped around to look at him. "Li Hanling, have you forgotten? Chu Mo saved you once. Do you really want to see Chu Mo remain in a coma forever?" Yutong seemed to be consumed by rage. "You clueless bastard. If you're not willing to help, then get the hell away from me. I'll reopen the secret realm and save Chu Mo myself." Tianxin, who had been silent, suddenly summoned her weapon. Yutong stared at her, stunned. "You, Tianyan, what is the meaning of this now?" Tianxin stood in front of Hanling. "I'm sorry. Compared to Chu Mo, the lives of billions of people on Earth are more important. I can't watch you reopen the secret realm." Tianxin said decisively, "If you insist on doing this, Yutong, I'll have no choice but to kill you." Suddenly, a sound came from the darkness. The noise grew louder and louder, likely originating from inside a laboratory. There was a stir in a high corner, and a hand reached out to grab a hold. Chu Mo looked around in a daze. "Where is this?" Just then, Miss suddenly appeared, cheering. "He's alive." Chu Mo smiled at her, calling out in a low voice, "Miss Air." Before the two could say anything, something came clattering over, a robot moving forward to welcome Chu Mo. "Welcome, esteemed savior Chu Mo. The secret realm war is about to begin. Please depart at once." Chu Mo looked at it curiously. "And you are?" The robot happily introduced itself, specifically choosing a smiley face to express its mood. "The super famous YouTuber, Lu Li Kanshang. I'm your fan." After finding out who it was, Chu Mo immediately asked Lu Li about the situation. "The secret realm war has started again. What's the situation now? What about the shadow echo, the demonic beasts?" Lu Li said urgently, "Time is of the essence. Please depart at once. I will explain on the way. Please change into these clothes. They were prepared for you in advance." The scene then cuts to the city outskirts. Earth now seemed much gloomier and more desolate. Chu Mo followed Lu Li out of the laboratory, observing his surroundings as he spoke. "Is this Earth? Why is it so deserted? And this air pollution?" Lu Li nodded and replied, "That's right. This is the center of Donghai City, but 300 years in the future." Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the side of the road, begging him. On the roadside, a person's body was being corroded, tightly intertwined with a parasitic plant. He pleaded, "Kill me, sir." Chu Mo was startled by this scene. "What is this?" Lu Li explained to him. These are humans who have mutated due to excessive pollution. Lu Li said, I finally know what happened. Lu Li turned to look at Chu Mo. I have a recording left by Miss Yu Dong, set to play after you woke up. Perhaps it can answer your questions. Lu Li's expression immediately changed. It transformed into the shape of a cassette tape, and Yu Dong's voice slowly rang out. Is it recording? Chu Mo, long time no see. It's been a long time. It seems my voice has changed a bit. I wonder if you can recognize it. Chu Mo mumbled, Yu Dong. Then he heard her continue. To put it simply, after you fell into a coma, your sister suppressed the echo of perception and destroyed the ritual fruit. But she told me, this isn't the end. The echo of perception will eventually find its way to Earth. To end everything, the secret realm must be reactivated. Many people opposed me, believing that Earth was already safe, and that I shouldn't be deceived by the echo of perception's plot. I became a tyrant, just like you were back then. She paused for a moment and sighed. It was so hard. I did many terrible things. I had no choice but to kill my own comrades, suppress the resistance forces, and the secret realm consumed a massive amount of resources. I probably made many people live in misery. I even suspected that before the echo of perception arrived, Earth would have already been destroyed by me. While listening to Yu Dong's voice, Chu Mo's group had reached the main street, but the city was still as deserted as ever. Yu Dong continued, for countless nights, I doubted whether what I was doing really had any meaning. Was it to save the world, or did I just want to see you again? But in the end, the work to restore the secret realm is almost complete, but my body is also on the verge of collapse. Although I could take medicine to extend my life for a few more years, I don't want you to see my aged appearance. The more he listened, the more silent Chu Mo became. He continued to listen to the somewhat unfamiliar, yet familiar voice. Let's leave it at that. I left Lu Li behind to guide you. Please, do your best, and save this dying world. Chu Mo looked at the portal that Liu Li had opened in front of him. He heard Yu Dong say, everything depends on you now. After that, Chu Mo simply walked forward. Just then, the system, which had seemed long dead, suddenly appeared. Chu Mo stopped in his tracks. Chu Mo mumbled, the moment the secret realm opens, it will lure the echo of perception, but at the same time the system will also be activated. So that's how it is? Chu Mo resolutely entered the secret realm. The system simultaneously sent a notification, login day 30, reward, path's end, passage, my path is complete, my role is set, my deeds are done, I will not suffer what comes after, leaping beyond the 3 realms, not bound by the 5 elements. Donghai City was drenched in rain, the sky gloomy and bleak. That day, the Donghai City police cracked a major and vicious case. An orphanage was found to be collaborating with an evil cult, and all the orphans have now been rescued. The police quickly escorted the children away. Chu Yun suddenly turned her head to look back. The police officer next to her bent down and asked, little girl, did you leave any toys back at the orphanage? I can go back and get it with you. Chu Yun replied hesitantly, I think I forgot something very important, but she couldn't remember. Suddenly, a figure flashed by in the rain, and Chu Yun hurriedly called out, wait, don't go. The confused police officer asked, what's wrong? Did you see the director running away? Chu Yun was silent for a moment before shaking her head and replying, no, it's nothing. I think I saw it wrong. The scene shifts to the inside of a deep, dark cave where Tianming sat on his favorite chair. He proudly muttered, very good. The actions of the 4 great sects are all going according to my plan, and the secret realm is about to begin. As he said this, Tianming suddenly whipped around. Who was there? Chu Mo and I-Er appeared in his line of sight. I-Er spoke first. This blind guy is Tianming? Can he really see the future? Tianming frowned. Who are you? And why is there a demonic beast beside you? I never saw your existence in the future. Chu Mo simply replied calmly. The future I hope for has no need for your existence either. The moment he finished speaking, Tianming's body was instantly bound to the chair by spiritual power. He screamed like a madman, what have you done to me? I can't see it anymore. The infinite future has vanished. Impossible. What kind of power is this? Then, he was only able to let out one final roar, you monster, you shouldn't exist, before vanishing completely. AR looked at the chair suspiciously. This chair is supposed to be some kind of incredible sealing artifact, isn't it? She quickly jumped on to try it out, asking Chu Mo in confusion, but why don't I feel anything at all sitting on it? Chu Mo looked at the spiritual power at his fingertips and explained, because you resonate with one half of my power. If you're that curious, I'll let you experience it. AR looked a bit dumbfounded, not understanding what Chu Mo meant until he reduced his influence over her. At that moment, AR finally felt bolts of lightning striking down on her. Ow ow, ow ow, ow ow. You bastard Chu Mo, hurry up and save me. Some more time passed, and in another unknown timeline, Li Xiang was going frantic in the meeting room. Is the final stage of the secret realm war this difficult? We've been pushed into a desperate situation. Elder Gui, are there any other options? Gui Xing shook his head. Even the hidden geniuses of the four great sects were easily killed when they made their move. The front lines are broken, and the core formation representing humanity is about to be captured. This time, we might really be defeated. The scene cuts to another location, where it appears a battle is taking place. It's Yu Tong fighting demonic beasts, and she has finished them all off. Yi Chang, who was sitting next to Gui Xing, suddenly shot up from his seat after seeing this on the screen. The final boss has been killed. As expected of the strongest savior, Lady Yu Tong. Li Shan exclaimed excitedly, "We've won." Thanks to the valiant efforts of our savior, Lady Yu Tong, and the counterpoison supplement from Elder Gui, the scene shifts to a city area. The citizens watching the live broadcast on public screens were also overjoyed. "This is great. We're saved. The earth is saved. All hail Yu Tong. Praise our savior." Chu Mo happened to be walking past. He smiled in satisfaction upon seeing Yu Tong on the screen. Meanwhile, inside a meeting room of the Consortium Alliance, Chairman Shi was contacting someone. "The Secret Realm War is won, so forget the treaty with the demonic beasts. I figure that's not important anyway. As long as we have the world-crossing stone, we'll have countless more opportunities." Suddenly, the person on the other end said something, and Chairman Shi's pupils constricted. "What?" His face went pale. "You're saying the world-crossing stone has been stolen? Investigate. Find out who did this for me right now." Over at the Dongyun Consortium's main headquarters, the world-crossing stone was sitting peacefully inside its protective casing. Just then, a subordinate was reporting to Chairman Lazy, "Last night, someone delivered this stone with the utmost secrecy. This is not good. It was brought to our headquarters, and it even came with an explanation. I think we need to inform Lazy." Taking it for a look, he said, "Is this the world-crossing stone? This kind of dangerous item must be sealed away immediately. Besides you, does anyone else know about this stone?" The subordinate shook his head. "I came to find you as soon as I discovered it. No one else knows." Lazy frowned and instructed, "The world-crossing stone must be properly secured. Information about the world-crossing stone, besides the two of us, can only be known by the future presidents of the Dongyun conglomerate." The subordinate nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. If the world-crossing stone is ever misused, it could even cause an apocalyptic disaster. I will protect it with my life." The scene shifts to the Beast World, at the Beast King's palace, which suddenly explodes out of nowhere. Inside the Grand Hall, the God Lord stared in disbelief at the person before him. "How can this be?" Chumo silently stared back at him. The God Lord spoke. "If it were you attacking me, I could understand, but Aer stood before him. The God Lord muttered in disbelief, "This is just outrageous." Aer smiled confidently. She raised her fist, preparing to strike again. "Are these your last words, Lord God? Vanish along with your rotten order where the strong devour the weak." The Beast King's palace erupted with another earth-shattering explosion, its power blasting out for a radius of 100 miles. Antai excitedly hugged two pillars, cheering, "Lady Aer, long live Aer." The rabbits of Sabita village also roared with joy. "Long live Lady Aer! Long live Lady Aer!" Chu Mo placed a crown on Aer's head and handed her an adorable rabbit-shaped scepter. He said, "Starting today, you are the new God Lord, Aer." Aer looked at the mess of an outfit she was wearing, somewhat speechless. "This is in really poor taste. Are these supposed to be the God Lord's robes? How could they be this ugly?" Chumo burst out laughing. "The Beast Lords who stubbornly resisted have been dealt with, and the weaker beast races have finally obtained equal status. Your dream has been realized, so now I can be at ease." Suddenly, Aer fell silent, her mood instantly worsening. "You've settled everything for all your companions, but what about you?" She looked up at Chumo. "You're going to be completely erased from the world line, which means the resonating shadow system locked onto you will also disappear. But on Earth, in the Beast World, in all of history, the present, and the future, except for me, no one will remember you, and no one will even know you ever existed." "That's too harsh." Chumo looked down at his hand. "It won't be for too long. I'm heading to the Pale White Continent, and once I destroy the resonating shadow, everything can go back to normal. Before I leave, let's dissolve our contract. From here on, it's my fight alone. There's no need to drag you into it anymore." Aer suddenly shouted, "I refuse." She said with a serious expression, "If you're going to destroy the resonating shadow, I'm going with you. I followed your footsteps to get this far, and I'll continue to follow you always." Chumo understood Aer's heart and didn't argue further. He agreed, "All right, then let's go together." Time skips to a later part of the story, many years later at the headquarters of the Dongyun Consortium. The boundary crossing stone is continuously being energized, and a researcher keeps reporting energy supplement at 80%, energy supplement at 90%. The space-time life coefficient has surpassed theoretical values, locking coordinates NGC 6282, a star system 2.4 billion years away from Earth. A female researcher exclaims excitedly, "We found it, another planet with life." However, on that other planet, The roar of some animal suddenly came through, making the people in the research room quickly cover their ears. That sound is so unbearable. The boundary crossing stone inside its protective casing showed no more changes, and the energy flow stopped. The female researcher struggled to her feet. Did you all see anything just now? Along with the roaring illusion, a man replied, a white dragon and a red dragon. The red and white dragons were incredibly massive, encircling the planet. Yuji, another person, covered his still aching ears and spoke up. Their size isn't the main point, but those two dragons, the white and the red one, they not only detected our existence, they also blocked our exploratory observation. Just then, a new person appeared in the lab, clapping his hands in praise. The newcomer was a man, and as he entered, he said, a new vibrant planet, and it even has supernatural powers. You've all worked hard. Upon seeing the newcomer, the researchers quickly bowed their heads. Chairman, Lord Chairman. Chairman Shu touched the glass case holding the boundary-crossing stone. Were the previous chairmen all insane? Hiding a treasure like this? What a bunch of fools. Did they not realize how much value the boundary-crossing stone could bring to the Dongyun Consortium, to us? It's very powerful. We will explore the new world. The female researcher replied, Chairman Shu, this planet is too far from Earth, 2.4 billion years. To directly traverse space according to the previous plan would require an enormous amount of energy, which is not feasible. Chairman Shu glanced at her. Isn't there still the consciousness projection plan? The female researcher hesitated. This is too dangerous. It requires at least 5 to 15 years of testing before we can possibly conduct clinical trials. Chairman Shu frowned. 5 to 15 years? His expression darkened. Are you kidding me? With such a long testing period, how much money will our Dongyun Consortium lose out on? Chairman Shu ordered, skip the tests, proceed directly with human experimentation. The female researcher yelled, this is treating human life as worthless. This is murder. I will not work for you anymore. Chairman Shu looked at her. As you wish. If you won't do it, someone else will. Watching the female researcher leave in anger, Chairman Shu ordered, Nan Feng, keep an eye on her. Don't let her talk nonsense. Also, try to get some leverage on her, and if necessary, threaten her to come back and continue working. Nan Feng bowed his head. Yes, Chairman. About the other matter you instructed me on before to find a suitable candidate with a frequency close to the boundary-crossing stone, I found someone in Donghai City named Lin An. Chairman Shu nodded. Very good. Go invite him. Then, he paused for a moment before continuing. No, wait. The consciousness projection experiment doesn't need a conscious subject, does it? A researcher replied, Yes, Lord Chairman. As long as the brain is intact, it will work. Chairman Shu put on his glasses. Then let that Lin An have an accident, and then bring him here. He stood before the boundary-crossing stone, appearing excited about the grand experiment and the money he was about to make. There's no need to feel any guilt. It's all for the pursuit of the Sea of Stars, to let our voices echo throughout the entire universe.